smiling, man. But he's not the co-host. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're not fucking you should change the co-host. You know what I mean? He's literally just all he does is sit there and laugh under his breath and count money. Okay, we'll change the I'm gonna change the conversation. So we'll get on to the flies and waste money. Okay. You're nervous. You're like biting your lips. I'm a little, because this is a big podcast. It's exciting to be on there. Who you? No, I'm scared he's gonna sue me. Yeah. Don't worry. Hey, don't miss this scene. Relax. Relax. He's touching me with his foot, bro. That's inappropriate. Yes. He's creeping. These are. I'm sponsored by Adidas. Not sponsored. Yes, I am for sports. Adidas just went down the fight. You know what? You gotta cut your fucking hair. You see what happens all the time? Get it out of my face. I know, bro. So cut it. Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode is sponsored by Sheath. Sheath is an underwear company that I've worked with in the past, and they decided to sponsor today's episode. Something you should know about Sheath is that it helps stay comfortable because they have the dual pouch, which helps keep everything separate and helps reduce rashes and stuff like that. Sheath is made from materials like modal and bamboo, which is one of the reasons it's recommended by urologists. And so if you don't trust my word, you probably shouldn't trust the urologist. I asked Sheath to send me some of their underwear so I could showcase it in this ad. However, since their company is run by a bunch of morons, they decided to send me this shirt instead. My buddy Mike does have Sheath though, and he said he thinks it's extremely comfortable and he recommends it. Thanks to Sheath for sponsoring today's episode, and if you want to get some for yourself, go to sheath.com, sheath.com, and use code MATAN, MATAN, to get 20% off your order. That's sheath.com, sheath.com, and use code MATAN, MATAN, to get 20% off your order. Listen, kid, we're not changing our top 5. Let's go. I have 7 more things. What would you say? I asked you all go to Myra's next. You go first. I think that everybody, maybe they're going to funny in their own right. I think people are all very funny in their own right. Maybe they're good at talking. Maybe they're good at fighting. Yeah. Name them. The people that are good at talking and fighting? Sure. Okay, people that are very good at talking and fighting. Well, my co-host, for example, on Fighter the Kid. Oh, what's his name? Brendan Shaw. Very funny man. Very funny. Very strong. You really have to say that? No. Listen, did you listen to Fighter the Kid? I don't listen. I knew it. I fucking knew it. You went like this. You went, I don't listen to the full episode. But there's so much nuance that you can't. I hear about it from different sources. So you're hearing a third party, dude. I need you to get involved in the podcast Fighter the Kid, and you will see that I'm not just the only genius in that fucking duo. It's Brendan Shaw. I'll tell you this. I'm a big part of this. Are you talking about the underground community? Son of a bitch. Listen, what's up? I love that name. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wish it's almost a hero's name. You're like, watch this. You're saying I'm a hero for finding a bunch of funny comedians? Well, no. I just like the idea. They're coming up the hill. What do we do? Okay, what's up? You're changing the conversation. Okay, I'm sorry, but I got carried away. Okay, listen to me. There's a couple hundred thousand of us now. You're part of that community. I started it. You started it? Oh, you know what email I used to? Which? You know. What is it? Tiger Belly. Listen to me right now. I got some information. This is why I have the great podcast, because nobody else will talk to you. I know, and I appreciate it. Yeah. It's good that we're getting this out there. Now look, Tiger Belly. Now that I mentioned that, are you going to call me after this and try to kill me? Never. No, never. I will guess that that's something you might do. No, I would never do that. That was when I was 40. That was when I was 48, bro. I've grown up. No, I'm not as hot. Oh, so the good part of it is big thing. What's that?
You are family.
But also, I think you're talking about Tiger Belly. I love Tiger. I went on there recently. So do I. Did Bobby mention it? Off camera. Did he say good things? He said he was trying to beat him up and kill him. I can't remember exactly. He didn't mention that, but I know that time. Bro, you led me down that rabbit hole. Why are you getting your information from the community? Why can't you just talk to me or Brendan? This is my first time meeting you, and Brendan will talk to me. I don't know how to get in contact. I'll get you on the podcast. Call him right now. Put him on the phone and find him. and this isn't how I behave. So you're hoping that when we're done,
That's not true.
No, I'm trying to be right now.
You're just being honest.
Yeah.
You're asking me questions that I believe are not trolling at all.
I'm not trolling you. I'm actually asking about real things.
I'm here to answer
You are going to be interested in your
Yeah, well, what would you like to know?
I would like to know about what?
I'll tell you.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I love Bobby. He's my friend.
Bang, bang, bang. Hold on. I see the correlation.
You weren't there, dude. Don't give your information to the fucking community. You're getting it from me.
I see it now. I have a comparison.
What do you mean?
You thought he bullied you, so you tried to run his house and bang, bang, bang his door.
No, you're crossing the stories.
Yeah, that's
he didn't bully me, I bullied him.
Well, but you thought he bullied your friend.
I knew he wasn't involved. I thought, yeah, and I also thought that his team was involved in something, which I found out later I was working on the wrong
Did you
information.
find out that they were involved?
Well, the bottom was, the way I treated Bobby was wrong. Yeah, no, the way I treated Bobby was completely wrong, and I apologize 15,000 times. And I love him.
I forgive you.
Okay,
I'll forgive you.
listen,
I'll forgive you.
wait, hold on. Just so you know, if he locks that door, you kill everybody.
I heard that, you know what I heard? I don't know if you are familiar with this, but one time he told his friend that he could fucking pin him down and put his dick in his mouth.
I don't know.
Did he keep his promise to do that to you?
I don't.
He said that to you right after his friend to go bang, bang his door.
Well, yeah, I was trying to start a bit and I got cut off.
No, you were.
No, I was. Now I'm tough, and I will come at him. I'll come at him. But the truth is, if he was my jail cellmate, in jail, I think I'd have to end up opening my mouth.
So you've matured a little bit since then, I'll give you that.
I think so.
In some ways, you've gotten older and your face looks older.
Dude, I have a pretty young looking face for my age.
Have you ever tried a Mexican? No, I did that one. If you signed a big gilded shirt, would it decrease in value?
Wait, if I said what?
A blank gilded shirt, just like a blank black t-shirt.
Dude, I feel like my shirt would leak my shirt. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a story, and you better not fucking make fun of me.
Yeah, I would want to believe so.
I signed an iPhone, and I put it on eBay, and I said, I'm selling this, and no one bought it.
That's a big surprise. What's your message to your fan?
Fans. You're so fan.
I wrote it here. What's your message to your fan?
Okay. But I have fans. So you might be a little worried.
I can't order correctly. It's just physical.
Okay, I have fans, and my message.
You have a big fan out there. What's your message to
My message to my fans is live your dreams. To say things that are profound. Live your dreams and reach for the stars. And if you miss, you'll land on the moon.
I don't know. Now let me be honest.
I've
heard some comedians. I don't know what this is about. Honestly, I haven't. I'm not familiar with stand-up sets or not. I'm not, but I've heard some comedians steal jokes. I don't know if that's something you've been accused of.
I've never
been accused of steal that joke from them, but that's certainly not yours.
Okay, so I heard a billionaire say it once.
I heard a billionaire say it.
But actually, a lot of it's mine. So when he said you can play a lot of clown, I said, man,
I would not accuse your friends of stealing jokes because I think only the great like there they can come up with that stuff. I don't know why you pounded me on that one. Because I like that you were willing to pound it on the idea that your friends and me, they're so different. I don't want to, they're different and nothing is like it.
Okay, I like that. I like the way you're thinking. He's still not, I just don't think you're co-host. I really think you can get a better co-host. The guy could be a better
He's not the co-host every episode.
Why did you bring him in for mine?
Sometimes the co-host got terrible.
God, that guy.
Bring him in. Let's just have him.
He's your co-host. No, I don't mind him.
Bring him in for 1 second.
At least he creates more color in the fucking room. Jesus.
Bring in that guy and have him real quickly check Brian's pockets. But not, he hasn't Jimmy, don't try to
I don't want that red touch.
That's too bad. What are you gonna do?
I don't know, is that part of the rules?
That's part of the rules, yeah. We have to make sure you don't have any weapons.
Yeah, he couldn't bully me though. I think I would beat everybody in a fight. It's fine. Even though I'm old, right? That doesn't.
I don't claim to be a good fighter. I've never had to
You're too
fight.
young to never fight.
Yeah,
You're a kid.
do you have any kids? God damn them to hell.
Well, I have 4 kids, dude. And, in fact, I have a daughter that's only a year younger than me. Oh, fuck. What are you gonna do? Okay, dude. There's nothing in there, look. There's nothing in my pockets. Fine. Yeah. Do you have to check my ass now?
Unbelievable. He's the boss, you know. He checks you out. You know. Show what you have in your hands.
I have this.
You have to hold that. Hey, come here. You have to hold this until we're done.
What do you want to do?
No, take it from him.
No, I don't know. He's gonna go through my stuff.
No, he won't. Just hold it. Hand it to me. Hand me his wallet. You take his phone.
What rules do you have to do this podcast? Don't show them. I'm hurt. They're gonna buy it. They know my credit. They're not that crazy. Now, so where's my fucking mic? Make a lot of money.
You make a lot of money.
What's on my phone?
We'll leave him there. He's not on camera, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't want him.
If Joe Rogan became president, do you think he would make you one of the White House janitors?
No, I think he would give me a position of dignity and power. Because frankly, I'm pretty intelligent, and all my stripes are not cleaning shit.
You made a mistake today.
How?
Go out.
Yeah, I know. I came in. I came in because I figured I'm older and I could teach you young guys who maybe you're asking questions about life. And instead, I got this backdrop. It's a nice shape, but it's still bullshit.
I don't think that's why you're
See it? That guy's got my fucking phone in my wallet.
I don't have your wallet. Just have my phone.
You just took it.
No, I don't. One more phone.
So much money. I am Marvin, manager. Let me in.
He's trying to communicate with you.
When you say let me in, what does that mean? Is that a sexual reference?
What did he say?
I am Marvin, manager. Let me in.
That's an interesting quote. Why would he give that to you?
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's just slow down a little bit. The podcast has been very fast so far. And let's get back to your five most convenient friends. Since we almost forgot about that. Okay. Go ahead. You have to be friends. Don't just name. Don't be like a Trevor Noah. Don't give me some answer like that. No.
It's very whitewashed.
I'm not saying don't be like Trevor Noah. I'm saying don't give me an answer like Trevor Noah.
Like I'm diplomatic answer.
Yeah, give me an answer of like people that you think you're friends with. That your friends that you think are not funny, but you wouldn't say it to their face, but they'll learn about it right now.
Yeah, but you promised me that you wouldn't tell anybody, and so I don't really trust you. And I feel you promised me you would bleep it out.
This is live right now.
This is fucking live right now.
Yeah.
So we're twitching this.
This isn't live on Twitch. This is on Facebook Live.
Seriously?
So nobody's watching, so I can still keep it out on
I feel like you have a big following.
Facebook.
Yes.
I just started
That
that
might
account.
be too old for you. What your thing is TikTok, right?
I post them on YouTube.
Okay.
Let's go. Top 5.
Top 5 what? Meetings I don't think are funny.
Yeah, your friend. Okay, let's go.
But
Nobody answers. Every time I ask one of these stupid guys who's friends with Joe Rogan,
what do you mean?
you go on the same friend group, they won't answer this
I
question.
have other friends. I have a diverse group of friends.
Go ahead, name 5 of them that aren't funny.
5 people that I know that aren't funny.
They're comedians.
I mean, that's unique.
No, it's not. It's super
But to
funny.
be honest, all my friends are funny.
No, they're not.
Who do you think of my friends is not funny? Careful.
I think it's integral for a successful podcast to have a good co-host. No, not this one.
Well, why not this one? Why are you the exception? Are you saying that my
podcast is not successful?
Your podcast is more successful than mine. Now, my podcast used to be way more successful than yours. You know this. You're too young to remember that.
Oh no, I've been there from the beginning.
Well, not really.
I have. I've been watching the start. I've been,
Because you were
eventually I unsubscribed.
you Okay.
But I subscribe to different things.
Unsubscribe to my fucking podcast.
I unsubscribe from YouTube. I subscribe to the Reddit.
That doesn't help.
Oh, that doesn't make you any money.
No, and it doesn't help me. And I feel like, you're adding your voice to a lot of negativity.
No, I'm not. I'm just a happy guy.
And I will tell you this about Reddit.
Yeah.
I had no idea how big it was.
Yes, it was.
My wife told me.
When was that?
That was like I would love some of that for my time. Shit, I'm sorry.
His phone is
It's not professional.
His phone is Hand it to me. Sure.
Who was that?
See the name? Not the one your phone was on. He still was able to get to the code.
Really? Alright. Thanks for that.
Okay, top 5. Let's go. Time to go. You've been on this for a while now.
Top 5 friends of mine who are comics who I don't think are funny. I don't have a top 5. I mean, I don't.
Okay, top 3. I'll allow you to have acted like you already named the 2 you were thinking of, and then just give me one more. It wouldn't be reasonable.
I'm trying to think of who I don't think is funny that I know. You know what the truth is? No, listen, I don't watch other comics. I really don't.
Okay, I have a better question. If your wife was to guess, she said,
Why are you bringing my wife in?
You said
That was probably my wife right there. You just yelled at her.
well,
So, again,
I don't really mind.
you've insulted my wife, my mother. You said my mother needs a new face.
That's a compliment.
It's not a compliment.
He's texting someone on her phone.
No, it's his phone. Alright, so, and then you accuse me of being a bully.
I think that you don't want to be bullied. That's what I don't like bullies. I don't like it.
Yeah, I was bullied when I was young.
Yeah, and what did you do?
I caved. It sucked. I was staying away. But listen, but then I said to myself, I'm never going to get bullied again.
Okay,
It's me. I'm a tough guy.
I'd rather be embarrassed about that than say your friends. So you're trying to satisfy me now. Is that the thing that people don't want to talk about?
Why do you think you really don't want to talk about? What do you mean? I want to talk about anything.
Okay, give me 5.
5? I don't have 5. I really don't.
Yes, you do.
People, I'll tell you this. I do think now when you have a big following on social media, you can get a lot more popular when your comedy
Do
may
you
not
think anybody is thinking this answer to my question?
I mean, not
Okay, name 5 comedians you're friendly that are funny. On social media, you can gain followers. What are you talking about?
I think you're a very good lawyer.
What is
You're very good.
Okay, that's good. 5 right now. I'm a lawyer.
Kill my thing. Hey, I'll call you back. I'm on a podcast.
He's doing the podcast with
That's Alex. Is that Alex?
Alex.
Yeah. Was he asking my yes?
He's doing the podcast with Brendan Schwab.
Schwab. Don't say Schwab.
I'm saying it wrong.
Yes, it's Brendan Schwab. It's a German name. You could.
Oh shit. He called you. Somehow he found the footage right now on Facebook. He's suing me. Fuck. He said he got Rogan involved. What? Not this again. I'll take back the phone and give it back to him.
God's sake, be careful. That's an iPhone 16.
Alright. Okay. 5?
I don't know. 2. Again, I would never say who I don't think is funny. It's so easy.
Okay, let me phrase it like this. You steal Vaughn funny?
Yes.
He's very funny.
Yes.
He's your co-host funny.
I think my code, you got five.
You didn't say it. I said steal Vaughn funny. I know the answer. The fighter and the kid's very funny. He's not.
Oh, come on. You don't even listen to the podcast. You can get your information from the community.
Another lawsuit.
No. You should be listening to the fighter in the
Is this how you expected this episode to go today? You did. Well, then good on you for showing up.
Come on, bro. We're here, man.
I'm sure you're still getting pressure. Some psychologists say that the left side of the brain is for analytical thinking, while the right side of the brain is used for creative purposes. What would they say about someone like you who is missing their brain?
They would say that I'm all heart.
All heart. Nothing else. That's why you don't want to throw your friends under the bus.
I work from my heart.
Unless they're Asian.
What is their Asian?
And a little fat and tiny now.
You're being, that's a mean way to describe it.
No, that is not. You don't love it. It's like people chill.
Podcast.
I'm trying to get good points for the show up.
He's a good man.
I've already said
You're using me to get him. You've been using me to get him on the fucking podcast because he's more popular.
he's a way better guest.
He's a good guest.
He's a good guest. He's like the top tier.
I agree with that. And the most viral thing we ever had was Bobby.
What, did somebody record the phone call?
No, there were 2 phone calls. Listen. Hey, man, it's logging me with this phone all the time. Why'd you turn my ringer on?
Why are you getting so many phone calls? Hang up the phone. Hang on. All right, let's continue. Well, yeah, we'll continue.
Okay.
Is it possible to eat Ethiopian food?
Yes.
It is.
Yes, because you have to eat it with the spongy bread that comes with it, so you use your hands.
Say again?
It comes with a spongy bread, and you go like this with it, and you eat it.
You used to be an actor, right?
Well, I'm still an actor, bro.
Do you think you would have been?
I used to be like I'm old.
Do you think you would have been a more successful actor if you were more talented?
I am fucking talented. It's just that I chose not to do acting. And by the way, I'm a very good actor. I can act right now.
Go ahead.
Give me a scenario.
Yeah?
Go ahead. What the fuck you want?
You are really mad at 5 of your friends because they're not fun.
Okay.
Give them the names.
You guys. Oh, dude, you're good.
Go ahead. Go.
None of you guys are fucking funny, okay? None of you. Every time I see you, I'd rather cry. So you gotta get yourself a little more specific and start fucking writing.
Yeah, you didn't do the name.
What? Pussy, yeah. Fuck. Hey, John, Steve, Paul, Isaiah, Jeremiah, you guys are not fucking funny. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? Brent takes too much shit.
I love him.
I feel like you don't.
He's my, he's, on, Seaman Court.
So much money, dude. How the fuck do you have that much money? You're young.
I don't fucking got any of that. I get like 2 of those a
You
year.
know what's happening? You're making money off me right now.
This episode might do it.
Yeah, I know you very well.
It'll be seen by hundreds of thousands on a brand new platform.
What's that platform called? If you say about it, I'm gonna freak out.
We both know it's right what I'm doing.
Damn it, you're bullying me right now. By the way, this whole fucking podcast should be called the Bully Podcast. And you know what?
So you should have guessed.
Yeah, and you've been bullied. And I'm fucking older than your parents, I guarantee you. You should have more respect.
That might be true, yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably as old as your grandfather, which is fucked up.
How old's your grandfather? Just around that age, I guess. Why don't you take the money? It's all for your money.
Is that real money? That's something paper.
That's real money. Unless he's fucking trying to fool me right now.
That's probably, I think that's $10,000.
No, that's 30,000.
That's 30 grand.
That's 30 grand.
In cash. Dude, man, you are fucking rolling.
Well, no, I get from one of that. I get 2%. I get like a couple hundred a year. Look at my year.
You have such a bad manager. And a terrible.
He's a good manager. Look how much.
He's the worst manager and the worst co-host ever alive.
You deal with the worst co-host every week.
That's fucking not true.
Why'd you almost laugh at that?
Because you don't watch the podcast, so how would you know that?
I might keep up with it more than you.
Okay, who was the last guest?
Brandon,
No, see? Fucking, I'm wrong. I just got you.
you guys can't guess anymore.
We get guests.
Yeah, you guys got,
We've had some problems. But yeah,
yeah, but
things haven't been what they were.
why do you think that is?
Because of some decisions. All right, what are you doing? Is that a victory thing?
Why do you think they're trying?
Why are you doing that? Your hair looks So you look like a fucking witch right now from that angle. Do you know that? Are you doing gypsy curses?
I just said I'm not even to bother.
Holy shit. You just sound like you're speaking Aramaic. It's really bad energy. And that guy's fucking laughing. Viral for it. No, I'm not taking any more money. I'm fucking done with that shit. Alright, dude, I have a fucking 7 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have a huge meeting.
we already went through all of the bad stuff.
Don't you have any?
What else can I ask you
I
about?
don't know, something positive.
Okay, let's
Don't you
ask
have any,
something.
like, don't you have any advice? Don't you want any advice? Like, hey, Brian,
Your co-host once threatened to pin you down and put his dick in your weed. Already did that.
already did that.
That one was written for later.
Yeah. Well, we got to it.
Do you think the government should buy free dental care so that they close down when a homeless person opens their mouth?
Yes, that I do. Yes.
How do you think they'll
I think they should round people up. They should have dentist chairs in the paddy wagon.
the paddy wagon?
Yes, and I think they should
That's
have.
something before my time.
Yeah, sorry. A paddy wagon it goes back to when drunk Irishmen who are immigrants in New York would get drunk and they put them in what's called the paddy wagon. Called the paddies. It's a racist thing, actually, against Irish people, but it's what it was. Or a bigoted thing.
Which of the 7 sins do you embody the most?
It's a really good fucking question. Yeah. Let me see if I can get them. Ready?
Sure.
Lust.
Correct.
Avarice. Like greed.
Okay.
Pride.
Correct.
Anger.
Yeah, I would guess that you're a really prideful sloth.
And sloth. Let me get to the fucking.
Well, I'm just saying what I think you are. Well, I think you're more than 3, but I'm just getting there.
Dude, I'm not a sloth. You see me with my shirt off, bro.
I don't want you to take your shirt off.
Okay, but I'm not very in shape.
Well, we already did that earlier.
I know. But I have a nice body.
This is not something to
Alright, I'm 57. Don't say 60.
You're like,
Don't give me 3 extra years, bro.
rounding it up.
No, that's not fucking. That's so rude. So now you. Okay.
When is your birthday?
January 26th is coming up.
Well, so you wouldn't even, if we rounded even to the 5s, it wouldn't even be 55, it'd be 60.
I'm 58. You're right. Okay, but we don't have to do that kind of fucking math. I thought you were going to say. I thought we were done with the negative stuff. What would you get me for a birthday? If you had to.
Oh, that's a good question. What would I give you for?
Don't be a dick.
No, I'm gonna give you a real answer. I would give you red bull.
I'm not pounding you for that. Ow. Don't fucking pound me when I don't pound you. Don't force pound me.
Well, I don't like disrespect.
Well, why do you keep bringing up red?
I don't like
Don't sense it.
That's why.
And why'd you call it the community?
I'm part of it. I feel like I'm in a community.
You're part of the Reddit community?
Come on, we did this already. I am the fucking leader. I started it with that fucking retard. You finally figured it out.
Yeah,
This time.
so this has been, and this is fucking where I'm at now. In this white world, in this fucking, surrounded by sheets. What are you doing? You're checking your phone in the middle of our fucking lineup.
How much would somebody have to pay you to live under this guy? Drew McIntyre. It's here! How much would he have to give you to live under that guy?
Well, if he grew his hair out, I think it would really bring out the best features of his face.
That's not me. That's what
No, I'm saying that. No, I know who that was. That was PT.
That was who?
It was the pizza chopper.
No, that was Mike. The guy I just showed you was Dimension 7 Yo.
Oh, so that's not the same guy.
You thought that was the same guy? No. Yeah, he did that. Sometimes Mike, they say he looks like him in a long neck.
Yeah, I would never say that.
Do you know long neck?
I know what long pig is.
We'll talk about long neck in just a couple.
Okay, you know what long pig is?
Probably not.
So long pig is when you call human flesh when you eat it. If you're a cannibal, you want some not just saying you said long neck, and I
No,
thought
I'm saying like you say all that weird shit on that other podcast.
the fire. I'm just educating you. And it's the other podcast is the Father and the Kid.
No, I'm saying
It's a beloved podcast, except for by the community.
no, I'm saying you're talking about like animals and like human flesh. That's more for save that for Friday. If you, I'll give you money if you really like it off the cost.
You mean turn to the Fire and the Kid?
No, turn up. Then I'll do that. I'll give you some Rogan's name off.
If I brought you to Rogan and I dressed you up like a furry or something, and you just sit standing like you were him, that'd be kind of cool, right? If you were just next to me,
I'll shut down the whole Reddit. I'll shut it down.
well, if I bring you up Rogan,
I'll do it.
dude.
We have a deal.
But how are you gonna shut down the Reddit? Look me in the eye.
I
You own it, fucking.
and I treat you.
So you're like the leader of it.
I don't want to be down.
So if you were like, stop, just stop.
No, I can just stop. Last ban all of it. I don't use Reddit. No.
Fucking have a lot of power for a kid your age, dude.
No.
I still don't believe you're 17. I told you 21.
21? I mean, that's not really a big difference. It's like 57 or 60.
How much? Oh, dude. It's a really bad way to shoot.
No, it's not my money. I don't give a fuck about his money. He stole it from me.
He did. Okay, I feel like this is going pretty well. Sorry.
Long neck is here.
Long neck is here.
Long neck is here.
Okay. Are we done?
Long neck is here after the job. Long neck is here. Please be cool, long neck. Tell him some jokes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the podcast. With today's guest, we have Brian Callan. Welcome in. Now come and sit in the middle. And for today's co-host, we have my manager, Viral Flooring. Welcome in, Viral Flooring. Welcome in, Viral Flooring, my manager.
Somebody said get to. Oh, this is so cramped.
No, it's me, you, and my manager, Viral Flooring.
Oh, okay.
So please, just in case any of the audience doesn't know you, please just introduce yourself, tell everybody a little bit.
I think the audience probably knows. How old's your audience?
I don't know, but you're not, like, I mean, not everybody knows you.
Be cool. All right. It's my favorite. I actually don't eat gluten, but I had a gluten, sugar, seed oil shake before I got here. I'm just a comedian and an actor and an athlete and a father.
Yeah, but in case I need to tell them, that's not super specific.
I mean, you want me to tell you what I was in?
Tell them a little bit about you. And by the way, I'm just gonna warn you now, don't fucking bully me. Because I'll show up right to your house. Bang, bang, bang. I don't give a fuck about you.
You're doing me on Rogan, dude. I know what you're fucking doing.
I don't give a fuck about your UFC shit.
No,
I'm gonna go straight to your house, alright?
Well, that's what I used to be like. Now I'm not that way. I've found God.
Don't fucking bully me, alright?
Just saying.
Now introduce yourself.
You and I have a lot in common. I was a lot like you.
No, I would never say something that stupid. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm an actor. I came to Los Angeles to be an actor because I like to move people to tears and to laughter.
It's just so bad. Why? You said you like to move them to tears?
Yes, and laughter. That's the whole point of being an artist.
Have you ever made a person laugh before?
Yeah, fucking, I'm a comic, dude. I'm really good at stand-up comedy.
I understand that that's like the thing, but it doesn't work.
Yes, it works. That's why I don't sell a lot of tickets, but I sell a respectable amount of
So
tickets.
can you tell a joke to my manager, Viral Flooring, that could make him laugh?
No, my comedy is not like that. I don't do jokes. I do stories.
So tell a funny story to my manager, Viral
Dude,
Flooring.
I'm more. Fuck. All right.
Tell a funny. My manager, he's in what is it? Serious pain. What did I say?
Yeah, you say he was in serious.
Oh no, he's in
Looks like
my manager is in tremendous pain. He is breathing, and he begged me not to put him in. Can you please tell him a funny story to lighten up the mood?
he's kind of awkward to get money from walking away.
So that's not what I asked. I asked for you to tell him a story.
You put me on the spot. I don't have a lot of funny stories. It's more like I start with a theme with my
Oh,
comedy.
you're like a crowd work guy.
Yeah, no, I don't do crowd work. I mean, sometimes I will do crowd work, like if a
So
guy.
tell crowd work to Viral Flooring.
A I saw a guy. He had a big head, and he had.
Look at him while you're doing it.
Okay. Well, this was funny. I said, I said your head looks like I can fit my head in it, and they kind of like people chuckled. And then I said, you look like you have a big torso, but he had skinny legs. And I said, you're built like an arachnid. And if you were there at the time, it was very funny.
He's not laughing.
He is laughing. Jesus Christ. Anyway, here, I just want to say that I'm a little older than you guys, so this is a good opportunity for you guys to ask me questions about life if you have.
Well, we'll get into the serious stuff. Just remember that thing about money, you know.
Yeah, I know. I got in trouble for bullying certain people.
Yeah, they show up to your house. Bang, 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 dude. I know what you're doing. I'm not referencing you.
Yeah, I feel like you are, and I was a younger man, fucking way better looking, and I feel like I was, I had a lot of heat in me. When you're young, you have a lot of heat.
Are you 50 years old?
No, it wasn't.
How old are you now?
I'm 57.
Okay, that was 9 years ago.
I have tight skin.
Was I that old? You were 48 years old. How would I know? But when I was old, you're okay.
But when I was 48, I had a lot of, I still had a lot of testosterone running through my veins. As you get older, you develop perspective. So if you wanted to fight me when I was younger, I'd be like, right, let's go. But right now, I would do this. Watch and say, I want to fight you. Watch this. Watch this.
If you want to bully me, I'll fight you. Bang, bang, bang.
You're not mad at me, man. You're just mad at the world. You see, that's called perspective.
Would say that to a 48-year-old?
No. Well, I would probably say that. Yes.
That's not how I would threaten somebody. That's how somebody on Joe Rogan's podcast.
See, I feel like you're referencing that, dude.
No, I'm not. I don't even know what it is.
But you just mentioned it.
It's just a guess based off what you said, educated guess.
Well, all right, that's fair. I do Joe Rogan a lot. He's a friend.
Get me on there. I'll give you some of his money.
I do his podcast on Friday. Maybe I'll play the good world.
If you want to bring me, I'll wear,
I don't want to go bring me pizza.
I'll wear what my guy here, Terry's just wearing.
Yeah, that guy didn't say hi to me at all. He just came out of the fucking bathroom. He was in there for way too long. His whole head is wrapped in a fucking shirt, and he's got, I can't see anything.
Well, let's move on, okay? Introduction.
And this is, I have to be honest with you, not to be a dick. I've been doing this for a long time. I've earned a certain amount of respect, and you have a fucking sheet set up.
That's just my setup. Okay, let's move on, okay?
I mean, even this chair is not comfortable.
Have you ever tried?
I got this fucking guy next to me. Keep going.
Have you ever tried a Mexican cookie? It's like a chocolate chip with salsa all over it.
It's my favorite food, to be honest with you. I love the sweet and the spicy. I've always been kind of a sweet and spicy person myself, like behind my face. Thank God he's fucking done with his pizza. It's fucking monkey. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called it. The point is,
why did you say that?
Because he just popped out. I'm sorry, it just popped out. I tend to get. See, when people chew that quickly, and I can see that it makes me nervous. You understand? It makes me nervous. Yes, and now I insulted him. Now I feel bad.
So let me ask you a question. So far, just from the couple of minutes
I'm sorry, I apologize.
the couple of minutes you've been on, you say that you're having a better experience than when you went on Joe Rogan?
I feel like this is a good fit for me, to be honest with you. Yeah, and I'm sorry that I upset your guy. I'm bummed.
I guess you took that as like a major offense. You just fucked up all three angles.
Yeah, I know.
Look at that main camera right now.
That's my main camera, too. That's my main shot.
He just took that whole thing out right now.
Yeah, and I have shit I want to plug, and now, all right, fine.
But sorry, I got distracted a little bit. Why is the Mexican cookie chocolate chip with salsa all over your favorite?
Because it's not what you would expect, and it's what I call a sensual food.
Have you tried it before?
No, I'm going to.
Who's going to introduce you to it?
Probably Matam.
If it wasn't me, because earlier you said it was your favorite line that you would have tried.
Yeah, because I went through it in my mind.
Introduced you to that.
Who would have introduced me to a chocolate
Chip with salsa all over it.
somebody of Latin descent?
Bottom floor?
The other one told me he was Venezuelan.
Where's Brendan Schaub from?
It's Schaub. He's not.
Brendan Schaub?
Yeah, Brendan Schaub. He is not Mexican.
So why would you
Not that. So he's actually a white boy.
So why didn't you say that?
I said, well, because you said Schwab and I said
That's
Schaub.
what I got introduced to. That was my favorite.
Really?
Yeah, but Brendan.
Oh, you know what, dude? You fucking led me down the rabbit hole and I fell for it. And you're looking up like you don't know what you're saying.
I don't know.
See? You're acting innocent, but it's
I did not do a good job. I didn't do anything.
God, I'm jealous of your name, to be honest, too. What's up?
You just realize now what that question was?
I fucked up.
I thought you would have got it immediately.
I did. I guess I'm not good with that. I tend to be a little bit naive.
No, people
And I accept a lot of
This
things.
isn't like a gotcha podcast or nothing.
No, it doesn't feel
No, it's not.
It's fine. What's behind this?
Nothing.
It's actually, I'll be honest with you, that's an expensive sheet.
It's a good sheet. I keep telling everybody. Everybody has it.
I've heard it's low quality.
Yeah.
I don't touch it. How many pound threads is this? This is fucking expensive.
I found it in the dumpster, but it was outside of the bar. Like, I don't know, but it was It was outside of like a high quality place.
This is a very gay neighborhood. Not to be
Gay neighborhood.
and gay men tend to be.
We are in a
So a lot of guys hold hands. One guy was making out, and then he complimented me on my lower body, which I get a lot of. And then I was
why would you do that about your lower body?
because I'm not gay. I mean, college and stuff, but for the ones
So you were gay lived.
you go through a phase. That's all. You know what I mean? Or sometimes I'm gay if it's an emergency.
In what type of emergency would that be?
Like if you're in Europe,
Whatever.
you lost your wallet.
And how could that translate into something gay?
It's just because you meet somebody. I'm not into guy.
But you're a fighter, right? You've had more fights than UFC fighters.
Well, dude,
You've had more street fights than UFC fighters.
I know what you're doing to me. Dude. All right, now listen to me. Look, all I'm saying is that there's a situation, okay?
I'm a big fan of you too.
Appreciate that.
What do you know what I'm saying? So I am just,
Ready?
I just know all about you guys, and I'm happy that you're here. And
Okay.
I got rid of.
I feel like you're not being sincere.
I'm being super sincere. I got rid of.
Why are you looking over there? You're not looking at me.
I got rid of all of the animals that I have here usually. And I got rid of some of the.
I know a lot about animals.
There were some homeless people that used to be here. I got rid of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Are you getting this reference yet?
Not really. I'm bad with these references, bro.
I got rid of like the cats and all that.
He said nothing this whole time. What's he do?
He's a massive fan of you, and he's my manager for the floor.
So he just want to be around me with all that fucking money? Every time I fucking reach for it, he doesn't give it.
That's my manager.
It's a lot of money. You must be making a fortune.
He's making a fortune. He takes 98% of my income.
Why are you using him as a manager, bro? You're too young to get taken advantage
He
of.
said, why am I not?
You shouldn't. I have other people that can take 10%.
Oh, no, well, that's not an option. He has me signed in. He got me signed in when I was like 12. So he got that thing where my parents signed it before my mother was
Such a bad thing for once in jail.
And what did he do? He had it ratified by the courts.
So you had to raise yourself.
Well, since I was 11.
Since you were fucking 11?
Yeah, where'd I grow up? I don't know, I couldn't think
It
of
sounds like you grew up in Israel. Take it easy. Don't be anti-Semitic. I just can tell by the accent.
Jewish.
I mean, I have friends who are Jewish.
My dad.
Well, my last name, the Italian side is Sclafani.
So you're Italian.
I'm Italian.
We're not
But they look more like they come from Israel, not from Italy. Does that make sense? I know. They don't have, like, for example, my mother looks, people think she's Ashkenazi because she doesn't have Italian. She looks, she's not, there's no blonde
place her face.
Sorry?
Maybe your mother should place her face.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? That's so insulting, dude. Like, get it, you mean, like, get it in your nose?
Okay, fine. Well, not just the nose. If she looks, if she's called out by it, she doesn't mind my face. Okay.
But yeah.
Would you rather get $480,000 right now, or 16 cents that doubles every day for a week?
16 cents, it doubles every day for a week.
That would add up to 2048 total. That's true. I just did the math in my head. I didn't write it down or nothing.
Because you want to go usually exponentially, you know what I'm saying?
No.
Hey, this guy's moving a lot.
What did he do to you?
It's distracting.
He's just chilling and how he's on.
Look at how he's dressed in joggers, but he has a button-down shirt that he tucked in. Makes no sense to me.
Just trying to make sure you're comfortable.
All right.
Is he making you comfortable?
Not really. There's a lot of movement. So far, this is going really
We're
well.
just making sure it's going really good so far.
I think so.
We already covered 2 good topics.
I think so. That's great.
We covered the same things.
Yeah, you and your camera guy.
That's my camera guy, Mike. Yeah. And that's my Mike.
Fake name.
I wouldn't fake anything.
Right.
Let's continue. Within your friend group, who do you think are the 5 funniest comedians?
I think Bill Burr. I think Duff Davidoff. I think Steve Byrne cracks me up. I think Andrew Santino is hilarious. I think Bobby Lee's hilarious.
So that's the 5.
I think Sebastian Maniscalco is hilarious.
Okay, so 6.
A lot of things.
Crazy. And every morning he runs it. We go to England and they'll start
Now
putting on
the
the
5
extra.
least funny, so now you get to that, guys.
That's a fucked up question.
It's a smart question.
It's a smart question.
You already have one in your
It's a
first
smart question.
You already have the first one.
Wait a minute.
I'm just assuming that you knew that was the next question. That's why you said die again.
Dude, that makes
I'm just
Matan, do you understand that he can make one phone call, he can open his fucking window and whisper, and this whole podcast goes away?
Oh, are we talking about Brendan Schwab or Joe Rogan?
Talk about Joe Rogan.
Oh, I love Joe Rogan.
Oh,
But he's in that top 5, the second list, so now finish the next 4.
I mean, the 4 who are not funny, there are a lot of comics
We
that
both know who the next guy is. What are you saying?
why do you keep looking up? I feel like you're baiting me. Listen,
I'm looking up.
there are a lot of comics. Okay, look,
I can't continue to look at you.
Listen,
You're laughing.
I'm not laughing.
I'm
Listen,
trying to say I'm being
I'm-
serious in business style.
when it comes to comedy, it's
When I asked you for I'm just going to interrupt you because I don't want to hear this bullshit. When I asked you for the 5 funniest, you gave me 6 in like 20 seconds. Now, when I'm asking for the 5 least funny, I know what name they're coming to your mind.
you are not a mind reader, dude.
I know like it's two of them. One of them you named. One of them we named earlier, and I want you to name it.
Don't say, oh, okay, I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, so let's start off with you. Name 0 of the least funny.
Yeah. Okay, so comedy, so sometimes people look funny off the cuff. Stand-up is a little bit different because it requires, so looking up like that. Stand-up
Just such bullshit.
No, I'm not bullshitting.
Why do you have to do this explanation when I asked you for the
I'm
5?
trying to create a caveat here. Stand-up is something
I
like,
know that I have to get an answer from you. I can't accept not getting an answer from you.
I know, you're very competitive, dude.
I'm competitive.
I appreciate that.
I'm gonna one day I'll have more street fights than
You know what? That fucking earring you have is a small touch, but it really brings out your eyes and your nose. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't like the noise.
Why? You have a Roman nose. It's Jewish, it's sharp.
We're not changing the conversation, okay? The 5 is funny, and then I'll do mine.
But I feel like it's mean to mention unfunny comics when they're trying.
I'll believe their names.
I feel like let me look at you. So say that again. I want to see if I can trust you.
I swear on my life, I'm gonna leave.
But you're not looking at my face. You see what happened?
My life. I swear to God.
Dude, you're crossing your fingers. I just caught you crossing your fingers, and you can't even look at me. It's unbelievable. I feel like you're
to have some integrity to say the names.
fine. I will. I think John Mayer is not funny. I think
I said your family.
I know these guys.
Okay, John Mayer.
John Mayer's a great guitarist. He's not great. John Mayer is a great guitarist, but I don't think he's my Tom Cruise good friend. I don't know if he's that funny. He's pretty
These
serious.
are not comedians. You are not friendly, Tom Cruise.
We have the timeshare anyhow. You don't know.
The 5 least funny comedians have done your podcast or done Joe Rogan's podcast.
I feel it. Why is he fucking sitting there just smiling, man? But he's not the co-host. I'm gonna be honest with you, dude.
We're not changing.
You should change the co-host.
Okay, I'll check it out.
He's literally just all he does is sit there and laugh under his breath and count on it. Okay,
I'll change the rules, but I'm not going to change the conversation. So let's get on to the 5 least funny.
Okay.
You're nervous. I feel like biting your lips.
I'm a little, yeah, because this is a big podcast and it's exciting to be on there with other people. You? No,
I'm scared he's going to sue.
Yeah. Don't worry. Hey, no business scene. Relax. Relax. He's touching me with his foot, bro. That's inappropriate. Yes. He's creepy. No, these are sponsored by Adidas. Not sponsored by SIF Sports.
Jesus just went down the floor.
You know what? You gotta cut your fucking hair. It's driving me nuts. You see what happens the whole time?
Getting it out of my face.
I know, bro, so cut it.
Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode is sponsored by Sheath. Sheath is an underwear company that I've worked with in the past, and they've decided to sponsor today's episode. Something you should know about Sheath is that it helps stay comfortable because they have the dual pouch, which helps keep everything separate and helps reduce rashes and stuff like that. Sheath is made from materials like modal and bamboo, which is one of the reasons it's recommended by urologists. And so if you don't trust my word, you probably shouldn't trust the urologist either. I asked Sheath to send me some of their underwear so I could showcase it in this app. However, since their company is run by a bunch of morons, they decided to send me this shirt instead. My buddy Mike does have Sheath though, and he said he thinks it's extremely comfortable and he recommends it. Thanks for Sheath for sponsoring today's episode, and if you want to get some for yourself, go to sheath.com, sheath.com, and use code MATAN, MATAN, to get 20% off your order. That's sheath.com, sheath.com, and use code MATAN, MATAN, to get 20% off your order. Listen, we're not changing at all. I have been saying this. I asked you all to go my own. Everybody that's not even all right. People are all very funny. People that are good at talking, fighting, sure. Okay, people that are very good at talking and fighting, well, my co-host, very funny. No. Listen, did you listen to Fighter and Kid? I don't know. I knew it. I fucking knew it. There's so much nuance.
I hear about it from different sources.
So you're hearing a third party, dude. I need you to get involved in the podcast Fighter and Kid, and you will see that I'm not just the only genius in that fucking duo. It's Brendan Shaw.
I'll tell you this,
Are you talking about the underground community? Son of a bitch. Listen, Matan. I love that name. I gotta be honest with you. I wish it's almost a hero's name. You like to watch this?
You're saying I'm a hero for finding a bunch of funny comedians?
Well, no. I just like the idea. They're coming up the hill. What do we do? Get Matan.
You're changing the conversation.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I got carried away. Okay, listen to me.
There's a couple hundred thousand of us now.
You're part of that community.
I started it.
And you started it?
How? You know what email I used to?
Which?
You know.
What is it?
Tiger Belly.
Listen here right now. I got some information.
This is why I have to create a podcast, because nobody else will talk to you like
I
this.
know, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's good that we're getting this out there. Now look, Tiger Belly.
Now that I mentioned that, are you going to call me after this and threaten to kill me?
Never.
No? Never. I will bet that that's something you might do.
No, I would never do that. That was when I was 48, bro. I've grown up. I'm not as hot.
Oh, so go on YouTube meeting.
What's that?
What?
Yeah.
You admitted it. Come on, don't do it.
But also, I think you're talking about Tiger Belly.
I love Tiger. I went on there recently.
So do I. Did Bob mention me?
Off camera.
Did you say good things?
He said he threatened to beat him up and kill him.
I can't remember exactly.
He didn't mention that, but I thought that.
Bro, you led me down that rabbit hole. Why are you getting your information from the community? Why can't you just talk to me or Brendan?
This is my first time meeting you, and Brendan won't talk to me. I don't know how to get in contact with him.
I'll get you on the podcast.
Call him right now. Call him right now. Put him on the phone in front of him.
No, I'm not going to do that. No, he's
okay, I'll talk to
you know what? By
no,
the way,
don't pussy out of it now.
No. I'm going to have when we're done. I'll have
because you're hoping when we're done, I'm going to make. You're hoping that I'm not a real person. This isn't how I behave. So you're hoping that when we're done.
That's not true.
No.
No.
I'm trying here right now.
No, you're just being honest.
Yeah.
You're asking me questions that I believe are not trolling at all.
I'm not trolling you. I'm actually asking about real things.
I'm here to answer you.
We're going to be interested in you.
Yeah, well, what would you like to know?
I would like to know about what?
About Tiger Belly.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I love Bobby. He's my friend.
Bang, bang, bang. Hold on. All the time. I see the correlation.
You weren't there, dude. Don't get your information from the fucking community. You're getting it from me.
I see it now. I have a conspiracy.
What do you mean?
You thought he bullied you, so you tried to go to his house and bang, bang, bang his door.
No. You're crossing the stories.
Yeah, that's
he didn't bully me. I bullied him.
No, but you thought he bullied your friend.
I knew he wasn't involved. I thought. Yeah, I went wrong. And I also thought that his team was involved, which I found out later. I was working out with the wrong
Did you
information.
find out that they were involved?
Well, the bottom line, the way I treated Bob was wrong. Yeah. No. The way I treated Bob was completely wrong, and I apologize 15,000 times. And I love him.
I forgive you. I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you.
Wait, hold on. So, if he locks that door, he can kill everybody.
I heard that. You know what I heard? I don't know if you heard it, but one time he told his friend that he could fucking pin him down and put his dick in his mouth.
I don't know if
He been promised to do that to you.
I don't. Me?
He said that to you right after he threatened to help bang his daughter.
Well, yeah, I was trying to start a bit and I got cut off.
Oh, you were.
No, I was. Now I'm tough, and I will come at him. I'll come at him. But the truth is, if he was my jail cellmate, if he's my cellmate in jail, I think I'd have to end up opening my mouth.
So you have matured a little bit since then, I'll give you that.
I think so.
In some ways, you got older and your face looks older.
Dude, I have a pretty young looking face for my age, and you know that.
Have you ever tried a Mexican? No, I did that one. If you signed a leg gilded shirt, would it decrease in value?
Wait, if I said what?
A leg gilded shirt, just like a blank black t-shirt.
Dude, I feel like my shirt would. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the story, and you better not fucking make fun of me.
I would want to go to
I signed an iPhone, and I put it on eBay, and I said, I'm selling this, and no one bought it.
That's a big surprise. Well, what's your message to your fan?
Fans. You
No,
said fan.
I wrote it here. What's your message to your fan?
Okay. But I have fans. So you might be a language barrier.
I can't order correctly. This is physical.
I have fans, and my message.
I'm a big fan of them. What's your message?
My message to my fans is live your dreams. To say things that are profound. Live your dreams and reach for the stars. If you miss, you'll land on the moon.
I don't know. Now, let me be honest.
Good fucking say.
I've heard some comedians. I don't know about you, honestly. I haven't. I'm not familiar with your stand-up skits or not. I'm not. But I've heard some comedians steal jokes. I don't know if that's something you've been accused of.
I've never
Where did you steal that quote from? That's certainly not yours.
Okay, so I heard a millionaire say it once.
You heard a millionaire say it?
So I'll admit, but I actually a lot of it's mine. So what he said, you land on a cloud. I said, no. That makes more sense.
I would not accuse your friends of stealing jokes because I think only with a brain like theirs they can come up with that stuff. They're
Why pounded me on that one?
because I like that you were willing to pound on the idea that you corrected your friends. You think they're so different. I don't want to. Yeah, they're different. And nothing is like it.
Okay, I like that. I like the way you're thinking. He's still not. I just don't think you're co-host. I really think you could get a better co-host. Like I could be a better.
He's not the co-host every episode.
Why did you bring him in from mine?
Sometimes the co-host is that terrible stuff.
God, that guy.
Bring him in. Let's just have him.
No, I don't want you.
Let's wait for 1 second.
Jesus.
Bring that guy on the field. Check Brian's office.
There's nothing in there, look. There's nothing in my pockets.
Front side.
Yeah. Do you have to check my ass now?
Unbelievable. He's the boss, you know. Check. No, he show what you have in your hands.
I have this.
Oh, you have to hold that. Hey, come here. You have to hold this until we're done.
What do you want to do?
No, take it from him.
No, I don't know, because he'll go through my stuff.
No, he won't. Just to hold it. Hand it to me. Hand his wallet. You take his phone.
How many rules do you have to do this podcast? Don't show my credit card. They're gonna buy it. They know my credit is not that crazy. Now, so where's my fucking money? It's a lot of money.
You take it off. Not on my phone. But leave him there. He's not on camera, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't know.
If Joe Rogan became president, do you think he would make you one of the White House janitors?
No, I think he would give me a position of dignity and power. Because frankly, I'm pretty intelligent, and my strengths are not cleaning shit.
You made a mistake today, though.
How?
Ground.
Yeah, I know. I came in. I came in because I figured I'm older and I could teach you young guys. Maybe you'd ask me questions about life. And instead, I got this backdrop. It's a nice shape, but it's still bullshit.
I don't think that's why
Terrible scene. That guy's got my fucking phone. You got my wallet.
I don't have your wallet. You just have my wallet.
No, you just took it.
No, I don't. We'll move on.
So much money. I am Marvin, manager. Let me in. I don't know what that means.
He's trying to communicate with you.
When you say let me in, what does that mean? Is that a sexual reference?
What did he say?
I am Marvin, manager. Let me in.
That's an interesting note. Why would he give that to you?
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's just slow down a little bit. The podcast has been very fast-paced so far. And let's get back to 5 worst comedians, my friends. Since we almost forgot about that, okay? Go ahead. You have to be friends with you. Don't just name. Don't be like a Trevor Noah. Don't give me some answer like that.
I'm not Trevor.
No.
He's very whitewashed.
I'm not saying don't be like Trevor Noah. I'm saying don't give me an answer like Trevor Noah.
Like a diplomatic answer.
Yeah, give me an answer of like people that you think you're friends with. That you're friends with, that you think are not funny. But say it to their face, but they'll learn about it right now.
Yeah, but you promised me you wouldn't tell anybody, and so I don't really trust you. And you promised me you would bleep it out.
This is live right now.
This is fucking live right now. Yeah, we're twitching this.
No, this isn't live on Twitch. This is on Facebook Live.
Seriously?
Nobody's working, so I can still leave it out on
I feel like you have a big following.
on Facebook.
Yes.
I just started
That
that
might
one.
be cool. What are your things? TikTok, right?
Well, I put them on YouTube.
Okay.
Let's go.
Top 5 what? Comedians that don't think are funny.
See your friends. Okay, let's go.
But
Nobody answers. Every time I ask one of these stupid guys, whose friends are Joe Rogan,
what do you mean?
who all have the same friend group, they won't answer these
I
questions.
have other friends. I have a diverse group of friends.
Go ahead, name 5 of them that aren't funny.
5 people that I know that aren't funny.
They're comedians.
I mean, that's me.
No, it's not. It's super
But to
funny.
be honest, all my friends are funny.
No, they're not.
Who do you think of my friends is not funny? Careful.
I think it's integral for a successful podcast to have a good co-host. No, not this one.
Well, why not this one? Why are you the exception? Are you saying that my
podcast is not successful?
your podcast is more successful than mine? Now, my podcast used to be way more successful than yours. You know this. But you're too young to remember that.
Oh no, I've been there from the beginning.
Well, not really.
I have. I've been watching the start.
Because you were
Eventually I unsubscribed. But I subscribed.
you unsubscribed to my fucking podcast.
I unsubscribed from YouTube. I subscribed to the Reddit.
That doesn't help me.
Oh, that doesn't make you any money.
No, and it doesn't help me. And I feel like you're adding your voice to a lot of negativity.
No, I'm not. I'm just a happy guy.
And I will tell you this about Reddit. I had no idea how big it was.
Yes, it was.
My wife told me.
When was that?
That was like I would love
He's falling
It's
for
not
me.
professional.
He's falling for me. Hand it to me.
Who was it? Really? Alright. Thanks for that.
Okay, top five. Let's go. Time to go. You've been on this for a while now.
Top 5 friends of mine who are comics who I don't think are funny. I don't have a top 5. I mean, I don't.
Okay, top three. I'll allow you to have acted like you already named the two that we're thinking of and then just name one more. They wouldn't need to use like
I'm trying to think of who I don't think is funny that I know. You know what the truth is? No, listen. I don't watch other comics. I really don't.
Okay, I have a better one. If your wife was to guess,
Yeah.
what she said,
Why are you bringing my wife in?
if you said she
That was probably my wife right there. You just yelled at her.
well,
It's so, again,
I don't really mind.
I've insulted my wife, my mother. You said my mother needs a new face.
That's a compliment.
It's not a compliment, dude.
It's texting someone on your phone.
Nonsense, fun. Alright, so
Go ahead.
and then you accuse me of being a bully.
I think that you don't want to.
Persian Gulf, and they bring with them a lot of nutrient-rich silt. So by capturing that water and irrigating the lands, you have all of a sudden, concentration of resources, and farming develops, agriculture develops. These are two of the cradles of Western civilization. Now, when we look specifically at the origins of the Jewish people, it begins with a journey from the southern Mesopotamian region, from a city called Ur, to Israel by the patriarch Abraham, who makes this great peregrination at the command of God as described in the book of Genesis. But when Abraham came to what would later be called the Promised Land, or as is called in the Bible, the land of Canaan, there were several civilizations that have already been existing there. The Natufian civilization, the Kabaran, and so on. They produced beautiful things like this delicate sculpture of a bird, or in the region of Jericho, these remarkable ritual masks whose purpose is mysterious but nevertheless quite haunting appearances. So it's really a multi-ethnic kind of region. It's too much for us to describe in this short video, but the basic plot is that the descendants of Abraham, specifically his grandchildren's generation, moved to the land of Egypt following Joseph, and they established themselves there in the eastern part of the Nile Delta, a land called Goshen. They fall into slavery under Pharaoh, and then under this amazing leader, Moses, they are rescued, redeemed from slavery, and brought back to the land of Israel in a roundabout route. They wander through the Sinai Peninsula, they receive the Torah, and then they make their way into the land of Israel sometime around the 13th century before the Common Era. Let me also mention, by the way, that I tend to be somewhat anachronistic when I use terminology. Specifically, I keep referring to the Jewish people, the origins of the Jewish people, and so on. They would not have used this word Jew for quite some time. The term the Bible uses to describe Abraham, for example, is Ivri, which is translated into English as Hebrew. The term means on the other side, probably the other side of the Euphrates River, an allusion to his origins. Abraham, the Hebrew, would mean Abraham, the one who came from the other side. Later on, his grandson Jacob would have this remarkable encounter with some sort of supernatural being, and he would receive a new name, Israel, and that becomes the name for the descendants of the Jewish people through Jacob, the Israelites, or the children of Israel. And then one of those children is Judah, for whom a section of the land would be named. And later, after the Persian domination, which we'll talk about shortly, the term Jew is applied really to all of the descendants of the children of Israel, regardless of their tribal affiliation. So I'll get back to this. Hopefully it'll be a little clearer as we go through the history. Now, I've described to you so far basically the internal Jewish history of their origins as described primarily in the book of Genesis and Exodus, a little bit into the book of Joshua. But what about when we look from the outside in? What does the rest of the world say about Jewish history? Unfortunately, we don't have much in the archaeological record about the Jewish history until about 500 years into this story. We do have, for example, some fascinating topographical information, that is, like place names that are derived from things like this remarkable execration figure that dates from 18th century before the Common Era in Egypt. And these are basically kind of like voodoo dolls, devices that are used by the Egyptians to name all the places where people they don't like live, and then they would put those pieces through some kind of ritual humiliation, like burning them or breaking them and so on. And so we have very early references to a lot of the places that are mentioned in the Bible, but it doesn't tell us much about the people who lived there specifically, and in particular the Jewish people. The first reference to the Jewish people, or at least a place called Israel in the historical record, is this specific stone called the Merneptah stele, also pronounced stele. It's a huge obelisk that was erected by the pharaoh Merneptah in about the year 1209 before the Common Era. It is a victory stele that essentially describes all of the various military conquests of Pharaoh. And this, by the way, this Pharaoh would have been the 13th son of the Pharaoh Ramses II, who many scholars opine is the unnamed Pharaoh in the book of Exodus. At any rate, when you look at it closely, you see there's a long list of the many places that Pharaoh has conquered, and consistent with the description of what would be basically central Israel today, there is this reference here that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is apparently the first in a whole series of premature predictions of the demise of the Jewish people. It's hard to know whether Israel refers to a place or a group of people, whether seed refers to its actual grain in the field, or as in the Hebrew language, and actually in the English language, the word seed can mean offspring or children. So, at any rate, Pharaoh is saying, don't worry, those nasty Israelites are gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore. You are welcome. Interestingly, Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy was also discovered, and although Israel's seed seems to be doing fairly well, thank you very much, Pharaoh himself looks not so much. There are some fascinating and tempting archaeological discoveries that are very consistent with the idea of a huge population increase. Right about the time that the Bible describes this Exodus, there is the significant increase in construction of these homes that are called four-roomed houses, a specific kind of construction, and they are consistent with the idea of an influx of outsiders beyond the level of natural increase into the hill country around Jerusalem. There's nothing, however, in the construction to specifically indicate that they belong to Jewish people, although some archaeologists have zoomed in on some unusual artifacts and have suggested that, maybe in fact Jews were here. This is actually a joke. I'm trying to cut out the corny jokes, but some of my This basically takes us through the first 500 years of Jewish history, as reported by the Jews about their own history. But if we look at it from the outside, we basically have silence in the historical record. There's a lot more to say about, how to read those early portions of the Bible, but they basically have to be read on faith, like the Bible you think would be read on faith. But I want to offer a small personal story to try and place this distinction between these early sources and historical data as we get it from the archaeological and numismatic and epigraphic literature. And I want to tell you a story about my own grandparents. This is a picture of my grandfather Alex and my grandmother Pafka shortly after their wedding in 1913. They were both Lithuanian refugees who made their way to Canada, and my grandfather set up a very small menswear store in northern Ontario. It wasn't especially successful at first. There were all kinds of things that were challenging him. He tried different businesses without too much success. He initially tried to be a farmer, and that was a disaster. But in 1916, a horrible forest fire ravaged northern Ontario. It was called the Great Matheson Fire. 200 people lost their lives in this horrific fire that spread over thousands of acres of land. So my grandfather and my grandmother, who was then expecting her second son, she had a very young toddler child, my grandfather decided to dig a big hole in their backyard, and he took his supply of menswear and boots and undershirts and so on, wrapped them in burlap, put them in this big hole, and then buried them. And right afterwards, the three of them ran to the Abitibi River, and they waded in the river until the fire passed. Then the inhabitants of the town emerged from the river, and their homes were completely burnt to the ground, and they had to start all over again. My grandfather went back and dug up the hole, found the clothing, gave it to all of his neighbors on credit. They paid him back when they could, when they found jobs and they got their life back together. And my grandparents survived, and the business survived, and in fact thrived. It would be in place in Iroquois Falls for another 100, and then finally my mother. Now, all of this story that I've told you, which is deeply meaningful to me, has no corroboration in the historical record. We do have a record of the Great Fire. We have photographs, we have lists of names of those who were unfortunately killed and so on. But nowhere will you find any details of any significance about my grandparents. And yet, those are the details that mean the most to me and that are most essential to my personal history. From this story, I learned the values of foresight, of courage, of perseverance, of charity, all kinds of things that I grasped from this story, which I only know because my own father told me, and my own father only knows, he wasn't even born at the time, because his parents told him. This is the oral tradition. And although you could tell me, well, there's no proof for it outside, that's irrelevant to me because I trust my father, I trust my grandparents, and they're telling me something of great meaning. So I think that's one of the ways in which we can look at this earliest part of Jewish history, for which there are no stones before the Merneptah stele of the 13th century. There's nothing to really tell us a lot about the amazing stories described in Genesis and in Exodus and the values that those stories contain. To understand the depth of them and the value of them, you shouldn't go to a history lecture. This is where you've got to go to a rabbi to find out what it really means. Let's now continue with our history, which after the Jewish people begin to be established in the land of Israel in the 13th century, then we have a lot more data that brings together both the literary sources in the later parts of the Bible and the archaeological and literary record from outside the Jewish people, which is incredibly rich and corroborative. So, as I mentioned, ironically, it's important to note that from this point onward, there is never a period of time when the land of Israel was emptied of Jews. It's true that the population will shrink dramatically after several exiles under the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Romans, and so on. A tremendous amount of out-migration, but there will always be small Jewish communities that exist in the land of Israel, even if they're a tiny fragment of the population. This particular mosaic, which comes from the synagogue of Gaza from the 6th century, is a great example. You can see that it has a very beautiful sort of Byzantine style depiction of King David, written in Hebrew there, playing the harp. So what exactly happens when we pick up from where the Jews enter the land of Israel in the book of Joshua? There, they are divided into tribes and they receive territory according to their tribal affiliation. This is one of many maps that try to map out exactly where they would have been living. Note that the borders of the land of Israel are somewhat elastic throughout history. Here, they extend into Lebanon, into Syria, and into Jordan as well, but they do not include Philistia, or Pileshet, which is the home of the Philistines, who we'll speak about in just one moment. Initially, according to the Bible, they are ruled by a group of judges, and then later they move to a monarchy. The monarchy is extremely significant. This is an amazing depiction from the 3rd century synagogue Dura Eurotos, which was on the Euphrates River, and it was a rather amazing synagogue because it was buried in sand early on in its existence, and that preserved all of the amazing wall paintings. When it was finally excavated in the 20th century, they discovered these things, and oh my gosh, we learned so much about the history of time. But anyway, this is a beautiful depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David, one of the greatest of the kings of this golden age. This is, by the way, an archaeological find from the northern part of Israel called the Tel Dan stele that refers to the house of David. You can see in the chalked-in mark towards the bottom right there. Before I get into discussion of the kings, though, let's go back to the discussion of the other peoples living in the land of Israel. And the most significant one, particularly on the level of nomenclature, are the Philistines. They are based primarily in 5 major cities, Pentapolis, on the coast of the Mediterranean towards Gaza. You can see in this map here, Ekron, Gath, Ashdod, Ashkelon, and Gaza are the primary Philistine cities. The Philistines are associated with the sea peoples known as the Phoenicians elsewhere, and this term is going to be very significant. The Philistines are the historic enemy of the Jewish people as described in the Bible. There are times when they had brief alliances, but for the most part they fought. The Israelites and the Philistines had many, many small wars over time that would become significant in a few minutes. This is a remarkable depiction by Marc Chagall of one of the battles that the Philistines had, specifically regarding the judge Samson, he of the long hair and superhuman strength, who is betrayed by his wife Delilah, and he loses his strength because they cut his hair. The Philistines take him as a captive back into their region, and he is tortured and tied to these pillars, and then with one last burst of strength and a prayer to God, he manages to push down the pillars and bring down the whole edifice on his tormentors. But I think what's especially important for us is this passage from Herodotus, a great Greek historian writing in the 5th century before the Common Era, who refers to this region and the Phoenicians living there, and he refers to it specifically by the name Palestine, or Palestine. How this enters as the principal name used in the West for the land of Israel comes from Emperor Hadrian, shown here. But let's see, this would go 700 years later, when Hadrian is angry with the Jewish people after having fought a brutal war of some 2.5 years with the Bar Kokhba rebels. When he finally manages to extirpate the rebellion and he crushes it brutally, he does everything he can to wipe out the memory of the Jews in the land of Israel. He bars them from Jerusalem, which he renames Aelia Capitolina after himself, Emperor Hadrian, Aelia, and then he actually renames the entire territory. Rather than calling it Judea, which is the name that the Romans used for this province, he names it after the traditional enemies of the Jewish people, as you can see in this map, where it becomes Syria Palestina. Syria was actually the capital region, so it was divided into 3 areas: Syria Coele, Syria Phoenicia, and Syria Palestina. And that's where the name Palestine specifically comes from. He divides the land of Israel into 3 sections: Palestina Prima, first Palestine, which is basically Judea; Palestina Secunda, which is the Galilee region; and Palestina Tertia, which is down in the Negev. So that's basically how that word comes into usage. It's important to note that Jews use this word with some fluency right up until the 21st century. In fact, there is a major document, sometimes called Jerusalem Talmud, that was written in the land of Israel in the 4th century, and it's typically called in older scholarly literature the Palestinian Talmud, which I know sounds like a contradiction in terms, but that's only because we've developed an unusual sensitivity to the political implications of that particular place. At any rate, that's a brief discussion of the Pelishtim, the Philistines, their connection to a people later known as the Palestinians in the 20th century is something we'll discuss in the 3rd lecture, but that's at any rate where the name comes from. Under the 3 kings, the empire expands significantly. Solomon will take it even further out there. As you can see, it extends well into Jordan and into Lebanon as well. But it doesn't last. After King Solomon passes away, there's significant dispute between the northern section and the southern section, and they formally split, with the northern section becoming the kingdom of Israel, with its capital in Samaria, and in the south, the kingdom of Judah, with its capital in Jerusalem. There's a lot of fascinating archaeological evidence that talks about many of the events that are described in the later books of the Bible, particularly the Book of Kings and the Book of Chronicles, including this stone, which was discovered in Jordan, called the Mesha Stele. And this is essentially a Moabite, meaning non-Jewish, version of a story that's described in the Book of Kings, a particular war there. And it's quite fascinating it's long description, but at the end of one section it says, I looked down on him and his house. This is referring to Omri and his son King Ahab. And Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. Once again, you see the pattern here, right? Merneptah proclaims the destruction of the Jewish people. Now, Mesha proclaims the same kind of destruction, and we shouldn't be surprised by it. This is another beautiful image from the Dura Europa synagogue that describes various Purim scenes. You can see on the right is Queen Esther seated next to King Ahasuerus, and on the left you can see Mordecai riding on a beautiful white horse, and he is being led by his enemy Haman. And it's not surprising Haman is angry because look, nobody even gave him any pants. But at any rate, this is the period where you begin to have a large amount of Jews living outside of the land of Israel. The first major group are the Jews from the kingdom of Israel that were displaced under the Assyrian king Sanherib and others, who took large sections of the population and dispersed them to these areas shown here in a classical map and here in a contemporary map. The region of Lebanon, Syria, the region of northern Syria, Turkey, perhaps the Kurdish region, and further on the border of Iran and Iraq. Now, there's been a lot written about the idea of these 10 lost tribes. It's a bit of a misnomer because it wasn't a complete population movement. There were many Jews who remained behind in Israel. Many of them moved down to the south and intermingled with the population of the kingdom of Judah. And in fact, those people taken to Babylonia, although they eventually would be lost, we do have some evidence of their activity even in the late 7th century. We have, examples of their reliance on theophoric names, meaning names that include specifically Israelite names of God and so on. So they eventually disappear into the surrounding population. There is a strong kind of literary imagination that wants to think about them, somehow secrete something. One of my favorite sightings of the 10 lost tribes was in Ecuador in the 17th century. So much so that Manasseh ben Israel, a very important Dutch rabbi, used that to argue for the reintegration of Jews into England, where they had been expelled some 300 years earlier. But we don't really know what happened to those people in the long run. There is another exile that followed. As you recall, the 10 northern tribes were the ones that were taken away, and again, only a portion of the people who actually moved on, the Jews remained behind. But in the south, the kingdom of Judah remained intact for just over a century when they were then invaded by the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar invaded. He also destroyed the temple in Jerusalem, which was the center of the Israelite religion at the time, and he exiled, again, a large portion of the population to Babylonia. So you can see this left kind of like a scar in the Jewish historical memory, the exile from the destruction of the first temple period, and later another exile under the Romans. We'll get to that. One of the most beautiful representations of this, I think, is in literature, Psalm 137, by the rivers of Babylon, which is depicted here in this haunting portrait by Edward Benjamin, that describes how the Jews are force-marched all the way to the Euphrates River, and they can see on the other side the ziggurats of Babylonia, and the tormentors demand of them that they sing a song of Zion. And they wonder, how can we sing a song of Zion in a strange land? This particular representation shows the patriarch holding a lyre with his family around him, all in tears at being exiled. However, the Jews actually set down roots in Babylonia. The prophet Jeremiah exhorted them to build houses, to plant vineyards, to harvest them. And ironically, the Jews of Babylonia would remain there right up until the 20th century, one of the longest living Jewish communities outside of the land of Israel. And even their exile was short-lived, because shortly afterwards, in the same century, the Emperor Cyrus would give leave to the exiled Jews to return to their homeland, recording his pronouncements in documents like this Cyrus Cylinder, and the Jews went back to Israel in the middle of the 6th century and ultimately rebuilt the temple again in Jerusalem, and they began to reestablish themselves, this time not as independent in the homeland, but rather as part of something like a self-governing region known as Yahud, primarily in the region of Judah. They would exist under Persian control until the 4th century, when Alexander the Great would emerge from Macedonia and sweep across the eastern Mediterranean, making his way all the way through Central Asia and to the reaches of northern India, bringing together in this area the new Hellenistic culture and uniting it under essentially Greek values. Jews in Israel loved it. They loved Greek science and literature and philosophy, and it was such a different kind of worldview than that which the Jews had been developing. And they felt so deeply in love with it that it actually posed a risk to the survival of Jewish culture independently. This was exacerbated when King Antiochus Epiphanes, shown here, specifically wanted to aid those Jews who were concentrated in the cities who were very pro-Hellenistic, meaning they essentially wanted to adopt Greek norms and make Judaism into a Greek kind of image. Antiochus Epiphanes was very interested in placing idols in the temple, supporting his Hellenistic Jewish allies, and this ended up in a revolt where the rural population, much more traditional, said, this is not our way of doing Judaism. We're not into the athletic games in the nude and all these statues everywhere and things like that. And this turned into something of a civil war. The pro-Hellenistic factors called in Syrian reinforcements. The reason, by the way, I'm calling them Syrian is because after Alexander the Great, who was Macedonian, passed away, the empire was divided into 3 portions, and Israel was either under the Egyptian portion or under the Syrian portion from the King Seleucus. So sometimes this is referred to as a war against the Syrians or a war against the Syrian Greeks. Among the most dramatic moments recorded in the book of Maccabees is the Battle of Beit Zechariah, in which one of the Maccabee brothers, these were like the rebel forces, leader of the rebels under Judah Maccabee, he thought that King Antiochus was riding at the top of one of their formidable war elephants, and so he dived underneath it and stabbed the animal from below, as shown in this beautiful Gustave Doré echo. The elephant died, toppling the soldiers who were on top of it. Unfortunately, he was incorrect. King Antiochus was not there in the battle, and the elephant unfortunately crushed him to death. Now, the reason why I'm focusing on this specific battle, by the way, is because the book of Maccabees, there are actually 7 books of Maccabees, did not make it into the Hebrew Scriptures. The rabbis felt, for various reasons, that they weren't really holy enough to be included in what was considered Tanakh, the Holy Scriptures, the Hebrew Scriptures, but it was picked up by other groups, including the Catholic Church, that included it in their Bible. So you have this unusual phenomenon in the Middle Ages where literate Christians tended to know more historically about the history of the Maccabean revolt than Jews did, because they were reading the books of the Maccabees. And they had illuminated manuscripts produced, and they hired artists to illustrate these dramatic moments. The only problem is that in the 13th, 14th, 15th century, most European artists had never seen an elephant or a picture of an elephant. And so you have all these hilarious representations of, well, an elephant is sort of like a big horse with a funny nose, or maybe a huge kind of dachshund, or maybe about the same size as a horse, but this is an unusually unfortunate placement of Lazo here, or some kind of like feline, African, dangerous animal. Here's my favorite, kind of like a Dr. Seuss animal with a snuffleupagus kind of thing. And that's not like historically really so important, but I just thought it was funny. At any rate, the Maccabees succeeded. They drove out the Syrian Greeks after a long struggle of many years, and they established what's known as the Hasmonean kingdom. Several generations of kings, dynasties of kings that actually expanded much of the territory of Israel, and once again extending into Jordan and a little bit of Lebanon and Syria. But this Maccabean kingdom lasted only a little bit longer than a century. Ultimately, it declined with infighting, and 2 brothers were specifically competing for the throne, and they both independently appealed to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire says, fine, we'll help you. And General Pompey enters the land of Israel in the year 63 before the Common Era. He violates the temple, and he decides that he's not interested in supporting one side or another. He's just going to take over Judea for himself, for the Roman Empire. And they appoint some client kings to run the state, as Rome did throughout the entire region it conquered. Among the most powerful of the Roman kings were people like Herod the Great, who was an extremely powerful builder, but at the same time a cruel tyrant, but too much detail for us now. By the time we get to the fictional year zero, there is a phenomenal amount of sectarian debate among Jews. There are Jews who are pro-Roman. Those are the Sadducees, and they're specifically connected with the temple rituals. There are Jews known as Pharisees, who are probably the rabbis, although there's some discussion about that specific identification. There are Jews called Zealots, who want to rebel against Rome and throw off Roman domination, like the Maccabees did earlier for the far less powerful Syrian government. And then there are Jews who are kind of like escaping it all and going and living in the wilderness, like the Essenes, who may have been associated with the Dead Sea Scrolls that were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea and the Judean desert. There are also Jewish Christians at this time, because of course Christianity is born in the first century. Initially, it's an entirely Jewish phenomenon, with all of the followers of this early movement being Jews, and having some debate over whether they're supposed to keep kosher, keep the Sabbath on Saturday, circumcision, all kinds of those things. Ultimately, however, especially under the activity of St. Paul, Christianity would expand to non-ethnically Jewish populations, and this would be an extremely potent doctrine that would be quite competitive, and ultimately, of course, by the 4th century, would become the official religion of the Eastern Roman Empire. And at this point, we have 3 Roman-Jewish wars. The first one is a rebellion that starts in the year 66 and is only over by 73 or possibly 74 with the fall of Masada, a mountaintop redoubt close to the Dead Sea. But these wars are absolutely disastrous for the Jewish people. The first revolt ends definitively with the destruction of the Second Temple in the year 70. There's a tremendous dispersal of Jews, perhaps as many as 100,000 Jews sent off by boat to serve as slaves in the Roman Empire. And then there will be another smaller revolt in the year 115 that will also be put down. And then finally the revolt in 132 under Bar Kokhba, which was perhaps the most brutal of the conflicts, with the Judean rebels relying on the network of tunnels in the desert and fighting a guerrilla war very successfully against the Roman Empire, so much so that the Emperor Hadrian, who we mentioned earlier, actually had to bring a legion all the way from England to be able to put down the rebellion. But ultimately, by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, the Romans have definitively destroyed Jewish sovereignty in the region. Most Jews have made their way to the north, to the Galilee region, and we're going to pick up a story there in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
He said, he was the guy who gave the sweetheart deal to Epstein. He said, I did it because I was told he was intelligence. I was told to back off.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light cast on the actual history of the region. So my goal in this second of 3 short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews in the land of Israel from the end of the Roman period right up until the 19th century. This is kind of like a stretched out medieval period. And in the 3rd lecture, we'll look at the most contentious era, the 20th and 21st centuries in particular. So let's go right back to late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the 2nd century, and as you can see, it's a massive empire that stretches all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, right out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from the colors that I've sort of added here, and these are not to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman Jewish wars, and they of course expanded after the great expulsions of the first century at the end of the first Roman Jewish war. By the way, it's very important to note that although we speak about the Roman exile, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. There were Jews present in the land of Israel throughout the entire period, although not necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example, in Judea and in the city of Jerusalem in particular, after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after 3 failed wars, the Great Revolt of 66 through 74, the Titos Rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly to Judea, and many Jews moved simply to the north, and you have the rise of the great center around the city of Tiberias, or Tiberia in Israel. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this big movement to the north, and that's where at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in the Mishnah. This is basically, for lack of a better word for this very short lecture, it's basically Jewish law, although it's really more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections known as Sidre or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation at this difficult time. Seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture as described in the Bible, laws of mixed species and a sabbatical year and things like that. Holidays, of course, the holiday cycle. Women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like the classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud, as we shall see, is a commentary on the Mishnah. And this is basically, torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity, way more than we can discuss in this section here. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries upon centuries as an oral text, this really made Judaism portable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here that show Jewish communities are not to scale. Some are much larger than others. But what I think is useful in particular about this map is the growth of Christianity. As you can see with these little starbursts, these are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the 1st century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile movement, meaning a body of ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish. And they established several major centers in Rome and Antioch and so on, where the gospel literally spreads. Typically, those are originally connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as an official religion. already at the beginning of the 4th century with the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the quality of protected class that it had under the pre-Christian Romans. Even though they fought wars with the Romans, Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. And after the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, then that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better move away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the moon. And in the year 359, they said we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish polity in the land of Israel. And in fact, this was prescient because within a few decades, the Patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, was officially ended in the year 425. And with the end of the Patriarchate, or in Hebrew that would be the Nesiut, Yehuda Hanasi, who authored or who compiled the Mishnah, was a member of this Patriarchate. That meant that there was no longer any official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire, and they were a minority without any kind of, authoritative body to lead them. Very, very, difficult and precarious time for the Jews in the Eastern Roman Empire. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and especially the 4th century spurred the Jews in Israel to engage in an unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions, like one in 352, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went into codifying a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually 2 versions of the Talmud, one that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or, although the term may sound somewhat jarring today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was the geographic term that had been adopted since Hadrian for the region. And this Talmud essentially was a rather brilliant thing. I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't here. You'll have to go to my channel to look at other videos to understand a little bit more about this, what the Talmud means. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text, and opens it up to a degree of debate that makes it not a text like you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and somewhat strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I'd like to call the genius of ambiguity, which really made the Jerusalem Talmud and then its later successor, the Talmud written in Babylonia, it's the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text of Jews for the next 2,000 odd years and is still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I will give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this amazing text. This is a true story. When I was studying in yeshiva in a rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy, a historian if you like. There was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There are a lot of Jewish boys who were coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they were coming to Jerusalem to study, and maybe they were worried that the yeshiva would close, so therefore they would tend to take multiple helpings of lunch. Food was free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day, and the yeshiva put up a sign that read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for second portion. So I figured, well, that's it. I went in, I had my lunch, I came out, and I looked behind me, and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very Talmudic manner to read, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only? No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Well, they just took down the sign. But that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise in learning. And this was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman-Jewish wars. The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud, they're opening up the same kinds of questions, they're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion of agricultural laws that apply there. They don't necessarily apply in Babylonia and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered the more authoritative, it's certainly much more well-studied, but its origins are in the land of Israel. Another major contribution, not just to internal Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, which develops at this time. And other houses of worship, such as the church and the mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek. It means place where people gather, and that is a direct translation of the Hebrew term, Beit Knesset, and that's also how we get the Latin term ecclesia, église, church, and mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop already in the period before the Roman-Jewish wars. We have, for example, from the 1st century before the Common Era, this remarkable tablet, the Theodotus inscription is called, and it's basically, the classic example of a plaque that is really well associated with synagogues. Anyone who walks into a synagogue, you will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who gave money in order to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus, the son of Venetus, who was an archisynagogus, a head of the synagogue, and it basically talks about how, he, as a representative of a long line of people who were similar donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue, a guest room, chambers, the plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, which represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. I mean, all of Judaism was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what do you do with Judaism as a whole? And the transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires and prayers to God, and to perform many other communal functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dot the entire landscape and are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews had settled after Bar Kokhba. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue floor with a huge mosaic of the zodiac that was found in Kamat Tiberia, 4th century. And you can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating and harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the lulav and etrog, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. You have these beautiful mosaics everywhere, including and not too far away, the Beit Alpha, 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but really quite fascinating. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic rendition of the binding of Isaac, which is described in the book of Genesis, chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, as I think I showed you in the last lecture, even from Gaza and so on. And these synagogues dot the landscape, particularly in the north, right up until the 7th century, when you have the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina and Mecca, under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west, and moving all the way out in the east to regions like Afghanistan, the reaches of northern India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and some Jewish tribes living in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel and actually turns out to be something over the long term which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. It is one of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again this very difficult last 100-odd years, Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certainly, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, it was far less in Muslim regions. But let's look at why that is so. We should understand that as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. The primary reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths, and there are so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they faced Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as kashrut. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with halal. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females, and the dress of males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females, and I would assume males, although I'm not an expert in Islam now. But in other words, they're kind of similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. And although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that, okay, these are, categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism, although, of course, also both Islam and Judaism have elements of creed as well. But this whole comparative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, or Jewish law, and Sharia, or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of modus vivendi, a way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms under something which came to be known as the Pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the Pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God in the past. And Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those transmissions, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faith within Islamic society. There were limits set on them. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They were not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often, there were loopholes found or bribes were paid in order for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a ROTHSCHILD, of a society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected status, as the term is deemed, they nevertheless were allowed a space in which they continued to be Jews. There were additional taxes imposed on them, called the jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could continue to be Jews, and this proved to be really very useful as a whole. If we move outside of the land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this was in the Spanish Golden Age, known sometimes as la convivencia, the period of coexistence, where Jews and Muslims and Christians in this triangular society of Spain, which is unusual, actually enjoyed a period of tremendous, cooperation and cultural cross-fertilization. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in the historical literature, but nevertheless it has some really dramatic moments and individuals associated with it. Perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at its very end, and in fact he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is of course none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most towering figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo and its environs, where he established a very successful career as a court physician and as really the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern and eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he was ultimately buried in the land of Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly in Jerusalem. You have the growth of a significant rabbinic leadership that engages in some rivalry with the rabbinic leadership, much larger community in Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad would take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless had a tremendous pride of place. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders who entered the land of Israel in the 11th century and then several times afterwards as well. But I think one of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in control of the region. Here you can see a map of the entire Ottoman Empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. And this is as a result of a great influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you the many places that Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, in particular, they went to a city called Tzfat in the north. Tzfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exilees who set up this incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Lurianic Kabbalah is particularly described. You can see from these unique blue-tinted gravestones from Tzfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, the Rav Alkabetz, Rav Cordovero, and of course the incredible Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, who came to Tzfat from Egypt in order to study with the great masters there. So there's tremendous creativity happening in the land of Israel in the 1500s, in Tzfat in particular. The tremendous surge of Jewish creativity in Tzfat, however, is largely limited to the 1500s. And by the time you get past that period, Jewish communities in the land of Israel tend to go into a fairly steep decline. There are regular, migrations, particularly from 1700 on, from Poland, of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral homeland. But if you look at this estimated population chart of the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people who had status as Ottoman subjects, you can see that Jews constituted roughly 4% of the overall population of the land, Christians another 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Druze. So there's only a tiny, tiny minority of Jews living in the land of Israel by the time we get to the modern period. By the 1880s, however, we begin to see the organized migration of Jews, now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called BIRU, which is an acronym for the phrase Beit Yaakov L'chu V'Ne'alcha, House of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of their founding documents here. This organization, BIRU, aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, and they struggled. Many of their communities failed, but some of them actually managed to take root in places like Petah Tikva, and they constituted the nucleus of the new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters, which are designed to garner support for donations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in their ancestral homeland, here you see that there's no contradiction with using the term Palestine to refer to the land of Israel, and they have in Yiddish the translation of what it says in English: help him build the land of Israel is the phrase there. That's translated as Palestine. Here's a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time: a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. So that basically takes us to the 19th century and the period of the great conflict between the people living in the land, because one of the great, sort of myths of this period is that the Jews constituted a people without a land or a land without a people. The land of Israel, of course, was well populated with many people, and we'll have to turn to that very difficult chapter in the next lesson. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and I hope you watch the next video as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Because maybe the CIA actually runs the entire country. Of course, because it can't just be that Trump lied, right? Trump is compromised. So Trump's compromised. Let's go through. There's another scenario. Let's assume Trump isn't compromised, but the intelligence communities come to him and they basically say, "This is us. This is what we do."
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. If you, this is an experiment trying my first live stream with questions and answers. And so someone, if you see that I'm not just talking to myself, let's do it. Start a Q&A or a poll. Okay, let's, if I do a plus here, let's just start a Q&A. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, so I can start Q&A. Let's see what happens.
It's kind of absurd, right? Like, there has to be some version of permanent government.
Okay, now I believe I saw something in the chat here. Is that working okay? Can you hear me all right? Strange kind of echo here. It's repeating. Oh, I see there are 5. Why is it? Wait, let me. Maybe?
The guy who had the perfect shot on you from 100 meters away or whatever, like, you missed on purpose. You didn't look at a sign. Look at the sign got you closer.
Okay, try again. How does that sound?
Unless you tell people who get away about this message. To me, I would not be surprised.
Well, that's not working right at all.
If the CIA and the FBI actually are running the country. Hang on. Wasn't that the entire point of draining the swamp? Wasn't that exactly what Trump ran on? The whole premise was that he was the outsider, the guy who wasn't controlled by the deep state.
So I see there are 34 people as participants. So I assume that something's happening here.
Trying to rationalize Trump's failure by saying, well, maybe the intelligence agencies really run everything and Trump can't do anything about it. That's fucking wild. Because if that's your explanation now that Trump is powerless,
But I'm not getting any feedback from you.
the CIA and FBI are the real government, then what exactly were you selling your audience for the last year? What was all that
So I don't even know if this is actually working. And I'm going to tell you what I'm experiencing from my end is that I say something and then my computer plays it back to me. Oh wait, I think I solved it. I had 2 browsers open. Okay, that's great. So that's an improvement. Now let's see. Do I have anyone who's asked any questions here? Let's see what I've got. Yes, great. I've got some questions there in the chats here. Okay, so I see Taylor26 is on. Thank you. Delshon London Prejean is on. I hope I pronounced that correctly. All right, that looks like we've solved this. Okay, 2 browsers.
Okay, so let me start with the questions that I have recorded from my notes here, and I hope that they will be useful for you as well. And please feel free to add your questions in the chat so that I can, deal with them live. And we'll try a few different ways of review of Ilan Pape's book that I just posted yesterday. This is something I posted only for members because I really did not like this book, and I don't really want to share negative things with the whole crowd. It was a fairly critical review, and I do appreciate that many of you asked me to make it public, but this one I'm going to hold on to. However, the things that I learned from the book and my reactions to it as well, I will include this in more standard presentations, so that you'll get to see that as well. Now let's go on to something else. The Trancoso inscription. So a lot of people had a lot of interesting theories about what's going on with those strange inscriptions on the stone exteriors of the houses in the Jewish quarter in Trancoso, Portugal. A couple of people said, well, maybe that strange one that looks like it says the word roro is actually duro, like the letter resh in Hebrew is very close to a dalet. It's just a difference of a sharp corner, a right angle, as opposed to a slight curve. And that's possible, but it should be noted that this particular location is somewhat south of the Douro River. It's not really so close that someone would want to write it there, and also write it twice. So it's really quite a mystery. I still have to spend a lot of time thinking about this to even get some sense of it. But I got a few other interesting suggestions. Yosef Israel writes, the last bit at the end in the inscription looks like it says the word ruach, which means spirit. And that's referring to the little horizontal line under one of the last letters that would actually spell that sound, ach. But when you actually are up with the wall, you'll see that it's not actually carved into the wall. In the video, it shows up, but it's just a little bit of lichen. And it could be that lichen is there because there was originally some kind of imperfection in the rock, but it's definitely not dug in as deeply. So I don't think it's quite that. Now, Islaus Meki 2262 writes, the inscriptions would have to be analyzed and dated by archaeologists in the first place. True, I'm not a trained archaeologist at all. I'm a regular historian. I read fairly widely in archaeology, but I don't have all the tools here. The question is, how old are they really? Are they pre, during, or post-Inquisition? Could the stones have been reused from earlier buildings? Was the location affected by the Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755? There were earlier earthquakes in the region too, 1321, 1356, and 1531, and also another earthquake in 1761. So a very erudite kind of complex question there, but it's really the main problem. We know that the inscriptions have been around for quite some time, but they could even be possibly early 20th century. There's no way to carbon 14 date an inscription of this nature. It's inorganic material and so on. The buildings can date to the pre-Inquisition period, 13th century, 14th century. So sometime over the last 500 years, someone inscribed the walls with these strange symbols. They were not affected by the earthquake of 1755. We were aware of that one. Totally destroyed much of Lisbon, but didn't have the same kind of impact on Trancoso. These buildings are definitely from the Inquisition period, but the inscriptions could have been added as late as the 20th century. In fact, I had a really interesting discussion with a museumologist in Porto who suggested they may even have been inscribed for the purpose of attracting tourists. I mean, that was like really wild, but not impossible at all. So it's still likely that they were inscribed, most likely by Jews, because this is the Jewish neighborhood, and they don't appear nowhere near as frequently outside of the neighborhood, but we don't know really what they mean. Another user named Eliyahu Tishby suggests that Roro might be a nickname. Yeah, could be. But why would you put that on a wall? Why would you inscribe it twice? It's on either side of the wall. it's just a bizarre thing to write on your doorpost, especially we're not talking about someone tagging it with a spray paint. This is, inscribed in the wall. You'd have to spend a couple of hours with a hammer and chisel making a lot of noise inscribing into it, so it's hard to say that. Desert Priere writes the same thing. Why would a Jew spend hours carving a nickname into the side of a house under the hot Portuguese sun? Good question. Anik Mathema 9463 adds that maybe it's a gematria, meaning it is it's a numerical equivalent, and it happens to be the numerical equivalent of the word bayit, meaning house, 412. But then why not just write the word house, or even write the word 412? I mean, it's just strange. And the last one here on this section, J.F. Joubert, Quebec asks, are there crypto-Jewish personal names that can be identified? And yes, definitely. There's quite a few names. Nunez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez. These are often very well associated with crypto-Jews. Perrier. He asks also, could a Jacob, a shoemaker from the Netherlands, hired to fight for Britain in the Revolutionary War in the U.S., be identified as Jewish? Well, Jacob is definitely a Jewish name, also a non-Jewish name too. Shoemakers, same. Netherlands, yep. So the answer is yeah, could be Jewish, but could easily be not Jewish. Okay, so those are all the questions that I recorded on that. Let's check the chat here. So nice to see it. That's Taylor 26 asking me if I read the book of Daniel. Yes, I have read the book of Daniel. Why does it mix historical events with apocalyptic imagination? The author of Daniel anticipated the apocalypse to occur shortly after the Maccabean revolt. So those are really hard questions, definitely. This is making me regret that I did this live stream. But reading the book of Daniel is definitely one of the most complex and difficult to parse books in Tanakh. In fact, there's a discussion in the Talmud that there's even divine sanction applied to revealing some of the secrets that are coded into the book of Daniel. Scholars approach this, academic scholars approach it with a very different perspective, suggesting that it was written much later than it purports to be written, and that would change the way we understand the apocalyptic suggestions that are encoded in it. Definitely a massive topic, and the interpretations of Daniel will depend very heavily on what kind of scholars you're asking when you're trying to figure out what does this book mean. Taylor 26 also asks, what's my favorite commentary on the Torah? Well, I have a lot, I think. I definitely am a traditionalist. I love Rashi. I think Rashi has phenomenal humility and insight and intelligence, and he writes in such a beautifully brief and concise manner. In terms of modern commentators, I prefer Rav Steinsaltz, and I study his work every day. Okay, let's see. Delshon London Prejean writes that Nisan the 14th is not occurring on the same month this year to my devout Jehovah's Witness parents. How do I explain that the Gregorian is not a spiritual calendar / God-given calendar? That's a super hard question. That's more between you and your parents than me, I think. But what I can say is that, the calendar that the Jews follow, that of course would calculate the date of Nisan 14th, it's a complicated luni-solar calendar. What we have in the Bible is essentially a lunar calendar completely going by the moon, but that would result in only 354 days. So the Muslims, for example, they have a lunar calendar, and that's why they lose 11 days every single year. And, Ramadan right now happens to fall in the springtime. Yeah. But, in a few years, it'll be in the winter, and then it'll be in the fall, because you're always losing 11 days. The Hebrew calendar, however, has to be fixed because the Torah refers to Passover as Chodesh HaAviv, or Chag HaAviv, the springtime holidays. So that means whatever happens, you have a lunar calendar, but you have to reset it every so often for Passover to always fall out in the springtime. This used to be done sort of manually on an ad hoc level, that the rabbis would get together and would look at the seasons and where they're falling out, and they would make a decision whether or not to declare a leap month, the 2nd of Adar, which we have in this year. But then in the 4th century, as a result of the Byzantine reaction to the Gallus revolt in 352, the rabbis decided, you know what, we better go with the mathematically calculated calendar, and that's how we have a fixed calendar today that does not require, rabbinic intervention to calculate the leap month every year. That's probably a long description of the calendar for your parents, Deshaun, London, Prejean, but I hope it helps. Let's see what I got. This is so fun. I see lots of names here. Welcome to Sven here. It's a leap year, right? So there's a whole month added, and there's a cycle over 19 years. How many times it's added? What's kind of interesting is that this Sunday is a day that only appears when there is a leap year, the 30th day of the month of Adar Rishon. It happens to be a personal anniversary for me. My grandfather passed away on this day, and so that means that he doesn't have the same day to observe the death anniversary of the Yortzeit every year. There are different customs as to exactly when you would observe it. But this year we can't exactly observe it on the right day. Let's see. What is the fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls 4Q541 all about? Hang on a second. Let me just quickly check Wikipedia. I don't know offhand which particular scroll that number is, so please forgive me. That's a little too specific a question for me. Let's see. Sven asked me, what do I think of Clement of Alexandria? Was he just a Greek who was trying to self-explain Judaism? Or is his understanding of Judaism authentic, regardless of it being an apparent fringe view? That's also a hard question. The truth is, I don't know enough about Clement of Alexandria to say anything intelligent. So forgive me if I say I'll have to look it up, and God willing, if we do another one of these, then I will, hopefully I'll say something about Clement of Alexandria. Let me make a quick note here, Clement of Alexandria. Okay, why don't I go back to the prepared list, and please, whoever's on this live stream, please ask some more questions. So I got a lot of questions about older videos that have to do with the genetics of Ashkenazim. I don't know why people are so worked up about this. There's not even, it's an objective fact that there are Jews that come from all kinds of different racial backgrounds. We have African Jews and Asian Jews and European Jews. There is definitely sort of like a group of people who, especially those who wear tinfoil hats, who want to assume that Ashkenazim are descendants of the Khazar people. There's not a lot of evidence, certainly not a lot of genetic evidence for any significant admixture of the Khazars in the Jewish population, as much as these conspiracy-minded people might like to think so. And you can watch my videos where I look at what evidence we have and so on. Ashkenazic Jews seem primarily to be a mixture of Middle Eastern Jews with a large chunk of Italian DNA as well. But Heather Krasna 5288 asked this question. I hate to ask this, but weren't many of the genetic additions to the Jewish population a result not of intermarriage, but instead of rape? Jews were brought as slaves by the Roman Empire, and female slaves are the sexual property of their enslavers. Isn't it the case that the reason a person is considered Jewish because their mother is Jewish is because Jewish women were raped for the last 2,000 years? God forbid, it's a terrible question, but of course it's a valid historical question. And the answer is complex. The reason why let me step back a little bit. When we get to the 21st century, actually when we get to the late 20th century, there are Jewish lineal descent of definition of Jews. This is basically the definition of Jews, being either that a Jew is a child of a Jewish mother or a convert. The working definition for about 2,000 years depending on who you ask. We definitely see in the Bible some examples where you have Jewish males who marry women from non-Jewish backgrounds, and their children are considered Jewish, and some really important ones like Moses and Joseph and others. And so some scholars have said, well, that's patrilineal Judaism. That Judaism moves from a father-defined religious identity to a mother-defined religious identity. The traditional view is not quite like that, particularly because there's a passage in the book of Deuteronomy that when you read it carefully, it indicates that grandchildren who are birthed from one's daughter are Jewish. Grandchildren birthed from one's son, presumably the non-Jewish women, are not considered Jewish. And so there's a lot of discussion in the traditional rabbinic commentaries, well, how do we square these two facts that we have Joseph and Moses, and we marry what apparently are non-Jewish women. There's no discussion of their conversion, so how do we square that with the practice of recognizing the children of women as being Jewish and not the children of men? There's lots more to say about how that works out, but in the 20th century, there were more liberal movements that said we should just recognize men as well as parents of children as Jews. And of course, like everything else in Judaism, there's a huge amount of debate over it. But to get more specifically to this question, we can certainly assume that there is a significant amount of genetic material that is passed along through sexual violence. However, when we look at the Ashkenazic situation in particular, there are these genetic bottlenecks where scholars are able to analyze the DNA and work back through generations to when we can identify the major incursions of other peoples into this so-called genetic stream. Genetic scholars have identified the 9th century as an especially important time. And in fact, especially among Levites, they've identified 4 putative Italian mothers to almost half of Jews who call themselves Levites today. So the short answer is Heather Craftsman 5288. You are right. There's certainly a certain amount of rape. However, I think it would be wrong to assume that that is the majority of cases. We simply do not have, a strong literary record of that, and it's true that that could be suppressed by the fact that, Jews may not want to talk about rape as an element of lineage, but well, actually, so I really don't know what I'm talking about. I would have to say that that's my best guess on the preponderance of the evidence is that there's some, but not the majority. Fascinating question. Let me just see what else I've got here in the chat. Wow, lots of things happening in the chat here. Let's see. Sven asked, I sometimes wonder if the early Christians wanted to bridge the chasm between Hebrews and other ethnicities at the time. What is your view? Well, I would think that's definitely true. I mean, Paul, for sure, he had a tremendous intellectual product in the teachings of Jesus, and the idea of, bringing that to the masses was, hugely important in the propagation of Christianity to Greeks, Romans, and all kinds of people. So I think that would be true. That generation, a sort of transitional generation, the first 50 or 60 years after Jesus' death is crucial. I think that one of the turning points, of course, is the destruction of the temple, that, for Jews was seen as a horrific catastrophe. But some of the early Christians, if you look at Eusebius, for example, will see it kind of like as a representation of a punishment, that the Jews got what they deserved as a way of signaling that Christianity was really something that should be followed. So that transitional generation did not last terribly long. The Gospel of John gives us some sense of how, acrimonious the dispute would become afterwards. If you're especially curious about that, I think the best treatment of this is Constantine's Sword by James Carroll. Very, very powerful and evocative work looking at those early generations. I learned a lot from it. Okay, let's see. Sven also asks, following the question of motherhood, Mary was undoubtedly a Jew, but as Christians believe that Joseph had no part in Jesus' conception, what would Jesus be, Jew or Gentile? Well, Jewish, because his mother was Jewish, right? There's also kinds of jokes about how he stayed at home, was attached to his mother, so that proves he was Jewish. Let's see. Abram and Hagar. This is Delshan asking, if Abram and Hagar's child was Ishmael, was he not a Jew, or was he Jew-ish? Again, it really depends on how we understand the development of matrilineal descent as a concept. Tosafot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud, 12th to 14th century, argue at one point that the idea of matrilineal descent is something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. This is obviously a traditional viewpoint. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before matrilineal descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and Moses and so on. And so, technically speaking, he could have been considered Jewish if he was, taken in by the father. Of course, the story is that Ishmael and Hagar were sent away to the east and created a different civilization. So, complicated question, but I would think they would not be considered Jewish by the standards of the time, at least understanding it through the lens of Tosafot. Oh, this is hard. This stumped the professor. Barb Todd writes, just a thought, but I think that the reason for mothers to be Jewish could be from Ezra, and the problem was their practice of other religions. That's definitely a very important observation, Barb. If you look at for those of you who may not be so familiar with the book of Ezra, this is written after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel. We can call them Jews at this point. It's not anachronistic. And one of the first things that happened is Ezra makes a rule that no marriages between Jewish men and non-Jewish women. And so it was clearly at that time kind of like a communal acceptance that Jewish women produce Jewish children. And that's basically how it was enshrined for centuries. Although, again, the historical scholarship still points to many examples of Jews who did not have Jewish mothers and was still considered Jewish by at least the surrounding society. If you read Josephus, that seems to be abundantly clear. Alice asks, speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? I am unaware of that. The Gospels were all written by his disciples, for example. Delshan writes, is vaudeville as important to our Jewish culture as the Yiddish language? I would think not. Yiddish we have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Vaudeville is much more recent. Yosef writes that I am being misled when I say Italian DNA. Those genetic studies are speaking of ancient Anatolian, meaning Levantine DNA. That's interesting. My understanding was it was more from the region of Piedmont, but Yosef, if you want to put a citation in the chat, that might be very helpful. Okay, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. We got a couple minutes left. Is anyone else? Oh, let me just have a quick look at the notes for questions from the audience. Right, so Tom Guitar 22 asked me to make a video about the historical accuracy and some of the disputes over the Purim study and the book of Esther. He writes, I think many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened. Would love to hear what you think about some of the historical conflicts within the Persian royal lineage and how this impacts the validity of the story. Yeah, this is a really complicated thing. It has to do with the calendar. And for those of you who are less familiar with this, basically we have a challenge that the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology, like right now, the year we're in is 5,784, does not quite jibe with non-Jewish calendars of the ancient world, and particularly the reigns of kings in Babylonia. So it's hard to place the Book of Esther within it, and there's also some internal literary difficulties as well. In terms of the calendar controversy, my go-to work on this is a man named First, who wrote a book under the title, I can't remember it. It's Mitchell First, though, First, and he wrote probably the definitive work on calendar controversies and chronologies in Jewish history. And from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a very persuasive essay by Rabbi Shimon Schwab in his collected writings, I think volume 3, that explains that. Last question from S2P-org. Where can I go to get historical information about the ancient Canaanites, who, according to the biblical text, inhabited the region of Israel before it was promised by God to Abraham and his descendants, before Joshua led them to them? Have you done a video about this, etc.? I have talked about this a little bit, but since most of my professional interests are in Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Canaanites, but it's quite a bit of historical research. My go-to source, my beginning source, is a man named Rabbi, Grabbe. He's written about 40 books looking at ancient Israel, both before and after the advent of the Israelites, and I would start with him. There's also a really nice thin volume by a man named Eric Klein, Clein, I think so. And it's a really short book, An Introduction to Biblical Archaeology, which is a really interesting kind of special sort of archaeology. And that, I think if you're not looking at 40 books, you're looking at one book that's under 200 pages or so, just a quick introduction. I like that book very much. And I thought that, and Delshon also mentions that I refer to the Yiddish language as a Creole. It is in the sense that it mixes in lots of other languages, so that's quite true. And Morami Pashikani says she likes this. We should try it again. Maybe we should. Okay, and do I have any lectures where I talk about the Rabbi of Klausenberg? I haven't done that yet, although he's quite a fascinating individual. There's a great biography of him available as well. Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I thought this was kind of fun. I talked a blue streak, but it was nice to kind of have an opportunity to interact with you live. Thank you for the members who decided to support the research with donations. That's really nice. And okay, maybe I'll try and schedule one of these again. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you have an excellent day. Bye-bye.
Single, so it's whatever. He's divorced me, single now. He was in Florida. He's like, yeah, I just, I was looking for a fucking clean lady. He's like, and it was like, Colombian clean ladies. He's like, oh, yeah, I get a clean lady. He was like, good. I heard she comes like the following week, and he's like, you're talented. I'm like, oh, buddy, at least you're single.
Hello, everyone. Let's see if this is working. Please write something in the chat if you can hear me all right and see me all right. Let's see, the sound seems to be working. Waiting for someone to say something in the chat.
What do you think was going to happen?
Please write something here. You confirm. Oh, very good. Okay, I've got some confirmations. All right, why don't we get started with a few questions. Hello, Yosef and Delshon, London for Jane, Lottie Block, Army Farajun. I guess you can all see these names as well. So let's have a quick look at some of the questions I received in the last little while that I think are really useful. And please add your comments here. Oh, and I see Michael Klein. Look at that. I haven't seen you in a long time, although we worked together for many years. And hello, Grant, Marion. Oh my God, so many. Okay, I'm going to stop saying hello to everybody, but now let's go to the questions. So,
someone asked last time we had a live chat to talk a little bit about Clement of Alexandria. I didn't have a lot of time to look into this individual, but he looks quite fascinating. I really like to study a little more of him. His name was Titus Flavius Clemens, and he lived in the end of the 2nd and into the 3rd century. He's one of the church fathers, and apparently he has kind of like a split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker Philon, also known as Philo, very important Egyptian Greek thinker who was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time sort of mediating Judaism for a Greek reading audience. And so in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple hundred years after Philo, decided to follow his way of thinking in so many areas. However, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the Adversos Judaeos tradition, which was basically a kind of epistolary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism that's very common among the church fathers. So really quite fascinating, going in both directions. On the one hand, very much relying on Philo and appreciating his sort of Jewish philosophy, and on the other hand, still criticizing Jews vis-a-vis Christianity. So we can look into him in a little bit more detail later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. Did Purim really happen? Can you explain the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes? So, hard questions. First of all, did Purim really happen? Yes, it was just a few days ago. I had an amazing Purim. Thank you for asking. I suppose what you're really meaning are, did the events described in the book of Esther really happen? And so I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to ask. If you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the oral tradition, the vast majority of them would say, well, absolutely, this is historical fact. This is all these people lived and all these things happened and so on. Literary scholars, biblical scholars from the academy, from the university and so on, tend to disagree and tend to say that the book of Esther was probably comprised quite a bit later during the Hellenistic period. And so this is like one of those key areas where you'll have a sort of divergence between the rabbinic world and the scholarly world. To be sure, the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is definitely deeply enshrined in Jewish memory and tradition, and is observed with tremendous excitement, especially by young kids who get to dress up as Mordecai or Esther. In terms of the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes, and this is, for those of you who may not be familiar with this issue, there's like almost 2 centuries of missing time between the accepted religious chronology that is recorded in a 2nd century document called the Seder Olam, which was written by a Talmudic figure named Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And that's how we get this year 5784, meaning this is the calendrical year that we're in right now.
Welcome.
And the chronologies that we have from outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So,
No, Doug, please.
what do we do with
Who are you?
We discussed vertical forming and shit a while back.
Okay, very well. I discuss that with people every day. Remind me, what are your hobbies?
Well, I'm something of I paint the master.
You paint the master.
Let's leave it
You paint the master?
It's a long topic. No, I paint the master, but it's free.
Oh, I gotcha.
I'm not interested in what you gotta say. So how you been, bro?
I've been well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. The discrimination is kind of bad in my country.
Why is it bad in your country?
Jewish, well, I'm a Jew. You know where Estonia is?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm a Jew in Estonia.
Very well.
It's kind of rough.
You have that blue, black, and white flag.
Exactly. So, well, they have that. I'm not going to
Very well.
So,
well, I'm watching Jewish history lectures.
Yeah.
And just enjoying the mornings.
Oh, are they Jewish? They're Jewish.
Yeah.
My God. I feel it. So, what are we watching right now? What are we learning?
Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
About
The confusion of, what happened to all those years, particularly in Babylonia, and
He's talking
which
about
king is Ahasuerus?
the exile, the Babylonian
in the Book
exile.
of Esther. Should be identified with Xerxes or with other kings?
Yeah.
Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this
Not fake.
apparent contradiction
What are you
between
talking
calendars. And I would refer you in particular to an excellent book. It was originally a master's thesis that was later published under a strange title. The author is Mitchell First, First. The title is something like Calendars in Conflict or something. And
that's where
he
we get
goes
the
through
Talmud
all
from.
of the theories behind this.
What are you
because
talking
the problem
about
has
that it's
been known
fake? That's
for
where we get the
centuries
Talmud
to
from.
Jews. And there's basically three ways to solve it. One way is to say that Seder Olam is right, and the
We
Greek
were still
historians are
exiled
wrong.
after
You will
the
find,
destruction. We were still
certain
exiled
segment
after the destruction of the temple.
scholars who will argue that. There's another way, logically, to argue that no, Seder Olam is wrong, and that the Greek historians that we essentially follow in Western scholarship
3,000 years
are
ago.
correct. And the third argument is that there's a way to synthesize them to somehow mathematically make them work. I find that third argument the hardest to really work with. In my own publications, I typically rely on the Western dating that
No, you don't
that
have to
would make
apologize.
the placement of the actual events
Okay, then watch
Purim
it.
very difficult.
But don't
And
call
on
this
I
man
follow,
who
an
is a
Orthodox scholar,
learned
very well
professor
regarded, Rabbi
at
Berelwein,
Touro
who essentially says
University
we're going to wait
and
until the
who
time
knows a
of
lot more about
Messiah
history than
to
you
figure
do.
out the calendar issue. So that's the short version of it. If
Look,
you want the
I'm not in
longer
your-
discussion, have
I'm
a look
not
at
in
Mitchell
your
first. Great.
Discord. You're in mine. I'm just letting you know that this
Someone
person's a
named
very
I am
learned
Joe Paul
individual.
says, all my beautiful
a lot
Jewish
more
people, stay
about-
vigilant, stay the
Is
course. We will
Professor
win this
Henry
attempt to get rid of us.
Abramson?
Am Yisrael Chaim. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, let's see. Now,
Do you know who
here,
Ari
Mike,
Maddy is?
of course, is asking very, very difficult questions. Again, I really should not have advertised this as Ask Hard Questions. So, what Mike Klein is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, but
Do you know who
what
that
is the whole deal with the relationship between Esther,
Do you know who Ari Maddy
Mordechai,
is?
and Achashverosh? And once again, it depends
Who
a
is
lot on who you ask. If you ask a
Yeah, who is
biblical
he?
scholar, let's say,
100%. He's the
living
most famous
entirely within
Estonian in the world.
of Tanakh, of the Hebrew Scriptures, well, the story as described there is not really, as difficult, because the whole relationship
Check out
she
it says
has
from
with
the United
Mordecai
States,
is
though.
one of an adoptive father, perhaps an uncle, or some kind of like a protective figure. But there's no
Yeah,
marriage
he's a stand-up
described
comedian.
there, if I'm not mistaken. In the Megillah,
No, I didn't say he was.
however,
He's just a
in the
stand-up comedian.
which just is mind-blowing in terms of the kinds of things it says about what actually happens in the book of Esther, which are like, wow, huge, amazing divergences from the text, and with tremendous Aggadic lessons buried into them. What do these things mean? Like, for example, off the top of my head, Esther is described in the biblical book of Esther as being extremely beautiful, and everyone, loved her. She found favor in everyone's eyes. But in the Talmudic text, it says that she had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely olive
What up,
complexion.
Pim?
But, the text seems to imply green as in, like green screen. This is a blue screen, but the green screen. And so
I like
on
brisket.
one level, this really...
I like chicken.
It has to do with how do you understand
Brisket?
Aggadic statements in the
It's
Talmud.
beef from a
But on
cow.
another level, I think it's possible to kind of say that the Talmud is saying that
Brisket.
physically she may
Brisket.
not have been so
B-R-I-S-K-E-T.
but
No,
there was
not
something about her.
Trisket.
She had
Those
a
are
level
crackers.
of Hebrew
Brisket.
fame, a level of, like,
B-R-I-S-K-E-T.
she made everyone feel welcome and warm and important, and so everyone liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to understand these things. So one of these big areas that Mike Klein is asking about is,
I usually
Esther
get it prepared.
married Achashverosh, but in
I usually get it
Megillah, she
prepared.
also married Mordechai.
So just from my kosher
How is that
butcher.
even possible? So
Kosher butcher?
the answer that the Talmud arrives with that particular understanding of events has to do with the whole idea of defining
It
what
comes in a
is
container that
non-consensual
you just have to put on a hot
relations.
plate for Shabbat, and it's warm.
And that's really the
and it's good to
crux
eat.
of the issue when Esther decides, after discussing it with Mordecai, that she has to voluntarily go.
No, it's
to
not
Achashverosh,
microwave. It's not
which
microwave.
would ultimately,
You can't microwave,
remove
or you
the
shouldn't on
legal
Shabbat. It's on a hot plate.
permission that she had granted since things were non-consensual, and that's why it was considered such a huge deal. Mike, you're asking a really tough question. It'd be much better to discuss this, I think, over
No,
maybe
no,
a
it's
shot
not
of
a
whiskey.
microwave.
And,
It's a
I
hot plate.
appreciate the hard question. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have
Look up hot plate, and you'll see what it is.
Hiram Bifidum, thank you for supporting the research. That's very nice of you. So he asked that an interactive discussion, I assume Hiram Bifidum is a male, I shouldn't, but Hiram Bifidum asked, at Temple Beth El Makor Chaim, is it possible the hero protagonist of the Megillah Book of Esther may be represented as an idea of maturity and not person or people? It's an excellent question. The reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts, right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of historicity, or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the hidden meanings that may be like part of sort of a Kabbalistic mystical bent? We have the basic level of 4 ways of interpreting the biblical text: Pshat, Remez, Sod, and Drash, which is sort of translated into English as simple meaning, allusion, secret meaning, and homiletical meaning, meaning that you don't have to take them exactly literally, but you can expand
Fortune
greater
100
lessons
companies,
from them.
app
That's
development.
one level, and the Talmud
I've
itself
launched
says,
apps on the App Store and Google Play.
Torah. There are 70 faces to the Torah, just like
I've signed non-disclosure agreements, so I
strike
can't
a
reveal
rock
that
with a
information.
hammer, 70 sparks fly out, and 70, by the way, in the biblical imagination means the largest number
Because I
possible.
signed non-disclosure
So
agreements,
too,
and I'm
the
on
Torah
camera right now.
admits of a
And if
tremendous
I
amount
tell
of
you, I could get
interpretive
sued.
directions, and so as a historian, I can answer that way.
I know you're not, but there are large companies for which I've worked that I have pending non-disclosure agreements. Do you know what? No, I can't. Do you know what a non-disclosure agreement is?
Okay, tough questions. Let's see what else we got here.
Okay, it's a document that you sign when you contract with an organization that says that you can't reveal the proprietary information for a certain number of years. And I'm still under one of those, so I can't tell you what I've done. But I've launched apps. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play.
That well,
I can tell you that.
I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with
Fortune 100
sociology
business
than history, where I spend most of my time.
No.
But I think that's sort of like a simple answer, simple in the sense of being not very sophisticated, is that
I'm not being very polite. I told you everything that I can tell you about it.
When Jews feel relatively safe, then unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other. And, tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified.
Just watch these lectures. They're
small
fascinating.
Controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion and so on. And so the degree of sort of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically on the Jewish community, and like many communities, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are feeling right now with the current situation in the state of Israel, then those minor differences tend to lose their importance appropriately.
I'm programming a
there's
computer.
a centripetal effect where people will come together. And I would like to think that, especially with Ethiopian Jewry, which I know much better,
I love aliens.
there was
Like
much
one of
more
my
of a
favorite
feeling
topics.
this is a time of ingathering
I
of
love
exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should
One's
be
in the sky,
welcomed as long-lost cousins,
arguably, yeah.
long-lost siblings, and that's basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukharian Jews I'm not as familiar with, but I know there's a lot of interest in that, and I intend to work on their history much more closely in the second volume of my
perhaps
book
seated
coming
here.
Question here. Per Olaf Sternhammer asks, was Jesus a rabbi? The short answer is basically no. The term rabbi, as used in the first century, involved a level of formal recognition of rabbinic authority. And Jesus never appears in the rabbinic literature, where you would think, you would get a legitimate statement, as a rabbi. He's sometimes called that man, which is a slightly derogatory term. Sometimes he's called
absolutely. This is a common theory.
Torah or Ben Tzata, which is also somewhat derogatory in the sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple of people.
If you really want to know what I think that ancient peoples would see UFOs in the sky that were glowing and that were perhaps multiplying, and then they would find
in the rabbinic literature,
the fossils.
We have no evidence that he was indicated as rabbi. He was, however,
specifically like dinosaurs and such, and they thought, because the dinosaur looks like a dragon, and they thought, this is from the sky. But in reality, they were two separate things. One was a UFO, and the other were dinosaur fossils.
So he definitely was within the circle of the Pharisees, but he did not seem to have actually received that level of ordination, at least among
I generally think that.
Is it possible that
UFOs
this was later
are separate
omitted in the record? Not impossible, because these texts that I'm citing for you right now were written a few hundred years after his death, and so therefore it could be that they simply omitted that, but that's an argument from silence. In the Gospels and in the New Testament literature, I'm not sure if he's ever referred to by the title rabbi. Perhaps someone will put it in the chat if they're more familiar with
that's
this text.
A good question. I don't think they like anal sex.
He was certainly regarded
it's
as
easiest
a teacher,
to be able to get the spermatozoa from
rabbi
humans
basically
through the anus,
teacher,
specifically males,
master,
by probing the prostate.
Intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi?
So, your prostate is where much of your.
Was he a teacher of?
There
Jewish
is.
Things?
There's a machine that I've heard from alien abductees that they can put on your stomach, and that's what's used generally on women. And it can remove their ovum or their eggs.
Controversial figure even in his lifetime, as we can see, primarily from Christian sources, but also from Jewish sources looking back in time of whatever distortions may happen in the historical record as a result. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Let's see.
Sounds like a plan.
Deer means. What do I think of Yehuda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landi, a Ben Torah licensed archaeologist research, who was written permanent in the Persian Empire and uncovering Yirmiyahu? Unfortunately, I haven't read either of those books, so I don't know what to say about that. I do want to address one issue related to saying things about books, but let me just quickly scan this tab here. Melissa Martinez asks, why do Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox Sean B'nai Anusim conversos from converting back to Judaism, and Moshe, God bless his memory, was also a converso? Wow,
do you have
lots of questions here. So first of all,
screen unmuted?
There's, I would not say, first of all, I dislike speaking about
he's talking about
generalities.
Jewish history.
But even with the specific statement, I don't think
professor of Jewish studies at Torah University.
Specifically, B'nai Anusim conversos from converting back to Judaism, because
he's not like Jordan Peterson.
There is a tradition
Jordan Peterson is generally a
discourage
secular
everybody
professor
from converting to Judaism,
who no longer teaches at university level.
Use the term converting
generally,
back to
and does.
Situation.
He's the chair of the history program at Torah University, which is a Jewish university located in New York City.
Is the descendants of those Jews from the Iberian Peninsula who primarily in Spain in 1391 and then later in the 1410s and then in Portugal in a large number in 1497 were forcibly converted to Christianity and lived for hundreds and hundreds of years as Catholics. reason being the Inquisition was horribly persecuting Catholics who had adopted Catholics who had adopted Jewish behaviors.
100%.
And so even though they were formally converted to Christianity, various degrees of coercion involved, they were
because I have a
nevertheless
projector,
legally Christians,
and if
and
I
adopting
let light
Judaism
in,
technical
it makes it so I can't
behaviors
see the
was
projector.
definitely forbidden by the church. So the Inquisition really, went after them for hundreds of years, basically in every Catholic country in Europe, but in particular in the Iberian Peninsula, in South America, Central America, and so on.
You're okay.
So in the 18th century, the Inquisition began to really lose force. By the 19th century, it was shut down. And in the 20th century, these communities began to explore their original Jewish identity from hundreds of years ago. And some of them, wanted to retain their current behaviors and still absorb or adopt a Jewish
Chromium,
identity.
and
People
Windows.
can choose whatever identity they want. You can identify as an alligator if you like to, but if you want to join an organized club like Judaism, then you have to
the Chrome
meet certain
system which runs
markers
on
of
Linux,
club
but
membership.
everything runs on
And
Linux.
since they could not document, for the most part, continuous matrilineal heritage, because traditional Judaism follows the mother in terms of giving status. So since they couldn't trace all of their grandmothers typically all the way back to a Jewish grandmother, they had to go through at least a technical conversion process, which is known in the Hebrew literature as gerus mechomra, converting for stringency. And this usually was a little bit lighter process, but it did involve, for example, circumcision for men and immersion in the mikvah without the reciting of a blessing and so on. So that happens all the time. And I have members of my own family who are in that category, and they are totally beloved and accepted. So I would not say that there is a blanket shunning specifically of Bnei Anusim conversos. However, the whole idea of coming into the Jewish fold when you don't necessarily have to is specifically shunned, not shunned isn't the right word, discouraged, ever since the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, way back in the 2nd century before the Common Era, forcibly converted.
I don't play Roblox, but if you want to play it in here, I'll watch you.
Edomians and Itureans in particular. And this was considered a shameful act, which had grave negative repercussions for the Jews. Herod the Great was descended from these Edomians, and he's kind of like a mixed record for the Jews. On the one hand, rebuilding the temple, very nice, running, the trains on time in Israel in the 1st century, but on the other hand, a brutal tyrant who murdered most of his own family and all kinds of things like that. So ever since then, we're talking about 2,100 years, there has been sort of a rabbinic impetus to try to avoid anyone converting to Judaism. If they insist, and there's a tradition of like sending them away 3 times and things like that, then of course they are welcomed. But it's definitely not something that Judaism is not historically a proselytizing religion. When I say historically, I mean since the 2nd century before the Common Era, it's not been a proselytizing religion. Wow, tough question. Let's see here. Delshan London for John says, "Why are we so
I'm occupied right now. I can't play a game."
That's a word in English for the underworld. On being there with time. Yeah, I agree. These are calendrical issues. And actually, in the first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to it. And the peer reviewer said, "Who cares? Just get past it." And so I cut like 10 pages.
It's a really nice room.
Specific on it. So thank you. I agree with you completely. Okay, now let's see. Oh, we got a follow-up question from Hiram Bipedum. Have you ever studied the story of possibly that Yochanan, son of Yochanan Hagadol, found in 1960 could have been Yeshu, Jesus of Nazareth? I think probably you're referring to the remains of there was a crucified remains that were found.
It is
in
what
Israel.
it is.
rather dramatic. An ossuary was found, which is kind of like a box where bones were kept, and it has a few Hebrew names inscribed on it. One of them has it's actually like a pretty awful thing. It is
peaceful
the
person.
photograph is included in my first volume, which got, by the way, God willing, will come out around Hanukkah time. I hope that'll be nice. I wouldn't see it. And it's got an ankle bone, and there's a nail driven through it, and the nail could not be removed from the ankle, so they simply cut the cross, as it were, and buried him with the nail still in his foot. It's unlikely that it's actually Jesus. Jesus is an extremely common name of the period, and there's no other indication to suggest that he was also buried with other people. Of course, it contradicts the gospel account in so many ways, but so it's unlikely. But thank you for asking. This is like, let's see, what do we got here? Zoltan Kurvis asks, are Yeshu in the Talmud and the Jesus of the Christian the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And, he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis, sometimes associated with other rabbis. And some of those other rabbis, like the Yeshua ben Prakya that I mentioned earlier, did not live in the first century such that Jesus could be their student. Not too far off, but still very hard to imagine that. And this was exactly the point that was brought out by the great scholar Nachmanides, the Ramban, in the 13th century when he was forced into a formal dispute with the priest Nicholas Donin, who was a former Jew who was arguing that the Talmud was essentially anti-Christian, and they were brought to trial before King James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides says, "Oh, you mean these passages about Jesus? That's not the same Jesus you're talking about. It's a different Jesus, a different Yeshua, and that name is very common." So, there's a lot of argument about these texts. Most of them, I think, seem to refer to the Jesus of the New Testament, but it's hard to pin it down when you start doing a chronology.
It is
so
what
maybe
it
we
is.
should be
I don't control
time.
it.
Time is an important thing for historians, I guess. Okay, let's see. Trying to see lots of statements here.
I don't know what
Solar
happened. That wasn't there.
Rosh Nissan. We do have a cool thing coming up. I'm looking forward to going to Dallas. Not this Shabbos, but next Shabbos for a Shabbaton there, because we're going to pull together a lot of people to talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history and thought, and then of course watch the eclipse ourselves. Let's see. I think I'd like to skip away from this for a second here to let's look at something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, since October 7th, I've put out a lot of videos on Israel, trying to produce a little bit more light, a little bit less heat on the history of Jews and Palestinians, and hopefully we can move to a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict there, so everyone living there can enjoy peace and prosperity. And I get a lot of hate online as a result. And one particular scholar, people tend to say to me, like, "Hey, haven't you read Ilan Pappé?" And I did, read Ilan Pappé. He's a controversial figure in many ways. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called new historians in Israel, who have generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that has been widely accepted by the State of Israel and by Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative models, and then, after time, new historians come up and say, wait a second, what about this aspect of the narrative model Is that correct? Should we look at the documents again, go back to the archives? And they discover new things, and they have to revise the narrative models, and that's what historians do. But sometimes you have historians who spend much more of their energy delighting in being an iconoclast and destroying old models than really building what are effective models. And that's why I do not rely on Ilan Pape's research. I do believe there are some valuable aspects to what he has done with the history of the land of Israel and the Palestinians and so on. And I talk about them in my review. But as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with, but I don't think that I have to share my negativity with the rest of the world. There's so much positivity I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship and for the sake of people who might want my opinion on something. I do put it behind a paywall. So that's the reason why. Okay, let's see. Shoshana Zirka. So Shoshana Kiria Ziraba asks, historically speaking, what makes
you can shut my camera
the Chabad movement is growing while resisting the trend towards relaxing the tradition?
You can always shut my camera
Again, another sociological question, though not necessarily something I can speak to historically, but a lot of reasons I think would go into it. I would just add one small detail about the kind of stringency movement. There's a great article that appeared about a year ago in the Atlantic. I can't remember who wrote it, sorry, but it was an article on the Mormons. And asking the same kind of question. Mormonism apparently is growing, and why are people converting to Mormonism? What is the attraction? And one of the theses is that it's actually the greater degree of demands placed on Mormons that may be more attractive to people. In other words, why should we assume that people always like things easier? Maybe people like things harder. Maybe people like things stricter. Maybe people feel that rules, boundaries, things like that are actually good. And I would think, I remember being very impressed with that argument, I would think that not only does that speak to a degree of motivation for conversion to Orthodox Judaism, or not to use the word conversion because a lot of Jews are attracted to it, so it's really, the Hebrew word would be kiruv, meaning drawing closer, but at any rate, an adoption of an Orthodox lifestyle. And I think, first of all, there's a lot of appealing things to it intrinsically, a lot of really good things about it that, of course, I enjoy myself. But there is a sociological impetus. I mean, having no boundaries also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on the Sabbath means that we have to live close together in order to gather in synagogue. And that means that we build very tightly knit, dense communities, that we know our neighbors, and that we spend time not engaged in electronic communication, but in actual face-to-face communication. Those positives are all a result of the restrictions. If it weren't for those restrictions, you would have, as you do in unfortunately many Jewish communities, this diffusion of people living far away by car. They could come together by car, but they tend not to. Then communities become more diffuse. So the restrictions actually have lots of positive, side effects, if you will, or maybe they're intrinsic. Another argument I'm not going to make right now, but if we had more time, I would say that marriage is exactly the same thing. There are incredible benefits to marriage. I have enjoyed them personally for well over 30 years. And those benefits exist precisely because of the restrictions that come along with the institution of marriage. Okay. We're a little over half an hour now, so let me see what, I'll try and get back to any other questions here. Yes. Can I discuss Ivri? Avery Nunley, can I discuss Ivri in detail? So probably not in detail, but I can say a little bit about it. The term Ivri is usually applied, it's translated as Hebrew, It is a term that is used to describe Abraham the patriarch in the Bible, and it literally it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root, usually 3 letters, that means that is avar, meaning the other side or to cross. And so people have argued that perhaps calling Abraham from the other side refers to his migration from the other side of the Euphrates River down into Israel. That's possible. And then there's a lot of homiletic things like, no, he's on the whole world is on one side and Abraham is on the other. That's where that term comes from. So that's one of the earliest designations of the people we call Jews today are Hebrews, Hebrew. Let's see. I should really cut this off here. Nodnar BRS asks, do I know how many people have unbroken lineages verifying them as Kohanim? How is this verified historically, and would these men be acceptable, quote unquote, for future sacrificial temple service? So, historically speaking, there are obviously a diminishingly small number of people who have genealogical tables that trace back to, let's say, even the 1st century. It became like much more popular to create these things around the turn of the millennium in the year 1000, more or less. Rashi's family, for example, begin to have genealogies. And so there are some people who can connect themselves back to, let's say, the Maharal of Prague, and then back to Rashi, and let's say around the 1st millennium. But then there's a big gap. How do you get from Rashi back to the 1st century? 900 odd years. Most historians do not consider those genealogies authoritative. So it's really it's impossible to verify them. On a genetic level, there are some fascinating studies that look specifically at the Y chromosome of people who claim to be Kohanim, and there's like a statistically significant number of them that indicate that they are all similarly related to a single paternal ancestor 3,000 years ago. That's the so-called Kohen gene. But there are a lot of people who have that gene who are not identifying Kohanim, and there's a certain number of people who identify as Kohanim who don't have that gene either, and that's obviously impossible under Jewish law. The bottom line in the argument of Kohanim is that we don't really know for sure who is actually a Kohen today, so much so that the Vilna Gaon, who lived in the 18th century, who was the firstborn male of his family, and there's a ritual called Pidyon Haben, where a firstborn male has to receive redemption from a Kohen as a child. The Vilna Gaon would famously perform that ritual for himself with every single Kohen he ever met to be sure that he had the best chance of actually fulfilling that commandment. Most Jews today, including myself, I'm also a firstborn male, it's just done once with some person who says he's a Kohen, and you're good to go. In my case, it was Harry Graham, who drove the snowplow in the winter and the garbage truck in the summer. He was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was redeemed. Okay, folks, we're already well over my half-hour mark. I'm really grateful for all of your participation. Thank you so much for joining me, and I guess we'll try this experiment again. Okay? I hope you, for those of you who celebrate, I hope you have a fantastic Sabbath. For those of you who are marking Good Friday and Easter Monday, I hope you have a wonderful, religious experience that's uplifting, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. All right, take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm really excited about this new set that I just received from Korn Publishers. It's a really amazing set. It takes up about a meter of space on my bookshelf. It's a multi-volume set. It's called the Rohr Family Edition
of the Chumash Koren Mikraot Hadorot, the scriptures or the readings of the generations. This is actually, this is one volume here, volume 10. This is actually a remarkably new and original new work. It follows on the heels of the remarkable Tanakh of the Land of Israel, another really original work from Koren Publishers. And I think it speaks to the expansive and creative vision of this publishing house based in Jerusalem and its CEO, Matthew Miller. And it makes me feel, I have to say, like, is Koren publishing these books just for me? Because I feel so personally attached to these new scholarly publishing endeavors. I'm really excited about this. So let me tell you about this particular book, which is really cool. So first of all, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the classic compilation known as the Mikraot Gedolot, which we translate as kind of like the Great Scriptures. It was first published in the 16th century in Venice, and basically it took like a verse or two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, read on the yearly cycle, and then arranged around it a whole pile of Hebrew commentaries from the ancient period, like Onkelos, through the medieval period, where most of the commentaries come from, Rashi and Ramban and so on. And that's like been a staple of Jewish study for the last 500 years or so. But this volume is very different. Whereas Mikraot Gedolot is usually published in 5 volumes, one for each of the major books of the Chumash, the Mikraot Hadorot is published with each volume covering one parsha, or in some cases 2 parsha if they're like typically read together. So the Mikraot Hadorot really focuses much more deeply on each individual parsha, but it does it not so much by exploiting the space on the page, but by exploiting the time of the commentators. How is that done? They organize the commentaries into 3 large groups. There's one section that focuses on the time of the sages, which is basically anthologized commentaries from the Midrash, from the Talmud, and so on. And then from the classic commentaries is another section, which is basically medieval, and that's most closely related to the Mikraot Gedolot. That's familiar to us. And then finally, a really interesting section, Confronting Modernity, where they present commentaries from the 18th through the 20th centuries. And reading the commentaries roughly groups by when they were written in major eras of Jewish history, you really get a feel for the historical texture of the commentators and the kinds of issues which remain eternal but are really rooted in the specific kinds of issues that Jews of that time faced. It's really fascinating. Like, so great for people who are interested in Torah and Jewish history. Wow. Okay, let me walk you through the structure of the book, which is also highly unusual. First of all, it's a book that you open from both sides, right? It takes advantage of the right to left, left to right difference between Hebrew and English. On the sort of Hebrew opening side, you have the Chumash with Rashi, and that's kind of like much more traditional in terms of its content. It is really great in that the translation of the Chumash, which is presented alongside the Hebrew like this, is the translation of none other than the great Rabbi Jonathan Sacks of blessed memory, a beautiful writer and a brilliant thinker. So his translation in itself is a tremendous gift. And then you have, I opened it from the wrong side. Here's the Hebrew side. So the translation is from Rabbi Sacks, and then there's a translation of Rashi alongside the original Hebrew by Jonathan Mishkin. He also, by the way, translated all the commentators on the other side, which is really useful because it means that with one translator, you have sort of a common emotional literary baseline that allows for the idiosyncrasies of individual commentators to really stand out, rather than a jarring kind of collection of translations from different translators. So it's really, really useful. Also, I read of course, the Hebrew Rashi, which I normally do, but I also read the English Rashi, and I actually appreciated it because there was a lot of helpful parenthetical comments. One of the classic issues in studying Rashi is sometimes he will provide a statement and you wonder, like, why is he saying this? And this is the question that he's saying in Yeshiva: what's bothering Rashi? Right? Why would Rashi feel the need to say this particular thing? So the questions as to why Rashi might be prompted to say such a thing is helpfully included here, and I really benefited from that. The only small criticism I have is that while I am a huge fan of the regular Koren font, which of course the publishing house takes its name from the author of that font, it is really gorgeous. I use it for my own personal prayer books, but I never really liked the Rashi font that Koren developed. I still have difficulty with certain letters in it. I don't think it's quite as beautiful as the main font, but that's a small quibble. I'm overwhelmingly impressed with this series, and I hope that's coming across. Now, let's go to the other side, which is really where you have something unusual. It's not just Chumash Rashi, it's something totally new. So the editing here is the key, and there's a great team involved here. There's a managing editor, Rabbi Yedidia Naveh. But I think the strongest editing voice through this is Rabbi Shai Finkelstein. He's the editor-in-chief, and his vision really permeates the entire book. And it's fascinating. I'm really getting a lot out of it. He's the one, of course, who makes the tremendous number of selections here, choosing from more than 40 different commentators that are represented for everything. And it's really fantastic. So let's look at those three main historical sections. In the section that they call the Time of the Sages, which has its helpful sort of timeline in front here like this. There are standards like the Talmud Bavli, the Talmud Yerushalmi, lots of Midrashim and so on, but also Philo. I'm like, wow, I never studied Philo before. Of course, I've read about him and read little bits and pieces of him, but, selecting the sections from Philo that make him stand out really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alexandria was from the Torah of, let's say, Tiberias or Jerusalem, a place like that. I really appreciate that very much. Then in the middle section, there's the classical commentators, which is more standard, like you'll get Rashi, Ramban, and so on, many others, but also some voices that I've never studied before, like Abraham ben HaRambam, like the son of Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather, and you feel like, wow, isn't this so interesting? He must have heard that either from his grandfather personally, or maybe from his otherwise unnamed father, Maimonides himself. It's so fantastic. And then in the modern period, that's when it's like so unusual. You have the standard, modern commentators like the Ha'emek Davar and so on, but you have Shadal, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who is just brilliant and brought into here, Rabbi Abraham Kotler, 20th century thinkers, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. So fascinating to see this range of ideas brought together, and Nehama Leibowitz. And, she's an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the Torah. It's so refreshing to see a woman represented in an anthology like this. It's really quite unusual and path-breaking, like most of this book. And then the book concludes, or at least concludes in the way I chose to read it, because of course you can read it from both sides, with the center section, which has a selection of 3 brief essays by Rabbi Finkelstein, which I read for yesterday's Parsha for Miketz, and I have to say they were like really insightful, and I got a lot out of them, and made me feel again like, wait a minute, is Koren writing these just for me? Because they felt like personally directed. They addressed a lot of the concerns that I have about life, the universe, and everything, and it was really great. So this is really a game changer in terms of Humashim, and it's a significant investment. Each individual volume is really quite reasonably priced. Happens to be on sale for Hanukkah right now, but the whole set, we're talking about somewhere around 50 volumes. That's a lot. But nevertheless, it's huge return on investment, in my humble opinion. It's going to change the way I study Chumash for the next year for sure. I think what I'm going to do is on Shabbos afternoons, I'm going to do the following week's Parsha with Rashi, which kind of like make sure I fulfill sort of like that halakhic obligation. And then on each day of the week, I plan to learn the 3 levels of commentary for that particular aliyah. So it's Sunday morning as I record this right now, and yesterday afternoon I finished Parshas Vayigash. I just read through the case when I got this set. And this morning I did all of the commentaries. So I'm really looking forward to the next year of learning with the Koran Mikra Hadorah. Thank you, Rabbi Finkelstein, for this remarkably creative work, and thank you, Matthew Miller, for the vision that brings these volumes to the broader public. It's really fantastic. I hope you will have a look at this particular book, and I wish you tremendous success in your learning. Thank you very much for watching.
Everybody wants to just get it with this. They just want something different. Yeah, attention? Is you going for the attention? Yeah, fuck a dog. Go ahead. And you know what he'll do? Every time he shows a tiny inkling that he's a little bit like a dog, he's just like a dog. You can get a dog. Yeah, dog. That's why these bitches get so close with the champs. Yeah, and by the way, one coyote takes that thing out.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. My goal in this short video is to quickly cover the roots of the current unfortunate conflict, with emphasis on the period from the middle of the 19th century to the armistice of 1949. There's a lot of material on this crucial period that occupies much of the world's attention right now and really for the last century. Much of the material online is unfortunately highly tendentious and very misleading. I'm going to be relying very heavily on the research of Professor Gudrun Kramer from the Free University of Berlin, who wrote a very serviceable one-volume history. She has made a very good case for the fact that most historians come to this topic with a great degree of tunnel vision and tend to see the entire history from within the perspective of their own national, religious, ethnic backgrounds. And I'm going to do my best to try and rise above that. Obviously, I have my own biases and my own opinions like everybody else, but let's try and go over the facts in as dispassionate a manner as possible, and then I can leave it up to you to debate what it means for our current moment. So let's start with a discussion of terminology, because as Professor Kramer rightly points out, there is power in naming things. And so my intention here is just to achieve clarity, even though some anachronisms may result. And I apologize for those of you who are deeply steeped in this history. This will be somewhat basic. But let's just make sure we're all on the same page with this. First of all, the term Palestinian. So Palestine is the name that was given to this region of the world. In the next section, I'm going to take you through some maps to say, well, which region exactly. It is a term that derives originally from a Roman adaptation in the 2nd century. After having dealt with 3 revolts of the Jewish population, they decided to completely wipe out the name Judea, which was the Jewish name of the southern part of what would be the land of Israel today, and they renamed the entire section Palestina. So that term entered into Western usage already from the 2nd century and was later adapted, for example, in the Arab world as Philistine. Now, Palestinian was also used in the 20th century and in the 19th century as well to refer to Jews who lived in this region as well. They would call themselves Palestinian Jews. I know that sounds strange today, but for example, look at this newspaper, the Palestine Post, which is actually a Jewish newspaper. Its name was later changed to the Jerusalem Post, but that's just because the term did not have the strong ethnic and national connotations that it has today. So that's Palestinian. Israeli refers to people who have citizenship in the state of Israel. And approximately 20% of the people who have citizenship in the state of Israel would call themselves Palestinians. This is just an indication of how confusing it is. Israeli citizenship is extended to a large number of Arabs, Druze, Christians, Baha'i, and other peoples who are not Jewish. So Israeli refers to a citizenship in the state of Israel. What about the term Arab? So Arab is an ethnic term that refers to a large number of people all across the entire Middle East. It includes Palestinians, but it does not include Muslims. Muslim is an even larger term. It is a religious term referring to people who worship according to the dictates of Islam, and that includes all kinds of people in the Far East, for example, or in Africa, and of course in the United States now. The term Jew is also, it's a religious term, but it's also an ethnic term because many people who are Jews do not consider themselves religious, but nevertheless they still fall within this ethnic definition. And as I mentioned, about 80% of Israelis are also Jewish. But about half of the world's Jews are not Israelis. Israel houses about half of the entire population of the world's Jews, in other words. Finally, Zionist. So Zionist, the term Zionism was coined in the late 19th century to describe this move towards reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land which we're going to call Palestine. This is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to come to fruition in actual Israeli statehood. It can also be understood as support for the land of Israel. And once again, the state of Israel to one degree or another, but there are many Jews who are not Zionists. There are even some Israelis who are not Zionists, believe it or not. That's because Israel is a democratic country that tolerates a very wide range of difference of opinion on a whole host of political, social, economic, and other issues. So that's our basic survey of terminology. Let's look at the maps a little bit.
That's as bonded up as it gets.
Where exactly is Palestine? The borders of the region, which has been called Palestine, vary significantly over the space of the last 2 millennia. There has never been a state of Palestine, that is true, but the region has had that term already, as we see, from the 2nd century. It is especially well used after the 7th century when it becomes an Islamic land, and in the region of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled for almost exactly 500 years until the beginning of the 20th century, it was actually divided between two administrative sections, that of Jerusalem and that of Beirut. So the regional identity of Palestine, or in Arabic, Filastin, was not very well developed really until the 20th century. It nevertheless did have consciousness. You see from this newspaper, Filastin, which was actually established in 1909, very early on in this period. But for many, the term Palestine geographically is identical to the boundaries of the state of Israel, which in itself is a huge problem. As you see in this depiction here, Filastin, which has the slogan, Min il Nahar il el Bahar, from the river to the sea, the river being the Jordan River on the west and the Mediterranean Sea on the east. By saying Min il Nahar il el Bahar, you're saying essentially, at least this is how Jews hear it, that there's no space for Israel. There's only space for Palestine. In other words, Palestine will be free, meaning free of Jews, Judenrein, which is why many Jews find this deeply offensive. So in other words, the boundaries of Palestine, as understood by many Palestinian supporters today, are virtually identical to the boundaries of modern Israel, shown here in the next visits between Israel proper, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights. But for now, this is basically the territory that we're going to be speaking about over the course of this video. At the risk of horrible oversimplification, Jewish claims at their root are based on the idea that this is the ancient homeland of the Jews, and Palestinian claims are based on the notion that they conquered the land in the 7th century with the advent of Islam, and that makes them essentially indigenous because they have been living in that region for some 1,300 years. This is a little bit like something I saw with 2 of my grandchildren the other day. I don't mean to reduce these complex and painful issues to something very juvenile, but this will at least help as a metaphor. 2 of my grandchildren have a favorite chair, which was given to them by the other set of grandparents, and it actually has the name of the older child written on it. So the younger child was sitting on it, and the older child wanted to take it from the younger child, and we said, no, you have to let her sit there. But then she saw something that distracted her. She got up from the chair, and she went off to do something else, and in that time, the older child went and sat in a chair, which upset the younger child, seeing that she was in there, and that involved a whole bunch of fighting. But basically, that's the same kind of claim. I was here first. versus you left and then I took it. And the fact that the name is written on the chair does not necessarily feed into whose chair it is forever and ever, because, to extend this back to our situation, the main source of the claim, the deed, as it were, for the land of Israel for Jews is the Bible, and Muslims do not regard the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, and for that matter the Christian scriptures, as being duly sanctified the same way that Jews and Christians do. So the deed is not relevant here. It's true that there's multiple points to demonstrate that Jews were in the land of Israel from ancient times. The oldest non-biblical example is the famous Merneptah stele shown here, which dates from about the year 1209 BCE and refers to a people called Israel living here. But the counter-argument that when the Muslims conquered in the 7th century, as you see in this map, is also a very strong one. And in the absence of divine intervention, which I'm sure both sides would like to appeal to, there's no easy way to reconcile these claims. So let's move to the Ottoman period, and specifically to the area we'd like to concentrate, the 19th century, to understand how this conflict expressed itself. The metaphor of my grandchildren in the chair is not entirely accurate for a lot of reasons, one of which is that there was always a small presence of Jews in the land of Israel, as best we can tell from historical records. Having looked at the very weak statistics from the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century that they started to provide more, reliable statistics, but this gives us at least some sense of it. In 1850, looking at Ottoman subjects only, not foreign people living in this land, Muslims and Druze who were included in this survey amounted to about 88% of the population, Christians about 8%, and Jews about 4%. But by the time you move to the later part of the 19th century, there is a significant shift in Jewish attitudes, and many Jews, really absorbing the national movements that are rocking much of Europe at the time, Eastern Europe in particular, they begin to explore the idea of developing a Jewish nationalism with the object of creating a Jewish national state in this part of the world as well. The most famous early movement is called Bilu, taken from this verse in the Bible, Beit Yaakov Yehuva Nelcha, House of Jacob, let us arise and go, meaning go to the land of Israel and colonize it there in order to establish a Jewish settlement back in the ancient homeland. And in fact, they did, working the land with some success, but they were heavily supported by Jews around the world. The idea of Zionism, especially promoted by Theodor Herzl, really caught the imagination of Jews living around the world, saying, yes, of course, this is a fantastic idea. And although most Jews were not specifically willing to pick themselves up and move to Israel, they were overwhelmingly very happy to support the movement, especially financially. You can see in this poster here, these are some English language posters, help him build Palestine. Once again, it's clearly a Jewish poster. At the bottom it's written in Yiddish, help him boyim Eretz Yisrael, help him build the land of Israel. This was the kind of fundraising poster that was used by the Jewish National Fund, established specifically to buy lands in Palestine, which they bought legally throughout this entire period. Here's another one that gives you a sense of the kind of modern feeling of it. A nation reborn on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the imagination. It's young, it's powerful, has kind of like a socialist vibe to it. And in fact, the early settlements did have very strong socialist leanings and so on. So basically, as you move through the early 20th century, the population of Jews in the region increases dramatically. Looking at this chart of statistics, which was taken by the British, much more accurate and reasonable than the Ottoman figures, you can see that in 1922, the blue column are Jews, of course the green column are the Muslims, there's also Christians, and then here we've broken out the Druze, the Baha'i, and many other peoples living in the land. By 1931, there has been a natural increase of Muslims, both through birth rate, but also through immigration, and the Jewish increase has also been marked. By 1946, it's even more dramatic. And in fact, this is one of the arguments that needs to be teased out is how many of the Arabs who moved to this region were in fact from other parts of the Arabic world and later adopted a Palestinian identity. It's something that the historical literature discusses at some length. Basically, what happens is the Ottoman Empire absorbs these Jewish immigrants with a certain amount of tension. They are buying the land legally from Arab notables living in the region. There's a certain amount of competition with the local Arab workforce and a certain amount of hesitancy to admit people who are definitely trying to build a new nation state in this region. There's also a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between the highly conservative Muslims living in the region and these European modern Jewish immigrants who are having women dressed differently, educated very differently, engaged in different kinds of cultural activities, which many of the Muslims find shocking and different and so on. Is in the context of World War I, the Ottoman Empire disappears, and the British and the French engage in very large geopolitical discussions to essentially divide up the region between them. The way this plays out specifically for the region we're talking about is especially represented in this document here, written by the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour. This is the so-called Balfour Declaration, in which he writes this message to Lord Rothschild and asks him to send it to the Zionist Federation. And look at the inside paragraph there, which really encapsulates the problem that the British would have for the next 50-odd years. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. That's at the point where most Jews just stopped reading. And it was a big party for them because it looked like England, which was in fact very soon going to take over this region with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, England was going to give Palestine to the Jews. But the second part of the paragraph reads, "It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country." Meaning, the British were saying essentially two things at the same time. On the one hand, they're going to give some of this land to the Jews for their Jewish homeland, but at the same time, they're saying as long as the Arab peoples living there do not object. And that's basically going to be impossible. It's also going to be something which will definitely affect the Jews living in any other country as well, as we shall see. Jews celebrate this with great excitement, and Arabs are concerned. They're not using the term Palestinians for themselves, but as I mentioned in the prelude, let's just refer to them as Palestinians. That term will become much more popular when we get to the second half of the 20th century. The first series of disturbances were associated with the Nabi Musa festival, which ironically commemorates the life of Moses, held sacred by both Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And in the context of this initial riot, 5 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed, and 230 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. And this kicks off a series of riots and retaliations. Arab riots against Jews and occasionally Jewish riots against Arabs as well, that go throughout the 1930s, culminating in a major period between 1936 and 1939 of very, very heavy violence. I will allow other historians to work out, which acts of violence were more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as the cycle of violence really begins in 1920, right after the Balfour Declaration. So the British right away, they're very good at establishing commissions, and they establish a new commission under Earl Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does. I'll just read to you one section. This is from chapter 20, which could basically say the same thing about much of the later part of the century as well. The problem of Palestine is briefly restated. Under the stress of the World War, this is of course World War I, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed certain expectations. The application to Palestine of the mandate system in general and of the specific mandate in particular implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively, owing to the conciliatory effect on the Palestinian Arabs of the material prosperity which Jewish immigration would bring in Palestine as a whole. That belief has not been justified, and there seems to be no hope of its being justified in the future. In other words, the British said that they were hoping that, by having Jews move in and improve the economy, and the Pew Report actually discusses that, Jewish immigration did help the economy significantly. There's a lot more employment, there's a lot more capital flowing, and a lot more foreign investment, but that prosperity would not help to solve the political dispute between the Arabs and the Jews in this region. Let's go back. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations, and apart from obligations, the existing circumstances in Palestine would still require the most strenuous efforts on the part of the government, which is responsible for the welfare of the country. The existing circumstances are summarized as follows. An irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs try to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. This may be the genesis of what was called the two-state solution, which was eagerly pursued by God willing, we'll get to that in another lecture. The Peel Report had an appendix which laid out a map, a very controversial map here, that said we should partition this region. And the area outlined in red was to be given to the Jews as a homeland. As you can see, it's a tiny fraction of the later boundaries of the land of Israel, and not entirely conforming to the way that the populations had spread out through the land. A lot of Arabs were in this region, a lot of Jews were outside this region, and Jews were incensed that this is what Peel was suggesting. And there's also that kind of like, it looks like a word bubble extending from the ocean to Jerusalem. That's supposed to be like an international zone allowing for access to the holy sites of Jerusalem for everybody. And the rest of the region outside of that red line would be an Arab country, presumably attached to what was called Transjordan. Transjordan was actually separated from the British mandate applied to Palestine earlier. So the Jews were incensed, the Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to naught. The period of 1936 to 1939 saw extensive dissatisfaction with the British mandate and the mandate authorities. Arab uprisings, Jewish violence against each other and against the British were pursued throughout this period. The British attempted under Colonial Secretary Malcolm MacDonald to look at the problem again. The British, again, are very good at establishing commissions, and he wrote up a white paper that suggested perhaps they should limit Jewish immigration to the land to 75,000 people over 5 years, which was guaranteed to blow the lid off Jewish aspirations. Because look at the time we're talking about. It's the late 1930s. Anti-Semitism was ramping up in Europe under Hitler. And of course, World War II would begin in 1939, just a few months after the White Paper came out. And immigration of Jews anywhere was a top concern for the entire Jewish people, because of course Hitler would take 6 million lives over the course of World War II. After the Holocaust, you have millions of displaced people all over Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in particular are unwilling or unable to return to their homes in Poland, and they're seeking to establish themselves in the ancestral homeland of Israel. Legal migration and illegal migration is happening at a tremendous clip, and the British are desperate to try and hold off these thousands of Jews who are seeking to make their way to safety in the Middle East. The Arabs, of course, are very incensed with the idea that Europe's problems should be solved with migration to the Middle East, but as one Zionist from the Arab put it, the Arabs have a problem of appetite and the Jews have a problem of starvation. They needed someplace else to live, and no other place was acceptable. So basically, the British gave up. Very similar to how they dealt with their departure from India. The entire geopolitical world had changed. They had to retrench themselves after World War II, and they handed the problem off to the United Nations. The United Nations came up with this resolution, number 181, which essentially said the land should be partitioned into 7 sections. And here's a map which was attached to the bottom of Resolution 181 that divides the land of Israel quite differently from the Peel report. The green areas were to be Jewish. There are 3 of them connected by tiny little wastes. And the goldenrod areas are to be Arab, also connected by these little wastes. And a 7th section was to be around the area of Jerusalem, and that was supposed to be, like the Peel report, some kind of international zone. The history after this point is well known. The Jews, now Israelis, accepted the plan, and in 1948 they proclaimed statehood, and they were immediately attacked by Arab armies surrounding them. They fought a very, very difficult war, but ended up managing to not only keep this territory, but in fact expand it somewhat. That's a very important part of this whole history, but we should understand that the conflict with the Palestinians really began even before that war happened. As soon as Resolution 181 was passed and before the British could leave, there was already violence erupting between Jews and Arabs. And a large number of Arabs living in Palestine chose to flee. Somewhere in the range of 700,000 Arabs left their homes seeking safety. Now, one of the larger debates, like we mentioned earlier with the cycle of violence, one of the larger debates focuses on the question of why exactly did they leave. It does not take a tremendous amount of imagination to realize that families flee theaters of war. There were examples of atrocities, even an atrocity that is exaggerated and spread through the rumor mill is something that will strike fear in the hearts of a family and would cause them to flee. Once again, I defer to other historians to go through the details. I'm sure you will find it useful to look at Professor Kramer's work to go into more details as to what specific events, Deir Yassin and others, that prompted many of these people to flee. But this was called the Nakba, the catastrophe, which essentially displaced something like 750,000 people from what would become the state of Israel in the armistice of 1949. If you look at this map here, you can see the green areas were assigned to the state of Israel in the 1947 partition plan. But after successfully defending the territory, the Israelis were able to actually add those pink areas to make the boundaries somewhat more defensible than they were before. That's essentially the origins of the Palestinian Nakba. It's also important to note that there is a Jewish version of this Nakba at the same time. Shortly after this war, there was a wave of anti-Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic world, particularly in Arab lands, and Jews were forced to flee from many of these countries. Perhaps 800,000 Jews were required to flee, many of them making their way to Israel, which ironically achieved the opposite purpose of what many of these states might have had in mind, because it made Israel much more stable and stronger demographically and further cemented its presence in the Middle East. So that's a very quick overview of the major events that contribute to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. I'm sure that many of you will comment that I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that, and it's true, it's inevitable that as I attempt to compress this massive history into a very, very short presentation, it's inevitable to omit certain things, but I hope that this overview does something to break down the tunnel vision that's so prevalent on social media today, and people can have hopefully productive discussions about how this conflict may be resolved peaceably, and that all the peoples in the land should enjoy health and prosperity. Thank you very much for that.
That jumped on your stupid face, and that's why it worked. Now, he's probably... No, that did not. I'm glad you asked. And somebody asked what happened. I go, I just bought an eagle.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of the origins of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict by looking at the second half-century in this very complex topic, specifically moving from the period of the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 through the Oslo Accords of 1993. I've subtitled this Towards the Two-State Solution because that was one of the most important elements of this period. In this discussion, I'm going to try and focus my comments primarily on the ways in which both Israelis and Palestinians saw the major historical events and how they shaped the path towards some kind of peace. I will not be devoting attention to every single element of this history because it's overwhelming for a very short presentation, but hopefully these elements that I present will be cogent and coherent and will help to provide some background to understanding what we are to make of the current crisis today. History and her fraternal twin sister memory are closely interrelated. History affects memory, memory then turns around and affects history. A simplistic view of history is one in which we say, just tell me what exactly happened and when. And we don't realize that every time we tell something about history, we tell it from a particular perspective. If you consider, for example, two people standing at very different points of an intersection witnessing a traffic accident, they'll both see very different things because of the place in which they're situated as that accident happens. So when we look at something far more complicated than a simple fender bender, the 100-year-long conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, how much more so is it crucial to understand exactly where we are standing and what kind of perspective we have. In this context, let me share a little bit about my own background and how I come to this history, and then specifically the sources that I have been researching specifically for this video. So I was born, obviously, to a Jewish family in the 1960s in Canada, and I was raised on a fairly steady diet of what we might call the heroic school of Israeli historiography, which basically presents materials in a way that describes the struggle of the young Israeli nation in a very positive light, obviously, and displays the behavior of the enemies of the State of Israel in a very negative light. To be understood, it's a national historiography that aims to create an affinity for the State of Israel, for the ideals of Zionism, and so on. And I believe that the skeletal structure of that historiographic model is basically sound. However, as memory and history interact, and specifically as people go back to the archival sources and revisit more details and different perspectives on those same events, some of those historical evaluations have to be re-evaluated. And so I'm going to rely for this presentation on much of my prior research based in that heroic school, but also on newer research that I think qualifies that material significantly. First of all, I'm going to rely on a lot of the excellent work done by Professor Benny Morris of Ben Gurion University. He is a member of what's sometimes called the New Historian School in Israel that has basically done the hard work of going back to the archives and asking some of the very difficult questions about those controversial elements that we'll look at briefly in this video. His recent book, Righteous Victims, A History of the Zionist-Arab Conflict, 1881 to 2001, is sometimes very difficult reading, and there are definitely some elements there that I can see would provoke controversy. I've also relied, obviously, on a Palestinian perspective. Professor Rashid Khalidi from Columbia University, who is the author of The 100 Years' War on Palestine, A History of Settler Colonialism and Resistance, 1917 to 2017. And his perspective, like Professor Morris's, is definitely partisan. But what I think is very useful about both of them is that despite their very deeply involved and cherished beliefs about the nature of the trajectory of this conflict, they are both very quite self-critical and are willing to look at their own movements and to determine what went wrong within Zionism or within the Palestinian movement. And so with those caveats, let me present to you how I see the major developments of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict so we can have a better handle on understanding what's happening today and hopefully make some progress towards a rational dialogue and at some point a lasting peace. For Israelis and Palestinians, the original sin was certainly the period that Palestinians call the Nakba and Israelis call the War of Independence. The Nakba, or catastrophe, refers to the forced displacement of a large number, something like 700,000 plus refugees, Arab refugees, Palestinian refugees, from what would be later Israeli territory and moving them off into various refugee camps and into diaspora. The way in which the heroic historiography of Israel portrays this, it's more, but a closer look at the archival records indicate that while there was no organized plan to displace these refugees, it was definitely something which was not unwelcome to the young state for reasons that I think should be obvious. If you have a look at this map here, this is from Professor Morris's book. You can see the hatched lines represent the territory held by Israel on May 15, 1948, then the territory that was allotted to them by the 1947 partition control at the time. They were then invaded by several armies, by Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and by Syria, to actually expand the territory a little bit. Now, it is a remarkable military achievement. As David versus Goliath kind of battle, it was more like David versus many Davids because the Arab armies suffered from a lot of deficiencies. But if you look at the challenges that the young Israeli state faced, particularly looking at that small strip of land extending from the coast to Jerusalem, this is a very indefensible kind of territory. And so this Plan Dalet, which was especially focused on consolidating territories and roadways in particular to be able to access important Jewish settlements was crucial. Beginning from the date that the Israelis declared statehood to the period when the British actually evacuated and then the full-on war, there were horrific atrocities such as that of Deir Yassin, which spread fear throughout the Palestinian population that the Israelis would be attacking them. And they could point to a few examples where, in fact, that had happened. And for the Haganah, the proto-army of the State of Israel, later transformed into the Israel Defense Forces, or IDF, they had no reason to stop Arabs from fleeing because they saw that as the Palestinians left their homes, they were freeing up more territory to allow them to achieve their objectives of securing the roads and a more defensible set of borders. Now, what that means for the displaced Palestinians is that many of them, hundreds of thousands, were displaced into camps. And as you can see from this map, refugee camps were set up throughout the region in the Gaza Strip, in neighboring Jordan, which, of course, from 1949 till 1967 also controlled the West Bank, in Syria, and in Lebanon. In terms of the numbers, looking at it from the early 21st century, there were about 5.5 million people who were registered with the United Nations as being refugees or descendants of refugees. Those are the children, obviously, of the original 700,000 odd refugees. And about 1.5 million of them are still in the camps. About 370,000 in Jordan, 200,000 in the West Bank, 100,000 in Syria, 200,000 in Lebanon, and 700,000 in Gaza. It is worthy of note that most of the descendants of those original refugees have made lives for themselves in a Palestinian diaspora, but still that massive number of 1.5 million people living in refugee camps throughout the region is deeply troubling and of course is a constant how it must be solved. By 1949, the armistice lines had created something which would later be known as the Green Line, the borders of Israel, even if the states surrounding it did not recognize its official existence. Israel continued to deal with infiltrations from neighboring countries, from Egypt in particular, and there were conflicts like the 1956 Sinai War that were very relevant for many other reasons, but wonderfully crucial from the Palestinian perspective. If you have a look at this map here, in June of 1960, Gaza was then part of Egypt and the West Bank was part of Jordan. Israel then fought a war primarily with Egypt, but also with Jordan and with Syria as well. And amazingly, over the course of a very brief period of time, 6 days, and specifically through establishing air superiority early on, Israel was able to actually expand its territory dramatically. It was rather a surprising victory for everyone involved. And Israel had to decide what it was going to do with these territories. And this is extremely important, so let me slow down a little bit. They decided to annex 2 parts of the region. Annex meaning they took those parts and they made them permanently part of the state of Israel, never to be returned in any future peace deal. Specifically, the eastern part of Jerusalem. Jerusalem had been a divided city since 1949, and actually the holiest site of Jewish geography, the Temple Mount, was located on the Jordanian side. Since Jerusalem is the historic capital of the Jewish people, East Jerusalem was annexed outright and made part of the state of Israel proper. This also happened in the north, in the Golan Heights, where you have a mountainous region, and whoever commands the heights either looks down onto the Galilee or looks down onto Damascus. And given that it had great strategic value and not a huge local population, it was easy for the Israelis to annex that territory as well. However, the West Bank, with its large Palestinian population, posed a much greater threat because annexing the territory would involve giving all those Arabs citizenship. And that would deeply upset the demographic balance that Israel must maintain if it is to remain a Jewish state. And let us recall that Israel is striving really for 2 basic goals. One, to establish a Jewish state, a country that is free for Jewish immigration, that Jews can flee there if they are persecuted elsewhere. And secondly, it wants to establish a democratic state. It wants the political basis of Israel to be essentially one person, one vote. About 20% of Israel's population is not Jewish, primarily Palestinian Muslims, also Palestinian Christians, also Druze and Baha'i and many other peoples. And 20% is a sizable minority, but it still retains the basic Jewish character of the state. If citizenship were extended to all of these people in the West Bank and also in Gaza, that would seriously threaten the demographic balance of Israel as a Jewish state and simply could not be countenanced. So the West Bank and Gaza and the largely uninhabited Sinai Peninsula was simply occupied. These territories were administered by Israel, controlled by Israel, but the general thinking was that they would be exchanged for some kind of peace deal. Not all Israelis felt that way. Some said that peace should be exchanged for peace and the territory should remain within Israel, but by and large, the dominant opinion was that these territories would be given back. And in fact, this is what happened to Palestinians. This document is Resolution 242. which was issued a few months after the conclusion of the Six-Day War. And it's really important for two main reasons. The first is something that you see in item number 1, Roman number 1, which refers to the basis of a peace, a just and lasting peace, as the withdrawal of Israel armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict, meaning in the Six-Day War. And what this implicitly said was that there would be a just and lasting peace going back to the Green Line boundaries of 1949. That if Israel were to give up these territories that it conquered, then in fact a just and lasting peace could be achieved. This is actually a big plus for Israel in many ways, because the surrounding Arab states did not recognize the 1949 boundaries as a permanent and lasting peace. They regarded it as a kind of larger ceasefire, an armistice for the time being. So that was a big win for Israel in one sense. And note, by the way, I've included the French, which is also the official version, but the French version has a very key small distinction. It includes the phrase des territoires, as opposed to simply territories, which is much more demanding that all of those territories have to be returned, whereas in the English version, it only implies that at least some of the territories, from territories, not from the territories. The other thing which is hugely important about this document is something which is not written, and that is the word Palestinian. This entire document reflects a relationship between the state of Israel, now recognized with boundaries of 1949, and its neighbor nation states. And this was not something that affected the Palestinians, according to the document. It was something that affected Jordan, Egypt, and Syria in particular, and peace would be made between those players, not involving the Palestinians. And this, I think, is perhaps one of the most important drivers of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict from the beginning up until the present day. And that is that the Israelis failed to adequately understand the Palestinians, and the Palestinians failed to adequately understand the Israelis. Let me just take a very brief moment to speak about that. In terms of the Palestinian misunderstanding of the Israelis, they failed to grasp just how desperate this people was after the Holocaust. Palestinians through the 1960s, and many pro-Palestinian enthusiasts today, seem to take it for granted that Israeli Jews would be prepared to accept to live as kind of like, guests within a generous, benign Islamic host society. And that's simply not valid for Jews after the Holocaust. Jews must have a refuge. They must have a home. The earth is so big. Jews demand a small portion for themselves, and they believe that it is totally within their moral right to demand it, especially in their ancestral home. For their part, the Israelis misunderstand the Palestinian national cause. Although it awakened much later than many other nationalities, it nevertheless is very real and profound. This is a society that at the beginning of the 20th century was still quite primitive in terms of having very low levels of literacy and education and so on. And most of their national expressions were of loyalty to region and perhaps to clan, to religion, but they regarded themselves as part of a larger pan-Arabic society. Those things are all very true. But by discounting the Palestinian drive for self-determination, which would really awaken in the second half of the 20th century, by never taking those concerns seriously, Israelis tended to miss the boat and to disrespect the Palestinians in ways that would be incredibly tragic. And this Resolution 242 is perhaps the pinnacle of that statement coming from the United Nations that completely ignores Palestinian considerations. Now, we would see this come to fruition in this very jovial photograph here that shows the Egyptian leader Anwar Sadat on the left, the American President Jimmy Carter in the center, and the Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, who had faced off against each other in the 1973 war, launched by Egypt in particular. But the reason why these three men are smiling here is because after that war was fought, and Egypt was able to retain some pride, and after demonstrating that Egypt could inflict damage on Israel, he was able to call up Menachem Begin and effect a peace treaty. In the late 1970s, Israel, with some significant internal controversy, gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt, but Egypt was unwilling to take back the Gaza Strip, with its high concentration of restive Palestinians, many of whom showed an affinity for the Muslim Brotherhood, an organization which later would spawn Hamas, and Egypt felt that they were simply too destabilizing an element to bring into their polity. Anwar Sadat's vision of peace in the Middle East came to fruition, and although the relationship between Israel and Egypt has not been decidedly warm, it has nevertheless maintained peaceful relations since the 1980s. But Anwar Sadat himself would pay for this with his life, as some of his own bodyguard, incensed with the idea that he would make peace, turned on him. The point for the Palestinian movement was undoubtedly the establishment of the Palestine Liberation Organization led by Yasser Arafat. This was to be the focal point of Palestinian national efforts, and although they had to elbow their way to the table, not only at the United Nations and elsewhere, but even among other Arab allies, nevertheless, they took the lead in articulating what they wanted for themselves, rather than allowing the Arab states in the region to dictate what would be the fate of the Palestinians. They wrote a national charter in 1964 that was thoroughly unrealistic, laying out essentially a one-state Palestinian vision of the land of Israel, where only those Jews and their descendants who had lived in the territory before the Balfour Declaration in 1917 would have any rights, and furthermore, that armed struggle was the only way to liberate Palestine. This notion of a one-state solution, combined with violence to achieve that end, was thoroughly unacceptable to the Israelis. The PLO then sought to gain attention for its cause through some very dramatic terrorist activities throughout Europe and the Middle East, which included things like airplane hijackings in particular, the massacre of the Israeli Olympic athletes at Munich, and many other elements. It is important to note that in this brief video, I'm speaking about the PLO generally, but we should understand that it is essentially an umbrella organization. There are many different factions that come together under this umbrella, and a more nuanced look at the various groups would say a lot more about the internal debate over the value of these kinds of activities. But we can say in general that the PLO, under Arafat's leadership, at this time failed to grasp some very important emerging realities about the future of their national movement. First of all, they completely misunderstood the importance of public opinion in Europe and especially in America, where the Israelis had far greater experience with the media environment, with the culture. They had developed many connections and so on, and the PLO was not going to win their propaganda war through terrorism. In fact, it was just burying them further and sidelining the movement as being one associated with criminality and violence. Secondly, the PLO failed to realize that their conduct and even their mere presence in states bordering Israel made them increasingly unwelcome. Jordan, for example, which was one of the friendliest states to the Palestinians, granting them citizenship, for example, and in fact the majority of the Jordanian population is of Palestinian extraction, they found that they had to expel Arafat and the PLO after an uprising in September 1970 that was aimed at overthrowing the monarchy. Same sort of thing happened in Lebanon and elsewhere, and by the time you get to the 1980s, the PLO is basically out of the region. It has no direct border contact with the state of Israel, and it's basically Arafat and others are hiding out in Tunis in North Africa. Furthermore, Arafat made a few key missteps at this point. He backed, for example, Iraq against Kuwait when Iraq invaded, leading to a much larger invasion of Iraq in 1991. And much of the PLO was bankrolled by the Soviet Union, which saw it as a useful proxy in its battle against the United States in the Cold War. And as the Soviet Union began to go through its slow train wreck of self-destruction, it became clear that the PLO was going to lose more and more power. Ultimately, by the time you get to the early 1990s, the PLO has figured this out. They amended their charter significantly in favor of the kind of things that Israel would have wanted to see, including the acceptance of Resolution 242 with at least the 1949 boundaries for Israel, and secondly, abandoning the notion that armed struggle is the only way to liberate Palestine. And this is when we can start talking seriously about a two-state solution. That is the idea of Israel as a Jewish state and Palestine as an eventual Palestinian state in the same region in one form or another. It is unlikely, however, that even this two-state model would have received any traction were it not for the First Intifada that broke out in December of 1987. The term intifada in Arabic refers to a kind of like an uprising, a general revolt that is kind of like a spontaneous grassroots movement, and that was a fair description of what began to happen. Arafat, although the titular head of the PLO, was severely weakened off in his hideout in Tunis. Many of his allies had been co-opted by their states or assassinated by Israel, and he simply had lost a lot of power, although he still had a symbolic kind of role to play as the figurehead of the Palestinian movement. What happened in December 1987 is that the Palestinians themselves in Gaza and the West Bank of their uprising was rather different than anything they had done before. The First Intifada was now characterized by widespread terrorism in the sense of things that would later become much more associated with the Second Intifada, blowing up of buses and pizza shops and things like that. It was rather a kind of a symbolic attack on the IDF, as we see in this iconic photograph of a young Palestinian boy throwing a rock at this massive Israeli tank. The Palestinians, through a very deft use of the large number of foreign journalists who were frequently on the ground in Israel, were able to take their message to the world in a very different way, and actually inverted the David versus Goliath model that had frequently applied to the Israelis in the earlier heroic historiography. Now the Palestinians adopted that mantle of the young David and Israel as the oppressor. The Palestinians in this First Intifada were able to really draw attention to the multiple humiliations that were associated with living in a second-class status in the West Bank and in Gaza, such as moving through slow checkpoints, which were designed by the Israelis to allow the large number of West Bank and Gaza residents who worked in the state of Israel to proceed into Israel proper and to their jobs, and to not allow people who are going to be engaged in terrorism in Israel. So for the Israelis, these security checkpoints were precisely what they sound like, but for Palestinians, they were a daily humiliation. Furthermore, and there were a significant number of Israelis who felt that they should not be giving territory back to any other Arab population, and either for economic or ideological reasons, they were moving into these territories that were beyond the Green Line. And a significant number of Israelis, Jewish Israelis, were now living in West Bank lands, a smaller number in Gaza, and many Palestinians saw these people as the leading edge of an Israeli land grab. There was frequent conflict and violence that occurred in the West Bank as a result of the meeting of these two populations. At this point, I'd like to refer you to what we talked about at the beginning of this video, about how history and memory are interrelated. The history that I studied in the context of the Six-Day War, in the context of the peace deal with Egypt, it portrayed Israel as moving forward with a righteous cause and making peace with its increasingly reasonable Arab neighbors. There's a lot to be said for this understanding of the history, And as I hope to discuss in the next video in the series, we see a lot of Arab states ultimately decide to make peace with Israel in the 21st century. So it is a model that's still quite viable. However, if I put myself in the shoes of someone who was born, let's say 1987, when the first Intifada came out, their first encounters with Israel and what they see in newspapers and on television and later on the internet is shaped by the new presentation of material that the Palestinians are for the first time really bringing forward about themselves. The second Intifada would hurt that image significantly, as we shall see, but in the period of the first Intifada, you create the roots for a new understanding of Palestine among Gen Xers and millennials. We'll talk about that shortly. When you put all of these things together, the beginning of a shift in the international narrative, the weakness of the PLO as the official leader of the Palestinian movement, and the collapse of its support from the loss of the Soviet Union, led Yitzhak Rabin, the Prime Minister of Israel, to determine that he had to make peace with Yasser Arafat. And his reasoning was that if he did not make peace with the PLO, he would ultimately have to make peace with 1,000 other Palestinian entities because the PLO could not itself handle the fractious nature of its population. It had already lost control of much of the narrative, which was being taken over by the Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza. And so, much like Anwar Sadat reached out to Menachem Begin, Yitzhak Rabin reached out to Yasser Arafat, and with the assistance of the United States under Bill Clinton, shown here in this famous photograph, they were able to establish another peace treaty, the Oslo Accords, which was really the culmination of this idea of a two-state solution. I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about what that solution was and what its challenges were and are in the next video. But at this point, we have to mention that in a cruel irony of history, just as Anwar Sadat was assassinated by Muslim extremists who disagreed with his view of peace, so too was Yitzhak Rabin assassinated by a Jewish extremist who was incensed with the idea of making peace with his former terrorists. Here you see a very sad photograph, which was a copy of a Hebrew poem, a song for peace, which was stained with Yitzhak Rabin's own blood in the context of his assassination. So that's my discussion of the second half century of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. I hope you found it of some value, and I hope that it provides some material for national discussion between people of goodwill to contribute in whatever way it can to the just and lasting peace enjoyed by all the peoples of the region and prosperity and good health. Thank you very much.
Now, would you be offended that Casey only had to pay him $1 to pretty much kill you? Would that be an offensive number for you? Would you have that number would be higher from the value of your life? I mean, the exchange rate.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, I've recorded 2 short videos on the history of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The first one extending from the late 19th century through 1949. The second one going from 1949 to 1993. And this is the final lecture in that series. This was not a planned series. I've tried to avoid this topic for a very long time because it is so contentious and it tends to attract all kinds of wrong
how are you?
website, and I'd rather
I'm sleeping.
focus on other areas of Jewish history that we work with research agenda. But I felt that given the nature of the horrific attack on October 7th, I really had to do something to help contribute to voices of reason and to provide people with some kind of hopefully dispassionate treatment of the history so that people of goodwill could engage in reasonable discussion about how these thorny issues might be resolved. As I record this video on December 1st, we are still in these hostilities, the hostage release that I've been participating in for several days now has unfortunately ended with some horrific news that 10-month-old baby, Vivas, that was abducted among the 200 odd hostages taken in Hamas attack in Israel on October 7th. Hamas is releasing information right now that that child, the IDF is currently examining whether or not this is true. But I have to say that this particular video is especially difficult. The first two were hard enough, but now we are bumping up against the limits of history because we're not speaking about events in the distant past or even in the 20th century. Now we're talking about events that are occurring right now. I really try hard to avoid those things. I prefer my history to be located firmly in the past, where at least theoretically things don't change. But I have to do something to try and help I'm beginning with a little bit more personal note in this lecture because this isn't history that I've read about in books. This is history that I have experienced. And so I'm going to begin this brief video with a little bit of background so you can understand that I am hardly unbiased about these things. In case you didn't notice from my garb and hair, I am an observant Jew, at least I try to be, and I am a supporter of Israel. I am a Zionist, and I believe in the mission of Israel. Many people that I love, many people that I care deeply about live in Israel. And it doesn't mean that I don't have any compassion left for Palestinians. It is a fundamental belief of mine that I want all the people in the region to live together in good health and prosperity and in pursuit of happiness, so to speak. But let's set that aside and let's begin with some of the personal background that hopefully will inform your understanding of my position. I'd also like to invite you, if you haven't done this, to please watch the first two parts before you come to this one. And I think that would be the best way to absorb history, which is generally consumed chronologically. I have discussed sources in previous lectures. There's so much available on this particular topic. I think I refer, but my goal is to try and make this simple for people. So I would suggest if you want to do some reading on this specific topic, you might want to look at Ellie Pote's remarkable book, Chances for Peace, Missed Opportunities in the Arab-Israeli Conflict. It's about 400 odd pages. So let me just take a few minutes before we talk about the history to share how I experience this history personally, how it overlaps with my personal attachment to the history of Israel. I first lived in Israel in the 1980s, the early 1980s, because I was a student of Professor Emil Fackenheim, who was a senior scholar, Holocaust survivor at the University of Toronto, where I was pursuing my undergraduate degree. And when he made Aliyah, which means to immigrate to Israel, he invited me to study with him, and I was very, very glad to do so. Here's kind of a shocking photo of what I looked like back in the 1980s. I'm sitting outside my dormitory at kibbutz Torshim, where I was a volunteer in the summer before attending the University of Jerusalem, and I happened to be holding a letter in which I received his notice about a scholarship in the name of Fackenheim. I couldn't be prouder as a young undergraduate student to be in the land of Israel, to be studying with a great scholar and so on. My home after the kibbutz was here on Har Tzofim, the Mount Scopus campus of Hebrew University. You can see this magnificent structure up there on the hill. And I had, a lot of amazing educational experiences. But what I think is most relevant for what we're talking about today is the walk. As an inexperienced undergraduate student, I took on a part-time job working in Richie's Cargo Cafe, which was a restaurant in a remarkable part of Jerusalem. It was on the Cargo, which is this ancient Roman street that was actually featured in the 6th century Mustafa map. And it was, reconstituted with modern shops, including this restaurant. And because I didn't have a lot of money, I would frequently not be able to afford bus fare. So I would walk about an hour from the Hebrew University campus, way up on the right of this map, And I would walk through all these Arab neighborhoods, Shira and others, taking different routes and just exploring the streets, and finally entering the old city through the Damascus Gate, and then walking through the Arab Souk to the eventual destination in Picardo, where I would put in my home serving pizzas. I returned about a decade later. At that point, I was married, and my wife brought us our two youngest children. And I spent a year studying, once again at Hebrew University, but also at the Yeshiva or Seminary. And I gained tremendously from it, but I will say one major thing that changed between the early 80s and the early 1990s. It was not so safe to walk through these routes anymore. And unfortunately, that wonderful experience was not something that I could share easily with my wife and my children, because it was simply too dangerous for you, visible to walk in a lot of these areas unprotected. My children grew up, and each one of them spent at least a year studying Israel, much as I did, and some of them actually immigrated to Israel and live there now. So let me be clear, I'm not neutral. I support Israel, but I also support Palestinians. I wish earnestly that Palestinians should live in peace and prosperity. In whatever arrangement Israel and the Palestinians are able to determine, I would like nothing better than a cessation of the violence and an end to human suffering on all sides. And I would like to think that many of you watching this video share this value with me. But my goal, as now we get to the history part of it, is to just survey the major elements of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and especially those efforts made towards peace. And my hope is that this will spur honest discussion among rational people. Where we left off in the last video was the culmination of the Oslo Peace Accords that basically created a system where the Palestinian movement, through something called the Palestinian Authority, would establish some initial steps towards an eventual statehood. Jerusalem was kind of set on the back burner for final status negotiations, which ultimately never happened. And the thought was that the Palestinian Authority would slowly develop confidence-building measures that Israel would then reciprocate by giving more authority to the Palestinian Authority, and ultimately, as the name implies, this would result in a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side. When you get to the actual nuts and bolts of the deal, however, it was apparent that it would be very, very difficult to actually achieve this. Have a look at this map here, which comes from a pro-Palestinian source. Welcome to Palestine. Unfortunately, it's spelled the name Israel incorrectly, but otherwise it's basically accurate and depicts the current status quo. What you see in the light yellow color is the West Bank. It is so called because it is on the west bank of the Jordan River. It's known as Shomron and Yehuda. The dark red patches are called Area A in Oslo Accords. These are areas where you have the densest settlement of Palestinians, including some of the major towns like Nablus and Hebron. And here in these regions, the Palestinian Authority has the greatest power. It is supposed to be responsible for internal security, which is kind of a euphemism for protecting Israel from Palestinian terrorists, but also public order, which is more like internal policing, and finally civil affairs, which deals with the setting up of infrastructure and transport and trash delivery and things like that. So these regions were the most Palestinian in terms of their governing authority. Area B involves a little bit of mixed authority, where Israel would be responsible for the security aspects, which is again security for Israel, and the PA would hold on to public order, police, and civil affairs. And then in Area C, which is the largest chunk, Israel would be responsible for everything except for the civil affairs of Palestinians who live in Area C. if you have a look back at the previous video in the series, I showed you a map there of the Jewish settlements, Israeli settlements within the West Bank, and we're basically dealing with populations that are living cheek to jowl. I mean, on one hill, you'll have a Palestinian village, and on the other hill, with a very small valley in between, you'll have an Israeli village. And it's very difficult to simply block out a whole map that has all this contiguous area for the Palestinians without including also those Israeli settlements, which is an incredibly difficult problem to solve. Now have a look at the second area, which is Gaza down towards the bottom left. Gaza, after 2005, was completely handed over to the Palestinians. Palestinians control all internal affairs in the Gaza Strip, but Israel and Egypt, you can see that Egypt, of course, has the lower left border, control all the borders, the air traffic, and so on. Initially, this was far less onerous, but as time went on, Israel and Egypt imposed even harsher blockades on the region for reasons that I'm going to explain shortly. Now, let's understand, if I were a Palestinian looking at this map, I would say, what kind of a Meshuggah map is this? Maybe I wouldn't use the word Meshuggah, but what kind of a crazy map is this? How do you expect us to build a state out of this? I mean, two major chunks of land, you have to set up some kind of corridor to travel between them, and even within the West Bank, there's like all these little patchwork quilts, and yeah, it's a really hard, I would think, impossible task to engage in state building based on this. On the other hand, if I were to ask an Israeli, what do you think of the map? This is not the way they would see it. Chances are they would look at something like this. They would say, this is a map of the Arab League member states, and Israel, as you can see in the little red area, it's tiny. Israel is just one little piece of land where the Jews want to establish a national state. We went through the process for that in the previous two videos. And the fact that Palestinians are gaining territory where they currently live in the West Bank and Gaza, you know, whatever they get, they should be happy for, because Israel is not willing to back up into the sea. Israel insists on its right to exist. And so for many Israelis, particularly on the right wing, the idea of giving any land to the Palestinians in this context where there's so much land that belongs to the Arab states, it just weakens Israel and exposes them to more attacks as a result of terrorism. And that point of view has unfortunately been borne out by much of later history. But before we discuss the Second Intifada, which is hugely important, let's just reiterate that the Palestinians looking at this map would complain that much of the agreement favors Israel, and as a result of the U.S.-dominated nature of the Oslo Accord negotiations. And in fact, this is going to continue through the rest of the 3 decades until our present day, where the U.S. has really exercised an outsized role in whatever deals are struck between Israel and Palestinian authorities. For many Palestinians, it seems like just another example of Western imperialism simply exercising unilateral decisions upon the Palestinian people. Now, Israel, from the other hand, let us not forget that Israel, as a society, demonstrates tremendous strength when it comes to external challenges, like the current situation, where Israelis of all stripes will come together and will fight together to protect their very existence. But otherwise, it is a very vigorous, meaning fractious and divided democracy. Israel is, prone to huge outbursts of protest against one policy or another, as we saw over the summer of 2023, perhaps more than any other time. Agreed in unison on anything other than defense of Israel and its borders, that's a very, very difficult task. Again, thinking in alternative history, if the Palestinian Authority had demonstrated more confidence-building steps and had exercised greater control over the Second Intifada violence, that certainly would have helped expanding the experiment of the Oslo Accords. But on the other hand, Palestinians can point to Israelis and say, every time you establish another settlement in the West Bank, which is essentially a fact on the ground, that is an impediment to the development of a state for Palestinians. So Palestinians complain that you're undermining this process from the very beginning. You're doing some things to please your sponsor, the United States, but in reality, you don't believe in the idea of the Palestinian state. Palestinians are also blessed with remarkably ineffective leadership, as we see, for example, after the death of Yasser Arafat, who was much better at fomenting guerrilla attacks on Israel than he was at actually state building. But his successor, Mahmoud Abbas, also known as Abu Mazen, after having elections, simply discontinued elections and has been in power for about 20 years and is widely regarded among Palestinians as completely ineffective. Palestinian frustration with the lack of progress from the Oslo Accords, combined with a provocative visit to the Temple Mount by Ariel Sharon, an important political leader, exploded in Al-Intifada al-Thaniya, the Second Intifada of September 2000. And this was rather different from the First Intifada, primarily in the scope of the violence associated with it. It was especially associated with suicide bombings, like on buses and on pizza shops and other civilian infrastructure in Israel proper. I remember at the time I was on a postdoctoral fellowship at Harvard, and I would get up super early and go to my office in the morning. And the internet, that was back in the days of Alta Vista and things like that. And I would be constantly refreshing my feed to see if there's any more news from Israel, And sometimes, multiple times a day, I would hear horrible things about these awful terrorist attacks on Israelis, which involves a very different element, that of the suicide bombing, so much associated with Hamas and with Gaza, as we shall see shortly. From the Israeli perspective, the Palestinian Authority was a complete failure in this regard, doing very little to stop actual terrorist attacks, and in fact, in some cases, even having its own security forces participate in them. There are lynchings of Jews in all kinds of places and horrific violence, and Israel's response to it was something that they would repeat over the next 30 years. Israel stepped up its attempt to protect itself by creating these security barriers, these concrete walls in some places, fencing in others, to prevent the incursion of terrorists from the Palestinian West Bank into Israel proper. These concrete barriers were also facts on the ground that many felt at the time constituted a land grab by the Israelis yet again, in even pushing forward the 1967 Green Line into Palestinian territories. Secondly, they constituted another example of the humiliations that Palestinians would have to endure when they went into Israel proper for the work permits or visiting relatives or what have you. So it was definitely something that increased the security of Israelis, but it exacerbated the tension overall. And at this point, we really have to talk about Gaza, and specifically the military strategy that Israel chose to pursue from the period of the Second Intifada through our current day. Israel's military response to much of the Second Intifada has sometimes been called the Dahya Doctrine, after a suburb in Beirut, which also had a similar kind of experience. The notion is that if you're fighting an asymmetrical battle where terrorists will infiltrate your society and attack civilian populations, such as what happened yesterday with 2 Hamas fighters getting out of a car and shooting at a bunch of people standing at a bus stop, killing, among others, a 24-year-old expecting mother, then of course Israel is going to strike back hard and fast, and it will be memorable. The basic idea is don't poke the bear. And you would think that people who live next to the bear would get that. But Hamas has not. Hamas has actually tried to take advantage of that by using civilian and humanitarian structures as places where they should establish their bases. We see this in the Al-Shifa hospital, under mosques, under UN facilities, under schools, and they're thinking that, by having these human civilian shields, that will somehow protect them from this doctrine. And Israel has gone to great lengths to try and minimize civilian damages, for sure. They have an entire unit of Arabic speakers, not only Palestinian Israelis, but also those descended from Jewish communities that were expelled from Arab lands after 1948. And the job of this unit is simply to call up people in Gaza and say, hey, we intend to attack this area, please move south. They employ technological devices like knock alerts to let people know that an attack is forthcoming. And even in the news, you can see Israel broadcasting a lot of what they intend to do because they try to limit the impact of the civilian casualties. But Hamas specifically does everything it can to provoke that kind of response. Part of me remains absolutely stunned. Why would Hamas want to do this? Why would Hamas want to impose such phenomenal suffering on top of what they're already experiencing by provoking an attack from a neighboring country? I can't say that I have come to grips with this at all. It doesn't make sense to me. On a human, visceral level, I do not understand this urge for self-sacrifice to the point of martyrdom and the willingness to sacrifice one's own progeny. I just can't conceive it. Now, you may think to yourself, well, he's exaggerating. I would like to recommend you please have a look at a website called MEMRI, M-E-M-R-I. It stands for the Middle East Media Research Institute. It is a really valuable institute that for decades has simply been watching Arabic language media and providing translations of key segments. And, very little commentary other than the title of the video sometimes gives away where they're coming from. But you have to see this. And I'm going to put a few links of some key videos in the information box. You can go visit it yourself. But, for example, this is Ghazi Hamad, who is an important Hamas official, saying very, very specifically that October 7th was not a one-off, that the attack of October 7th will happen again and again and again until Israel is completely destroyed. And there's no ambiguity here. And you see these really bizarre things like these kindergarten plays. I'm sure many of you were involved in these when you were children, right? You dress up as, trees and forests and princes and fairies, and you put on a little play for the parents. But in Gaza, they actually have kids dressing up as soldiers taking Israeli hostages. These are like 5, 6, 7-year-old kids. And amazingly, the parents are watching and cheering as they take Israelis capture, and who knows what else they do with them. And then, there's so many examples of this on memory, I just don't know what to say about it. Mothers. Sometimes mothers of people who are already killed in suicide bombings will come on and say things like, I had to use 2 screenshots here to show you, by Allah, if all my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of Allah, it will make me happy. And I gotta say, what planet do these people come from? How can I'm a father, I'm a grandfather. I cannot conceive how anyone could possibly say that they would want their children or grandchildren, God forbid, to be harmed while having a life. It's beyond the scope of my understanding. So please do visit them. You'll see that they provide a broad scope of voices. This is not like just watching, one crazy channel. You'll see that there are voices there that are critical of Hamas, but the examples I'm giving you are not at all outlaws. This is the kind of enemy that Israel is facing. I'd like to conclude this already long video with just a short discussion of the impact of this on the United States and populations throughout the world as well. One of the things that concerns me deeply is that even though it should be practically obvious to anyone that invading territory, murdering, raping, mutilating bodies, kidnapping children, and then holding them hostage. These are all deeply, deeply evil things. We should be able to unite around that thing as human beings. I don't care who does it. If Israel were to do such a thing, I would be deeply, deeply ashamed. And I'd like to think I would speak out against it as strongly as I am now. But there should be like common denominator. And we see that in the United States, for example, this is the results of a poll that was conducted just 2 weeks after the October 7th massacre, that Israel actually has fairly strong favorability in the United States. You can see that of the institutions measured, Israel comes in number 3 behind the U.S. military and the police, considerably higher than the Supreme Court or news organizations, and Hamas is like way down at the bottom. I would like those numbers to be higher, but they're not that. But here's the scary thing. When you go a little deeper and look at the demographic groups that express that positivity, young people simply are not getting it. Look at this chart on the right, which asks, in general in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? Not Gaza, not Palestinians, but Hamas, terrorist group. 60% of Americans side with Hamas. I really don't like that number, but 84% say Israel. That makes sense. But then look at the chart below, and you can see that people in my age bracket are far more likely to feel the way I do. Okay, thank you. But as you get younger and younger, and you get to the age of my undergraduate students, only 52% of Americans, and this is 2 weeks after October 7th, the most horrific massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, 52% of people aged 18 to 24 support Israel, and 48% support Hamas. We see it so clearly in this horrific. I walk by this every day on my way to work. People put up posters drawing attention to the fact that children have been captured. Children. And other people tear those posters down, saying, I don't know that it's not true. But, there are Hamas propagandists who say the craziest things, that October 7th didn't happen, or it did happen, but it was perpetrated by the Israelis, God forbid. And, this is going full QAnon, and you can go join the Flat Earth Society. However you feel about the conflict, this happened. And, if I'm walking down the street and I see a poster where someone lost a puppy, put up a little poster with a picture of a puppy, I think it would be heartless to tear that down. Someone lost their dog. You care about them. Maybe you'll see the dog. But to actually tear down the pictures of human beings, children who are suffering, I simply cannot understand. But that seems to be the way our society has been moving. There are riots in schools here in Queens that are filled with hundreds of children demonstrating for Palestine, and they probably couldn't even find Palestine on a map. If this trend were to continue, God forbid, with younger people being duped by such obviously immoral acts like Hamas, then we're in for much more trouble than we're experiencing. This video has already gone much longer than this. I wish and pray with sincerity that all of the hostages should be released to their families in good health, and that the violence is swiftly ended and is crowned with a lasting and just peace, in which all the peoples of the region dwell together in security, mutual prosperity, and with hope for the next generation. Thank you very much.
It's like we get it. We all have too many old people now. There's not enough young people to take it out on the rest of us. We didn't.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A fascinating article appeared in the Wall Street Journal recently, written by Professor Ron Hassner, who teaches political science at UC Berkeley. Fascinating study. What he did was he hired a survey firm to conduct a scientific survey of students of undergraduate age, 18 to 24, and asked them what they thought about this slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And it was absolutely fascinating, the results that he got. Let's have a quick look at them. So first of all, 43% of them enthusiastically supported this slogan. And an additional 33% supported it somewhat. Only 23.9% of respondents indicated they did not support this slogan. These results fit very well with what other studies are indicating, a significant generational gap among Americans. That basically Americans 30 years and older are increasingly in favor of Israel and understands the nature of the attack of October 7th and will back Israel in this conflict. And the youngest Americans in these studies, particularly the ages 18 to 24, who are more ambivalent about it. In fact, in one study, 48% of Americans reported that they were actually in favor of Hamas, a terrorist organization, over Israel. This is a very troubling kind of number, seeing it particularly in the younger demographic. So we see that, the majority of people of this age group see the conflict very differently from older adults. However, here's the positive news. Most of these people who support the slogan have no idea what it means. Like, for example, when they were shown a map that helped them identify which river and which sea we're talking about, they changed their mind. And 53% of them said, no, I'm not prepared to support this particular slogan, based only on the map. And other data indicates that when they know a little bit more about what the slogan actually implies, they're far less likely to support it. So let's do the geography first. Which river are we talking about, and which sea are we talking about? When Professor Hassner asked them, which river are we talking about, some students pointed to the Dead Sea, which is actually not a river, but at any rate, it's a body of water. Others actually pointed to the Nile River in Egypt, so try and figure that one out. And some even pointed to the Euphrates River, which runs through Syria and Iraq. So they obviously have no idea which river we're talking about. But it gets even worse when you ask them which sea. And you would think that this would be fairly obvious. We're talking about the Mediterranean Sea. But many actually identified the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, can you imagine from the Middle East all the way out to the Atlantic Ocean? And some actually identified the Caribbean, which is like just bizarre. So these students really need some basic geography here. Let's do that right now in case some of those students are watching. So the river we're talking about is the Jordan River. In Hebrew, the Nahar HaYarden, and in Arabic, the Nahar Urdun. Right? Because it's so named because Jordan is on the other side. And what is the sea we're talking about? Obviously the Mediterranean Sea, Hayam HaTichon in Hebrew, or El Bahr El Abyad in Arabic. So that's the river and that's the sea. Now here is where it gets difficult. Basically, if you go from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, that is all of Israel. This kind of oval is not exactly shaped to the boundaries. It eliminates the north, the eastern part of the Golan, but those are the boundaries of contemporary Israel. You're basically seeing that this entire country should be free, and you're calling it Palestine. So those are somewhat problematic. Now, here's the good news. Once the students saw the map and were given some basic instruction, 75% of them downgraded their enthusiasm. Meaning they changed from being enthusiastically so to being somewhat or being not approving at all. Furthermore, once it was explained to them that replacing the current country of Israel with a putative future country known as Palestine could inform, quote, the subjugation, expulsion, or annihilation of 7 million Jewish and 2 million Arab Israelis, 60% downgraded their enthusiasm. Meaning, like, wait, that's not what we had in mind when we were saying this slogan, when we were chanting it in protests and things like that. And that makes me happy, because at least we're talking about people who are unfortunately ignorant of some basic geographic and historical information. Let's look a little bit deeper now, like what exactly is the phrase, and let's try to understand how it is offensive to some people. The phrase in Arabic reads Min Nahar il Bahar, from the river to the sea, good enough. And then what happens after that? There are a couple different versions. One reads Filastin Satataharar, that Palestine will be free, or will be free. And that's usually the one that's translated in English, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, or Palestine will be free. A second version is a little bit more troubling. It ends Filastin Arabia. Palestine is Arabic, meaning this is a land presumably for people who speak Arabic or are Arabic, and that doesn't leave much place really for the Jews who are Hebrew speakers. The third version begins a little differently, Min al Maya il al Maya, from the water to the water, right? The water of the Jordan to the water of the Mediterranean. Filastin Islamia, Palestine is Muslim, or Palestine is Islamic, and that is similarly problematic. So the second and the third version are definitely offensive, because that entails the idea of removal of these people who are not Arabic or Muslim, either a literal removal or, God forbid, genocidal, or even some kind of population transfer. All of those things obviously are very problematic, to say the least, and offensive to Israelis and to Jews. What about the most neutral one, which is the Palestine will be free? Is that offensive? You know, that was used famously by a congresswoman and heavily criticized, and it is actually illegal in some European countries to use that, because it constitutes hate speech under some of their definitions. So let's try and figure this out. So when you say from the river to the sea, we understand that. That means from the Jordan to the Mediterranean. Palestine will be free. What do you mean by the term Palestine? Palestine is not a country. It is a regional description that has been used for a long time. The Romans, of course, renamed Judea Palestine after a revolt in the 2nd century by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. They wanted to wipe out the association of the land with its long Jewish history, so they renamed it Palestina, echoing Herodotus, but before that, even echoing the Bible, which refers to the Philistines, the traditional enemies of the Jewish people. So that term, Palestine, was used quite neutrally by Arabs and Jews and British and everybody involved in the region to talk about this piece of land. It was always part of some other larger political entity, but this region was called Palestine. So when you are using this term, Palestine will be free, do you mean that this region will be free? Maybe in some kind of one-state solution, meaning all the people living in this region will be free? You know, that's a generous interpretation, and I think that's the only way that you can say this phrase could possibly not be offensive. But let's look at the second word, you know, Palestine will be free, or will be freed. What do you mean by that? Israel is already free. Israel is a democratic state. 20% of Israeli citizens are not Jewish. It is not an ethno-state. And those 20% of Arabs who live in Israel have the right to vote. They are represented in the Knesset, and we can go on and on about these things. Gaza, which is overwhelmingly not Israeli, has been separated from Israel since 2005. Gaza has had its own opportunity to create its own government since that time. They elected Hamas, which then kicked out Fatah. There's a lot of things to say about it, but it's not Israel. And if it's not free, that's not Israel's fault either. There is a blockade around Gaza, primarily because they keep on sending rockets at civilian territories in Israel. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of what does that mean for the region. I've talked about it in other videos, but the basic thing is Gaza is not considered part of Israel. Israel disengaged already for, what is it, over 10 years now, since 2005. If you want to say, well, what about the Palestinian Authority, which is the region in what's also called the West Bank, Israelis know it as Shomron and Yehuda. That is the whole idea of a two-state solution, which was articulated in Oslo in 1993. It has not gotten off to a good start at all, and in fact, it has been stalled for a long time for lots of reasons, which also go beyond our discussion. So possibly you could say it's not offensive because you're saying, well, we hope that the Israelis in the non-Palestinian Authority regions will be free, and the Palestinians in the Palestinian Authority area will be free. That's a nice sort of thought, but it doesn't lend itself easily to a slogan. But nevertheless, like in the first possibility, maybe this is one way you could possibly consider it not offensive. But if you mean Palestine will be free in the sense of free of Israel or free of Jews, those are absolutely offensive statements that should be totally rejected. And you can't be surprised when Israelis and Jews are offended and are, in fact, intimidated by them, especially when you join it to other popular phrases like globalize the Intifada. The Intifada was a period of phenomenal terrorist violence directed against the Jews. The second Intifada, which was dominated by Hamas, was characterized by all kinds of attacks on civilians, bus bombings and coffee shop bombings and stabbings on the street. Absolutely horrific. When you say globalize the Intifada, that means take that kind of violence and spread it throughout the world. And that's completely unacceptable. So, in these senses, I can understand. I myself am offended by the use of the term from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, because I hear all of these other things happening. And I'm sure many, many Jews feel the same way I do. So, if you are one of these Gen Xers or these millennials who is thinking about using this phrase, just consider it like the N-word for Jews. It's the kind of thing that is definitely going to get a rise out of it. And yes, maybe you can thread the needle and say, possibly if you interpret this word this way and this word this way, it's not offensive. Let's keep trying that with the N-word. Okay, I hope this made things a little clearer for you. And I want to reiterate that the good news I hear from all of this is that most people, when they understand why this expression is so offensive to Jews, they decide not to use it anymore. And I think that's what you'll think too. So thank you very much for listening to this video.
That's the giant mold. They all live in that underground city. Trippers talking about.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of talk right now in the connection with the conflict in the Middle East regarding the idea of genocide. And I thought it would be interesting for us to have a look at the person who actually invented that word. He was a Jewish man named Rabbi Lemkin. So let's have a quick look at his background and why he came up with this particular term. So he was born in 1900 in a part of the world that would be today called Belarus. Actually happens to be a part of the world that my own family comes from. And he was rather different than most Jewish boys his age. His father was a farmer near Volkovich, where my great-uncle was actually a high school principal. And his mother was an intellectual. There's just not that many Jewish farmers, particularly in that part of the world, in Lithuania, when it was called back then. His mother was a great intellectual, a great reader, and she really instilled in her three sons a love of learning. In fact, she homeschooled all three brothers. Young Raphael was deeply affected by the news of a pogrom in Bialystok that occurred in 1906. And then later, as a teenager, when World War I broke out, The entire Lemkin family had to flee into the forests in order to avoid the hostilities between the German and the Russian armies. While they were hiding in the forest, unfortunately, his younger brother died, possibly of pneumonia or even Spanish flu, but unfortunately he passed away at that time, leaving Raphael with only one surviving brother. He went on to receive a trade school education, but he had exceptional language skills. He was ultimately able to read about 14 languages and speak 9. He studied linguistics in Lviv, which back then would have been called Lvov. Later, he went to study philosophy at Heidelberg and law in Lviv once again. And during this time, he continued to meditate and to think deeply about the nature of human cruelty, and in particular the history of massacres in Armenia, which occurred at the beginning of the 20th century in Iraq and elsewhere. And he went to one of his professors, Julius Makarevich, and asked him about the doctrine of state sovereignty that the professor had been promoting. The idea that the states essentially can do whatever they want in their own countries and they can't be punished in other legal fora. So the professor responded to him saying, consider the case of a farmer who owns a flock of chickens. He kills them, and this is his business. If you interfere, you are trespassing. Lemkin apparently replied to him, but the Armenians are not chickens. I mean, you can't compare these things, a farmer killing his children as opposed to a head of state killing his own citizens. His eventual conclusion was, sovereignty, I argue, cannot be conceived as the right to kill millions of innocent people. He was also deeply moved by the trials of two individuals. One was the assassin of Talat Pasha in 1921, and another I'm quite a bit more familiar with, Shalom Schwarzbard assassinated Simon Petliura, who was the leader of the Ukrainian government during the brief period of Ukrainian independence between World War I and the Soviet occupation of Ukraine. In the case of Shalom Schwarzbard, he went up to Simon Petliura, the leader in exile now in Paris in 1926, and shot him dead on the street. He was arrested and placed on trial, and he was able to essentially turn the trial around to be not a trial of his own assassination effort, but rather of the activity of Simon Petliura during this crucial of assassinating Simon Petliura. The Paris jury in 1927 rendered a verdict that allowed him to go free. And this kind of event led Raphael Lemkin to think, why is it that we can't prosecute those who perpetrate war crimes on their own people? This thought would eventually mature in his mind during his experience as a prosecutor in Poland, and he was also very deeply involved in working with the legal codes of Poland and codifying those laws. Let us remember that Poland was recently reconstituted as an independent country after World War I. And in 1933, he went to the newly formed League of Nations, which was essentially the precursor to the United Nations, and he met with their legal council at a conference in Madrid. And there he made some derogatory comments about Nazi Germany that when he went back to Poland got him in a lot of trouble because Poland was working on some treaties with Germany at the time, so he was fired from his public position. He ended up going into private practice, but he continued to work on his idea of how is it possible to prosecute perpetrators of international massacres. Unfortunately, he would have ample opportunity to continue this line of thought because on September 1st, 1939, the Nazis would invade Poland. Lemkin's own home was destroyed in a bombing raid on the 6th of that month, and he ended up being homeless and having to wander from place to place for some time. He was able to escape both the Nazis advancing into Poland and also Russian detention by portraying himself not as an intellectual, as a lawyer, but rather as a simple peasant. And he managed to make his way back to Volkovich and to see. He moved on to Vilna, the capital, and he decided there, and I'm going to quote from his autobiography, I really lived only when I was fighting for an ideal. I will devote the rest of my life to my work, outlawing the destruction of peoples. Later in Riga, he would meet with the distinguished historian Shimon Dubno, who would encourage him to continue his work in this vein. Dubno was later killed by the Nazis himself. But Lemkin was able to make his way first to Sweden and then via Japan to the USA in 1941, where he became a professor at Duke University and later at Rutgers University. The Holocaust, however, was absolutely devastating for him. He lost 49 members of his family, although his surviving brother actually managed to make it through the Holocaust because he was in a labor camp with his family, a Soviet labor camp, and ultimately was able to come to Canada where he settled. So Lemkin had suffered phenomenally during the Holocaust, and it further encouraged him to work on his concept of how to prosecute war criminals who commit crimes against people of other nations. His greatest claim to fame, of course, is that he created and defined the word genocide, borrowing from the term genos in Greek, meaning family, and sidera, which means to kill, like in homicide or suicide, terms like that. And he published the term in a book in 1944 called Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, and it proved to be an extremely important term that was used in Nuremberg trials and elsewhere. The UN General Assembly accepted his Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in December of 1948, and then later was ratified in 1951. And for the rest of his life, he worked on many examples of 20th century massacres, including a very notable speech in 1953, in which he was an early individual 33 as a genocide against Ukrainians. Unfortunately, Lemkin, who spent the rest of his life in New York City, suffered from very poor health, and in particular high blood pressure. Doctors had difficulty diagnosing his illness, which he ended up calling genociditis, meaning exhaustion from the work on the Genocide Convention. In 1959, he died of a heart attack on a New York street. Lemkin never married nor had children, but as you can see from his gravestone, which has smaller stones placed upon it by visitors in accordance with traditional Jewish custom, he continues to be revered. His work as a theoretician and as a legal scholar was without peer, and he was in fact nominated for the Nobel Prize 10 times in his lifetime. Unfortunately, the word genocide has been cheapened significantly in our times, and it's used quite casually when it really does not conform to the way Lemkin would define it. In the context of the Middle East, I think it's relevant to point out that in his autobiography, which he titled Totally Unofficial, there is no mention of the Allied bombings of Dresden or Hiroshima or Nagasaki, even though these involved very high numbers of civilian casualties. So clearly, the high numbers, and especially the disparity between the numbers on either side of the conflict, is not the kind of element that actually plays into his definition of genocide. I think it's very important to think about this in the context of what the Allies were thinking when they were bombing these places. Dresden, of course, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki are civilian cities, but the Allies viewed the attack on the German city essentially as an attempt to extirpate an absolutely noxious, murderous, genocidal regime, the Nazis. And Americans certainly felt they were attacked without provocation on December 7th, 1941, with the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and so ending the war quickly in Hiroshima and Nagasaki by demonstrating to the Japanese that a long, drawn-out conflict was not in their interest. You can understand the American decision, what was going into the American mind when they made the decision to engage in these activities. And this, I think, gives us some insight into what Israelis must be thinking. The brutal pogrom of October 7th was so horrific and so unprovoked and so sudden that for Israelis, this is essentially like a Pearl Harbor moment. And the Hamas organization in Gaza is so dangerous to Israeli civilians that it must be completely removed from the population of Gaza. Now, that is not to say that Gazans themselves are the subject of the attack. They are definitely suffering, and horrific suffering that's unimaginable, but that's primarily because Hamas is embedded deeply into their civilian infrastructure. I do not have the temerity to tell Israel what they should or should not do militarily. That's out of my lane. I'm a historian, not a military specialist. But I will say that I can understand on a historical basis why they would be engaging in the Daya doctrine and trying to exert maximum pressure to squeeze Hamas out of the tunnels and to release the hostages that they kidnapped from Israel on October 7th. I would recommend that anyone has any doubts about this, please visit this website, Saturday-October-7, all spelled out, Saturday-October-7. It's a very, very graphic website which simply brings together all of the publicly available photographs, cell phone videos, and other things that have been culled from social media that depicts what happened on October 7th. It is definitely a very, very difficult website to visit, but you get a sense of what Israelis must be feeling and why they are taking these actions. Let me conclude by getting back to Raphael. In his autobiography, he speaks about how he was first introduced to Jewish culture and Jewish religion and Hebrew and the Bible. And I found an especially moving passage where he describes how at age 7 he was studying the book of Isaiah, one of the biblical prophets. And he says, he read, "Cease to do evil, learn to do well, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow." Unquote. This call of Isaiah, Lenton continues, sounded to me so urgent, as if the oppressed stood now outside our door. The appeal to create peace by converting swords into plowshares seemed to recreate his presence. I thought of the power of our own plows, which brought life and not destruction. And of course, the metaphor of the beating of swords into plowshares is so resonant in Isaiah's writings and has, of course, affected the United Nations today. And you can understand the motivation of someone like Raphael Lemkin, who devoted his life to ending this kind of horrific massacre of people. I find it especially relevant, therefore, to note that this person who loved peace so much and devoted his life to ending massacres of innocent civilians, nevertheless did not feel that discussing Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Dresden was within the boundaries of what he conceived of as genocide. And you can make of that what you will. Thank you very much for watching, and let's hope to see an end to this conflict as soon as possible.
All right, well, that was fun. Met the gaming crew.
Couldn't believe it.
It was fun. Well, we had a pretty funny day. Real fun day, 2 days in a row. I know, 2 bangers back to back. Who would have thought?
See you tomorrow?
Hold up, let me put the thing. One more.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In accordance with YouTube community guidelines, I'd like to issue a brief educational content warning. This video will discuss some difficult issues, and I will probably show you some disturbing images as well. Obviously, we're still in the midst of a tremendous crisis in Gaza and Israel. It's a period of tremendous polarization, and what I would like to achieve with this brief video is to help define the parameters for appropriate debate of the history of the peoples that live in the area. Specifically, I'd like to try and define for our working purposes what is acceptable criticism of Israel and what is simple anti-Semitism. This is a very valid consideration because the world is focused on this area, as it frequently is, and I myself am uncomfortable with a lot of the debate that goes on. I'd like to try and promote more of a space for the participation of people of goodwill and reason to look for a path forward where all the peoples in the region can live in prosperity and good health. So let us start with the question: if I criticize Israel, am I an anti-Semite? Well, if the answer to that question is yes, then you're in company with roughly 50% of the Israeli population at any given time. Israel is an extremely vigorous democracy. They have had 9 elections in this century alone. That's about one every 2.5 years. They had remarkably robust protests in Tel Aviv and elsewhere in the summer of last year before October 7th. So, Israel has a deep-seated commitment to the diversity of opinion and its expression, and this includes the 20% of the Israeli population that are not Jewish. There is a strong minority population of Arabs, both Muslim and Christian. They vote, they participate in Knesset, they disagree with other parties just like every party does in Israel. So it's certainly appropriate to criticize the policies of the state of Israel because, roughly half of Israelis do it. This is not the same thing as saying I'm Jewish, therefore I can never be an anti-Semite. Unfortunately, that is possible. There are boundaries of criticism which are inappropriate, and I would think that there are boundaries of criticism of Israel that are even illegal, depending on where one states that. Furthermore, one who supports Israel is not ipso facto anti-Palestinian or Islamophobic. It is possible to identify with both of these peoples in the Middle East. It is possible to empathize with their suffering and to seek a solution that is amenable to both parties in this conflict. So, what are the parameters for when something tips over from criticism of Israel and goes into the area of simple, rude anti-Semitism? Let me outline 4 basic guardrails. The first one, inability to empathize with Israeli suffering. Now, obviously, the suffering in Gaza is phenomenal. The response to October 7th has been overwhelming and has been the focus of much attention since the invasion of Gaza began, motivated by the attempt to release the hostages and destroy Hamas, the terrorist organization that has been identified as the aim of this particular war. But we should recall that October 7th was a thing. October 7th happened. It was an incredibly violent, horrific attack on a civilian population and still has 131 hostages associated with it. In fact, you have to see where Israelis are coming from. These are family members. These are close relatives and friends that Israel is trying to retrieve from this incomprehensible situation. That's an important thing to bear in mind. We also see this kind of inability to identify with Israeli suffering when people rip down the posters that commemorate these people who are held in captivity and try to draw attention to their condition. One may disagree with the military strategies of the state of Israel without denying the suffering of those who are kidnapped and their families. Seeing the Israelis as the sole perpetrators of the suffering in the region is simply unfair, and it's ahistorical. One has a historical attention span longer than 15 minutes. One recognizes that this conflict goes back generations. Hamas, for its part, has been shelling Israel since it took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. Of course, Palestinians can also point to suffering at the hands of the Israelis. This is not a what-about-it kind of video. I'm trying to specifically address the issue of criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism, but it just underscores the fact that this is a place of great historical complexity, and people should not rush to judgment. Second guardrail, conflating anything Jewish with Israel. Recall that about half of the world's Jews live in Israel, but half of them do not. Half of them belong to countries all over the world, the United States, Canada, Europe, Australia, and so on. And while it is true that most Jews support Israel, but that doesn't mean that every Jew around the world constitutes a target for anti-Semitic attack. Consider, for example, the recent protests at Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto and also here in New York, where, what does Mount Sinai have to do with Gaza? Mount Sinai is, of course, the name of a hospital that was founded by Jewish donors. It treats people across the religious spectrum, regardless of their background. It's a place of healing that has absolutely nothing to do with the setting of Israeli military or political policies. why you're taking this here unless you want to specifically target Jews all around. That's called anti-Semitism. Third guardrail. Beware of borrowing tropes from historical anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is not an idea that was invented last month. It's something that goes back millennia. And it has a hoary and awful blood-soaked tradition behind it. And there's certain images, such as, for example, the drinking of blood by Jews, some kind of vampiric way, which is associated with a 12th century charge called the blood libel. It's absolutely horrific, and it plays into a long-running attack on Jews. Completely false and completely unfair, but borrowing from those things essentially plugs one's argument into this historical tradition of anti-Semitism, and that may not be something that one wishes to encourage. And then the final guardrail. It may be anti-Semitic if one's outrage is selective. In other words, people are entitled to their opinions, but are they only so enervated about Israel? Are they not enervated about the persecution of people elsewhere in the world, in Syria, in China, in Sudan, and elsewhere, in Iran? Is it only when Jews are involved that one is outraged? If that is the case, chances are it constitutes anti-Semitism. So if we're going to discuss this historically, we should bear in mind that blind spots are certainly human. I definitely have them. But nevertheless, I value the opportunity to discuss some of these extremely important historical issues with open-minded people who are rational and of goodwill. And while I've had many productive discussions with people who have very different opinions about what should be happening in Gaza right now, nevertheless, none of them associate with slogans that involve violence, such as, for example, resistance by any means, a very offensive statement that I doubt most people will use it having anything to do with, or globalize the Intifada. Similarly, they have no idea what the Intifada actually meant for the people of Israel. And they don't use horrific, violent, gory images, such as this particular lecture from a Northeastern University recently featured in the news, who uses these kinds of offensive images to stoke a visceral hatred, which can only lead to anti-Semitism. This has been a little different video from most of the ones that I talked about. I hope you haven't found it too tedious or difficult. I look forward to speaking to more conventional Jewish history videos.
Yeah, penis is actually harder. You can do a rudimentary penis, of course, when people understand what you're doing, but if you draw a detailed penis and every dick's different, it's like a snowflake. I never know what to do.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As a historian, I like to restrict my activities to things which happened firmly in the past, which are no longer happening today. That's really where I feel most comfortable, and I can speak with a certain degree of authority. But since October 7, it has become increasingly impossible to maintain my safe, comfortable home in the past, and I often have to talk about things that have direct relevance to the future. The truth is, that's not really true. That almost everything I say about the past has relevance to our times, but now it's become incredibly explicit. So what I'd like to talk about today is the history of Jews and universities, and I'll probably get a little bit more political towards the end of this video, so warning in advance. Now, perhaps one of the reasons why the current moment is so upsetting for many Jews is because universities is perhaps one of the last places where we expect to see this kind of phenomenon. But in reality, we shouldn't be that surprised because, again, taking a longer historical approach to the problem, we happen to be living at the end of a historical bubble. That in the immediate post-Holocaust era, and especially from the 1960s, when the combination of the growth of the Black Pride movement in the United States and the remarkable victories in Israel of the Six-Day War produced a surge of interest in Jewish academics on university campuses, and specifically the rise of Jewish studies on academic campuses. We always thought, at least my generation thought, that universities are relatively speaking fairly safe spaces. We invest heavily in them with Hillels and with Chabad houses and all kinds of supports for Jewish studies on campuses, and we thought that Jewish students would find a lot of value being in universities. But we happen to be coming, it appears, to the end of that anomalous period, that 5 or 6 decades of relative peace are slowly coming to an end, or rapidly coming to an end. So in this video, let's have a quick look back all the way to the very beginning of the Jewish love affair with universities, and I'd like to trace a little bit of the thread of resilience that winds its way through this history up until the present moment. So first of all, let us recall that Jews have a deep love affair with higher education. This is something that is deeply rooted in Jewish culture and has all kinds of reinforcements throughout history. If you look, for example, at the central prayer of Judaism, the Shema Yisrael, Hear O Israel prayer, it has a command to teach your children. I mean, teaching and education is really built into the core DNA of Jewish history. And besides its religious motivation and its intrinsic value, the Jews were incredibly incentivized towards the pursuit of higher education, primarily because the holding of real estate, the holding of land, was not necessarily the best way for them to make a living throughout the long diaspora period. Jews could be expelled from a country on a moment's notice, and that would mean they forfeit their land holdings and so on. So historically, Jews have looked towards aspects of the economy that are more portable in nature. This leads them, of course, to various crafts that are skill-based, to all kinds of financial activities in particular, and to medicine. And all of these things require a higher level of education. So there's like the idea of transportable economics produces more inclination towards higher education. If we look at our own times, have a look at the Pew Research Center report on Jewish Americans, you can see that statistically Jews are an extremely highly educated ethnic group. If you have a look at this graph, you see the comparison of Jewish Americans, who are in the red bar, and non-Jewish Americans in the yellow bar. This is as of 2020. And you can see that Jews are severely underrepresented when it comes to people who have a high school diploma or less, and they are incredibly overrepresented when we look at postgraduate degrees, like master's degrees, professional degrees, doctorates, and so on. They're more than 3 times the proportion of your average American. So Jews are very much invested in the idea of higher education, which is something that happens at universities. We should also note, of course, that historically Jews have had their own universities, understood within the context of their times. Examples from the ancient world, such as the gathering at Yavna, the so-called Keren Yavna, the orchard of Yavna, which was in Israel in the 1st century. Bodies that were partially researched, partially judicial, like the Sanhedrin. And then, of course, when you get to the Talmudic period, you have massive academies in Babylonia and several cities along the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, also in Israel and the city of Tiberias, for example. And you should also note here that in the Talmudic academies, the nature of Talmudic study is so broad that it easily encompassed all kinds of other areas of intellectual research, such as medicine, of course, geography, geology, astronomy, astrology, all kinds of bodies of knowledge would be included within Talmudic purview. So those aren't exactly universities the way we understand them today, but nevertheless they were institutions of higher education that Jews were deeply attached to. And even in the post-Talmudic period, there were several examples of purely Jewish university-like gatherings, but most of them were not especially successful. There was, for example, in the 15th century in Sicily, an attempt to create a Jewish university, or perhaps might be better said, as a university under Jewish auspices, but then the Inquisition came along and the Jews were expelled from there shortly thereafter. It was really only in the modern era when you have institutions like Hebrew University established, and here in New York City there's an extremely successful Jewish university. I've heard that there are a couple others as well, and I just don't know too much about them. But let's focus for our purposes on Jews attending general universities. What was that like for them? So the dominant experience of Jews and higher education up to the 20th century is one of struggle against exclusion. This is especially true in Christian lands, where there was always a religion test for students and especially for faculty. This begins already in the 4th century with the University of Constantinople, which was then known as the Pandidakterion, or the place of all teachings, which is sort of echoed in the word university that we use today, which was founded, ironically, when the Patriarchate of Israel was ended in 425. But outside of the University of Constantinople, Jews were admitted to the University of Gimbi in Sasanian Persia in the 6th century. This would be in the early post-Talmudic period, which absorbed a lot of Jewish scholars and scholars from other places. And shortly thereafter, when Baghdad rose, there was the Beit al-Hikmah, which was open to Jews as well. So Jews enthusiastically participated in these kinds of institutions, which were solely devoted to the pursuit of higher education. In Christian lands, there were some interesting exceptions made for extremely literate Jews who were very valuable to the university enterprise, particularly in areas like the Hebrew language, which is something the Jews, of course, retained and was essential for study of the Hebrew scriptures. But it didn't always work out so well for neither the prospective faculty nor the university institution. For example, Eliyahu Levita was invited to teach in Paris in the 15th century, but he refused because Paris was still closed to Jews, and he didn't want to be the only one there with some kind of residency permit. The major exception for much of the medieval period is Italy, and Italy was incredibly kind to Jewish students. The great universities of Bologna, Ferrara, Pavia, Perugia, Pisa, Rome, Siena, and especially Padua invited Jews or allowed Jews to attend, so much so that when they graduated and went back to their home countries to practice, typically medicine, the term Italian doctor basically meant Jew, just like in roughly the same period, the term Portuguese merchant also meant Jew. It was kind of like a euphemism for it. There were, to be sure, discriminatory practices in these universities as well. Jews were forced to pay higher tuition, higher fees. There were certain kind of humiliations, like on Christmas they had to give all of the Christian students a bag of candy in Padua and things like that. The Jews would still generally be forced to wear distinguishing clothing, like distinctive hats that separated them from Christian students and so on. But by and large, Jews were very happy to even have the opportunity to study in these institutions of higher education. This all really changes from the 18th century onwards. There's an increasing pressure from the Enlightenment to admit Jews without demanding that they convert to Christianity before they teach and certainly before they study. An interesting example is one Isaac Abraham Euchel, who was an instructor of Hebrew, and the University of Königsberg rejected his application to teach Hebrew there over the objections of the great Immanuel Kant, who is, of course, the most famous son of Königsberg, who refused to sign off on the Senate of the university's decision to not admit Professor Eichel to teach Hebrew. Everything changes really on a legal basis when the Austrian Emperor Joseph II issued the Patent of Toleration in 1782, which formally allowed Jews to attend public school. Again, this is around the time when universal public education just begins to get rolling. And Jews were, under the Patent of Toleration, allowed to apply to universities as well. application is not the same as admission, and progress was slow, but nevertheless, on a legal basis, Austria formally allowed Jews to attend institutions of higher education. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, there are so many Jews who are active in all kinds of areas that are burgeoning and developing new departments of study in psychology, in sociology, experimental physics, linguistics, that the idea of blocking Jews who were really at the forefront of many of these fields, sometimes actually creating these fields, made this whole idea seem silly. So by the time you get to the early 20th century, Jews are being admitted to universities in much higher numbers. Perhaps the greatest resurgence of a threat to Jewish participation in higher education came with the advent of fascism, however. The Nazi regime passed just months after Hitler came to power on April 25th, 1933. By the way, I happen to be recording this video on the anniversary of that date. The so-called law against overcrowding in schools and universities. The law, which was ostensibly against overcrowding, really meant against too many Jews in schools and universities. And it set a very, very low threshold of how many Jews could be allowed to attend the classes, even though Jews were at that time just 0.8% of the population of Germany. Nevertheless, there was a strong urge very early on in the Nazi regime to keep them out of higher education. By 1939, they would not be allowed to attend at all. In Poland, heavily influenced by the integral nationalism that was emanating from Western Europe, they instituted ghetto benches, which was a segregated area at the back of lecture halls where Jewish students were forced to sit during lectures. Some bizarre discrimination against Jewish medical students, whereas they were required to source their own cadavers for dissection from the Jewish community, as opposed to general students who could use whatever bodies were either donated to science or, were otherwise sourced by the university for research. And we have this also, though, in the communist realm. One of the most bizarre episodes in a very bizarre period of time. The early Soviet Union tried to do away with all bourgeois educational models, and they actually tried to have the universities run by the students themselves. Kind of ironic when you see the People's University signs poking up in some of these Ivy League schools. And they wanted to put students in charge. Why should professors be in charge? This was considered an absurd effort, and it was doomed to failure because you can't put undergraduates in charge of undergraduates and hope that students will actually make progress. But nevertheless, it also was another opportunity to persecute Jews and remove them from teaching positions. So it also chilled for a very long time the efforts of Jews in the Soviet Union to pursue degrees in certain fields, which were like ideologically suspect. I have many colleagues who studied in the Soviet Union and received their doctorates in fields that were far away from Jewish history. And then once the Soviet Union fell apart, they actually went and they retrained because what they wanted to study was Jewish history. So this should give you just some kind of sense of how we got to the point we are at today. What I began this video with was a statement that we are at the end, sadly, of an anomalous period in Jewish history. That we're at the end of a very happy bubble where Jews were more tolerated, where there was a honeymoon for Jews. Unfortunately, everything seems to be pointing in the opposite direction right now. We are at the cusp of a new form of anti-Semitism, I understand it, which will call for now anti-Israelism. And this anti-Israelism does not live within the parameters of normal criticism of any other country. Now, please don't get me wrong. There is lots of room to criticize Israel. And in fact, until October 6th, disagreeing with Israeli politics is basically a national sport in Israel, and it is an amateur sport outside of Israel as well. There's lots of room for legitimate dissent, criticism, and so on, and it is a very vigorous democracy that allows for that. So what's happening on many campuses today seems quite different. I'd like to outline now 4 basic ways in which today's protests go beyond the normal descent of young people in an artificial environment like university into something which sadly resembles cruder anti-Semitism. First of all, calls for violence. And it goes without saying, of course, violence. Universities should not tolerate any intimidation of any student. No student should feel fear for their physical well-being by entering the campus. They should be able to stand and listen to someone else's argument. They should be able to offer their own counter-argument, all within the parameters of normal speech. Saying things like, the next target of Al-Qassam, holding up signs, or saying things like, Intifada revolution is the only solution. We'll get to point 2 about that in just a second. But open calls for violence are absolutely inappropriate and certainly constitute, in my humble opinion, a form of abuse. Secondly, and it pains me to say this about a university environment where we're dedicated to hundreds, but there is an incredible degree of ignorance about the basic history of this region. A deep level of ignorance that is so profound that it's hard not to see it as a willful. And when you combine this incredible degree of ignorance with what appears to be a complete moral apathy and inability to empathize with the suffering of people on either side of this conflict, it becomes incredibly dangerous. I see it especially when talking about the hostages. My social media feed is full of these videos where people interview students and, okay, they don't know the geography of river and sea fine, it's just silly. But when they ask them straight up questions like, should Hamas release the hostages, they can't give clear yes answer. That astounds me. How can they possibly conceive that it is acceptable to kidnap children, women, elderly, civilians, and then hold them as hostages, hiding behind human shields? It's just mind-boggling that rational people can actually think that. That definitely tilts over into anti-Semitism, whether they know it or not. Third, a refusal to countenance so-called normalizers, meaning people, typically Muslims, by the way, who want to tone down the rhetoric. You know, like they have these red lines, they call them Rabbi, something like that, which basically says various principles, and they're saying that anyone who doesn't agree with these principles, these starting principles, we're not going to listen to you at all. I see on my social media feed as well when there are certain voices for peace who are arguing from the other side of this crevasse because they want to find ways to traverse the distance, the abyss that separates us, and they are shut down by their co-religionists. I mean, that's absolutely intolerable. We need to find people who can build bridges right now. If we're serious about creating a lasting peace in the region, those are the people we need. There should be no excuse for shutting those people down. And then fourth, I've talked about this before, so I don't want to add more to it, but this idea of selective outrage. This idea that, you know, you can be upset about things that Israel does. Jews and Israelis are frequently upset about things that Israel does, and there's room to criticize, there's room to analyze, and there's room to make recommendations. But to be only upset about things that Israel does and completely be uncaring about things that happen in the rest of the world, you know, where does that come from? You stuck with me for quite a while in this video. We talked a little bit about history, talked a little bit about the present moment. Let me just add one last thought. I've never seen anyone do a really good scientific study of this, and I have seen a few isolated studies that seem to bear out the parameters of the thesis, but it seems that most anti-Jewish violence, and I would like to suggest that maybe it's most protests by young people in general, is strongly correlated with the weather. In other words, people don't like to come out in the rainy season to protest. people don't come out in the middle of February to protest. Generally speaking, there are some interesting exceptions. But perhaps a lot of what we're seeing today is affected by the beautiful spring weather that we are enjoying here in the Northeast. And I'd like to hope then that we get some rain. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, I save all my comedy mementos, so I have a lot of like old comedy lineups from like random shows. I love that. It's full of mementos. It's like a museum to myself, which is pretty good. It's pretty insane, but looking at the finished product, I look like a crazy person.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Like many of you, I've been following the protests on the campuses of many of the institutions of higher education in this country with great interest and concern. And one of the areas that I find particularly difficult is reading the perspective of Jewish participants in these protests. And so, this is stepping a little bit out of my lane as a historian because I prefer to talk about things that happened a long time ago, and I will. If you're here for that, I will talk about some historical precedents here. But I really wanted to take a moment to speak directly to my fellow Jews who are choosing to participate in these protests and share with you some of my thoughts about how your participation fits into the larger narrative of Jewish history over the last 2 millennia. Let me say first that I think I understand your motivation. I think I understand where you're coming from and why you want so badly to participate in these demonstrations. You have wonderful statements like, no one is free until everyone is free. Beautiful thing. And you are heir to the tradition of the prophets, to Isaiah, railing against corruption and oppression. This is beautiful. And this is very much part of the Jewish tradition. There's no denying it. Even in the last century, the famous photographs of Abraham Joshua Heschel marching arm in arm with Martin Luther King Jr. for civil rights and things like that. I totally get it. And you add to that the fact that so many of your like-minded peers have participated, and it feels like you're connected to so many people around the world doing the same thing. And you're getting validation from some of the faculty and things like that. I really understand that. I can see why this would be like a moving moment. And you may even think to yourself that in the summer of 2024, that might be true. Let me just take some of your time, however, to tell you why I think respectfully that this is not the protest that you should be participating in. There are other ways, better ways for you to voice your opinion than to be specifically joining yourself. Let's just do a little bit of history, separating from the immediate concerns of the present moment, and we'll come back to it in a second. I want to point out to you there's a long, long history of Jews, usually individual Jews, stepping away from mainstream Jewish communities in order to participate in movements that have a much larger social capital. Recall, of course, that Jews have been a minority for 2 millennia. We have lived in sometimes very hostile environments, sometimes predominantly Muslim, sometimes predominantly Christian. And it is a natural human desire to not be part of the minority, to not stand out, to say, why are we oppressed by the larger community? Why maybe they're right and we're wrong. And that first step out of the community is so affirming for much of Jewish history. There are all kinds of people on the Muslim side, on the Christian side, and of course we're talking now about a secular moment. We'll get to that in a second. But within the medieval period and in the early modern period, there's so much of a huge amount of love given to Jews who step over the line and join the larger intellectual currents of the day. And we have many, many examples of this historically, of these Jews who become tokens, who essentially jump the fence, and then they end up making a career out of denouncing their fellow Jews. Tens of them are very well known in Jewish history, but there are probably thousands, maybe tens of thousands of much lesser known individuals over the generations. Give you a few examples, like Nicholas Donin, who was a yeshiva student in 13th century Paris. He didn't get along with his rabbi, and he decided to convert to Christianity, and then he ended up denouncing the Talmud to the Pope, and ultimately succeeded in having a massive number, 24 wagon loads of precious Talmudic manuscripts publicly burned, and initiating an attack on Jewish religion that would last for centuries. Another example, Anton Margarita. His father was a very important rabbi in 16th century Poland. We don't know much about that whole family dynamic, but he also decided to step away, and then he ended up writing these incredibly scurrilous treatments of Judaism that were extremely popular with non-Jewish readers and had a huge influence on later anti-Semitic movement right up until the 20th century. In the case of Margarita, by the way, not only did he convert first to Catholicism, he later converted again to Protestantism, because one of the things that happens inevitably with these people is they get an initial amount of support and love and affirmation, and then that fades away, and then they're looking around saying, what happened to all the love? And they end up doing it multiple times. We have several examples of Jews who make a career out of converting to Catholicism after the Inquisition, and then reverting back, and then converting again, and each time getting a bump socially from people around them. How much more so is that true in our era, when so much emphasis is placed on what one of my sons called clout, the visibility on Instagram and likes and things like that. I'm too old to really understand this properly, but I do get the general sense of what's going on. And I think the parallel to all this love we see in the media today is all of these op-eds written by people saying things like, I'm a Jew, and that's why I'm participating in protests, or I'm a Jew, and here's how I see the protests as a fulfillment of the Jewish tradition, and so on. And I have to tell you, for someone who is deeply embedded in a Jewish tradition, those are very cringe-worthy things. Perhaps the saddest of all of them, in my humble opinion, is a man named Ernst Lüssow, who was born in 1882, and he was a Jewish man who was a huge German patriot. During World War I in particular, he was an exceptionally talented writer of songs and poems that were very patriotic, and they were extremely popular. Some of them were called Gott strafe England, God will punish England, or Hassegesang gegen England, a hate song against England, of course in the context of Germany fighting England. And initially he was like a darling of all of these right-wing German patriots, but after a while they began to tire of him. They found him too shrill, literally too Jewish, and he found himself cast aside by the community that he wanted to attach himself to so dearly. Jews, on the other hand, saw his undying pro-German stance, especially as we get into the late 20s and the early 30s. When Hitler comes to power, they see his attitude as one of fundamental betrayal, and he later wrote shortly before his own death, to the Germans, I am a Jew masked as a German. To the Jew, I am a German faithless to Israel. Now, these are all kind of cautionary tales. I know what you're thinking. I'm not in that category. I'm fighting for what is right. I'm fighting against oppression and all these things. You don't have to take my word for it. Please use your intelligence. I have 4 basic suggestions that I would like you to just think about before you participate in the protesting. First of all, of course, Jews sympathize with the suffering of the Palestinians. The onslaught of the IDF is terrifying. But ask yourself, and ask your associates, is this really the fault of the IDF? Or the fault of Hamas? Hamas, after all, precipitated this with their brutal attack, breaking the ceasefire of October 6th, massacring over 1,000 people, and kidnapping over 200 people, many of whom still remain in captivity. Now, this long history didn't start on October 7th or October 6th. It goes back much further, and I'll talk about that in point through. But you have to ask yourself, if you were Israel, what would you do after a conversation? Ask politely, what exactly have you lived with over 200 of your family members held in brutal captivity, raped, abused, starved? How are you supposed to do it? I don't know. I'm not in charge of the country. But I will tell you, I don't think their reaction is irrational. They're trying to get the hostages back. Second, please note, there is no contradiction between wishing peace, prosperity, and self-determination for both Israelis and Palestinians. That you can have that desire at the same time. Many Israelis do. And as we see, many American Jews do as well. We would all like to have peace. Peace involves no more cross-border attacks and no more kidnapping of people. If this is all true, the destruction of Israel, either literally or figuratively, with statements like from the river to the sea, which means wipe out Israel and make it Palestine. And you see that graphically all the time, with the images of the state of Israel colored with the Palestinian flag. Why does Israel have to disappear? Now, a lot of people will say anti-Zionism is not the same thing as anti-Semitism. And that's technically true. But the fact is, anti-Zionism is almost always a hiding place for anti-Semitism. Have a look, for example, at this chart that shows this from the Pew Research Report studying American Jews. It was published in 2020 based on a 2013 survey. The numbers, I think, are pretty much the same today. 87% of American Jews say caring about Israel is either essential or important to Jewish identity. Only 12% say it's not important. Maybe you're inside that 12%. I don't know. I hope not. But most American Jews are Zionists. They care about Israel. Also, by the way, note that 61% of American Jews believe that a peaceful two-state solution is possible. That means both Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and prosperity. Now, why isn't there more protest for that than destroy Israel and make it all Palestine? 3. Please get educated on this. Go back before October 8th to be sure. I have some resources on my channel, but you don't have to look at my material. Look at lots of material. There are certain books and so on which I certainly would not recommend, but if you want something that I think is moderate, something that I disagree with occasionally, but I think is a fairly middle-of-the-road account, have a look at Benny Morris's Righteous Victims. Really important study that will give you some sophisticated idea. But read widely. Go ahead. Use your intelligence. You're at the institution of higher education. You should be able to do that. Finally, please talk to other Jews who choose to support Israel. Hear them out. Go to your Chabad house, go to your Hillel house, tell them what you think. Tell them, I'm upset about this, I'm upset about that, I don't think this is right. Have the conversation. Just don't rely on your Instagram feed for perspective on this highly complex issue. I want to conclude by telling you that I thought a lot about you on this evening. I'm sure you're familiar with the section in the Haggadah which speaks about the four sons, right? The wise son, the wicked son, the simple son, and the son who does not know how to do. And the Haggadah goes through each of them, and there's a very, very fine difference between the first two sons. If you look at the text here of the Haggadah, you can see that it says, Chacham Mahu Omer, the wise son, what does he say? What are all these various rules that God commands you? And then the wicked son says almost the same thing. He says, Rasha Mahu Omer, the wicked son, what does he say? Maha Avodah Hazot Lachem. What is this worship? to yield. And the difference between these two questions, the first one, of course, asks lots of details of different kinds of commandments. This one just asks it in a collective. But nevertheless, really, the emphasis between the two passages is in the word used and translated in English simply as yield. In the case of the chacham, the word that's used is etchem, which is one form of saying yield in this particular grammatical function. And over here, the word used is lochem, to yield. The difference between the wise son and the wicked son is so tiny. It betrays, as you see in the text here, a fundamental distinction between the wise son, who still includes himself within the Jewish world, even though he does not understand what's going on. And the wicked son does not understand what's going on, but chooses to separate himself from the community. That's the real tiny difference between the two. But it's really important to remember that the Russia, the wicked son, is still at the table. He is not at the table. The trick the son is still underground. Probably
which is the Champions League, and it's off the Indigo Plateau. And we're getting battle really good trainers, and then you beat 4 of them, and you become Pokemon champion, and then they show your Pokemon on the screen as confetti drops. They say,
I hope you will take up this speak to some intelligent people so you can get a sense of perspective on us. And I hope that next class children also together.
But it's good to space it out. Like, it's fun to have, 3 really strong ones. And it makes it more fun to see how they evolve. But I did discover not all of them evolved. Which is kind of boring, right? It is boring. I always try to get ones that evolve at least, none evolve more than 3 times, but at least 3. Yeah, for sure.
So let us begin with a very basic question. If we want to look at the history of the current conflict in particular between Israelis and Palestinians, when do we begin? I'm going to spend a very short amount of time going through a blinding review of the relevant moments in this history from the Bronze Age, really, and then we're going to slow down considerably when we get to the 19th century. So when precisely does this begin? One might say, perhaps, that the entire story begins with the episodes surrounding this particular coin, the infamous Judea Coptic coin, one of some dozen odd similar coins minted by the Roman Empire to celebrate the capture of Judea or Judea. That's the Roman name for the province that occupied much of what is today called the State of Israel. And the imagery here is unmistakable. In the center is a balsam pine, which is one of the great exports of the land of Israel in antiquity. And on the left is a large looming soldier after the battle as some kind of centurion. He's got his foot on his helmet because he no longer has to worry. His enemy is totally defeated. And on the right is a grieving woman with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of her capture by Rome. And this represents the beginning of the great Roman diaspora, that is the exile of the Jews from the land of Israel in approximately the year 70. There is a widespread misconception that all Jews left the land of Israel in the year 70. In fact, that's not at all true. There was a very significant number of Jews that lived there throughout the entire period, and even though it dwindled to a tiny fraction for part of the medieval period, there nevertheless always was a presence of Jews continuously in the land of Israel. But nevertheless, this represents a massive turning point, because this represents the point where Jews are significantly invested in a worldwide diaspora, a galut, to use the Hebrew term, meaning exile, that continued up until the present day. Israel is, of course, at the center of our imagination in many ways, particularly in Western civilization. You can see in this remarkable map, very creative and innovative map created by Heinrich Binting, who was a 16th century Protestant theologian, who wasn't especially good at being a theologian, but he really enjoyed making maps, and he made some beautiful maps. This so-called cloverleaf map shows the land of Israel with Jerusalem at the center, in the middle of a clover leaf, the three continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa that all meet at its center. And it seems when you open up the news today that Israel is in fact at the center of our attention always. This is not a new phenomenon. So if we were to really begin the story, we would have to begin with the Bible, which is the key document, the foundational document of Western civilization. And of course, it describes the relationship of the ancestors of the Jewish people with the land of Israel. However, obviously not everyone holds with the Bible as a valid historic source, and I think that's a challenge to using that text. So let us, for the sake of argument, go to the first extra biblical reference, and it would be this document here, which is actually a large stone obelisk. It stands about 15 feet high. It's the so-called Merneptah stele, which is a victory slab. In Hebrew, it would be called matseva. So it looks like a gravestone, but it's really a commemorative slab that describes the victories of the pharaoh Merneptah, who was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II. And that's especially ironic because Ramses II, according to many scholars, is the unnamed pharaoh in the book of Exodus. At any rate, on this particular Merneptah stele, Merneptah lists all of his various victories and various battles throughout the region. And at the very bottom, in a region which is highlighted there, you can see there's one phrase that says, "Israel is wasted, its seed is no more." This is the very first reference to the people of Israel in history outside of the biblical text. It is, of course, ironic, I get it, that the very first thing that anyone says about Jews in history is going to be a negative statement. But what this statement meant to say was that Merneptah went through this rampage throughout the region, and among the many peoples that he destroyed along the way was the people Israel. They would no longer trouble the world because Merneptah had destroyed them. And like Mark Twain might have said, the obituary was somewhat premature because the descendants of that people Israel, of course, are still with us today. But nevertheless, this is the first reference we have to the people of Israel in the land of Israel, and it dates back to the 13th century. As the biblical account describes it, the Jews settled them. And by the way, I'm referring to them as Jews, although they would not have referred to themselves as Jews until somewhat later. The biblical account has them settling in the land of Israel and in the land of Jordan and also Lebanon, according to a map, something like this. And note here that there's another people, of course, also dating back to the Bronze period, called the Philistines. There's a region right around Gaza. I know the ironies are tremendous. The Philistines are not related to contemporary Palestinians, except etymologically, it means in terms of their name. The Philistines were actually a sea people who settled on the coast. They were especially noted for 5 cities: Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gat. They're described repeatedly in the Bible, usually in terms of a conflict with their neighbors, the children of Israel. Then moving on through the history, there is described in the Bible a massive golden age with some fantastic kings like Saul, David, who was shown here in this slab, the Tel Dan stele found in the north of Israel, that has in the chopped-in area written in Paleo-Hebrew the words Beit David, the house of David. And then following that, after the kingdom of Solomon ended, there was a civil war and a division of the land to 2 kingdoms, that of Israel proper in the north and Judah in the south. The kingdom of Israel, which was based in Samaria, which had broken off from the central kingdom in Judah, according to the books of Samuel and Kings, was later invaded by the Assyrians, and much of their population was spirited away to places in Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, and in Iraq and Iran. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. We're not precisely lost, but certainly a large percentage of them were taken away and then eventually most likely assimilated into the people they live with. The kingdom of Judah remained, however, but in 586 they were attacked by the Babylonians, and this is when you have the great Babylonian exile as well. So the Jews now have been exiled twice from their lands. They would return some 7 decades later, and they would rebuild the destroyed temple a second time. But this is our next reference to the Palestinians in the literature. And again, it's not necessarily referring to the people who today even call themselves the Palestinians, but the name Palestine goes back to this 5th century document in the historian Herodotus, who refers to the term Palestine as a region on the coast, around the same region we saw earlier with the Philistines, and there are people living there who were originally sea peoples. The name Palestine as a geographic locator was actually reintroduced to the area after Emperor Hadrian fought the second great war against the Jewish people in the land of Israel. The Jews by this point have been taken over by the Greeks. They rebelled against the Greeks and they reestablished their sovereignty. That's, of course, celebrated in the holiday of Hanukkah. And then the Romans came in and they conquered the region, and they remained there for quite some time until the year 70, when there was a great revolt which resulted in the expulsion of many people from the land of Israel. Josephus, the great historian of the era, estimates 100,000 people were shipped off in boats to Rome at this point, but there were significant numbers still left behind the land of Israel, such that they could rebel in the year 115 and then once again under Bar Kokhba in the year 135. This was during the period of Emperor Hadrian, who had to spend 2 to 3 years working against this very determined guerrilla movement until finally he could crush the rebellion at Beitar and finally take over the country completely. It was at this point that Hadrian made a concerted effort to completely wipe out any historical connection between the Jewish people and that region. He renamed the city of Jerusalem, for example, after himself, Aila Capitolina. At this point, the temple had already been razed some 6 decades earlier, and it was treated as a refuse dump. And the entire region he renamed, no longer keeping the word Judea, which the Romans had used earlier, which has obviously connections to Judeos, the Jews. He renamed it after the historical enemies of the Jewish people, the Palestinians, or I shouldn't say Palestinians, the Philistines. And here you can see this is what the Romans called the region. Syria Palestina. It was called Syria because the capital of the region was actually not there. It was a little further to the north in Syria. And part of the land of Israel was in the province of Arabia, and part of it even in the province of Egypt. So Hadrian's attempt was to completely get rid of any references historical to the Jewish people in the land, and he took the name Palestine in order to try and subvert that name. So that's how we get the name Palestine, which, as we shall see, was used by Jews without any problem later on, so much so that we have the great document authored in the 4th century known as the Palestinian Talmud. And it is not a Talmud written by anyone other than Jews, but nevertheless it's called the Palestinian Talmud to many. It's also called sometimes, by the way, the Jerusalem Talmud, but it was not written in Jerusalem, so that's also a bit of a misnomer. At any rate, that takes us through the ancient period. In the medieval period, we still have the Jews living in the land of Israel, as I mentioned, but we also have a significant diaspora developing first in Asia Minor, which would be today primarily Turkey, and then throughout the Mediterranean basin, with major centers in Rome, significant centers in Greece, and burgeoning centers even as far as Spain and Provence. The Christian movement is also growing at this time, and in this particular map you see a little starburst where there are strong Christian communities. Quite often Christian communities are established where Jewish communities already exist, and this movement of course would grow significantly. But we still have lots of examples of Jewish civilization continuing in the land of Israel. It was at this time that the Jews really adopted the idea of the synagogue, which pre-existed limited the destruction of the temple, meaning that people still like to have local places of worship. We have, for example, this remarkable document, which is a plaque. Yes, the ancient synagogues also had plaques, just like they do today. And this is the Theodotus inscription, which essentially is written in Greek, and it tells people how Theodotus made a major donation to build the synagogue and the plumbing and all kinds of things in the guest house. And it dates to approximately the 1st century before the Common Era. The land, particularly in the north, where Jews were exiled to when Hadrian wiped out the Bar Kokhba rebels in the south, the land is studded with some ancient synagogues of this period, known as the Byzantine era. This is a particularly beautiful one at Hamat Tiberia in the north, and it has this gorgeous mosaic with a zodiac in the middle of it. And you can see that even though this was built some 300 years after the destruction of the temple, it is decorated with many elements that refer to the practice of the rituals in the temple, indicating just how closely the Jews wanted to hew to their ancient traditions in the land of Israel. A major change in the region occurs in the 7th century when Islam is born in the south, in the cities of Mecca and Medina. And it proves to be an extremely persuasive ideology, backed with military force, but it was a body of ideas that really appealed to many throughout the region. And it spread with remarkable rapidity, such that in just a little over a century, this new religion stretched all the way from the Atlantic to Central Asia, Afghanistan and Pakistan taken over by Islamic movements. Israel, of course, was taken over fairly early because of its proximity to Mecca and Medina. And the early Muslims and Jews had a few moments of very significant conflict. Sometimes they are referenced even today in the conflict, a particular war at a region called Khaybar, which is especially dire for the Jews. But ultimately, Jews settled in under Islamic rule fairly well. The reason for this are several. The first is that Judaism and Islam are actually fairly similar in terms of their structure, their ideas. In fact, Judaism is actually closer to Islam than it is to Christianity in terms of its, common cultural vocabulary. Kashrut is not the same as halal, but the idea of a dietary regimen, of certain kinds of restrictions on how animals are slaughtered and so on, that is something they share. The value of tzniut, of modesty, they may approach it to different degrees and have slightly different definitions, but they both have the notion that such a thing exists. In general, Islam, like Judaism, is more of a practice-based religion, meaning you are measured by what you do, whereas Christianity, well, of course that's important to Christianity as well, is much more measured by what you believe. By contrast, Judaism and Islam do not have the same amount of emphasis on belief vis-a-vis practice. And in this way, although they were not identical, they could at least speak the same language. Halakha and Sharia are both all-encompassing law systems that govern all aspects of life, civil, religious, ritual, criminal, something we don't have the same in Christian world. So where we see that coming to a pragmatic implementation is that Islam, through a document known as the Pact of Umar, which claims to be somewhat earlier, but is probably from the 9th century, was essentially a document that laid out what are Jewish privileges and responsibilities as a minority in Muslim society. Jews were to be the status of dhimmi, meaning a protected people, which also means essentially a second-class people because they did not have the same rights as Muslims. And they suffered a list of disabilities, which were mainly symbolic in nature, like not bearing arms, not riding horses, things like that, riding donkeys instead, sometimes assigned colors. The idea of the Jewish badge actually originated in Muslim culture. And sometimes there were economic penalties as well. Jews could not build new synagogues, but they could repair old ones and so on. And on the one hand, for a 21st century approach, this is, obviously intolerable. It's a second-class status. It's discriminatory. But within a medieval culture, it was actually something that the Jews valued because it represented order. And as a tiny minority, often in a very hostile cultural environment, the Jews need to know that whatever the laws are, even if they are mildly discriminatory, as long as they are enforced, then they are safe. They know they can rely on the government to enforce the rules of the Pact of Lamar. No one is allowed to run rampage. There's no pogroms, things like that. Those are the kinds of things that Jews are especially concerned about. We can speak about more about this if you like in the question session, but one of the great high points of the Muslim-Jewish coexistence, which can be somewhat exaggerated. There were definitely moments of persecution. There was definitely punctuations of violence. There were even some forced conversions, something like the Inquisition, and a few expulsions as well. But compared to Christian Europe, it was a far, far better place to live in general. We're talking about a massive place to live all the way from Spain to Afghanistan. But the high point is sometimes called la convivencia, which means literally the coexistence, which is a period of about 100 or 200 years in medieval Spain, where Jews reached phenomenal heights in their activities and were granted tremendous privileges and exercised significant power. One case in point, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, a Jewish man, served as the general of the Muslim army of Granada for 16 years. A practicing Jew, a learned Jew, actually serving as a Muslim general. That simply doesn't happen anymore. So that takes us basically up to the eve of modernity, which was where much. Oh, sorry, I have one more thing to say. Sorry. I should mention, by the way, that this Pact of Lamar and this kind of ideal Jews living as a protected minority, that's kind of like what you hear in the rhetoric today in some of the protests that, if Israel were to, God forbid, disappear from the map, then the Jews who live there would be accepted as dhimmi, and this is kind of like an ISIS model for a modern caliphate and how Jews would fit into it. Not sure how comfortable it will be. There are several Muslim empires, 3 in particular, that vie for power over the next millennium. The one that's most important to us is the Ottoman Empire that lasted for 700 odd years. And as you can see here, it encompasses the entire Eastern Mediterranean, much of the area of the former Byzantine Empire. And one of the things that's especially noteworthy in terms of the history of the Jews and their conflict with the other peoples living there is that it was under the Ottomans that there was a huge influx of Jewish refugees from the Spanish expulsion of 1492, and also later the Portuguese migrations that brought many Jews, in particular, to the region of Tzfat in northern Israel, where a concentration of these post-exile Jews, which in many ways were kind of like lahavdil, a post-Holocaust generation, first and second generation people who either remembered themselves or remembered their parents having come out of Spain after living there with such success for hundreds of years, and they established a phenomenal center of mystical activity. This is where the Holy Ramak, the great Alphabets lived, and the great Arizal came out from Egypt actually to join the Jews living in Tzfat at the time. So it was one of the high points of Jewish civilization over the period that it was controlled by the Muslims. And now we are at the eve of modernity, and this is where the story gets much more complicated and much more relevant for us today. We go to, let's say, the year 1850. Now, it's still the Ottoman Empire. The population at that time has just a tiny number of Jews. About 4% of the population are Jewish. Muslims and Druze make up about 88%. This is not a precise number because we don't have very good statistics. It's based only on those who are Ottoman subjects as opposed to people who had transitory status there. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense that there's just a tiny sliver of Jews in the overall demographic pie. But then in the 1880s, that begins to shift with a movement called Gilu, which originates in the region of Odessa in particular, in modern-day Ukraine. These are a group of Jews who begin to view the possibility of returning to the land of Israel in order to settle there, which for much of the diaspora's history was considered a very meritorious act. Sometimes people would go there to be buried. Sometimes people would go there because they were exiled, like Nachmanides, for example. You have travelers who will make their way there. But you don't have, with a few minor exceptions, like a group of about 300 Jews from the region of France in the time of Tosfot, you don't have very many large organized groups of Jews heading down there. Another major Ashkenazi movement in the 1700s, but it really gets serious in the 1880s when Bilu, influenced by many of the other national movements that are growing at the time, begin to say, wait a minute, why don't we go there? Why don't we resurrect the land? Why don't we begin farming there? And with the backing of some wealthy Jews like the Baron de Rothschild, they actually begin to set up some of these farming communities in the land of Israel, Petach Tikva and elsewhere, with varying degrees of success. But at this point, the immigration of Jews who are now, after 2,000 years of exile, are beginning to trickle back. It's not making a huge demographic dent. It would change significantly, however. If you look at this graph, this shows the relative proportions of Muslims, Jews, Christians, and others in the land of Israel in the first half of the 20th century. And as you can see, Jews remain a minority, but a significantly increasing minority over this period of time. And Muslims also increase. And this is because, just like we have in the 7th century, a major influx of Arabs to the region with the growth of Islam, with the improved economics occurring in the first half of the 20th century, as large part due to the presence of the British and of Jewish finance coming into the region to build up the area. You have a lot more employment possibilities, and you have a significant number of Arabs and Muslims from around the region moving into the land of Israel. This complicates the story as well, as we shall see. But this is the era when, just to give you another example of how the term Palestine has been so transvalued, this is a Jewish National Fund Jewish farmer, because it has written the same thing in Yiddish underneath. Help him build Palestine. This was the kind of heroic era of early settlers of the land of Israel, thinking that they would be able to enter the land without much difficulty. It would not turn out to be so. So now let's move to the history of Zionism in Israel, and then I'm going to take a step back and look at Palestinian nationalism, which also fits in chronologically. I'd like to begin, here's an example of another Jewish National Fund poster, which has kind of like that heroic, muscular look to it, of this idea of a nation reborn, like a different kind of Jew coming to the land, rolling up his sleeves, muscular, and farming the land, as opposed to necessarily being, the stereotype of the ghetto Jew. Living, very pale and with lots of books and texts, but no familiarity with the traditional art of agriculture. The increasing presence of Jews in the region began to alarm some of the Arab notables. The term notables are used for the intelligentsia, the intellectual aristocracy of Palestinians, who were not using that term at the beginning of the 20th century, although the region was called in Arabic Filastin, and there was a newspaper that was started about that time as well. But they began to view with some alarm the direction of Jewish migration that could significantly shift the demographics of the region, and in fact could change the political and social status quo. So one man, Yusuf Dia al-Din Pasha al-Khalidi, who is actually, by the way, the grandfather of Professor Khalidi at Columbia University, a noted expert in the region, he decided to write to Theodor Herzl, shown in the center of this image, who was the father of modern political Zionism. Theodor Herzl, I'm sure many of you are familiar with his story. He's an Austrian journalist fairly assimilated, but he covered the infamous Dreyfus trial in France and was astounded with the level of anti-Semitism in France, which was the first country to fully emancipate its Jews in 1790 and 1791. And he, seeing the anti-Semitism unleashed against Captain Dreyfus, said that, this is impossible. The Jews must have a land for their refuge. Jews must have a place where they can live. And so until he passed away in 1904, he was incredibly energetic about traveling to world capitals to speak with world leaders and to argue for the allocation of land in the land of Israel to a Jewish national home. And so he was the face of political Zionism. Unlike the Bilu movement, he was not religious. And in fact, at one point, he even thought that perhaps conversion might be a solution for the problem of anti-Semitism. He abandoned that idea very early. But at any rate, Al-Khalidi said, I'm going to write directly to Herzl and say this is a dangerous thing. And he wrote a very beautiful and polite letter in French, which was the diplomatic language of the era, sending it to the chief rabbi of France, Rabbi Tzadok Khan. And he wrote to him, here I'll look at one section, the idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, and just. Who can contest the rights of the Jews to Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country. An oft-quoted passage from this particular letter. Nevertheless, the letter goes on to say, but although this would be a wonderful thing for Jews and for humanity, the truth is it would cause such unrest in the land of Israel. Well, of course, he didn't call it that. It would cause such unrest, and it really should not happen. And you have to take other steps. You have to find other solutions for this. Herzl responded, also very politely, and I won't go into great detail here, but he somehow missed the basic thrust of Al-Khalidi's message, which suggested that it was all about status quo and about the mindset of the Muslim peoples living in the region, who would not take well to the idea of Jewish sovereignty within a traditional Muslim land. And Herzl understood it more in economic terms. He wrote, who would think to remove them? Meaning, do you think we're trying to kick out the local population? Not at all. It is their own well-being, their own individual wealth that we will improve by bringing our own. In other words, Herzl was saying, don't worry. The standard of living will rise as there will be more foreign investment, there will be more jobs, there will be more industry, and Muslims living there will have tremendous peace and prosperity, and it'll be fine, even under Jewish sovereignty, no problem. And they're kind of like speaking at different levels, and ultimately it turned out it was Al-Khalidi who was the most, prescient and prophetic about what would ultimately come to pass. The history of how that came to be so involves the British, of course. The Ottoman Empire was teetering at the very last days of its existence, and all of the great powers were poring over maps with rulers and drawing borders and saying, I'm going to take a piece of this and you're going to take a piece of that. And England decided to back the Zionist movement for many reasons and promise the land of Israel to Jewish settlement. This is the document known as the Balfour Declaration, named for Lord Balfour, who wrote it to Lord Rothschild. And you can see the inset paragraph. It says, His Majesty's government, meaning the British government, view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. At this point, Jews were just wild with excitement. Finally, it's going to come to pass. The 2,000-year-old exile will end. But they didn't read the next part of the paragraph, which says, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So in other words, we're going to do this for the Jews, but we also do not want to offend the local Muslims as well. And this is typical for much of the Mandate period, where the British would promise one thing to the Jews, another thing to the Arabs, and it was impossible to maintain. But nevertheless, politically, Militarily, they took over the region at the end of World War I, and they were able to asked the United Nations for a mandate, which means the United Nations, or the League of Nations as it was called then, said to the British, okay, you will control the region until we work out a solution for how this is all going to work out with the various peoples who are laying claim to the land. And then the violence began. The cycle of violence, which continues to this day, is something which is absolutely horrific, and the entire land is soaked with the blood of people who died needlessly in these horrific eruptions of communal violence. We could easily spend far more than the time we have today cataloging these events, and we could spend a lot of time assessing who did what first and what was considered an escalation and what was considered retaliation. And I don't want to spend our energy that way. Please suffice it to say that it begins on April 4th of 1920. So now we are in over a century of this back and forth of violence, which sometimes involves Arabs attacking Jews. It occasionally involves Jews attacking Arabs as well, including in our own days. And the British, they don't know what to do with it. Finally, they come up with what, now reading it many years later, I think was, in my humble opinion, probably the most accurate assessment of the situation. The British are very good at putting in commissions. So they hire Earl Peel to make a commission. It's called the Peel Report. And basically he says that we have to partition the land. They're not going to share it. The Jews and the Arabs cannot live together in one state. And so therefore he recommended creating this area here, which is outlined by the red, which was more or less where you have the bulk of Jewish settlement, a significant number in Jerusalem as well, and also creating this sort of like appendix-shaped thing, which was a international zone that would allow people to go from the sea to Jerusalem itself, which was to be neither Jewish nor Arab. Obviously, this is a tiny fraction of what the Jews would have hoped for, but nevertheless, the Zionist movement, known as the Yishuv at this time, the settlement, that is, the Jews living in the land at this time, were willing to accept the Peel Report. The Peel Report, by the way, goes in terms of the analysis of this to say that, if you look at the last paragraph here, an irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. Peel also dismissed, in the other paragraph, which I won't read, the notion that prosperity would help, that putting more money into this situation would not ease the conflict because they were fundamentally incompatible. The Arabs, for their point, and I'm still referring to them as Arabs rather than Palestinians, because the term Palestinians, we shall see, really only comes into parlance in the 1960s, but they're definitely developing a national consciousness. They're definitely thinking of themselves as a part of a pan-Arab people. They seem to be singularly blessed with poor leadership. And time after time, their leaders choose to back the wrong side in global conflicts, including Hajj Amin al-Husseini, who was the Mufti of Jerusalem, who is seen here in this infamous photograph with none other than Adolf Hitler. And we have examples right up to the Iraq wars and so on. But at any rate, the situation ends up in a stalemate, which is exacerbated by World War II. A white paper was issued in 1939 by yet another commission, which said that the only way to solve this is by severely limiting Jewish migration to the land of Israel to 75,000, which was a tiny number over 5 years. And of course, this was during the period of the post-Holocaust era, when there are literally hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of Jews who are seeking to come to the land of Israel, and they'll do it legally or illegally. ultimately, there's a tremendous amount of conflict, three-way conflict between the Arabs, the Jews, and the British. And ultimately, the British say, okay, that's it. And they did the same thing, by the way, in India, and they left it exactly very abruptly in 1947 as well. They handed it back to the United Nations and said, you know what, we're not going to deal with it. We can't manage these two peoples. You figure it out. The United Nations sat down and they worked out Resolution 181, which created this state based on 7 segments. The green segments were to be given to the Jews for the future state of Israel. The sort of yellow goldenrod color was to be given to the Arabs. And you can see right in the middle of the goldenrod, Jerusalem was to be an international zone ruled by neither of them. I'm sure you're all familiar with the history. At this point, the Jews accept this. The Jews say, well, it's not what we think of the land of Israel, but we're so happy to have our own country. They accept it. They declare statehood, and 5 armies attack. Amazingly, the Jews are not only able to defend themselves, but they're even able to actually hold their own and expand the territory somewhat. Although they're not able to take all of Jerusalem, the Jewish border remains on the Jordanian side of the border. But this is basically what the state of Israel, now state because they've established the state in 1948, the state of Israel has these boundaries in 1949. There have been some fascinating analyses of these battles. It is rather amazing how the Jews were able to hold their own at this time, being severely outnumbered. But some have characterized it as saying it's not really David against Goliath, but maybe David against many Davids, because the Arab armies were poorly coordinated with one another, and they didn't have, well, there's a lot more to say about this, but I don't want to miss some of the more important material. So let's move on. The crucial aspect of this history for our purposes, since we're really focused on one aspect of this history, is the so-called Nakba, or catastrophe. This is a term used by Palestinians to refer to the displacement of some 750,000 Arabs from their homes in the former land of Israel. And this is where you have a tremendous amount of historiographic controversy. Why were those Arabs displaced? So on the kind of older pre-1990s Israeli historiography, there was this notion that this was an entirely voluntary departure by the local population, feeling that with all of the advance of the Arab armies, the Jews would be driven into the sea, and then they would be able to go back and not only return to their homes, but to also collect the goods of the displaced Jews. On the other hand, the Arab historiography emphasizes the violent displacement as a result of attacks on villages. And the truth, as is often the case in historical analysis, lies somewhere between those two extremes. We know of some examples of violence directed against Arab civilians. The village of Deir Yassin, of course, is infamous. And there is also something called Plan Dalet, which was essentially a military tactic that said, when the people leave a particular region, especially around, communication zones and areas where there are very narrow wastes for vehicles to go back and forth, they should not be allowed to return to their homes. The difference in interpretation is, of course, were those things like Deir Yassin and Plan Dalet, were those exceptions? Were they anomalies? Were the kinds of things that are inevitable to happen in the fog of war? Or were they determined strategies? I do not believe that both of those things were determined strategies, but nevertheless, this is where the historiographic analysis between scholars engage in debate. At the end of the day, however, you have 750,000 people forced out of their homes, and I think personally, as a father and a grandfather, if there was a war happening in my region, I would consider it prudent to simply pick up and leave. That would make me a refugee, but it would also make me something of, I consciously chose this because I felt it would be safer. There's so much more to say about this, but we have very little time. We should also remember that there was a second Nakba, to use that term, a displacement of, ironically, about the same number of Jews from Arab lands that would take place in coming years as Jews experienced tremendous degrees of anti-Semitism in countries where many of them had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. So this is something we'll have to explore a little bit more next week. But let us now go to Palestinian nationalism, because here is when the Palestinians begin to get organized. Their leader, without doubt, is Yasser Arafat, who was the head of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And in the early 1960s, he realizes that, without a single coordinated voice, the descendants of the refugees would simply not be able to return to their homes. This is especially the case after the Six-Day War, which is a hugely important development in the military history of Israel. And by the way, with this short period of time, I'm not going to go through all of the wars that Israel and her neighbors fought over the course of the last 75 years, but I will focus on this one in particular because it has lasting significance. On the left, you see what Israel looked like after 1949, after the armistice. See what happened after the literal Six-Day War. It took 6 days. Israel was threatened by troops from Egypt and Syria in particular, and elected to launch a preemptive strike before they could roll their tanks over the border. Nasser in Egypt had ordered the United Nations to remove their peacekeeping forces, and that was a signal to Israel that Egypt definitely intended to attack. And so therefore, using its largely superior air power, the Israelis were able to destroy their enemy air forces on the ground and take advantage of air superiority to not only defend themselves, but to advance the borders significantly. And what did they do with these areas? Well, the feeling was at the time that, wow, now that they've conquered such big chunks of territory, the Arab nations would say, well, this is futile, Israel is here to stay, and they would pick up the phone and they would argue for peace. And they would say, okay, let's go back to the 1949 boundaries and we'll have a peace treaty. Those phone calls did not come for over a decade. Yes, just a little bit over a decade. But they did get one from Egypt, as we shall see. So what, in the meantime, Israel decided to do with territories is as follows. They annexed the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem. That is, the Golan Heights in the north, which have a significant military advantage because it overlooks Damascus, or if you're standing on there, you can turn around and overlook the Galil region. So they decided to simply take that, sparsely populated and so on. Jerusalem, because of its incredible spiritual and historical significance for the Jewish people, was annexed. And they said, this is our capital forever. They reunited the city, which had been divided since 1949. But these regions, the Sinai Desert, and especially the West Bank, they occupied. And this is where we get this term apartheid, which, although it has somewhat offensive connotations, and especially association with South Africa, we have to take that term seriously, because in the West Bank in particular, and also in the Gaza Strip, which was that tiny piece that extends from the Sinai, there were well over 1 million Arabs, Palestinians. And if the regions were to be annexed, meaning made part of Israel proper and forever by right of conquest, then those people would have to be given citizenship. There are approximately 20% of Israel's population of the 1949 boundaries are not Jewish. There are Arabs, a little over 1 million Arabs living in Israel with full rights as citizens, and Israel could not extend those same rights to the second. Did something happen to my Zoom? Looks like it's still working, right? Did we lose the Zoom for a second there? No. Oh, good. Okay. My computer just coughed a little bit. If the Israelis were to extend citizenship to the Arabs living in the West Bank and Gaza, that would seriously reduce the Jewish majority and imperil it in the future because of the very high birth rate of Arabs in these regions. And let us not forget that there's something really crucial about Israel. It tries to do two things at once, and it's very difficult to do both of them. On the one hand, as per Herzl that we saw earlier, Israel needs to be a Jewish state. It has to be a refuge for Jews fleeing anti-Semitism. It has to have a Jewish character, a Jewish calendar. It has to have that Jewish element to it. Otherwise, what's the point? It could be anywhere. It could be America, Canada, Uganda, anywhere. And secondly, it wants so desperately to be a democratic state. It is fundamentally founded on Western democratic values, which means one person, one vote. It is impossible to extend citizenship to these people and keep the state Jewish. And so therefore, these people living in Gaza and the West Bank were in a kind of limbo status, a stateless status, because they were not given Israeli citizenship. And we are now coming into, since 1967, 60, 70 odd years since that event. The United Nations treated it by issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. And those two things, neither of them could happen unless they both happen, and they have not happened. One state, however, was able to make a deal with Israel. On the left, you see Anwar Sadat, the three very happy men. Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the American president, Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, and on the right, the great Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Anwar Sadat, after another war with Israel in 1973, he calls up Menachem Begin and says, maybe we can renegotiate the Sinai. And Begin, although he was remarkably hawkish in most of his policies, he agreed to the idea, and they signed a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel that is not a warm relationship, but nevertheless has maintained itself to the present day. And in exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula, with one exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache, but he took back Gaza. He took back the Sinai. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood at a public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization of Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. The Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelined, and under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public attacks on Jews all around the world. In some cases, airplane hijackings was most common. There's also the infamous attack in 1972 on the athletes at the Munich Olympics, the horrific attack at Mayanot in northern Israel, and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand for statehood. They were largely unsuccessful, although many people were tragically killed in these attacks. They did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada means shaking off and is invariably associated with the idea of uprising leading to revolution. In 1987, you had the beginnings of a movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular. And they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and conveying it through the media. This iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a rock at a heavily armored Israeli tank gives the idea of how the David Goliath picture has been turned upside down. In order to deal with this first Intifada, which was largely civil disobedience and lower key violence, the Israelis imposed all kinds of things like checkpoints, where the huge number of Palestinians who worked in the land of Israel had to go through security before they could cross the border between the West Bank and Israel proper. very humiliating, time-consuming, and so on. And also at the same time, we have the growth of significant numbers of settlements because, and I know this is no surprise for most of the people on this call, and by the way, I can see from the clock that to conclude this properly, I will need to go over time very slightly. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the extent, but I want to explain this properly even within such a truncated time. We should recall, of course, that Israel is a very rigorous, vigorous democracy with a wide range of political viewpoints. There are those Jews who were waiting for the phone calls to be able to trade land for peace, as the argument went, just like they did with Egypt and the Sinai. They were willing to work with Jordan to give them the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground and establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty, and despite the challenge of the large Arab populations living there. And so you can see here a very significant number of Israeli settlements are established, and the degree to which these are tolerated or not tolerated was very much related to the political mood of the country and the leadership that it democratically elected at the time. This obviously would be a challenge for the so-called two-state solution, which was essentially what the Americans have largely been arguing for. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, which was a principal backer of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And so Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli PM shown here on the left, reaches out to Yasser Arafat, the known terrorist leader, but nevertheless, he felt that if he did not make peace with one enemy, he would later have to make peace with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was definitely on the decline, and the Rabin felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with them while he was weak. President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the famous signing of the Accords, and for his efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt betrayed by Rabin's agreement to possibly cede territory to the Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, hence this is called the Oslo Accords, was essentially to take the two territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence-building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state, and Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map which shows the West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. You see the person who put this map didn't spell Israel right. Sorry about that, but that's not me. These areas would have different levels of authority in the region. For Palestinians, some places would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. In other places, they would take care of security. But the idea was that they would communicate with the Israelis to prevent terrorist attacks. Gaza was a somewhat different story. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel, as we shall see momentarily. But while Palestinians may look at this map and say, you know, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at this map and say, these are the Arab League countries. There's so much territory there. Israel is this tiny little piece in the middle there. There certainly must be room for Arabs who wish to live in a Muslim land. At any rate, maybe we'll talk more about that next week. Things change even more dramatically. The Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of the 1990s, they come to a halt in the 2000s with the beginning of the Second Intifada. And whereas the First Intifada was largely, less violent, the Second Intifada was horrifically violent, with more than 135 suicide bombings in very public places, in schools and restaurants, in buses in particular. And it was absolutely intolerable. This particular image taken during the Second Intifada refers to a point where some Israelis wandered by accident into the wrong part of the West Bank, and they were seized and literally lynched. and torn apart with people's bare hands. And you see this person raising his hands stained with blood, and this has ironically become a symbol for contemporary protesters as well. As you can see, this occurred just last week. The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building a massive fence, or a security barrier as they call it, a concrete barrier in some places that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank into Israel. And they also relied very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continue to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. And this led them to something of a state of a false sense of security that would be broken in 2003 with the October 7th attack. And here we're now already in, contemporary history, and so I can certainly truncate to a certain degree because we will pick this up next week. It's going to be crucial. Gaza, of course, under Jewish control from 1967 and the Six-Day War, but only sparsely populated by Jews in a few settlements, about 5,000 living among about 1.5 million Palestinians who were increasingly restive. In 2005, in a very, very painful move which divided the country, the government under Ariel Sharon decided to divest, to disengage from Gaza, and to simply remove themselves from it entirely, thinking that it was a demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large and unhappy population, high levels of unemployment, more than half of their population under the age of 18, and so they simply decided to pull back. And the experiment was, let them have their state, as it were, and let's see what happens. Of course, it did not work out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. In these elections, the two major parties were Hamas and Fatah, Fatah being the party of Yasser Arafat, who has now passed away. And as you can see in the West Bank, Fatah has a slight edge. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas actually came out on top, and then later they would have a coup and they would drive out any of the Fatah associates as well. So basically, Gaza since then has been ruled by Hamas, and it's been blockaded by Israel because there's constant rocket attacks and there was concerns about import of munitions. And we'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to skip through this because this will be also related to next week, but I will conclude with two ideas. The first is that with the October 7th attacks, Israel responded with something called the Daya Doctrine, which is basically this military tactic or strategy that if Israel is attacked, they must counterattack with disproportionate force in order to deter future attacks. This Daya Doctrine has proved to be fairly useful and instrumental for establishing détente with many of its neighboring neighboring countries. And in fact, today Israel does have a peace treaty not only with Egypt, but also with Jordan and several other Arab states. But it has not proved to be effective dealing with Hamas, at least not yet. So let me conclude finally. We began this discussion with, when do we begin this talk? And I offered you a coin from the Roman era, the Judea Kafta coin. This is a commemorative medal that was struck in 1958 by the young state of Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side, they have this image, obviously evocative of that original Roman coin, and it says underneath, the Galta Yehuda of 1959, the Israel is exiled Israel is exiled, and it's a reference to the original exile. But then on the obverse, you have something really fascinating. It says in Latin, Israel liberata, Israel liberated, and it shows you an image that is evocative of the original Judea Kafta, but says so much more in a positive vein. Where the Roman soldier once stood, you'll have a young woman playing with her child. Where the despondent Jew sat, You now have a farmer planting a tree for the future. And I think this is how Israelis, Jews the world over, view the state of Israel. Not as warlike and engaged constantly in conflict, but rather a country that is dedicated to growth and to peace and to prosperity. And hopefully we should return to those days as soon as possible. With that, I want to thank you very much for your indulgence. I intended to end much earlier, but I will be very happy to address some questions at this point. I thank you so much for joining us again. This material is very difficult, very challenging, and maybe controversial for many, but it is obviously the issue of the day for Jews and anyone who cares about Israel in our time. My goal, unlike last week, is to stay within the 1 hour parameter that we've set for this discussion. There is a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. I encourage you to please click that and type in your questions, and we'll try to address at least some of them after the presentation is done. But I will try to stay within the allotted hour. And over the course of this hour, I'd like to very quickly recap where we are geopolitically after October 7th, and then I'm going to focus in deeply on the status of anti-Jewish hatred in the U.S. since October 7th, which I think actually represents a scene in the history of this hateful ideology, and I'll propose a thesis to you that we can discuss in the final question and answer session. So let me begin by first off a small disclaimer, because we intend to put this on the web after we finish this live webinar, and so according to the community guidelines of many platforms that would host a video like this, it's important to note that this is a video which is going to be discussing hatred from the outside, certainly not a video that is promoting hatred. This is intended for educational purposes only. There are some disturbing images that I will share with you. There are many more that I've chosen not to share, but I want to give you a proper warning. Okay, first thing to before October 7th, there was certainly not stability in the Middle East, but there was a certain level, perhaps, of complacency in some circles, largely because it seemed that Israel had managed to contain the threat of Hamas in Gaza and terrorism in general, with vigilance, but also with tremendous technology. Here's a photograph of the remarkable Iron Dome on the left, launching projectiles to take down the rockets that are launched from Gaza on the right. And it's an amazing, remarkable piece of technology that has been compared to a bullet, knocking a bullet out of the air. It's phenomenal. But, it seems that many of us in Israel and around the world felt like Israel had found strategies that were effective in containing the antipathy that was expressed at it around the region. Just to quickly look at the political nature of the region, this is a very simple recap for people who may not be as familiar with the geography and the political geography in particular. Here's a map of Israel. In the shaded area, you have the region which is commonly known in English as the West Bank, also the region known as Judea and Samaria to many Israelis. And the political disposition of this region, which is on the other side of the 1967 border after the Six-Day War, is that since the Oslo Accords, this region was to be ruled jointly by Israel and the Palestinian Authority or the Palestinian Autonomy. It has not been a successful relationship. They have not been able to manage the territory properly. Effectively, it is under Israeli control. And you have a large population, well over 1 million people, who are not Israeli citizens living in this region. Theoretically, they are legally subject to the Palestinian Authority, so it is not technically an apartheid because it's as if it's a separate state within the boundaries of Israel, but in terms of the lived experience, it's definitely a very distinct separation between the way Israelis enjoy freedom of movement and so on, and Palestinians who are subjects of this Palestinian Authority, which has relatively minimal authority. Then on the east, you have the west, excuse me, you have the Gaza Strip, which after the peace treaty with Egypt did not want to take it back and insisted that Israel keep it. And this region is actually technically sovereign. In 2005, Israel disengaged with the territory. That's the kind of accepted term for the withdrawal of all Israeli own devices. They had an election, and they elected Hamas as the dominant party. This is the only election that has been held in Gaza. And then a year later, Gaza, the Hamas movement in Gaza evicted their rival, the Fatah party, which is associated with the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. So you really have three political entities of varying degrees of authority and power in the region. You have Israel proper, the state. You have the Palestinian Authority that only rules the West Bank because Gaza has been taken over by Hamas, and of course that is a war zone today. It is incorrect to say that Gaza City, at least until the October 7th, was occupied, but it is true to say that as attacks from Gaza continued throughout the entire period, Israel imposed a greater and greater blockade, much more stringent blockade on the territory, controlling all of its borders to prevent the access of material to be used for rockets in particular, with, as we see the results. What happened on October 7th? Very quick review. One of the methods that Israel used to contain the violence in Gaza is to build this massive fence with a very deep underground concrete barrier surrounded by observation towers and a lot of high-tech kind of monitoring. Hamas was able to overcome this with essentially low-tech devices like bulldozers and so on, and using drones to explode the observation posts and things like that. And then they invaded Israel's territory and created a degree of violence that, the term pogrom doesn't even come close to describing. The horrific murders and cruel things like beheadings and killing of children and sexual violence was rife. And of course, there are the Hashifim, the kidnapped Israelis, some 250 of them originally. Now there's over 130 of them. We don't know how many of them are unfortunately no longer alive, but their bodies are still kept in Gaza as hostages, as leverage for Hamas in their ideal negotiations for exchange. That basically brings us up to where we are today. Now, in terms of the history of anti-Semitism, I mentioned last week, I believe, that we had a very, very brief honeymoon period where there was kind of world sympathy for the state of Israel, that it suffered this horrific attack on October 7th, but it didn't last terribly long. Days after that attack, we begin to see the first statements that emerged from some of the elite institutions of higher education in this country, including this statement. This was signed by over 30 student groups in Harvard that begin the statement with the phrase, "We, the undersigned student organizations, hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for all unfolding violence." And referring to the conditions of siege, essentially, that Gaza was under while Israel was controlling its borders. They refer to Gaza as an open-air prison, and therefore there's an implication that October 7th violence was somehow justified as some kind of retaliation, or as we shall see, a resistance. These are euphemisms for wrong and unacceptable violence altogether. And the euphemism becomes the order of the day. Here's another one that I found especially difficult from the Columbia School of Social Work that refers to October 7th as a Palestinian counter-offensive. As you can see, Richie Torrey has some very choice words for this. How ironic, coming out of the School of Social Work, after all. And there's no question that anti-Semitism in the United States explodes after October 7th. Here is a chart from the Anti-Defamation League that records the number of anti-Semitic incidents that are reported over the last 3 years. And these are all, of course, concentrated in the period after October 7th, which is one of those, I think, in many ways, psychologically very bizarre things that, when the Jews are attacked, it's as if that provides impetus for others to attack them as well. But anyway, you can see the chart here clearly indicates the explosion of violence. But it's somewhat misleading to look at this period here. A very talented young doctoral candidate at the Université Laval in Canada sent me this really interesting chart. His name is José Manuel Rodriguez Caballero. And this is based on reported incidents of anti-Semitic attacks in Canada. And as you can see, the dots indicate the actual number, and then that gray line and that black line indicate the projected progression. It seems that since 2002, anti-Semitism seems to be on the wane, but then all of a sudden you have these outliers in 2021, 2022, and of course 2023. They're shown in the pink and the goldenrod circles there. And he has a lot to say about the influence of COVID on the surge of anti-Semitism. Obviously, there's much more, but it wasn't just October 7th that was contributing to the surge. It's as if there was a preparation, this is part of his thesis, that COVID allowed for the expression of far more virulent forms of anti-Semitism. So this should all be fairly obvious for all of us, especially those of us who are following the news carefully, and those of us who live in the neighborhoods where we experience this kind of attacks on Jews, unfortunately physically, but also, verbally and in other ways, microaggressions. One of the most bizarre phenomena of this period was the strange need of many people, especially young people, to somehow deface or erase posters associated with those Jews who were kidnapped. Sometimes arguing they were propaganda used to justify the Israeli attack on Gaza, which, in a sense, is certainly true. The attack on Gaza, one of the main goals is to get the kidnapped people out of there, to remove the hostages from Gaza. Another goal, I think very reasonable, is to destroy Hamas's ability to ever launch an attack like this again. But the posters seem to strike a nerve among many people who see them, regardless of one's political orientation and feelings about states in the Middle East. We should be able to understand how horrific it is for a child to be torn from his parents and taken into captivity, which we have in this situation. And nevertheless, the phenomenon was to tear these things down. Now, why did that happen? I hope to come back to this towards the end of this lecture. But let's look at the actual statistics. So this is from the Harvard-Harris poll. It's a very well-respected poll that comes out monthly, where they ask a statistically significant number of Americans what they think about a wide variety of issues. Now, it tends to be predominantly political, measuring Americans' political attitudes, who's going to win the next election and so on. But since so many other issues impinge on politics, we're very fortunate that they asked questions about the conflict in Gaza as well. And as you can see here, in November 2023, the month after the October 7th attacks, Israel has a remarkably high favorability rating. It's the third most favorable institution as viewed by American citizens. It's remarkable. Only the U.S. military and the police are regarded with greater respect and admiration. And Israel is regarded with greater value than, let's say, the U.S. Supreme Court, the Department of Justice, news organizations like CNN, Fox News, and so on. So it's a rather remarkable confidence in Israel that we see in the broad swath of the American public, which is quite distinct from what we're seeing happening in the artificial environment of the elite higher education institutions. However, when we zoom in on the age demographic, we see some very frightening things. Have a look at the map on the right there, or the chart on the right. This is a question that I'll show you how it evolves over time. A simple question, in general, in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? And as you can see, overwhelming number of Americans in November sided with Israel, 84%. It's true that 16% sided with Hamas, which I find very troubling, but nevertheless, it's a small number, less than 1 in 5. However, look at the chart below, and you see that when you break these answers down by age group, you see that people over 65, they seem to be very intelligent, and they understand the situation. 95% of them sympathize with Israel in November 2023. This is before the wide-scale Israel attack on Gaza to destroy Hamas and to release the hostages. But with every decade younger, that support for Israel fades until you get to this crucial age, 18 to 24. These are basically college-age students, and only half of them, 52%, support Israel over Hamas. That means that shortly after October 7th, if you ask the typical American between the ages of 18 and 24, it was a 50-50 split whether they would support Israel or support Hamas in the current conflict. That's a remarkable number to see that they've had such a split, a bifurcation on this issue. When you ask them also, do you think it's true that Hamas terrorists killed 1,200 Israeli citizens by shooting them, raping and beheading people, including whole families, kids and babies, or is that a false story? Very well documented. We have actually the GoPro videos from the pogromists themselves, and you can see that 83% of Americans say absolutely that's true. We believe those horrible things happen. But when you look at the younger generation, 32% of them say no, we don't think it's true. There's a lot to say about why this is. I personally think it's probably because we don't have the same kind of news dissemination that we used to have 10, 20, 30 years ago. Where I remember when I was a kid, and my father would turn on the news at 11 o'clock, and it would be CBC, and you would have like an announcer who would say the news, and it was like, that was the truth. This is what actually happened. We had tremendous confidence in our newscasters. But nowadays, younger people tend to consume much of their information about the world from social media sources, which have not only the challenges of not relying on journalistic ethics, which that's sometimes a questionable thing too, but also social media tends to feed back to the viewer the kinds of information that will resonate with them most, keep them on that platform and keep them clicking on the ads. So it's not an extremely reliable source of objective information, and that may be coloring this number. But that's back in November. We see that over the course of the last few months, a tremendous number of protest movements in favor of Hamas and more generally Palestine. This particular slogan was especially problematic. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and a couple other versions of it, as you can see. And for many Jews and Israelis especially, we see this as essentially a call for the destruction. Many of the apologists for this statement believe that no, you have to interpret differently, referring to freedom in a much more general sense, not necessarily free from Jews, Judenrein, but freedom for everyone to express themselves and so on. And this is a little bit like, how do you translate the term jihad or holy war? Is that like an internal struggle, or is that like a physical war? So that's the kind of thing that was circulating when this began to be very popular. A remarkable scholar, Ron Hassner at the University of California, actually went out there and conducted a survey of students, and it turned out that actually most students who were chanting this were very confused about geography. When it said the river, they could not identify the Jordan. They asked perhaps it's the Euphrates or the Nile. And when it came to the sea, they were guessing not only the Mediterranean, but also the Atlantic and even the Caribbean Sea. And once the geography was explained to them and how this idea from the river to the sea meant erasing the state of Israel, then actually many of them changed their feelings about that particular chant and revised them accordingly. And they are supported by a large, those who are protesting are supported by a wide network, a very disparate network. I also received this from Mr. Caballero. He sent me several links to organizations that will allow you to download free posters that you can use at your next protest, and there's all kinds of organizational materials, Resistance 101, that are providing coaching for young people to participate in this kind of venture. And there's a certain element to this that seems grassroots and legitimate, but there are also some very troubling elements that suggest that it may have some outside sources of funding and organization. Just have a look at this, for example. This comes from the Wall Street Journal, did a visualization of the number of protests after the killing of George Floyd. And as you can see, there's an eruption of them in the summer of 2020, shortly after the video of his killing was circulating. And then, with time, the amplitude of the number of those protests slowly decreases, and especially as you get to the winter time, they drop off to zero. And that's, that looks like a human pattern of people who are spontaneously outraged and express that outrage, and then slowly, life goes back to normal. But when you look at the protests that we have been enduring lately, the amplitude, look at that screen on the bottom there, the amplitude is very different. It's not a big surge at the beginning in October, November. It's pretty constant, with spikes pretty much every weekend and sustaining itself throughout. I don't know a lot about how social movements are organized, how they perpetuate themselves, but this particular chart strikes me as highly artificial, as if there are regular infusions of cash, organization, material, who knows. We shall see what happens now that the semester has ended and summers begin and summer jobs, things like that. The few encampments that are up there may change dramatically for reasons, totally unrelated to this, but we'll see how that develops. At any rate, if we come to the most recent Harvard-Harris poll, the April poll that was released just about a week ago, on the left, you see the question we've been tracking: do you support Israel more or Hamas? And you can see that the younger generation seems to have been picking up their studies a little bit, and the support for Hamas has dropped from 48%. And I think it's also important to note that, the news is suffused with the stories of protests because, that is sells newspapers and sells advertising. But the broad swath of Americans are still solidly behind Israel. This particular chart, which asks Americans back in April, do you think that Israel should invade Rafah to find the last hostages there and to eliminate the Hamas terrorists who are hiding in the percent of our youngest generation? Say absolutely, they should go in there, finish what they need to do. There's a very strong minority, 28% of all Americans, 43% of the youngest age group, who disagree. but nevertheless, that's still a very solid majority, basically behind Israel. So while we're seeing that there's a lot of cause for alarm, to be sure, we should understand that the general mood of America, when you're outside of the elite university campuses, is still definitely very pro-Israel. But we are still troubled by the numbers, especially in the youth. I'm going to focus on them a little bit more. At this point, what I'd like to do is to go back a little bit in history and look at the history of anti-Semitism as ideology, as a kind of dark theology, and try to understand how it has evolved over time. Scholars have identified four really basic periods where anti-Semitism adapts to the changing cultural, political, religious, social values of the societies in which it lives. And we can really see four big chapters in this history. I would like to tender for your consideration that we are now, unfortunately, on the cusp of a fifth possibility, a fifth variant. But let's go through the four historical versions to begin with. On the left, you see a photograph of Jean-Paul Sartre, a very important French existentialist philosopher. After World War II, he wrote this book, which is a very small, thin book, and I found it very, very moving. ROTHSCHILD sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question, which is really, it's a misnomer. It's not the Jewish question, it's the anti-Semitic question. What do we do about all this anti-Semitism? But he writes in here, si le Juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. It translates as, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And Sartre proposes a model of understanding anti-Semitism where the anti-Semite needs the Jew to explain the anti-Semite's lack of success in life. Kind of like a jealousy model, where when an anti-Semite feels discomforted by rapid change in society, by uncertainty of the economy or uncertainty of personal status and things like that, and casts about for a victim or someone to blame, the Jews are conveniently there. Now, in another forum, we could discuss the merits of this particular thesis, but it's certainly a self-propagating kind of philosophy, because if that is true, then you can look back into time and say, wow, look, the Greeks hated Jews, and the Romans hated the Jews, and the Germans, and the French, and so on. This is nothing new. It's always been happening. So the more anti-Semitism exists, the more it is easy to propagate into a future environment. Even in environments where there are hardly any Jews, like in Japan, where you actually have translations of notorious anti-Semitic forgeries, like the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. So let's dive into this a little bit. We should begin, first of all, with our terminology. The word anti-Semitism, especially spelled with a hyphen, was invented by this man, Wilhelm Marr, who was himself an anti-Semite. And he wanted to find a more polite alternative to the popular terms Judenhass and Judenfeinde, which is German for Jew hatred. Those are very crude, vulgar terms, and so we said, wait a second, I'm not a Jew hater. It's just that the Jews are involved in this world conspiracy, which we'll call Semitism. He borrowed that term from linguistic theory that was developing in the late 19th century. And I'm anti-Semitism. I'm against this fictitious, conspiracy of Jews to destroy the world. This is where he came up with it, a book called The Way to the Victory of Germanness over Jewishness. And because he argued that Semitism was a thing, which it is not, that's why it is spelled in English with a hyphen. Ironically, in German it's not spelled with a hyphen, but that's the way English grammar works. Your anti-Semitism, which supposes that Semitism is a thing. Most scholars today have adopted the spelling without the hyphen, because anti-Semitism is a thing of itself. It's not opposition to Semitism. It is a kind of hatred that is just expressed with this bizarre kind of theory. So that's the term we used, and That's a term that was invented in the 1880s, and it has gained widespread circulation. It may be time to actually retire this term because it is no longer sufficient to describe what is the status quo today. So let's look at the three earliest chapters and a little bit more time on the modern chapter that is associated with Mar going forward. Classical xenophobia. The term xenophobia means fear of the stranger. Xenos is like stranger or guest in Greek. Actually, there's an Aramaic term, aksanya. When you say posting the code aksanya, to open up first with praise of the host. So host guests are often strangers. That's where the relationship circles. Anyway, when you look at the classical Greek and Roman authors, who often had lots of negative things to say about Jews, most of those things are clearly rooted in basic cultural misunderstandings. Like, for example, the Romans would look at the Jews and say, how lazy are these people? They take a day off 1 in every 7. How is that possible that you can go through your life not working 1 day in 7? So they called the Jews slothful. They called the Jews, ironically, atheistic, because they refused to bow down to idols, which was the civic religion of the day. So they are not worshiping any gods. Well, they must be atheistic, which is hilarious, really, because it's the opposite. They worship one invisible God, which was very hard for the Romans to grasp. So there are all kinds of things like this, where the Romans and Greeks felt like we don't get those Jews, they're so weird, and so for their antipathy to them is basically rooted in very easily explained misunderstanding. This, for example, is the Arch of Titus, the famous arch that commemorates the Roman victory over Judea in the Great Revolt of 66 to 74, the revolt that resulted in the destruction of the temple. And as you can see underneath it, there is this remarkable bas-relief that shows the Jews carting off as slaves the various spoils from the temple, the menorah, and so on. So, you can't really call this anti-Semitic, like we'll see later, because this is essentially normal war propaganda. Now, the ancients, the medievals, and the moderns all celebrate military victories. They often, portray their defeated enemies in a negative light, and that's just, normal human interrelations, whether we like it or not. So classical xenophobia it's not kind of like a bizarre psychological pathology, as we shall see later. We move to the second period of Christian anti-Judaism. This is a period that is especially associated specifically with the birth of Christianity because of its unique relationship to its mother religion. Since Christianity is born from Judaism, the earliest Christians were all Jews, the apostles, and so on, and they're trying to articulate their identity in opposition to or as distinction from their mother religion. And so the kind of arguments that you see in this kind of anti-Jewish dialectic are fundamentally religious in nature. So, for example, you see it illustrated in a lot of Gothic art. The classic example of ecclesia et synagoga, a woman representing the church, always on the left side of the image, and a woman representing the synagogue, the Jews, on the right. These kinds of large, monumental pieces are often on the sides of cathedrals, like this one in Strasbourg, are very useful to explain the complicated relationship between Christianity and Judaism to illiterate peasants who make their way to the cathedral for education. And as you can see on the left, the church of Ecclesia is represented with a crown, upright staff, holding a chalice, the bodice is done up properly, and so on, and she's a respectable figure and so on. And she is looking kind of daggers at her sister, the synagogue, who is disgraced. She's lost her crown, her staff is broken, indicating the loss of temporal power. She is holding in her left hand, her weaker hand, the tablets representing the law, the Torah, and she's holding them, with the ends of her fingers as if they're falling out of her grasp. She's actually, her posture is one of decline. She's falling away from the rock, and she is finally blindfolded, as if she's unable to see the truth. So the whole message is that Christianity takes over from Judaism, that Judaism is the rejected sibling, and Christianity is the new favorite sibling, and this is how, you could explain the theology. This is obviously something that Jews would disagree with. They do not agree with this particular description of how Christianity should be understood vis-a-vis Judaism. But nevertheless, this is a theological dispute, basically between a priest and a rabbi. It's not really violent to the degree that we shall see in the next stage. But sometimes there are elements that cross over. For example, this image from stained glass window in Rabbi, Germany, 15th century. And you can see on the left the ecclesia, with the upright staff, the chalice riding a tetramorph, or the mystical beast that harkens back to the book of ROTHSCHILD. And a hand descends from heaven and crowns her, indicating divine favor. On the right, however, you see the synagogue. She is riding on a sterile animal, a mule, and she's holding on to a ram's horn decapitated from a ram, which indicates, a dissatisfaction with the Jews' reliance on the carnal sacrifices of the temple. Her staff is broken, she's blindfolded, her crown is knocked off her head. And in case you didn't get the overall message, there is another hand extending from the clouds above and inserting a sword into the top of her skull. And very, very strong and really unambiguous signal of disapproval. So this is very different from the classical xenophobic period. This is a conflict that was rooted in a religious difference, a religious dispute. So it's a new evolution, really, of anti-Jewish feeling. When we get to the medieval period, now I want to warn those of you who may have sensitivities, you have young people perhaps watching with you, this might not be the best section, you might want to skip over it or cover the computer. The medieval period, particularly 15th century and onward, which coincides with a lot more means of disseminating ideas through printing, for example. That's when you begin to see anti-Semitism go way off the rails. And it becomes deeply popularized. The idea, for example, of the blood libel, which begins first in 1144 with the charge of ritual murder, and then surges after the 13th century and just spreads like wildfire across Europe. This strange, bizarre idea that Jews must capture a Christian child, torture it, drain it of blood, drain him or her of blood, well, it's always a him, and then use that blood for matzah, and all kinds of things like this. Total craziness, completely divorced from the truth. And it's such a bizarre argument that the popes frequently denounced it, saying, it's not true. Don't believe people who tell you these things. But there's often a huge gap between what happens at the highest levels of church and what happens in the laity. And this idea of the blood libel becomes incredibly popular and persists right up to the 20th century. It has tenuous connections to religion in that the child victim is supposed to be some kind of reenactment of the original passion, but those religious elements really seem to just serve the narrative, which is much more bloodthirsty. And so many other examples of this, especially in association with the devil, in this very commonly circulated image of the Jews, the Judensau, the Jewish pig. On the top you see a victim of the blood libel, and in the main picture there you see a devil associated with the Jews, who's also appeared when Jews are accused of witchcraft and sorcery and involvement with the devil, and they're doing horrific things with the pig. Very popular image, widely circulated, particularly in Germany. So these are this kind of like bizarre, nasty hatred, quite different from the earlier period, which was much more kind of sedate and religious in terms of, dispute over how to interpret, for example, the book of Isaiah. This is like really bloodthirsty, it's really violent, and it's brilliant, and, it's a totally new level of anti-Semitism. All of these element, however, do have some vestiges in contemporary anti-Jewish antipathy, such as, for example, this scandalous image that was painted in 2020, which commemorates the death of young Simon of Trent, which we saw actually 2 images ago, in a hyper-realistic, modern style. And clearly the images of these gleeful Jews torturing this child, one of the most offensive depictions of anti-Semitism in the 20th century, 21st century, even though it harkens back really to a 15th century charge. So that's the first 3 periods of the ideological shifts of anti-Semitism, and as you can see, I hope, anti-Semitism, it's like a virus that when it finds a new host, it simply finds ways to infect that host most efficiently. And it has an unusual degree of adaptability to a wide variety of cultural, historical circumstances. So this takes us up basically to the 19th century. And that's when we get the period of what we call modern anti-Semitism. This is a term that's correctly called anti-Semitism per se, because this is when the term was invented. It circulates around the combination of a couple of ideas. One of the most important books was this essay on the inequality of the human races. And this idea of racism, which is really fleshed out in the 19th century, it's a huge step down from basic color bias, which is much older. But the notion, kind of borrowing from Charles Darwin's theories and applying it to humanity, that there are all these different races in the world, Africans and Europeans, or blacks and Aryans, if you will, and they all have different strengths and skills and weaknesses, and they struggle with each other to capitalize on scarce resources. The Jews in this system, which is deeply anti-Semitic, are a parasite race who are perceived as being a kind of a germ, bacillus, that infects healthy civilizations and then is able to kind of eat them out from the inside, and then they move on to another host. This is, you will note, completely devoid of any religious meanings, because the 19th century is when religion is in steep decline, and anti-Semites simply can't get any traction with the old religious ideas of anti-Christian Judaism and so on, or the Blood Bible and so on, and so they have this new sort of quasi-scientific idea of what the Jews mean. You see a lot of images like this. This is actually an election poster from Austria in 1920. Shows a obviously Jewish kind of worm snake thing strangling the Austrian eagle. The text says German Christians. Actually, there's the text missing on top. It says vote Christian Socialists, name of the party, German Christians, and save Austria. Right, save it from the Jew who's choking it from within. And here's a remarkable book cover from Arthur Winter. Translation of the title is The Sin Against the Blood, a novel of the time. So you can see the muscular, healthy Aryan who, if it weren't for the fact that he had this massive, overweight, fleshy Jewish vulture weighing him down, he would be able to get up and be strong and do whatever he needed to. But it is the Jewish presence that is the sin against the blood that is weakening German society. So notice, no religious elements here, no Christian Jewish dialogue or apologies, polemics. It's all race, and one more element, the idea of a conspiracy theory. That the Jews, who are racially distinct, and are often portrayed in this kind of caricature, are engaged in a massive worldwide conspiracy, popularized in particular by these translations earlier This is a forgery that was invented by a notorious anti-Semite named Sergei Nilus in the turn of the 20th century. And it posits that Jews are somehow locked into this massive system that has all kinds of things, like he wrote about secret subway tunnels that linked major cities so Jews could move around secretly and so on. On the right, you see a typical example. This is Mexico 1930. And it translates, the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. And the wealthy capitalist Jew, see the monopoly man in here as well. He's gleefully squeezing the globe, taking all the blood out of it with his claw-like hands that we have up to the present day. The Nazis were especially notorious at developing this and conspiracy theory. Here's a terrifying children's book, propaganda for preschoolers. It's called the Poison Mushroom, or the Toadstool. And the whole message behind this book for children is that, hey, Jews look just like regular people, just like mushrooms and toadstools, mushrooms being edible and delicious and toadstools being poisonous. They look the same too. And you need an expert to explain to you who is a toadstool and poisonous, in other words, who is a Jew and poisonous, even though they look like regular people. Racism and conspiracy theory. All kinds of examples of this highlighting the racial differences supposed between Jews and non-Jews, Jews and Aryans, and so on. And they're all linked, as you can see in this kind of imagery that shows the Jewish compact, the Jewish conspiracy with all these Jewish names, and obviously heavy, fleshy, Semitic look of this individual, and how they're all connected to one another. So that's how the Nazis took this modern anti-Semitism to its logical conclusion. We have, unfortunately, pulled out into the 21st century. This is a photograph famous from the Charlottesville extreme right march in 2017, where the chant was, "Jew will not replace us," right? The whole idea of the sin against the blood. The Jews are infiltrating society, taking away the rightful places of Aryans and so on. Jean-Paul Sartre and the kind of jealousy theory. There's some interesting kind of spins on this with COVID in particular, that COVID is somehow a Jewish plot to kill off large numbers of Aryans and so on. I mean, these things they would be funny if they did not have adherents. But unfortunately, there are people who believe these things. Now I'd like to bring us to the final remarks. And I'd like to suggest that we're now possibly on the cusp of a fifth kind of Jew hatred that represents a qualitative difference from previous types of anti-Semitism. I find it deeply concerning. So let me share it with you. I've seen a few different ways to kind of term this. There's actually several essays written in the recent issue of the Jewish Review of Books on this. Let's call it anti-Israel. It's a kind of anti-Semitism that is focused specifically on the land of Israel, the state of Israel, as the justification for more typical anti-Semitic attitudes. There are three basic fundamentals, but before I go to it, I'm going to show you one image. Again, this is a very, very troubling image that actually came out well before October 7th, but it captures a lot of the kind of tone of anti-Israelism. Once again, for those of you who are sensitive, please look away. This image, which portrays an Israeli soldier stabbing a child in the heart, clearly evocative of the blood libel, Simon of Trent that we saw earlier, but it's divorced from obvious religious connotations and is subsumed with political connotations. Now, this kind of image, perhaps a person might subconsciously see it and not blame all Jews, but certainly blames Israel in particular, and it's hard not to see how the blood libel elements would seep out into the broader sense and call it truly anti-Semitic in the larger sense, rather than a very profane and vulgar and political caricature. I would say that this anti-Israelism, this possible fifth type of anti-Semitism, has three basic fundamentals. And I think as we see more of this and study it more, we may find others. But the first one is the basic idea that Israel is an illegitimate state. They like to refer to it, for example, as the Zionist entity, as if they don't want to even say the word Israel. And it may be illegitimate for a whole host of different reasons. I mean, one of the principal things about anti-Semitism is that it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to kind of loosely hang together ideologically, enough for you to believe even a piece of it, get a toehold in it. So Israel is considered illegitimate because it is, a settler colonialist state. When not only is that laughable because it's actually, if you really want to call it a colonial state, it's actually the most successful example of anti-colonialism. It is the reversal of colonialism with the return of indigenous people and taking away their country from the ultimate colonial power of the 19th century, the British Empire. That's on simply on one basis. There's no point in going knocking all these different arguments down because they're silly in many ways. Israel, for example, the land was purchased in the 19th century. The land was legally acquired. Following that, there was defensive wars, and you have, the realities of what happens afterwards in negotiations and peace treaties. So I really don't want to spend our time talking about why these ideas are ridiculous, but I just want to try to imagine what are people thinking when they're engaging. So the first idea that's very important is that the belief that Israel is somehow an illegitimate state. Secondly, because it is illegitimate, these anti-Israelists argue that erasing this historical anomaly of the state of Israel is justified often by any means, including attacks on non-Israeli Zionists, which means the vast majority of the Jews of the world who identify as Zionists, who consider Israel their historical homeland. And there's a tremendous amount of euphemism that circulates around this, referring to attacks on Israel or Zionists as resistance. The use of somewhat vague foreign terms like intifada, whereas anyone who lived through the second intifada knows exactly what that really implies. So this is like the second fundamental, the idea that if we accept the premise that Israel is somehow an illegitimate state, and I would love to see anyone show me a legitimate state by those kinds of measures, then erasing that state is somehow justified. And furthermore, and often in the very childish thinking of people who have never had to experience war, they will, lightly say things like that Israel should be wiped off the map. And they clearly have no idea what that actually means. And third, and this is what I find especially troubling, the participation of Jews in these movements, these anti-Israelite movements, anti-Israel movements, lends legitimacy to the movement itself. It's a kind of tokenism, but it nevertheless seems to be very prominent. Like, it's amazing to me how much we see various Jewish individuals and sometimes organizations at the forefront of these. And what exactly does that mean? I want to point you to one incident that I saw last week that I found deeply saddening and troubling. This is a presser held at the Capitol. You can see several members of Congress in the background there, clearly pleased with the speaker, who is a young 19-year-old student at George Washington University, person named Miriam, and she speaks. You can actually go to the forward website and listen to the speech. She speaks about how, as a young person, she had no access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. Make of that what you will. There are neighborhoods where you will find anti-Zionist synagogues, but there are very few that are truly anti-Zionist. There are many that are non-Zionist maybe, but anyway, because of that, she felt deprived because she had never had a bat mitzvah. She was never able to enjoy whatever it meant to be a bat mitzvah. But at the encampment at George Washington University, where she was demonstrating, not only did they have services, but they actually had a rabbi come with a Torah scroll, and there in Shahada Square, which is what they've renamed that quad, she had her bat mitzvah. So she was proudly describing how she discovered her Jewish identity and her Jewish roots in the center of this essentially pro-Hamas rally. Why do I say pro-Hamas? Well, it doesn't take much scratching to find Hamas in this. For example, she referred to where she had her bat mitzvah as Shahada Square. This was what the protesters renamed the quad. Shahada means Martyrs Square, like a shahid, someone who, for example, dies in the course of a suicide bombing. And the Shahada is also one of the 5 pillars of Islam. It is a sentence that proclaims Muhammad's preeminence as a prophet, and it's actually the core of the conversion to Islam ritual. So much so that we see it in many contexts. This is actually the Shahada written, and you may see the green background as familiar because this is actually the Hamas flag. So it doesn't take too many levels of separation until you get to that point. And what does it mean that a young person would find her Jewish identity specifically in this kind of moment? So I'm very proud of myself, and I've actually kept myself on time, so I'm going to conclude, but I'd like to take myself just a little bit outside of my comfort zone, if you don't mind. I normally prefer to speak only about things that are firmly in the past. I'm a historian, and it's not my comfort zone to address current events. Nevertheless, I was asked by Rabbi Kerbel to speak last night at the Queens Jewish Center, and he specifically wanted me to address, what does history teach us about the moment we're in right now? History is stubbornly silent on what we're supposed to do about the future. History just sits there. Historians, on the other hand, may have something to say, and I try to eschew that particular practice, but I feel that since Rabbi Kerbel asked me, I would at least make an attempt at how I personally view the current moment, and hopefully you'll get something out of that. So what you see on the screen here is a text I came across when I was researching things for Passover, and you'll see in the Hebrew a very, very well-known passage from the Haggadah read on the Passover table, and it reads, in every generation they rise up against us to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. However, under Russian censorship law, no Jewish text could be published without censor's approval, and so in Vilnius in 1859, the censor insisted on adding a couple of things. You can see they're circled in white there and red. He put the rising up against us in the past tense, right? They used to rise up against us, but now we live in, the paradise of Tsarist Russia. That kind of thing doesn't happen anymore. No more anti-Semitism. It's gorgeous here. And then he changed the divine rescue from the present tense, meaning God is still here always and protecting us, to put it in the past tense. Because back then, we were persecuted, no longer under the Tsar. Therefore, we no longer need current protection from God. That was the censor's attempt to make this, acceptable for 1859. But if we look at another text from this period that I find especially important for this context, and this is also, by the way, printed 1853 as it happens in Russia, and this managed to get past the censor. And it's, of course, a passage, if you're reading the Hebrew, from the Unasana Tokef prayer, which we read on holidays, a very solemn and moving prayer that offers the solution of repentance, and then above the word teshuvah is written in small letters, tzom, fasting, prayer, tefillah, that is voice, and tzedakah, money, diminishes the severity of the degree. So if this is kind of like the prescription, so looking back in history, I see 3 really important ways that we can seize upon this moment and find our way through this perhaps new evolution of devolution of anti-Semitism. First of all, in terms of tshuva, one of the most awful periods in our history was undoubtedly the destruction of the Second Temple, which was characterized by incredible divisions between Jewish groups. the fighting between Jews in the year 69, before Titus even breached the walls of Jerusalem, was horrific and far worse than what they had ever endured before. Zealots attacking zealots, innocent people, blood flowing in the streets, burning each other's grain stores. And obviously that ended in horrific destruction and terrible tragedy for Jewish people. But at the very same time, you have this phenomenon. This is the Theodotus inscription. It is one of the oldest pieces of synagogue furniture, appurtenances, that have survived. It comes from the 1st century, probably the 1st century BCE, and it is a plaque. You know, every synagogue has to have a plaque. The earliest thing we have from any synagogue, basically, is a plaque. And it describes how Theodotus, paid for the synagogue, paid for the plumbing, things like that, and everyone should enjoy it and so on. And this Theodotus inscription speaks to the idea that Jews are strongest when they come together and they look at their first principles. I was especially moved in this context, this tshuva moment, by something that was quoted to me. This is Rabbi Amiel Hirsch, who's a Reform rabbi, who had the incredible courage to speak just a while ago to his congregation. The sermons are taped and posted. And he asked this difficult question: why are so many of the young Jewish protesters graduates and alumni of Reform synagogues, youth groups and camps? What did we do wrong? Can you imagine getting up and saying to your congregation, what did we do wrong? And most importantly, what should we be doing now to instill in our youngsters the core Jewish value of Ahavat Yisrael, which he defines here as love, concern, and responsibility for fellow Jews? Now, I'm not including this particular clip here to knock Rabbi Hirsch, God forbid, or his movement, or anything like that, but I'm saying that he took a heroic stand to speak to his congregation about, hey, we're seeing this here, we're seeing this happening. What did we do wrong? And every synagogue, in my humble opinion, should be engaging in self-searching as well. That's tshuva. That's going back and looking at first principles. And I will say that, I have had many interactions with Jewish people who are involved in the protests, and the blood of Isaiah and Amos flows through their veins. And I believe they are misguided, but they are pursuing much of these protests in good faith, believing that they are actually supporting what is right and just in this world. They do not see themselves as self-hating Jews, and in my humble opinion, I certainly don't think we should treat them as self-hating Jews. We should do our best to draw them close with love. Anyways, I'm stepping outside of historian. Let's look at the second thing, tefillah. Right? So tefillah also happening in synagogue. This is a synagogue from Israel from the 5th century in Hamat, Bavaria. And even though it was 3rd, 4th century, I believe, even though it was hundreds of years after the destruction of the temple, the mosaic still has references to the various appurtenances in the synagogue itself. And what's fascinating about the time that this was built, the period of phenomenal crisis for world Jewry, and especially in Israel. The Jews had fought and they lost 3 major wars with the Romans. They tried once more in 352, a smaller rebellion, horribly crushed. It was clear that the Romans had no patience left for the institution of the Nasi, the patriarch, and in fact it would only be a few decades before they ended that. And it's at that time, when things looked most bleak, that Jews got together and recorded the Jerusalem Talmud. The core text that went on, especially in its Babylonian variant, to become what some call the Constitution of Judaism. Phenomenal creativity, massive scholarly effort, and it happened at an extremely dark time. Because at this time when they said, you know what, we can't rely on the current status quo to be able to calculate the months. It's now time that we put down a fixed mathematical calendar that we have to distinguish. So when Jews come together in tshuva, and they come together in prayer in their synagogues, we find incredible reserves of strength and creativity to solve problems that survive the Jewish people throughout the centuries. Finally, last one, tzedakah, mammon. Well, that should be fairly obvious, but I think that it makes me think about my own Ashkenazi roots. And the Ashkenazim, even though they're incredibly powerful today and a huge influence on the course of world history over the last 500 years or so, when you go back to the roots of Ashkenazi Jewry in the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries, tiny little outposts living in northern Germany, and they basically had to figure out how to solve major problems on their own. They did not have the ability to rely on much larger Jewish population centers, and so they developed many major institutions like the Kehillah as an internal support system that was supported by mandatory taxes on every Jew. It was considered the responsibility of every Jew for every other Jew in each settlement, and they acted on it and perpetrated the Jewish people, allowed them to survive through very challenging times. So with these three ideas, Tshuva, Tefillah, Tzedakah, in my humble opinion, for what it's worth, coming from a historian, not a rabbi, I hope this provides you with some avenues of thought. And with that, I want to thank Ms. Lichtenstein and Project GUINNESS for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all once again. I'll conclude, and we have some time, I think, for a few questions. Thank you very much for your attention and your Ms. Lichtenstein, I'm not sure if you are able to get on. We had some technical problems. So I have a few questions in the Q&A. Let's have a look. And for those of you who want to split at this point, please do, but I'll look to see and answer what I can. So, anonymous attendee writes, what is the actual ethno-religious background of people currently referring to themselves as Palestinians? Well, if we break that term down, ethno-religious, the religious term, obviously the Palestinians are basically Sunni Muslims. There are quite a few Christians as well, but they adhere overwhelmingly to those groups. It's ironic that Hamas, which is Sunni, gets most of its financial support from Iran, which is Shiite, but that's basically their religious background. In terms of ethnic background, it's clear that most of them are of Arabian stock, which is closely related to Jews. We are distant cousins to one another, which is, of course, validated by the biblical text as well. Isaac and Ishmael were half-brothers through their father Abraham. But it's very messy and difficult to try and tease out the genetic differences between them, DNA type differences. Okay, hope that's helpful. Mr. Rodnitsky writes that my lecture, Dr. Abraham, your lecture brought me closer to Judaism during the Austrian lockdown. I'm a former student of Michael T. Well, that's nice. Please send my regards. Not a question, though. Let's see if we get another question. Robert Slatanic, why don't the students go to jail after the break-in? Good question. I am not a lawyer. I am a school administrator, and I suppose if, God forbid, I have to deal with those questions, maybe I deal with them differently, but it's a good question. It's not really something I can answer. Look at that. Matt Sachs is online. Nice to see you, Matt. Great to have you here, Dr. Matthew Sachs. Dave Shapiro, what is the definition of Semitism? So, Semitism as an idea, it's kind of a made-up idea. We use this word to describe a made-up thing. The made-up thing is this world Jewish conspiracy. That's what Semitism is supposed to be. And it's not accurate because Arabs are also Semites. They're not included in the world conspiracy. And there is no world conspiracy to begin with. So it's kind of like a silly term we're using, and we have used for the last 140 years. But maybe it's time to retire it because it is just too far away from utility. So what Anonymous Attendee asks again, what word should be used instead? I don't know, Jew hatred, going back to the original term Yud and Has, is hard to disagree with that, regardless of its vulgarity, but it is a vulgar idea. And if we want to speak with some precision, then the anti-Israelism maybe is better. Now, we should note, of course, that the opposite of anti-Israelism is not pro-Israelism, because you can have people who are pro-Israel, and still criticize the Israeli government, that's entirely within the realm of normal human political discourse, as of course many Israelis exercise that right to this day. So it's a complicated, difficult term to use. Mr. Cook asks, how closely does the 1946 Gales program follow typical medieval blood libel? I'd rather not answer that question because I'm not holding in the Gales program, perhaps in another video. Dia D asks, why does Israel seemingly befriend nations that promote anti-Semitism such as Saudi Arabia? Politics. There's a lot of strange politics that it's not at all uncommon for many nations to politics makes strange bedfellows. So that's the bottom line. Are riots on U.S. campuses led by Arab students and instigators similar to European student riots? Should the FBI investigate these leaders by tracing the funding for these student riots? This is quite fascinating. What has been coming out lately, and I really would like to see more research on this. Roughly half, sometimes 2/3 of the people who are arrested are not students, faculty, or staff of the universities where they are protesting. And in some cases, they have identified, kind of professional, lifelong agitators who have, organized protests in other cities for other causes. So there's definitely a certain element of professionalism going on, including a lot of the sharing of the materials that I referred to earlier. Nobody asked me other than you, an honest attendee, what the FBI should do. But personally, I think that would be a good use of their time to figure out where is the money coming from, who are these people, how do they feed themselves, and so on. Bob Olesh asked me to comment on the thought that then when there is less anti-Semitism, there is more assimilation and less Jewish values. And when there is anti-Semitism, Jewish people stick together more because of the threatening environment. So that comment is basically true. And I think when you look historically at the nature of Jewish communities, you see that one of the phenomena that Jews tend to, or you see as often accompanying flourishing Jewish communities, is when there is a small amount of anti-Semitism. Not enough for anyone to get hurt, God forbid, not enough to really pull people back, but kind of like a low-level degree of anti-Semitism that's basically social in nature, it's not violent, God forbid. That kind of like constant outside irritation tends to be correlated with strong Jewish communities. When there is very little anti-Semitism, then the Jews take care of it themselves, and they tend to become more centrifugal and drift away from their center and so on. So it's a very valid observation. Mr. Schreiber asks, how worried am I for my physical safety? Usually I'm okay. Usually I'm not too worried about this. I walk around downtown Manhattan dressed like I am. Sometimes people notice that I'm Jewish. And I'm more worried about people who seem to be like mentally ill than I am about people who are anti-Semitic. This country is still, I think, fairly stable. And, so I'm not, but we have seen horrible things actually before this entire crisis. Attacks on obviously religious Jews and Crown Heights and other parts, places like that. Oh boy, okay. I'm gonna, let's see. Another autonomous attendee, I don't know if it's the same one, but he or she is Asian, and he or she is also deeply disturbed by all these civilian deaths in Gaza. I am also deeply disturbed by civilian deaths in Gaza. God forbid I would never want to argue the opposite. I do not, however, have the temerity to tell the Israeli government what they should do. I sit at home and in a library reading books. I'm not a soldier, I'm not a military expert. I just wish they would find a way to get the hostages back and to, like the aims of the war, find a way to rid Hamas of its power towards Israel in the future. And those are two worthy goals. Are they doing it in the best way possible? This is the debate that Israelis are engaged in very deeply, quite divided, and Israeli society now is exactly what degree of force should be used, how it should be applied, and so on. So I don't have a really good answer other than to reaffirm what I think is the value of your question. And I do agree that I think the will hold Israel to a higher standard, but I think Israel also holds itself to a higher standard too. Okay, thank you for all these nice things. That's great. Yeah. Wow. I guess I could probably wrap up now because most of these are the things that we addressed. Thank you so much for staying with me so long in this presentation. That we'll have more opportunities to discuss this in the future. And let's hope that we have good news. Thank you very much.
We have a few questions from your works.
Long list of awards and accomplishments. I'll just mention that he's a YouTube Silver Creator Award, which clearly shows that he is a person who has a remarkable ability to take history, which is such an important discipline of studies. According to Moshe Loman says in the Torah, you're supposed to study history, and be able to take history in a very serious way and be able to convey its messages and its lessons in a way that is interesting and engaging, even on social media, is really a testament to the skill and to the talents of our speaker. His current project is a 3-volume survey of Jewish history forthcoming from foreign publishers. We want to thank our sponsors this morning, Linda and Stephen Rothschild, who sponsored this lecture in memory of Stephen's mother, Edith Rothschild, Esther Bas, Yaakov HaKohen, Zichrono Livracha. I don't want to take any more of this time.
Thank you, Rabbi. I appreciate the very kind introduction. I really enjoy, in a strange way, coming here. I know that the only time I come here is on Tisha B'Av, but your attention and your intelligence and your wise questions are always very valuable. I can't move this back. I think we'll have to find a spot probably closer than that. That's all right. For those of you who may be joining us online, it's Tisha B'Av. We're all sitting on the ground or on chairs if necessary. We're fasting, and I feel personally very much more invested in history today than I think I have over the 35 odd years that I've been studying history at the tertiary level. Just a few minutes ago, the Rabbi introduced a kina on a mimeographed sheet of paper, a Xerox sheet of paper, that belongs in our keynotes but has not yet been published. I was overwhelmed with emotion because this is a moment when we're not, like in previous years when I speak on Tisha B'Av, we'd always pick some sad moment in Jewish history, and there were plenty to choose from, but we had like a variety of them. And from the safe position of our wealthy American homes, our comfort, our air conditioning, we're able to just choose something, a pogrom, maybe the Holocaust, and we could talk about something. And it was like hard, and it was painful, but it was distant. It happened to Yemen. It happened to another generation. Now we're living at a time where something's happened to our generation. I'm sure many of you are 1, 2, 3 degrees removed from someone who was killed on October 7th. I myself have a colleague whose son, my colleague, Professor Dekofen, his son is currently one of the Khatufim in Israel. I never met his son, but I met him many times, and it feels terrifying that we are now engaged in a historical venture which is actually in our own times and as yet unresolved. So let me begin by pointing you to this coin, which you may have seen. There are many, many examples of this. This is the famous Judea Capta coin. It's one of about 24 that were issued by the Romans after destroying Jerusalem in the year 70, and it was kind of like a propaganda device. We should recall that coinage, currency, is extremely important for the ancient world and also to a large degree for the modern world in terms of disseminating information. This is an era before billboards, before certainly television, social media, and so if you had a coin that said something and it circulated and it was of value, obviously intrinsically of value, it was extremely important. And so the Roman Empire under Vespasian and then under his son Titus, who was actually the one who destroyed the temple, they made a tremendous cause of demonstrating their destruction of Jerusalem in the coins and in the Arch of Titus in Rome and a public triumph, which is kind of like a massive procession ending in an execution, things like that. And as you can see on the images, it's very common. Again, there are about 24 of these, some variations. There's usually Vespasian or Titus, who we'll speak about shortly, on one side. And on the obverse, the phrase Judea Capta. Judea is taken captive with a balsam tree, balsam palm, one of the most famous exports of the region at the time. And there's this looming Roman soldier, sometimes portrayed many, many times the size of this forlorn Jewish woman who represents Judea. And as you can see, she's got her head in her hands. She's, as it were, saying Takanun. Sometimes she's shown with her hands bound behind her back. And it's all a demonstration of the might and power of Rome, meant to say, as it were, that the Jewish people are finished forever. We have totally, brought them to their knees, and they will never again rise up. And this is kind of like famous last words, which have been uttered by many, many tyrants and tormentors over our past. But what I find especially meaningful about looking at this coin today is a statement that I felt was important enough that I actually wrote it down at the bottom here, that, when I reflect on what we've gone through since October 7th, it's very clear to me that historically we are the most resilient people in human history. I am hard-pressed to find any comparable people, certainly of similar duration to the Jewish people, but who have endured such tremendous persecution on a cyclical basis over the years. And this oscillation between virtual destruction and then resurrection is something which is deeply characteristic of our people. But that resilience, which we have demonstrated historically, is not something that's passed down genetically. We all, in each generation, have to learn the skills that our parents and our grandparents, especially those who survived the Shoah, we have to somehow learn those lessons for ourselves. We have to imbibe them in our breath and in our water, and we especially have to find a way to communicate that to our children. As we shall see in today's presentation, our children, in my humble opinion, especially here in America, are most at risk, far more than anyone sitting in this room. But let's go to the material itself. My task for today is really to explore a pasuk that the rabbi just mentioned a few minutes ago. Remember the days of old, consider the years of ages past. Ask your parent who will inform you, your elders who will tell you. The next pasuk is not nearly as illuminating as I would want. I would hope that the next pasuk would actually say what we're supposed to know, but it doesn't actually reveal it in anything but an obscure fashion. But what's to our existence as a deeply historical people, that it is embedded in our faith and in our Weltanschauung, that we have to learn history in order somehow to gain meaning from it and pass it on to the next generation. A task which is singularly difficult. we have a few models, 19th century and 20th century thinkers. Many of you are familiar with Santayama's famous quote, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." At Touro University, we say this about the required history courses, by the way, that if you fail, you will have to take it again. That's the only joke I have in this entire class. William Faulkner, famous American novelist, wrote a fascinating passage in his Requiem for a Nun. The past is never dead. It isn't even past. Meaning the elements that we tend to relegate to things that are no longer occurring are in fact occurring in our own day today, if only we would see them. And then finally, perhaps most sophisticated, Mark Twain, great lover of the Jewish people, wrote, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes." Meaning we don't necessarily have one-to-one correlations between the events of distant history and our contemporary period, but we often find that there are elements that we can look at and understand, gain some perspective on our own times. And that's essentially what my goal for today is. Over the next 15 minutes or so, I would like to specifically look at the Roman-Jewish War, the first great revolt that erupted in the year 66 and ended with the fall of Masada in the year 73 or 74. And I would like to reflect on that in the light of what we have experienced since October 7th. I do not intend to give you one-to-one correlations. This happened in the year 68, therefore we should do this in Israel today. This particular cause was neglected, therefore we have to pay more attention to it today. I don't think I have the skill to do that. In fact, one of the challenges is that I spent most of my time studying history, and prophecy was a department down the hall where I did graduate studies. It's very hard to translate those skills. I am very comfortable talking about things which are definitely over and theoretically no longer changing. The future is a big blank to me. Nevertheless, I do feel that there is value, as we learned from the Pasuk, there is value in exploring the past and using that as a starting point for our reflections for our current day. I think one of the areas that we have to look at first is, what are our sources? How do we know what happened in the past, and how do we know what is happening today? And there is perhaps one of the strongest correlations between the distant past of the first Great Revolt. By the way, there were several Roman-Jewish wars, at least 3 of them, depending on how you want to count. The Great Revolt is the one that we commemorate today on Tisha B'Av. But we have tremendously unreliable narrators telling us about what exactly happened. We begin with Josephus, who is arguably the most important Jewish historian of all time. He was a tremendous raconteur. He was able to recreate, perhaps create whole speeches of important personages in his great history of the Jewish war. But he is a deeply complex and difficult character. His background is he was born in the year 37 to an aristocratic Jewish family. He was something of a spiritual seeker. He explored all the various sects that were active in Jerusalem in his era, including the Essenes, which may or may not be identified with the strange Qumran community of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame. And ultimately, he found great authority as a young leader, at least he tells us so, of the population in Jerusalem. He spent time in Rome on official delegations. He was very impressed with Rome as a society and a country, and in fact, he was rather shocked and surprised that when he returned to Israel in the year 66, he found that the revolt had broken out, and that he was right away impressed into leadership and asked to lead the forces in the Galilee region in the north, which he commanded ably. Of course, we know this because he told us so himself. But then, in a dramatic moment, as we shall discuss a little bit later, in the year 67, he was cornered by Vespasian's troops, and he elected to join in a suicide pact with the last fighters that he was with, hiding in some kind of underground cave. They agreed, very much like Masada, they agreed that they would draw straws, and the people who had the last straws would each person would kill his fellow until the people with the last straws would then kill themselves. And then he ended up with one of the last straws, and then he talked to his friend and says, maybe we should rethink this, and they surrendered to the Romans. He ended up becoming sort of like a pet Jew for the Romans. He was adopted by Titus, the son of Vespasian, the first emperor, and then later emperor himself. And he became his aide-de-camp and traveled with him, with the Romans, and acting as a kind of cultural broker to help the Romans understand the Jews that they were fighting, occasionally to be some kind of ambassador to the Jews who regarded him as a traitor who had gone over to the Roman side. And after Rome had destroyed Jerusalem, he ended up going back to Rome with Titus, his sponsor. He even took his name, Titus Flavius Josephus. He's named after his sponsor, and he had a long career in Rome as a professional historian and kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish culture for the rest of the world. That's a very bad analogy, but he was like a celebrity. He was able to interpret Judaism, which Romans were quite fascinated with, for the Romans. He wrote not only a massive history of the First Roman War, which we are dealing with very heavily today, but he also wrote a 20-volume history of the Jews from Horatius until the Roman era, called Jewish Antiquities, and a number of other works, including his own autobiography, which he wrote actually several times. So he is a very problematic narrator because, on the one hand, he gives us a tremendous inside look at what happened in the war, particularly in the period when he was with the rebels. But on the other hand, everything he wrote was written for the sponsorship of the Romans. His lifestyle was paid for by the Romans. His fame was based on his association with the Romans, and they were always, as it were, looking over his shoulder. And so, although we know that he originally wrote in Aramaic, which would have been useful for a Jewish audience, he later switched to Greek, which was the lingua franca of the era, and it was something which was designed for general publication. And so we don't know really what he thought. We know that he wanted to portray the Jewish rebels as being brave and heroic, but on the other hand, savage and requiring discipline from the Romans. And he wanted to portray the Romans as being, patient and tolerant, but ultimately at the end of the rope. And so they were nobly deciding to discipline the Jews. It's very difficult to read in Josephus to try to understand what actually happened during the war, but nevertheless, he is virtually our only source for the war. He is a problematic source, but we will rely on him heavily. We have a few other writers, for example, the Roman historians Tacitus and Cassius Dio. Tacitus comes to us with a remarkably anti-Jewish perspective, and Cassius Dio lived some time later, and so is himself very heavily dependent on Josephus. Neither of them offer the same level of detail or perspective as Josephus does, so we're left with this problematic narrative. We also have the church historian Eusebius, also very useful because he's deeply invested in things that happen in Judea, but of course as a Christian historian trying to portray a Christological narrative in the history which justifies the destruction of the temple as part of the unfolding of a divine plan, it's also problematic for us. But we have to try and navigate through these difficult narrators to try to understand what exactly happened historically. Now, if I can take us to our own times, and that's what I'd like to do over the course of this lecture, is basically alternate between looking at the ancient world and looking at our own time. We're faced with the same difficulties. We have, I forgot one more very important source, I'm sorry. The Talmud. We have some amazing, fantastic, rich descriptions of the destruction of the temple, of the war in general. The Gemara in Gittin, of course, is one of the sanctioned texts that are allowed to be studied on this very sad day. But one of the problems with this particular source as a place where we go for historical information is that it's not a history book. The Talmud is not intended to provide us with academic history as a professor in front of a classroom might. The Talmud is intended to edify us, to reinforce our Jewish values, all very wonderful and important and valuable things, but not necessarily the kind of objective history that we would like to get from a more academic presentation. So, for example, in the Gemara in Gittin, really zones in on one specific cause for the revolt, which is, of course, sinas chinam, a baseless hatred, and that's very true. There's no question. We can point to real historical sources that identify, episodes that demonstrate phenomenal lack of regard for one's fellow that would contribute to the conflict. However, there are so many other factors, political, social, economic, which the Talmud chooses not to discuss, because the element that's relevant for them and for our future is really the sinas chinam. So the Talmud, while it does provide a lot of useful sources for us, is not necessarily the kind of source we need to understand the actual historical reality of the period. But if we move to our time, we don't have such better narrators today. Like, for example, the highly regarded Washington Post, just recently, and of course I'm sure many of you are aware of tens of examples of this kind of egregious behavior. They have a headline here on the front page on the print edition, which thank God nobody reads print anymore. Everyone reads what happens on the Apple feed. Israel hits targets in Lebanon, and a photograph of grieving people at a gravesite. And of course, the photograph is a mismatch for the headline. The photograph is of the Hezbollah attack on the community in the north where 12 children playing soccer were killed. These are Israeli citizens who were killed in a strike, but the juxtaposition of the headline with the photograph is deeply misleading and certainly can only exacerbate anti-Israel feelings among people who just look at this casually. And of course, later they will be cut out and they will issue an apology, which will appear on page 792 in some little text. But the damage is already done. And we can point to many, many examples of these kinds of, one might argue they're mishaps of the editor, but there's far worse examples, of course, in less reputable papers. Another one, the New York Times, of course. Here you recall the explosion at the Al-Aqsa hospital, I think it was, in which immediately Palestinian sources reported that the Jews, the Israelis had conducted an airstrike at a hospital, and then it turns out it was actually a Palestinian jihad rocket that had gone awry. So you can see here, within the course of a few hours, the New York Times switches from immediately accepting the Hamas-sponsored account, Israeli strike kills hundreds in hospital, Palestinians say, and then backing off, maybe it's not correct, at least 500 dead in strike on Gaza hospital, Palestinians say, so finally, the most horror, at least 500 dead in blasts at Gaza hospital, Palestinians say. So these are the narrators that we are dealing with as we try to navigate what's happening in Israel. We can go to much more reputable pro-Israeli sources, like I read the Times of Israel quite a bit, for example, and I read, Bernie News on WhatsApp approximately once every 5 minutes. I'm checking to see if there are any updates. But of course, they have their own slant as well, and they will say things the way they want. So we lack a clear, objective narrator of these events to negotiate our own assessment of what is actually happening. Okay, so, and of course, we have one other major element that I can't skip over, and that is the fact that even if we had these acceptable narrators, there are certain elements which I have to say I find as a human being very difficult to understand. The mentality of Hamas in many ways completely escapes me. And I'll just give you a few examples of this. I'm sure you've seen many of these things. These come from Memory, which is a wonderful site. What basically they do, it stands for Middle East Media Research Institute. And basically what Memory does is they comb the Arabic language web for broadcasts. They used to do only text. Now they do videos as well, very well. And they applied subtitles them so you can see what is the Arab world saying about what's going on in Israel. And quite often it reveals a perspective on the conflict which I simply cannot understand fundamentally. We've all seen these kinds of things. This is like a children's, like a sixth grader or a 6-year-old play, school play. You can see parents here with their cell phones, watching their kids reenact the capture of an Israeli outpost. This is pre-October 7th, in which they will capture Israeli soldiers and bring them back to Gaza. These are 6-year-olds here dressed up as soldiers holding fake weapons. This never happened in any of the schools I sent my kids to. But nevertheless, this is part of the culture. It's so foreign to me that I simply can't get a hold on it. Also, examples like this. This is after October 7th. They interviewed one woman who lost several of her children, and she says, this is just screenshots, but you can go to memory and watch the entire interview. By Allah, if all of my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of Allah, it will make me happy. And I can understand that, God forbid, if a person loses a son or a daughter in combat, then you can feel that your daughter or son did something valuable, their death was not in vain. But I'm hard pressed to imagine any Jewish mother or grandmother saying it would make them happy. You can come to terms with it, you can accept it perhaps, but to say it makes you happy is beyond me. And here's one from just yesterday. This is an Islamic scholar from the Muslim Brotherhood speaking in Kuwait. And he goes on and says, if you are a nation of 100 million people and 10,000 people die, it's meaningless. And he pushes further on this. And he says, really, we shouldn't be worried about how many Palestinians are dying in Gaza. I simply don't know how to talk to people like this. We don't have common values. And so even if we have a reasonable narrator to explain to us what's going on, we don't know if we're going to get a handle on it because it's beyond, philosophically beyond human understanding. He goes on, by the way, to say, and this is just a bizarre point, why is every single person is so precious for the Israelis, meaning Jews? Why do we care so much about every single person? He offers this crazy answer. It's because we spend so much money to bring them to Israel. And he has it completely backwards. We may spend a lot of money on individuals, but that's because we care about individuals. We're not trying to win some kind of geopolitical point. This is the reason there is a war, because they've captured our children. Okay, so that's it. Believe me, that was actually the introduction. That was the first bubble, which has a few more bubbles left. If it becomes overwhelming, I won't be offended. If any of you decide you want to walk out, that's okay. Fish Bob is a really long and hard day. But let's now go to the war itself. So here's what the geopolitical environment looked like at the time of the Great Revolt in the year 66. This lighter shaded area is almost all of the Roman Empire. I couldn't squeeze all of it onto this page. It goes up about halfway through the United Kingdom as well. So this is the massive empire as opposed to this tiny little province of Judea over here, tucked away in the southeast corner. And Judea was important in some ways. I mentioned the balsam pine, for example, balsam palm, but also as a point which is kind of like ancient flyover country where the great riches of Egypt and the connected it to the both continents of Asia and ultimately Europe. So it had kind of like importance as a place of traverse, but it didn't have a tremendous amount of natural resources. And it was a constant headache for the Romans because the Jews were so foreign to them. They worshipped an invisible God, which the Romans had great difficulty understanding. But one thing that they were not was independence by the time we get to the revolt. Many people seem to think, based on a very sketchy idea of ancient history, that Israel was independent and then the Romans came and conquered them and destroyed the temple. But that's not at all true. In fact, the Romans were there from the year 63 before the Common Era. So in other words, the Romans controlled Judea for 120 years before the Jews rebelled and ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. So Jews had more or less come to terms with Roman rule because they had been ruled before that by the Egyptians, by the Syrians, by the Babylonians, the Persians, and so on. It was definitely not ideal, and Jews hearkened back to the golden age of the Maccabean revolt when they had independence for a short period of time. But basically, the Jews lost their independence as a result of their own infighting. The last great queen of the Jewish people was a woman named Zion, and under her reign, which ended in the year 76 before the Common Era, there was or began in the year 76, ended in the year 67, somewhere around that time. Zion had tremendous relations with all the various groups and ideological factions in Israel. The Gemara says that during her reign, things were so good that even the produce were bigger, even the avocados were larger because Zion was such a tremendous queen. However, upon her death, her two sons fought over who was going to be king and who was going to be Kohen Gadol. They ended up in a very nasty civil war, and both of them, independently of each other, reached out to the Romans and said, "Would you please intervene on our side?" The Romans said, "Fine, we'll be happy to help you out." They came in, and in the year 63, under General Pompey, they decided to simply keep Israel for themselves and incorporate it into their empire. This is a scene that's from a 15th century reproduction of Pompey entering the sanctuary. The Gemara also speaks about that. The Romans were deeply curious about what exactly the Jews were worshiping. He simply could not believe that there was no idol in the sanctuary itself. And so he peeked himself in there and also did some atrocious things as well to defile it. But basically, after that, they left the Jews alone. The Jews have disabilities of being a subject nation, but it was something that the Jews were used to and could tolerate. So let's look at why did they rebel 120 years after the Romans were in. So there are several factors. One factor that led to the revolt was a tremendous history of Roman misrule. If you recall the map with Israel way out here in the boonies, basically Israel was the kind of place where the Roman Judea was the technical term, where Romans would send off their second, third-rate administrators, and the expectation was that they would keep things safe, keep things quiet, and they would enrich themselves through various taxes and various types of strong-arm tactics. It was not, the Romans didn't go to Israel with a sense of elevating the society and bringing them up to a higher level of civilization and so on, improving their economy. Basically, it was a place where Roman governors could go and take advantage of the local population. And so we have a series of Roman governors who are extremely poor and cruel and rapacious, but that's held at bay because for a good 40 years we had a very strong Jewish king. By the way, during this entire period, we do have a Jewish king in Israel. The Romans would appoint a king as a kind of a client king, a puppet king, and the king would have to pay tribute to the Romans, but nevertheless we had our own leadership under the Romans. The most famous, of course, was Herod, who was definitely a maniac who murdered several of his own children, murdered his wife and brothers-in-law and so on, and was paranoid and tyrannical. But at the same time, he, as it were, kept all the trains running on time as well. He was a very savvy manipulator of public opinion. He poured a lot of money into public works, building many cities and harbors, both in Israel and around the region as well, to garner regional fame. In fact, it's somewhat awkward because Herod was such a bad guy as an individual. He's the one who renovated the temple, and when we worship at the Kotel, we're worshiping at stones that Herod's bricklayers placed there. It's his renovations which have stayed the course of time. So when he died in 4 BCE in a paroxysm of fratricide, killing off his children and his wives and so on, then Israel lost its strongest client king,
and went through a period of chaos where we had very, very weak kings. You may be familiar from the Gemara. You'll hear Agrippas. There are actually two Agrippases. The first one was actually pretty good and very pro-Jewish in many ways, but he didn't last very long. He died in 44. His successor, Agrippas II, his son, was actually just a Roman toady who worked with the Romans throughout the entire period of the war and essentially was a complete traitor to the Jewish cause, even though he was the king of Judea. So after Herod died in 4 BC, you have especially bad Roman governors who are once again more authoritative than the king himself, and imposing phenomenal taxation, not caring at all about supporting public order. So there was a tremendous amount, with this heavy taxation, there was a tremendous amount of lawlessness among Jews in the north in particular, where Jews would become highwaymen, listim as the term is used in the Talmud, and finally their lack of cultural sensitivity, in particular because the Romans simply could not get the idea of Judaism. Judaism at that time was especially allergic to any kind of image of an animal or a person like that. So they had to mint coins separately. That the ones circulating in Judea did not have faces on them. They might have rulabs or things like that. But the Roman procurators would have no problem putting up legal insignia and things like that to try and demonstrate Roman authority. And this was deeply offensive to the Jewish population as a whole. The last of the procurators was a man named Gessius Florus, who was especially known for his ineptitude and really, exacerbated tensions within the population. Secondly, another cause of revolt is very ineffective leadership from traditional Jewish aristocracy and consequent growth of sectarianism. Right, I mentioned the king Agrippas II, who was our king, Jewish king at the time, but essentially, completely dependent on the Romans for his position. At times, he attempted to quell the growing rebellion, going into Jerusalem with some of his troops, but finding that he was going to meet with opposition, he simply fled to the north and abandoned Jerusalem to its fate. His sister, Berenice, was actually a far more involved figure. She famously, she used to be a Nazir, a fascinating kind of thing. She used to take on for herself a vow of the Zirut, where she would not cut her hair and not drink wine for 30 days. And famously, in one of these outbreaks of violence in Jerusalem, she approached Gessius Florus barefoot and still coming out of her Nazirut with her hair shorn, begging Gessius Florus, the procurator, the Roman, to try and be more lenient on the Jewish people, to no avail. But besides her particular, and even she has her problematic aspects, later she fell in love with none other than Titus, the destroyer of the temple, and went back to live with him in Rome, where under pressure he was forced to send her away. It's a very tragic story that's actually celebrated in a lot of Christian art, this ill-fated romance of the Roman Emperor Titus and the Jewish princess Berenice. Time for another story. At any rate, having no leadership, a whole host of sectarian groups erupted in the Jewish scene, and it was painful to see how you had multiple Jewish groups pitted against each other, including several groups of rebels who all agreed that Rome had to be thrown off, but they disagreed on how to do it, and that they disagreed violently with each other, as we shall see in a moment. We have conflict with pagan communities as well, because don't forget that Israel always has been a multi-ethnic state. There's never been a time when Israel was only populated by Jews. And frequently we don't get along with our neighbors in Israel. During this period, there's a lot of conflict with Greeks who are living in Israel, who are pro-Roman in many of their orientations, especially at cities like Ashkelon and Kizari. Tremendous conflict with the Shomronim, what's the English word for the Shomronim? Samaritans, thank you very much. I don't know why that's in my mind, I guess it must be because I'm fasting. The Samaritans who were,
how exactly to put them on the Jewish scale is more complicated, but there's a lot of conflict with them as well. And in fact, the spark that lit the entire conflagration was essentially a real estate dispute in Caesarea between Jews and Greeks over the construction of a synagogue. And then finally, Messianic fervor. This is a period of time where, of course, we have the Messianic movement of Christianity that is quite active up until the 30s, and then has kind of like a slow burn through the next few decades until finally it explodes on the scene in the 2nd century. But that was only one of at least a dozen that Josephus himself mentions. There are several figures, sometimes named, sometimes simply called the Egyptian, for example, of people who proclaim to the Jews that things are so bad right now, Mashiach is definitely around the corner, and in fact, high in Mashiach, and then gathering people together, and then ultimately being slaughtered by the Romans or sent, driven away and so on. So this kind of like fever pitch aspect of thinking that it's almost the time for Mashiach definitely contributed to the conflagration that would erupt in 66. Let me take you now to our time and try to understand the origins of the war from Gaza. So I know bouncing around the room, you look like a very intelligent and learned audience, so I hope this won't be too much of an obvious review for you, but for those of you who are younger, perhaps it will be useful. So Gaza is here, of course, this tiny strip that juts out into the southwestern section of Israel. It's called the Strip because it is shaped sort of like that. And its fate between 1948 and 1967 was that it belonged to Egypt, located over here. This map, by the way, is the map of Israel in the 1949 ceasefire line, right after the War of Independence was in 1948-49. This is what Israel looked like until 1967, when in the remarkable 6-day war, Israel decides to launch a preemptive strike because Egypt and Syria in particular are going to attack Israel. And when the United Nations, which has its peacekeeping troops in Sinai, decides that it's too dangerous for them, and Hussad, the head of the United Nations, decides to remove the peacekeeping forces separating Egyptian tanks from Israel, Israel decides to launch this preemptive strike, which is amazingly successful. It was over in 6 days, even over in somewhat less because they destroyed the air force of the Egyptians in the first day. Israel expands dramatically. Israel takes over the Golan Heights, which has since been annexed because of its strategic value looking over into Syria. They take over the west bank of the Jordan River, which includes East Jerusalem, which remains a very contentious area, and they take over the entire Sinai Peninsula, this massive area here. And so suddenly, in 1967, Gaza, with its huge population, suddenly becomes part of Israel. But major things happened in 1978 with the Camp David Accords, when Anwar Sadat, shown here, the president of Egypt, and Jimmy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a remarkable peace treaty. And it is not an especially warm peace between Egypt and Israel, but it nevertheless has held with minor skirmishes since then. In return for this peace treaty, they look very happy here. Unfortunately, Anwar Sadat would be assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood in a public stadium shortly afterwards because he dared to make peace with their neighbor, with Israel. The Muslim Brotherhood is, of course, one of the forerunners of Hamas ideologically. And so what that means is, shortly afterwards, with great contention, Israel ceded the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. There were several Jewish outposts that had been constructed here, and it was very difficult for the Israelis to actually remove Israelis from this region and repatriate them to Israel. But nevertheless, even though it was a massive territorial concession, it nevertheless did result in a fairly stable peace for the last 40 years. Then, so Israel now, oh, by the way, one important point. Egypt refused to take back the Gaza Strip. Egypt says, we'll take all of this desert, thank you very much, but we do not want this massive collection of Palestinians by this time they were using the name Palestinian to describe themselves. We do not want to incorporate them into our country. They had a terrible reputation for destabilizing the region. Jordan, Lebanon, Syria all had difficulty with massive Palestinian populations. Jordan is actually a majority population Palestinian. They suffered a coup in the 1970s that they only barely switched off. And so Egypt simply said, we do not want the headache of Gaza. And so they left it under Israeli control. It was not annexed like the Golan Heights was, primarily because if Israel were to annex the territory and make it part of Israel proper, they would have to find some way of giving citizenship to the Palestinians living there, which would create a demographic unbalance and would remove Israel's status as a Jewish country. As I'm sure you're aware, Israel struggles with two basic values. It's constantly trying to do two things at once, and many times these values clash. Israel wants to be a Jewish country, obviously. It's designed as a refuge for Jews. That's the way Herzl thought of it. And it also wants to be a democratic country. It wants to, absorb the values of the Enlightenment, very much like America, and that means one person, one vote. And so the challenge is, if you don't have a majority Jewish population, then it could democratically very much vote to simply no longer be Jewish. And so democracy or democratic values are sometimes sacrificed to preserve the other value of being a Jewish state. This is a highly problematic challenge that Israel is constantly faced with, and it's really at the crux of the one-state versus two-state problem. So Israel is forced to administer the state. They use the term either administer or occupy. Sometimes those have different connotations. And a small number of Jewish settlements are set up. Here you can see from the satellite image, the regions colored blue are where you had Jewish settlements between 1967 and 2005. Some of them were very successful ventures like the Gush Katif, hydroponics and so on were developed in Gaza. However, by the year 2005, Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, decided that it was a demographic time bomb, that there's no way that they could hold on to Gaza with its some 1.5 million Palestinians and roughly 5,000 Jews. It was an extremely expensive endeavor, not only militarily and economically, but also socially to preserve it. And so, in a matter of great controversy, but supported marginally by the majority of the Israeli population, Sharon pulled out of Gaza completely in 2005. And so it was a very traumatic moment, much more traumatic than when it pulled out of the northern Sinai. But the thinking was, maybe, first of all, Sharon said, we can't keep Gaza because there are too many Palestinians there. At some point, they're going to demand citizenship. The United Nations will force it upon us. What are we supposed to do with them? We don't want to be jailers. And so that's one aspect. And the other aspect was, maybe if they finally have their own region with the promise of tremendous investment from Arab nations, from Europe, from America, they will begin to civilize themselves, and they will, develop a society that we can live alongside as neighbors. That was kind of like the ultimate sort of maybe utopian hope. The Gazans responded very negatively to this, as we shall see. From 2005 to 2006, it was briefly part of the Palestinian Authority, which was an organization or an entity set up to try and meet the requirements of the Oslo Accords by giving Palestinians a degree of autonomy in both the West Bank and Gaza. It was primarily engineered very much like the previous photograph of the American president in the middle, and Yitzhak Rabin on the left, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yasser Arafat, former terrorist who later became the head of the Palestinian Authority, on the right. For his efforts, much like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated in 1995. But after 2006, when they had their first elections, the Palestinians in Gaza voted for Hamas. It was not an overwhelming result, as you can see from this heat map. This is the West Bank here, and you can see the regions where Hamas did fairly well in the West Bank, but Fatah
which was Arafat's party, did better. And here, the main reason they won in Gaza is because of their strength in Gaza City and to the north. But shortly after a narrow victory for Hamas, which was a terrorist organization so designated at the time, they had an internal civil war, and they drove out Fatah entirely. So the region was, as a result of that coup, it was entirely controlled by Hamas. And their response to Israel was not the peace-loving, we're going to use all this foreign investment and we're going to build up a society. Rather, they used it as a staging ground for a highly ideological war, which was characterized primarily by an incredible number of rockets sent out from Gaza against Israeli civilian targets. Israel remarkably able to defend against many of those targets with this phenomenal technological achievement of the Iron Dome. And one of the analyses that looks at October 7th, one of the reasons why perhaps the Jews were caught off guard is primarily because they had overly relied on their technological superiority, and they were unable to come to terms with the low-tech attack that October 7th represented. So that basically brings us up to the present day, looking at the eve of the war. At this point, I've been speaking for about 45 minutes, so can I take any questions, any arguments, any discussions? Yes, please.
Can you reconcile Israel when Josephus was captured? You made that prediction to Vespasian. So let's install that. There's a similar story, which was actually much later.
Yeah, Yochanan ben Zakkai. Right. So, for those of you who may not be familiar with the background of this, is a sophisticated question. Josephus is able to garner the support of his captor. He's not killed immediately because he says, wait, you don't want to kill me. First of all, I am a prophet, and I prophesize that you, Vespasian, are one day going to become emperor. Vespasian is sort of, tickled by this a little bit. His son Titus, who was the same age as Josephus, kind of likes the gumption of this person and says, Dad, maybe let's not kill him. Why not? Maybe he's right. So they put him in chains. And Kachava, within a year, Vespasian goes to Rome to claim the emperorship. And at that point, Titus says, Josephus, you were really a prophet, you were correct, and he unchains him, and then, that's the beginning of his grand career. Almost identical story is told of Yochanan ben Zakkai in the Gemara, that he is able to exfiltrate himself from the siege of Rome and go speak to Vespasian and tell him the same kind of thing. And for that reason, Vespasian grants Yochanan ben Zakkai three things. He grants him a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok, who is ill. He grants him Yavne and its sages, because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says we need to have a place where the sages can retreat. And there was a third thing, which I forgot, which he gave him. Sorry, what was the last one? What was it that he wanted about Rabbi Shimon Gamliel? I forget what it was. That he should survive. Okay, yeah. Anyways, the stories are almost identical, right? Vespasian doing this for Yochanan ben Zakkai, and Vespasian doing it for Josephus. So, in terms of when these texts were written, we know that Josephus wrote this sometime around the year 76. The Talmud version was probably set to writing about 250 years later. So, many scholars will simply say that Vespasian, that the Talmud plagiarized and changed it for Jewish purposes. But we also know that Josephus was a horrible plagiarist and frequently steals things from several other historians and incorporates them into his own book. And he is certainly not above self-promotion. So I think there are arguments to say the Talmudic version is adulterated. There are also arguments to say that maybe Josephus made up the story for himself too. Again, don't forget, he's writing for a Roman audience that doesn't know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And if he wants to appropriate that story for himself, he certainly has a history of doing such things elsewhere in the book. He's actually, by the way, a deeply unlikable character. He's like a narcissist. He's never misses a chance to knock down his rivals and to promote himself. He was actually, not that, people's marriages can fall apart for lots of reasons, but he was given wives by Titus and they ran away from him. He was definitely, nobody wanted to live with him. Anyway, so I don't have a reconciliation for you, but I can at least give you major arguments. Yes, Vespasian did not. That was Titus, really. Yeah, so Vespasian was not at Jerusalem to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Correct. There's a great 2-volume set that's called Ben Josephus V'Chazal, that goes through every line of Josephus and compares it to any comparable passage in Chazal, and lots of discussion about this. Okay, yes, please.
What is the difference between what we call the 1948 bonus offering and what the Muslims call Nakba?
Oh, well, they're really describing different phenomena. We have the war that erupted in 1948 and ended in an armistice, not a peace, in 1949. Israeli historiography tends to call that the War of Independence. They use the term Nakba, or a catastrophe, that describes the war, but that's secondary to the main point of the catastrophe, which is the mass displacement of about 750,000 Palestinians in the context of that war. Palestinian historiography tends to emphasize that this argument that the Jews forced them out in the context of the war, and it's not extreme to say that there were moments when that definitely happened. There was something called Plan Dalet, which said basically, if Palestinians leave these territories, do not try to stop them. Let them abandon their regions, because then it'll be better for military advantage and so on. And I think, if you look at there's definitely a whole range of historiography on this. People who are very extremely anti-Israel, and people who are extremely, pro-Israel without critical thought. Somewhere in the middle is a scholar named Benny Morris, who is one of the more moderates of the new historians, right? In my humble opinion, I think probably has the closest vision of how to understand the chaos of that war. It also is important to note that one of the things that receives very little attention, but there is some work being done at Bar Ilan right now on the Jewish Nakba. Because while the Palestinian case is so deeply dependent on that massive displacement of Jews, of Palestinians, there's also almost same size, something like 820,000 Jews who were expelled between 1948 and 1952 from various Arabic countries in the Middle East and North Africa and so on. And so that aspect of the whole story definitely needs to be brought into the overall historiography as well. Okay, so why don't we go on? Again, it's Tisha B'Av, and I don't mind if you want to leave. That's okay. It doesn't offend me, but yeah, we're not going home for lunch, so I'm just speaking sorry. All right. So let's explore the course of the war. This is David Roberts' famous depiction of the destruction of Jerusalem under Titus. How exactly did the war break out? We should remember that wars in the ancient world are fought in the spring and summer. The summer rains, or the autumn rains of October, which is ironically reflected in a lot of the writing about the October 7th massacre as well, really cut down any kind of major military activity. So the war begins, in our case, in the summer of 66. Gessius Florus, who I mentioned earlier, was one of the Roman procurators, was, extremely callous about this one particular property dispute that erupted in Caesarea. Jews approached him with a bribe to say, please, you've got to support our position. He said, I certainly will. He takes the bribe, and then he ignores them. And then violence erupts when some local Greeks set up some avodah zarah in front of the shul. They sacrificed some birds in front of the shul in such a way that the Jews would have to become metame, would have to, it was just basically an insult. It's like spraying a swastika on the door, as it were. And a small fight broke out in Caesarea between Jewish toughs, younger Jewish men who were willing to fight against the Greeks, and Gessius Florus does not intervene at all. The older Jews are forced to take the Sefer Torah out of the synagogue and run away from Caesarea because they're worried that the synagogue will be destroyed. Word of this gets to Jerusalem, and the Jerusalemites are extremely intense with this kind of behavior, and there's protests in the street. Gessius Florus sends troops down to Jerusalem. There's actually violence in the street between his troops and Jewish citizens there. And then what hurts Gessius Florus in particular is that while he is there, he decides to raid the temple treasury for a small and bizarre amount, for 17 talents. And just the idea, though, of him penetrating the treasury of the temple and taking any kind of money from there was considered deeply offensive to the Jerusalemites. And he said he was doing it to repair the damages that occurred in the riots in Caesarea. So at that point, and this is what really got him mad, some Jewish pranksters walked around the city carrying their hats, saying that we need to make a collection for Gessius Florus. He needs to build some walls. And this he found deeply insulting, and he chose to strike back with great violence. This is when Berenice got involved. But basically, Agrippa comes down. This is the king, and he's brought troops and says, hey, this is not right. You can't insult my colleague, procurator. But things are spinning rapidly out of control. And ultimately, what Gessius Florus does, he says, I need to call in some bigger troops because I can't handle this violence here. And he calls out to Antioch for the assistance of Cestius Gallus. Cestius Gallus is a regional leader. He leads the entire Syria Corella, which is like what would be today Israel and Lebanon and Syria. And he comes down from Antioch to quell things because obviously tensions are very hot in Jerusalem. And he brings with him the 12th legion, the Fulminata region, with perhaps as many as 30,000 troops. That's including the legion itself and lots of the ancillary troops. And he makes his way down. There's some violence that he uses in the Galilee region as he makes his way down from Antioch, which is in Turkey, down to Israel. And then finally, he comes to Jerusalem, but he does not invade or besiege Jerusalem. Now, at this point, there's a little bit of a confusion in Josephus's chronology. I'm following here the analysis of Guy McLean Rogers and Steve Mason, who argue that basically what he did was he came down to Jerusalem with a show of force, with his massive, terrifying legionnaires, and then he felt at that point, okay, he's demonstrated Roman authority. He does not have to actually attack Jerusalem, which would be difficult. It is a well-defended city. It has a small but reliable water source. He doesn't want to get involved in it, and of course, it is October. And there is no point in starting a major siege in October when the rainy season is about to begin. So he decides that he's done enough, he's maintained his show of force, it is now time for him to return to Antioch. And at that point, he goes through the Bet Horon Pass, which is a very narrow pass that requires him, because he has such a large train of troops and support wagons and so on, he regards him to stretch his way out, and he ignores one of those basic principles of Roman military strategy. He allows the troops to separate themselves from the baggage train. At this point, some of the rebels, under one Shimon bar Giora, who was incidentally the only rebel leader who was later assassinated in a formal execution by the Romans after the war, Shimon bar Giora takes advantage of their knowledge of the mountain passes, the terrain, and they attack the baggage train. They separate it from the troops, and then one by one they start on these harassing guerrilla-type raids down onto the Romans. Ultimately, Cestius Gallus and his vaunted 12th Legion is completely destroyed. It was hugely humiliating for the Romans that Shimon bar Giora actually captured their eagle standard, which is considered the symbol of Roman might. The fact that these Jewish rebels were able to do so is considered a huge humiliation. Gessius Gallus himself survived and fled, first to Caesarea and then back up to Antioch, until later he disappears from the story. He was probably forced to commit suicide by the Emperor Nero, who frequently did this to generals who displeased him. So the rebels in the fall of 66 have a sudden massive win. They get a huge influx of weapons from all the things that they captured from the Romans, including lots of striking and piercing weapons, but also things like siege engines and catapults and things like that. And they're feeling really good about themselves. They're feeling that maybe they can actually, fend off the Roman might, which, if you recall the map before, which is ridiculous. It's kind of like, Westchester County thinking it can hold off the rest of the United States of America. It's not going to happen. But nevertheless, there was a moment of euphoria where they thought perhaps they would be leading towards security independence. In Jerusalem, and I put this in a different culture to kind of, alternate between what the Romans are doing and the Jews are doing, the rebels form a provisional council in Jerusalem, which is more moderate than anything they'd ever have. They still have a lot of the aristocracy in Jerusalem, the wealthier classes, who are associated in particular with the Tzaddukim. They still have some of the early rabbis involved, the Rushim. This is before the period of Yochanan ben Zakkai's escape, for example. And there's this idea of okay, look, we did this. What's going to happen now? Oh my gosh, there are rebels who are claiming that we've won. That's it. Rome will never be back, which was just a pipe dream. And others are saying, wait a minute, we've got to prepare. They are definitely coming back. We have to deal with it. But they still have a certain level of communication with each other's groups. In the spring of 67, Emperor Nero, hearing about Gestius Gallus's horrible defeat, says, okay, we've got to send someone else out there. Now, Gestius Gallus was known as essentially an administrator. He was not battle-hardened. He never had to command troops before. And, Nero said, I've got to send someone that is definitely a much more authoritative leader. Vespasian at the time was a low-born person, not like Gestius Gallus, who was a nobleman. He was a low-born person who had risen through the ranks as a warrior and had proved himself in many battles. He also offended Nero because Nero, a strange individual, I'm sure you've heard stories about him, but at this time in the spring of 67, he was doing his so-called cultural tour, where he was going to the various outposts of the Roman Empire and proclaiming and performing as a singer and a poet. He regarded himself as something of a pop star, and he was deeply offended because Vespasian fell asleep during one of his concerts and was actually snoring. And so that may have added to his motivation to send Vespasian out, but it was obviously the right choice militarily from that perspective. Vespasian assembles his troops, and he makes the same route down from the north, and he leads a very brutal campaign in the Gallio region, methodically going town by town, destroying the Jewish rebels up there, which you will recall were commanded this time by Josephus. Josephus describes his extremely heroic and intelligent defense of the towns, which, if we take him at face value, he was pretty amazing. Like, for example, at Yotapata, where it would ultimately be his downfall, in order to convince the Romans besieging the city that he, in fact, had plenty of water when they did not, he ordered that people do laundry and then hang the wet laundry over the city walls. The Romans would see the water dripping and they would say, oh, they must have a good water source in there. The siege is going to be much harder than possible. But it is at this point when Vespasian basically is overwhelming. He has something like 60,000 troops with him. That's including several legions and all kinds of auxiliaries, including those donated by other client kings, who are only very happy to fight against their rivals in Israel. At this point, Josephus is deeply in a fight with one John of Gushkalav, and when Vespasian decimates all these cities, Josephus surrenders, and John of Gushkalav makes his way down to Jerusalem, where he would be one of the major rebels active at this time. One other point that I didn't want to really raise, I'm not sure what to do with it, but what I find ironic about this period is that in the first century, we had no clear leader that we all basically agreed was going to represent us. And I think there's a lot of similarities to our day today, especially with Israeli politics so fractured, and those elections every 6-8 months, because we can't simply decide what do we want as a people, that's an unfortunate parallel that's hard to avoid. Okay. Then in the summer of 68, again, there's going to be a break because you have to take off, no fighting during the winter. In the summer of 68, Vespasian hears about the unrest in Rome. Nero has committed suicide, and now there's a period of interregnum where there are several candidates for the position of emperor, and he stops the attacks because he's waiting to see what's going to happen. So basically, the Jews in Jerusalem have a period of about a year and a half in the course of this war where they could get their act together. And instead, they do the opposite. They engage in incredible infighting in Jerusalem itself. There's one, Elazar, who takes over the sanctuary of the temple. John of Giscala takes over the courtyard. Shimon Bar Giora comes in. The Idumeans come in. And there's horrible street-to-street fighting amongst Jews in Israel, in Jerusalem, for a year and a half before the Romans even approach. At its worst point, the rebels competing with each other actually burned each other's stores of wheat, which was essential for withstanding the siege that they knew was coming. But in their paroxysm of factional fighting, the Jews simply could not unify and agree on a common course of action, and each individual rebel controlling sections of the city, literally fighting with the other for control of the population. At this point, Josephus describes some of the most bizarre behavior of these rebels when people were living in tremendous privation from starvation, and other groups, because they had stolen the goods, were living, essentially nightlife with tremendous distractions, and it's one of the most painful sections to read, how the Jews wasted their time for a year and a half preparing for the siege. It is this point when the Jewish Christians who were in the city fled to Pella, which is just in Jordan, and they were able to ride out much of the early fighting. In the spring of 70, after the dynastic issues in Rome are resolved, Titus, Vespasian's son, now with Josephus at his side, to lay siege to Jerusalem, and that this begins around Pesach time, and then by late fall, and Av, eventually the city falls, and the temple is destroyed on Tisha B'Av, or thereabouts, and that's basically the end of the war, but there are a few rebels holdouts, like at a couple of fortresses. The most significant ones would be Masada, which falls in either the year 73 or 74. So that's basically the course of the war. There's three main stages of the fighting, and if you have to assess the Jewish response to it, based on Josephus, the Jews definitely fought with tremendous ingenuity and with bravery and with chutzpah, but their bravery and their skills could not be matched by the tremendous infighting that they engaged in that completely undermined any of their attempts to resolve the situation peaceably. If we look at our times, October 7th, this is one of the most frightening photographs I've seen. I mean, I'm not going to show you the horrible graphic photographs that are unfortunately readily available. This is a satellite photograph that shows you the Mediterranean here. Here's the Gaza Strip. You can see its tremendous congestion, as the rabbi pointed out earlier. And this is on October 7th, the fires burning in the Gaza envelope, in the kibbutzim, as they were attacked on that horrible day. It was, of course, a Simchas Torah, and I don't need to go over the basics of what happened because we're all still living it. The IDF would invade 20 days later after a punishing bombing campaign, and there would be one brief pause from the 24th of November to the 1st of December where 155 hostages would be released, but there's still well over 100 still living in Gaza, or there's still over 100 in Gaza, of whom perhaps 60 are still alive. Looking at it from a broader perspective, we should recall, however, that this is not like a one-front war. this is a war where Israel has been attacked roundly from several sources. Not only the violence that erupted on October 7th in Gaza, but Hezbollah, of course, all of us, I haven't checked my news since we began talking, but everyone's worried about what's going to be happening in the north. Hezbollah has launched over 19,000 rockets at Israel. Have any of you experienced that same kind of script reality where I'll open up my phone and I will look at Times of Israel or Burning News or something and I'll see, 30 rockets launched at Israel, and then I'll look at the regular news and there's nothing. There's crickets. It's not important when bombs are falling on Israel. And of course, we had the dramatic lone drone attack from Yemen that succeeded in killing an Israeli in Tel Aviv, and then the counterattack by Israel on their port. And of course, what we're all worried about today is what will Iran do? Iran has been saber-rattling since Haniya was assassinated. And I also have a small personal reflection here. We're all involved in this so much. One of my sons was in Israel at the time. We wanted to bring him home for Passover, and his flights were canceled because Iran launched 300 rockets at Israel. And, it just seems so weird to me that my life intersects with world history because Iran shoots bombs at Israel, and yet that's the time we're living in. That's maybe not such a coherent thought. I'm not sure how to process it myself, but I feel like we are wrapped up in history today much more than we ever have been. Okay, let me pause now that we finished the question. See if there are any questions. Yes, please.
In the period where we were different sects fighting against each other, is that what the Talmud is referring to?
Absolutely. The Talmud is absolutely referring to this when we talk about Sinas Chinam, the tremendous disregard and ridiculous level of violence perpetrated on each other because we simply could not appreciate our common humanity and our common Jewishness. That's exactly what the Talmud is about. And I think that's why the Talmud's analysis is so perceptive, really. That's ultimately the takeaway message. Not Cestus Gallus and not Vespasian, but the Sinas Chinam. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, sir.
Can you just comment on the role of the sort of distancing yourself from all of your future warfare and praying to God? What do you know about God?
Yeah.
How are they involved?
So, as best as we can tell, Josephus himself says he's one of the Perushim. And we can't always trust Josephus. He calls himself, by the way, the term is Pharisee, which is probably the same as Perushim, although some scholars would disagree. And he was not in Jerusalem at the time, so his analysis of it is not necessarily as valuable as what the Talmud has to say about it. What we can say, for example, if we look at the Yochanan ben Zakkai episode, his own family members were among the rebels. Right? The Yonin, who tried to stop him from going out of the city, one of them was his nephew. So this is very much like family politics, that individual families were divided on many different lines on this, and you could have, especially younger people who are attracted to the hot-headed rebels of various stripes. The Pharisees, as best as we can tell, tend to be a populist group who are largely pacifist. Not pacifist necessarily on a principled level, but on a more pragmatic level, that their approach was we have to deal with Rome. We are not strong enough to push off Rome, and any kind of open rebellion is going to result in disaster. So my best assessment of the Perushim is that they're still part of the people. They still have great connections with people. They're not alienated from them like the Sadducees were, for example. And in the case of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they definitely have connections with the rebel groups. But they want to cool the jets of the hotheads who want to fight against Rome. And that's why the Perushim strategy, as articulated by Yochanan ben Zakkai, is Ten li yavne b'chachamecha. Give us a place, we're going to leave, and we're going to establish ourselves there and focus on Torah, because we can't win this war. That's my assessment. Yes, question?
there's a lot of 9
Yeah, good argument. So this is, the question was, this may have been, as at least my assessment of the Perushim at this time. But 60 years later, you get to the third Roman-Jewish war, led by Bar Kokhba in the 19th, about the year 135, and that had a lot of support from the Perushim later. Like Rabbi Akiva, of course, famously argued that Bar Kokhba was going to be Mashiach. This was going to be it. So, the Perushim, if they're such peaceniks, how come they could support Bar Kokhba later? I would only argue that it was certainly not a uniform support for the Bar Kokhba. Yosef Bar Gudgada, for example, in Yerushalmi says to him, Akiva, glass will blow from your cheeks before Bar Kokhba is Mashiach. So there definitely were lots of Tanaim who were not in favor of Bar Kokhba, or at least not to the extent that Rabbi Akiva was. However, the fact is, we have the 24,000 students of Rabbi Akiva who died, according to the Gemara, of a plague, but according to Rabbi Chai Gaon, of a persecution. There's not an extreme argument to say that those 24,000 followers of Rabbi Akiva who died in that revolt, that they were supporting Bar Kokhba. So what's the difference between them? I don't know. It's a good question. I think the main difference would be that Bar Kokhba, as far as we can tell, since letters of his were discovered in the Qumran region, he was a Frummi. I mean, he was pro-Perushim. He was pro-Torah Shabbat. He was definitely a very kind of like aggressive leader and so on, and very successful. I mean, he managed to hold up 7 Roman legions for 2 years, which is unbelievable. Rome had to bring legions from England to fight against Bar Kokhba. So it was a pitched battle that was far more threatening to the Romans than the first Roman Jewish revolt. And maybe that he captured their imagination, that he was Mashiach. But it's a good question. There's a lot longer discussion than we have time for. I think I saw a question in the back. Did you have a question? No? Okay. Yes, please.
The Greeks that you're referring to, were these Jews who accepted Greek culture on themselves, or how do they relate to the Greeks from the time of the Greeks?
So these are probably not Greeks like from the Peloponnesian region, but local populations that may have originally been ethnically Arab and so on, who adopted Greek culture. There are certain cities like Caesarea, for example, which was a Greek stronghold, and to the south, Ashkelon also. And they were populated more by Greek Celtic culture, where Greek was the lingua franca, and they had athletic games, and they had idols in the streets and things like that. Not tolerated at all in Jerusalem, but they're more like Greek-oriented, as opposed to being ethnically Greek. And where there could be some Jews involved in those as well, I don't know offhand.
The Greeks, that's what the Maccabees were, those same Greeks?
So those Greeks weren't even Greek, they were Syrians. So that would be the same kind of example, where Greek was so overwhelming a culture that lots of populations call themselves Greek, even though ethnically they wouldn't identify. Just like America is like such an overwhelming culture that lots of people, well, maybe that's not a good example. I'm getting off topic, but let's go back to the material, okay? So here we go in the diaspora. So if we go to the ancient period, this was not a diaspora story by and large, because Israel didn't have a huge diaspora population. There was a population of Jews specifically in Alexandria that was quite large, and they were deeply involved in the revolt, and they suffered actually from massive pogroms directed against them as a consequence of Israel's uprising against Rome. Parthian Jewry, which is where you had the masses of Talmudic Jews, this is the period where you've got an expulsion of Jews there in the 6th century before the Common Era, and a very large population where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet, but they largely stayed out of it. One of the things that Nero was actually worried about is like, wait a second, maybe one of the reasons we better put this down is because what happens if, because again, Rome ends here, right? There's no Roman Empire. This is the Parthian Empire over here. Rome is worried, what happens if all those Jews over here
use their imagined muscle and get the Parthians to attack Rome. It never happened, but it was something that they were worried about. We don't know much about what the Parthian Jews thought about the rebellion at the time. We don't have many sources on it. The only real ally that Israel had, foreign ally at the time, was tiny Adiabene, who was here up in southern Syria. This is a region where they had a very famous queen, Hilni Hamalka, who converted to Judaism sometime in the 40s. And this is the 40s, not the 1940s. And she sent, she was extremely charitable. She's mentioned many times in the Talmud for her gracious acts of support, using her throne for the people of Jerusalem. She's actually chose to be buried in Jerusalem. They discovered her sarcophagus in Jerusalem, and it's now in the Louvre. And the Adiabene sent troops down to help the Jews in their fight against the Romans. Otherwise, it was a wash for Israel. It's entirely a local conflict. Looking at our times, however, and I'd like to go a little bit slower now because diaspora is where we live, and so many of these things are so relevant. This is really a multi-front war. Besides the fronts that I described where violence is occurring with weapons and so on, we have all kinds of things happening in the States as well. This is, of course, not too far away, across the river at Columbia University. I'd like to show you some of these statistics taken from the Harvard-Harris poll. This is a really useful device for studying the conflict from the perspective of Americans. This is a poll that's taken every month. It's a very reputable poll, and it's primarily instituted for the purpose of analyzing American politics. It's got about 60 pages come out, PowerPoint slides, 60 pages on how politics in America are evolving, and the first 40 or so are all about the presidential race. That's just what it's for. However, since this war came out in October, they added, very usefully for our purposes, some questions on foreign policy, how Biden was handling the war between Israel and Hamas, and they have repeated those questions with some slight variations every month. And so we've been able to get a really good sense of what do Americans think about this war. So this is fascinating. This is a new question. How closely are you paying attention to the Israel-Hamas war? And this remarkable number, 59% of Americans say, yeah, we're following it closely. 40% somewhat, and 19% saying, obsessive compulsive like me. That's a really significant number. It's very slightly 64% last month and so on. But that means that more than half of Americans are really paying attention. And interestingly, this will be very important in the next few slides. When you look at what ages of Americans are following, it's fairly evenly divided amongst all the age groups. So it means that across the board, you talk to any American today over the age of 18, there is like a 20% chance that that person will be following the war closely, 1 in 5. And that's pretty remarkable, given that sometimes Americans have difficulty identifying the names of the vice presidential candidates. So this is a remarkably large statistic. Now, what exactly do they think? This is a question they've asked many, many times, and the numbers have been fairly stable. In this conflict, do you support more Israel or more Hamas? 80% of Americans support Israel. And that's something we should feel very good about. This number has been very stable ever since October. It has not dropped below, I think, 76%. So even though when we look at the news, we see these terrible demonstrations and we see these incredible numbers of people protesting and blocking streets and things like that, it's a minority of Americans. They're 1 in 5. I don't like the number 1 in 5. That's a very large number of people to support a terrorist group. But nevertheless, we can rely, at least for now, on the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans support Israel more than Hamas. Do you think Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties? 66% say yes. We think that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties. That's actually a pretty good number as well. However, this is the scary part. When you break it down by age, and this has been constant as well since October, the younger you are as an American, the more likely it is you're to support Hamas. If you look at this crucial age group, 18 to 24, 46% of children young adults, 46% of them support Hamas over Israel. That's a terrifying number. 1 in 2 Americans under the age of 24 think that Hamas has the right in this fight. As you get older, of course, that number drops. When you get to like my age range, you're over 90% correct. 65 plus 93% correct, Baruch Hashem. But this is a troubling number because it's not the kind of number that's going to go away. Obviously, these people are going to get older, and their values are going to be spread up along this side as well. Right now, this is the millennials. They're not in power. They're the future, and it's deeply troubling. Over here, is Israel trying to avoid casualties? 54% of millennials say no. Israel doesn't care about civilian casualties. These are really scary numbers. And this is why I feel that one of the most terrifying fronts of this conflict is what's happening in colleges today. And, I can tell you that at Torah University, like every federally sponsored university, we have to report our crime statistics to the federal government every year. We have 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campuses. I hear there's another university in New York that also has similar statistics. I forget them. But I fear for kids on regular campuses. One of my sons, who is studying to be a marine biologist, which is not one of Torah University's strongest majors, therefore he's gone to a college that has a strong marine biology program, and he describes to me just horrendous things, like people who are his friends on Instagram suddenly writing the most vile, horrific, anti-Semitic things on his page, simply because he identifies as a Jew. And, encampments and boycotts. And I myself, I was speaking at the University of British Columbia a few weeks ago, and they have a beautiful Hillel house on campus. And I was speaking in their Hillel house on the second floor, which has windows all around it in the middle of campus. And they asked me if I mind, can they close all of the window shades? And I said, sure, that's fine, but why do you want to close the window shades on a beautiful sunny day? And they said, because when they see there's a speaker here, they gather around and they chant and they shout obscenities around the building. I've never experienced anything like that before, that you could have a spontaneous eruption of hatred just because there's a Jewish speaker in the Hillel house. And by the way, the Hillel at UBC is like extremely, a liberal vis-a-vis the conflict as well. And nevertheless, it doesn't help. So these numbers are terrifying. This is a real front, and it's not us who are facing it. We are, most of us in this room are older. We have our circles of friends. Maybe we see people at work, but going into college campuses, this is a terrifying kind of statistic. Here's another one. 7 in 10 voters say they only favor a conditional ceasefire with Hamas based on the release of hostages. Also, a fairly comforting number that Americans get it, that the hostages are at the center of this. And if there's no hostage deal, there's no ceasefire. But again, looking at younger people, 54% say no. There should be a ceasefire and let the hostages sit where they are. That's incredible. But this is... Oh no, the other way. Sorry, thank you. 46%. Just rewind that part. 46. It's still a scary number. 46%. So this is really a front that we have to be aware of. Our kids are really in danger. Our kids are in deeply hostile environments that I haven't experienced anything like this. This is something that happened actually just last night. This is an ad that appeared in the Jewish Standards this past week, and. It's a Krav Maga class, and look at this here. Learn essential skills for college life. Now, as a university administrator, I think essential skills for college life, I'm thinking, okay, math literacy, I'm thinking English composition skills. But no, it's self-defense as essential skills for college life. This is the environment that we're living in today. It's pretty dramatic. They had it on the Arab Tisha B'Av, but it shows how serious it is. Anti-Semitic level, it's not a joke either. I don't have to prove this to you, but the level, it's so bizarre that you would think that after Jews are attacked
there would be kind of like a backlash of sympathy. There would be kind of like people saying, no, we shouldn't be attacking civilians like this. But Adarabba, we see that it inspires more attacks. And the number of anti-Semitic attacks, this is just until the end of 2023, skyrocket after October. As I'm sure many of you have experienced directly. But what I find, I think, most frightening about all this phenomenon, and I'll speak a little bit more about it in the next slide, is this bizarre as a Jew phenomenon that has really gained tremendous prominence, although I doubt that it has statistical depth. The as a Jew term was coined by a scholar whose name escapes me right now. It basically points to the fact that there are many, many Jews who, looking at this conflict, begin the statement of their opinion with the phrase, as a Jew. And you know the next part of the sentence is going to be, I condemn the actions of the state of Israel in Gaza and so on, whatever it is that they're going to say. But they feel that their Jewish ethnicity somehow, gives them special authority to opine on this deeply complex conflict that has gone on for centuries. And this particular example frightened me very much. This is Jason Kornblue is a journalist. He works for the Forward right now, and he covered this. It was actually a video, which you can watch if you like. Go to his Twitter feed, you'll find it. But it's this young sophomore, I think, at George Washington University in Miriam, and she's at this presser at the Capitol House, with the kafiyas and things like that. And she describes her experience at the quad at George Washington, which they have renamed Shahada Square. Shahada, of course, is the Islamic proclamation of faith. It's also associated with suicide bombers, and it is actually the emblem of the Hamas flag. So they named their quad after the Hamas flag, as it were.
The school itself?
The protesters. Yeah, the protesters. Anyways, this Jewish girl, Miriam, talks about how she's so grateful for the protest and the encampment at her college, because it has given her a uniquely Jewish experience in life. Growing up, she says she did not have access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. I think that's a weird term. I guess she didn't live in Williamsburg. But, she says, I never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like virtually impossible to imagine. And therefore, I was so grateful, she says, when a certain rabbi came and brought a sacred Torah and on Shabbos in the encampment, and she was able to have her bat mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. And she was proclaiming how this was such a wonderful experience for her to be able to connect with her Jewishness. And she identifies her protest over Gaza with her Jewish identity. Now, I don't want to minimize the fact that you can see the holiness of her neshama really coming out there, because I don't mean it facetiously, that she identifies with the suffering of humans. She identifies with the social goals of the prophets. The blood of the Nevi'im run through her veins. Amos and Yirmiyahu, and they're all in her, and they're all saying tzedek, tirdof, and all those things. Absolutely, no question. But the thing is, it's so close, it's so mixed up, it's so confused, and so divorced from what actual Jewish values are, that we cannot feel but sadness. It's an excellent question. The question is, what do I attribute it to? There's a rabbi in, I think he's on the east side, Rabbi Amiel Hirsch, who has spoken publicly about this very, very powerfully. And he takes an al-faith approach. And he says basically, in some of the more liberal identifications of Judaism, we have sacrificed too much of Jewish particularism to the concept of universalism. We have really doubled down on teaching our kids that, we have to respect all humanity, and we have to and it's not like that's wrong. That's absolutely part of our tradition as well. But
but we're also a family. We have to protect ourselves. We have to understand our own traditions, our own specificities. And he says that it's our fault. We have not balanced our education properly. We have not taught our children, and I think we all have to take a piece of this. It's not just because of his denomination. I think we all have to take a piece of this. But we've not taught our kids enough about what specifically is the value of being Jewish. What is in Judaism per se that we don't share with the rest of the world. Kind of like, if you will, a Shmini Atzeres moment as opposed to a Sukkot moment. Okay, but I will return to this in 1 second because it's not all bad. Okay, I'm in my concluding bubble now. Thank you for your patience and endurance. I'm surprised so many of you have lasted this long. Here's something I enjoyed coming across the other day. This is a Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859. And this is a period of time when the Tsarist government in Russia was deeply involved in Jewish printing. And I actually have a few volumes in my own home that have at the beginning a little stamp that says approved by the censor, who is usually a Jewish guy who's employed by the Russian government to remove any kind of thing that the Tsar might feel is offensive. And so this one particularly zealous censor was looking at the Haggadah, and he said, you know, it's going to offend the Tsar, so I think we should make some small changes. So the printed version, as appeared in 1859, this is a famous passage I'm sure we're all familiar with. And God who stands for us and our fathers, it's not only once in our history that people have tried to destroy us. Rather, in every generation, there are people who rise up and try to destroy us. And the Holy One rescues us from their hands. The censor said it's not going to fly, so therefore he made the small change, add this word hayu, and changed the mem to a hey, so that instead it reads, in every generation they used to rise up against us. No longer. We live in the Tsarist golden age where, we're so happy to live under Russian rule that no one's going to hurt us anymore. They used to rise up against the destroyers, and the Holy One rescued us. Past tense, not present tense. We no longer need rescuing because we live in this, Soviet or Russian paradise. And although it's funny to look at this now, I think in many ways, I felt like this about America. I felt like all that stuff I studied, like here it is. Look at my keynotes, right? We were just reading from this, and it's hardcover. It's like solid because it's not going to change. It's great. It has all the past things we've gone through in a conveniently located spot, and I'm never going to have to replace this one. That's why a hardcover is so useful, because it'll stay on my shelf forever. And I think we've all been abused of that notion. We've all kind of had a wake-up moment since October 7th that what happened in previous generations is very much real to us today. So I'm going to step out on a limb here, and I've been doing this for most of the last hour and a half, but I'm going to step out on a limb and go past my historian, boundaries, and think a little bit more about what are we supposed to do about it. And these are just my personal reflections. They are not, bound in any rabbinic authority or anything like that. But I think that if we go back to the sources, this is actually also from a Russian printed Maxwell. The advice we have is Utshuva, Utkila, Utskaka, Virnus, Roa, Kedera. Right? We have a threefold plan that we have relied upon for millennia: repentance, prayer, and charity. And that will ameliorate the situation. So if you look at three things in our context, I'm going to point out these three things. First of all, Tshuva. This is an amazing story that I just read about a couple days ago, and it illustrates a phenomenon that I think many of us have appreciated. This is the Reverend Anna Levy Leon, who was a very successful Unitarian minister in Manhattan. Her parents, who come from Jersey, were survivors. They hid totally from her the fact that she was Jewish. She didn't grow up with the name Levy, which I think would be a giveaway. But she adopted her family name after she found out later in life that in fact she was Jewish. But she was raised without any sense of Jewish identity because her parents tried to shield her from her past. But at that point, and she also married a Jewish guy, and she married him. They bonded over their shared Jewish tradition and immediately joined the Unitarian Church. But the thing is, she was successful, she wrote a great book, and she was very religiously oriented. But after October 7th, despite having a large congregation, very influential congregation, the congregation started pushing her on issues of making public statements in support of Gaza, and she was offended by the text and disturbed by them. She had to get them to include some reference to the hostages later on, and it was so skewed, and she had so much opposition from her congregation that she eventually had an October 7th wake-up moment, and she said, I can't stay here anymore. And so she quit the church, and now she is in rabbinical school. It's probably not an opening here for her yet, but nevertheless, there is a phenomenon that even though we have seen with the as a Jew phenomenon, we've seen that there is a centrifugal force, that when there is pressure on the Jewish people, there are some Jews who will be pushed away. They're not attached firmly enough to the core of our values that when there is pressure, they will disappear. But there's also a centripetal force. There's also a force where, we saw this on Instagram. A friend of mine, Naomi Nachman, who's a culinary individual, she does foodie. She says, right after October 7th, there's all kinds of people piling on their Instagram trying to find out recipes for challah. Everybody wants to get back in there, even though they can be so far away. When we are under attack, there is something that draws us together as well. And I think we should welcome that, and we should encourage that. And when we meet Miriam, whose Jewish experience at Shahada Square gets her just a little bit more interested in Judaism, I think that's an opening for a conversation. And I think that's also a small tikkun for the tremendous disunity that we demonstrated in the first Roman Jewish War. Secondly, tefillah. We read this upstairs just a couple hours ago. I referred to my keynotes as being a hardcover. And now I have to awkwardly add a photocopy into it because I know that this is new history. This is history in creation. That all of these keynotes that we read commemorating the disasters of the past, they're not the last. And we will be creating us. This is the keynote of our generation. This is a keynote that, previous keynotes I've read, and occasionally I've been more moved or less moved. But who can read this keynote by Rav Rimon and not be moved? Who cannot feel? Who cannot see the images of Tzir Bibas, of the Chatufim, and be moved? So our tefillah has a new opportunity for energy as we cry out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for assistance. Finally, tzedakah. So I began this lecture with a coin. And obviously, tzedakah doesn't need any more explanation. In 1958, on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, Israel wanted to mark that milestone in its medallion collection. And so an artist whose name I unfortunately don't know created a modern version of the Judea Kapta poem. You recognize it from the first one we began with, right? Judea Kapta, the looming Roman soldier, the despondent woman representing Judea. And it says here, Galsa Yehuda, not just the exile of Yehuda, the exile of Judea. But coins obviously have two sides, and this is the obverse. This is Israel Liberata, Israel liberated. And this is a beautiful artistic expression of who we really are. A woman playing with her child, celebrating life. A man, a chalutz, wearing one of those kibbutz hats, planting a tree with confidence in the future. And this is, I think, what really represents us. And let us hope that next time that we meet for Tisha B'Av, it'll be in Yerushalayim, in HaKodesh, Thank you very much.
I think that Abrams has really put support on education and thanks for Rothschild again for sponsoring everybody today.
There's some dispute over what exactly it stands for. Thank you all for coming. My goal tonight is to provide a brief historical overview leading up to the events of October 7th, a very quick look at the incredibly difficult year that we have all experienced, and then to contextualize that history within the larger scope of Jewish history, to look at how have Jews reacted to tragedy in the past, and then perhaps to give a very brief look at how we have so far responded to the current crisis. And I hope to complete this within 20 minutes so that we will have plenty of time for Divrei Historius and so the Trusha Rosh Yeshiva, now Shus Rabbi. This is a coin that I find very emblematic of not only the situation that we experience right now, but really looking at the larger historical experience of Gullus, exile. This is one of the 24 Judea-Capta coins issued by the Roman Empire following the defeat of Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War. On the left is Vespasian himself. Sometimes the coins show his son Titus, who later became emperor after him. And on the right, you see Judea-Capta. Judea is taken captive. There's a balsam palm tree in the center, which was one of Israel's greatest exports at the time. And there on the left is a looming Roman soldier looking down at a despondent Jewish woman who represents the Jewish polity. The Romans made tremendous propaganda out of these coins, which circulated widely in the ancient Near East, and it was a constant reminder of the humiliation of the Jews. This was not the only time, of course, that currency has been used to humiliate a defeated or to-be-defeated enemy. Here, for example, are from the 20th century, some examples from Germany. Hochstädt, after World War I, local currency was instituted to replace the highly devalued currency, and they frequently included anti-Semitic messages, including this one here from Sternberg that actually shows Jews being burnt after a post-desecration trial. And I think when we reflect on what these images mean, I think of two things. The first is that nobody can school us on what it means to be resilient. There's no people on the face of this planet that has experienced more tragedy and has yet come back from that tragedy with renewed strength and vigor. There is no people that can be compared to the Jews in that regard. But at the same time, we all have to learn those lessons over and over again every generation. We do not automatically absorb the lessons of resilience from our parents. Perhaps we look to them for models, but the challenges are always different, and the responses always have to be tailor-made and titrated to the individual situation. So let's begin first with a quick overview of why we had October 7th in the first place, and then look at the year after that. So, of course, here's a map. On the left, you see the armistice lines after the War of Independence ended in 1949. You can see Israel is the green part in the middle. And then on the right, you have after the remarkable Six-Day War that Rabbi Krupka so eloquently alluded to. Gaza is, of course, that little strip that is on the bottom left. We're all familiar with the map now. Now, in terms of the ownership of Gaza, between 1948 and 1967, it was part of Egypt. But then after Israel conquered those large territories, it was taken over by Israel temporarily. And then in the Camp David Accords, in which Anwar Sadat on the left, the president of Egypt, and Billy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a historic peace treaty with Egypt, which, although it is a tenuous peace treaty, it nevertheless is holding. Then the Sinai Peninsula was entirely given back. For his efforts at creating peace with the Jewish state, Anwar Sadat was assassinated by members of his own bodyguard, the Muslim Brotherhood, which was actually an ideological forefather of the Hamas movement. But Egypt did receive the entire Sinai Peninsula, the entire triangular portion at the bottom there, which was conquered by Israel in the Six-Day War. But Egypt refused to take back Gaza. Gaza was simply too much of a demographic, economic headache for Egypt, and they were also quite unenthusiastic about taking so many radicalized people, especially associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, into the boundaries of Egypt itself. So then between 1967 and 2005, Israel controlled the territory. There were some very isolated settlements. As you can see here, the blue sections in this satellite photograph are the Jewish settlements in Gaza before 2005, but it was a tiny population, about 5,000 Jews inside a population of then about 1.2 million very angry, unhappy Palestinians. It is demographically one of the most crowded spaces on the earth. And huge unemployment, an inverted age pyramid where almost half of the population is under the age of 18, and it proved to be extremely difficult to hold on to this territory militarily, economically, and socially. So under Ariel Sharon's leadership, it was a very, very close vote, and the polling in Israel was highly divided. They decided to simply disengage from Gaza. That is the term they used. In other words, they simply said, okay, we are going to remove any Israeli controls over Gaza in 2005. It was a very, very difficult thing for the Israeli government to do. But essentially, that was the moment that Gaza had to create a new future for itself. The thinking was that perhaps they would elect to pursue prosperity and, if not peace, at least not hostilities with Israel. That turned out not to be the case. So after 2005, it was given over to the Palestinian Authority, which was something, an entity that was created as a result of the Oslo Accords, once again brokered by an American president, and this time with Yasser Arafat, the leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization on the right, and Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel. Like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was also assassinated, sadly, by Israeli extremists. But what Gaza did to that territory since 2006 is basically they had elections fairly early on, and in those elections there are two major parties, Fatah, which is the PLO's party, the sort of mainstream party, Yasser Arafat's party, which tended to do better in the West Bank shown here, or Yehuda and Shomron. But in the Gaza Strip, you can see that Hamas had a very strong presence in the north part of the Strip, and then shortly after winning the elections in January 2006, they immediately had a coup and drove out all of the Fatah representatives. So after that one and only election, it was completely dominated by Hamas. And the principal relationship that Hamas had with Israel from then was basically in two forms. One, work permits. About 30,000 work permits were issued every day for Gazans to enter into Israel and to work in various jobs, even on October 6th. And the other way was, of course, with rockets, because the hostilities absolutely never ceased from Gaza since 2006. Israel fought several smaller wars with Gaza, but the state essentially developed a kind of modus tolerandi with the Gazans, part of which was related to over-reliance on technology, which was performed absolutely amazingly well. This is a photograph, of course, of the Iron Dome on the left, responding to rocket attacks from Gaza. But obviously, the Gazans were able to get around that with a low-tech solution on October 7th. And that was essentially a massive incursion into the state. I'm not going to go into the details. We're all deeply familiar with what happened on that terrible day. But perhaps some 3,000 Palestinians roughly half of them complete civilians, not formally attached to any of the various factions, stormed into Israel and created absolute havoc. Even using the word pogrom is too limited to describe the atrocities that occurred on that terrible day. We're all familiar with this, and there's no real reason to review it any further. What we have experienced, however, is clearly directed primarily by Iran. Iran has a very controlling role in this, and it's quite nefarious. Iran is the primary funder of Hamas, which is especially ironic because Hamas is a Sunni movement and Iran is, of course, Shia, but the hatred of Israel is far more significant to all parties. They also fund Hezbollah, and Israel is, of course, at war now with Hezbollah in the north. In Lebanon, also having factions in Syria and in Iraq, and they're also funding the Houthis from far away Yemen, who are even launching, unfortunately, for once even successfully, a deadly attack on Israel. The Houthis, by the way, is our kind of movement. This is their official government slogan. It reads, "God is great, death to America, death to Israel, a curse on the Jews, victory to Islam." So I think that pretty much sums up their central philosophy and how hate is really at the core of this entire movement. But perhaps more frightening for us here in the diaspora is that Iran is behind quite a bit of the international movement against Israel. This is a map, of course, that shows all of the various pro-Palestine protests that occurred at many universities in North America and Europe. One of the dogs that does not bark, by the way, is the fact that there's comparatively little protests against Israel in many Arab states, and that's for another discussion. But many of these protests and other activities conducted by anti-Israel agents are clearly the work of a particular group called Samidun, which is considered by many European countries a terrorist organization because of its deep ties to Iran, and they are clearly at the center of funding of many of these endeavors. There's a lot to say about other reasons why people would want to get involved, but we can't avoid the central role of Iran. Also significantly, and this is especially frightening for me, this is a slide from the September issue of the Harvard-Harris poll, which is a very well-respected poll conducted every month. It's a political poll designed primarily to measure the attitude of Americans towards upcoming elections and so on. But since October, they have been monitoring what people think about the war in the Middle East as a way of gauging its reflection on potential votes in 2024. And what I find frightening, if you look on the circle on the left, the question was, in this conflict, do you support more Israel or more Hamas? And this numbers are pretty constant. 79% of Americans support Israel, which is comforting to some degree, but when you look at it in a different way, that means that 1 in 5 Americans actually supports a terrorist organization over a democratic ally of this country. It's still a very frightening number. That number has pretty much held true for the past year. But if you look at the chart below, which may be a little bit difficult to see, this breaks it down by ages. And people over, let's say, 45 are overwhelmingly in favor of Israel. 84%, 90%, 93%. But when you get younger than 35, the number drops precipitously. And this is the frightening thing. Americans between age 18 and 24, 41% of them support Hamas over Israel. When you think about that in the context of young people in college campuses today, young people in high schools today, public high schools, half of the people they talk to support Hamas over Israel. It's a very, very frightening environment. The implications of this for the future, of course, remain to be seen, although I will note that this number, thank God, has been slowly dropping over the past year. It was about 49% in October of 2023. It's now 41%, so perhaps younger people are beginning to get a little bit more educated about it, but it's still something for great concern. So let's take a minute to think about how Jews have historically responded to these things in the past. This is a page from a Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859, where there was very, very heavy Russian state censorship by the Tsar. And the censor was obviously unhappy with the classic phrase in the Haggadah that says, in every generation they rise up against us to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. Classic passage from the Haggadah. He felt that it's not appropriate for Russian Jews to read that even in our generation, the enlightened 1859, year of 1859, that there will be people who would want to harm us, not here in the paradise of Russian Tsar's empire. So therefore he added in the little white circles, Hayu Omdim, they used to get up, no longer. But back in the distant past, we used to have this problem. And the HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not Matzilenu, in the present tense, Hitzilanu, back then when we were, beleaguered and we didn't have rights, then they used to help us out. But obviously, we look at this now and it's funny because it's almost 200 years later, and obviously we still experience the same thing. And we have long had three basic strategies for how to deal with these things. I'm just going to sketch them out very briefly to remain within my time. They are, of course, the traditional tshuva, tefillah, and tzedakah. And this is my Russian machzor from around the same period. And you can see on the top there's a couple of suggestions. Teshuva relates to tzom, to fasting. Tefillah, prayer, relates to whole voice. And tzedakah, charity, relates obviously to money. So if we take a minute and look at each of these three, you think about the great destruction after the first Roman-Jewish war that I began this presentation with. How did Jews react to that? First of all, they came back to Beis Medrash. They came back to center. And they sat in that glorious room that we have downstairs, and they said, we've got to get back to Torah. We've got to get to Yavne v'Chachamecha, and that's what we have to do. This is always, the root meaning for us of tshuva is come back. Get back to our center. And we've done that remarkably well over the past year. The statistics are just out the roof in terms of synagogue attendance, people attending shiurim, people joining, online classes, all kinds of things. It's not just, the learned elites who are already learning at very, very high levels, like here at LCM. If you look at JSU, which is the Jewish Student Union that served Jewish kids in public schools, their numbers are also up the roof. Last year, they served 14,500 students. This year, they served 18,500 students. And here's something that actually burned me. They've even set up a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim Shir, 7 a.m. for public school students because they can't get enough learning. Do we have a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim Shir? I mean, this is coming out of public school. It's an amazing thing that kids will get up out of bed early to go learn Torah before they have to go to school. This is really our first strategy of tshuva. And when we feel overwhelmed with the tremendous amount of our programming that we feel socially, I think in particular of Yitzhak Cardozo, who was a completely assimilated Jew in the 17th century, who had reached the heights of his career as a medical doctor and as a poet. And then once he was required to watch the public burning of some crypto Jews in Madrid, and it turned him right around. And he said, I can't do this. And he left his fame and his wealth, and he went to live in the ghetto of Venice. And he wrote a tremendous book there, Las Excelencias de los Hebreos, the excellent qualities of the Jews. And there are many Jews who will turn their lives around as a result of October 7th. And we just have to wait to see how that develops. When we look at tefillah, in the ancient Israel, we see so many examples of Jewish resilience. This is an aerial view of the Hamat Treveria synagogue that was constructed in the 3rd century. And this is 200 years after the destruction of the temple. And you can see that in their synagogue floor, they've got a mosaic that harkens back to all the elements of the temple. They are returning to that center. They want to get back to the idea of tefillah as it was practiced then. And we see that so many things, the piyutim that we read so many of over Rosh Hashanah, we will read on Yom Kippur, they were also composed in the Byzantine era because the emperor had forbade Jews from studying Mishnah, and so they decided they would try to incorporate various teachings into the piyutim. These were created as a result of the pressure from the environment. And in fact, even the Talmud Yerushalmi was composed after a failed revolt in 352, and the result was that the Romans were cracking down even harder on the Jews, and as a result, they said, we have to start putting these things down on paper, and the basis of what we study every day really comes out of that moment of crisis. And one of the things that I especially appreciate is that we're not calling this the Simchas Torah massacre. It happened on Simchas Torah, but we're calling it October 7th. We are separating it out. It happened on October 7th. We will mark it, but we have, as Jews, a perennial cheerfulness and optimism. That is perhaps built into our DNA. That even though we are experiencing tragedy now and we're memorializing our dead, we nevertheless have a deep-seated confidence that we will dance again. And finally, in tzedakah, this area of Jewish activities have been absolutely phenomenal. Projects like Boots for Israel, when all of a sudden Jews in America realized, here actually in the tri-state area, realized that the IDF doesn't even have enough boots for all the soldiers that rush in to volunteer. Between October and January, they collected 10,000 pairs of boots, $850,000 worth of boots, and shipped them all off to Israel. Soldiers suggested they might like tzitzis, maybe for the first time in their lives. And so seminaries and yeshivas all dived in and all began tying tzitzis on combat greens so that, the soldiers could wear them. I'm sure many of you have maybe seen the Instagram clips of soldiers receiving their first pair of tzitzis and literally dancing around their barracks wearing them because they felt like they really had true armor on. And organizations like Simcha Points that used innovation to say, we should be collecting people's unused airline points to provide opportunities for Jews to fly and experience simchas as well as the other, life-saving surgeries and things like that they need. These are all elements of tzedakah, more of tzedakah sheba guf than tzedakah sheba mammon in many cases, but nevertheless, this is a Jewish response of tzedakah. So I'd like to close now with just another thought about October 7th, but not October 7th, 2023, but an early October 7th. One of the virtues of the profession of being a historian is that sometimes dates get seared in your memory, and when I read about October 7th, 2023, I remembered October 7th, 1944, which was the great uprising in Auschwitz, when a group of the most degraded, most lowly Jews rose up and actually destroyed two of the crematoria. One of those rebels was the man shown here, Zalman Gradowski. He was a member of the so-called Sonder Commando. These were people who were given the awful task of removing the bodies from the gas chambers and transferring the bodies to the crematoria for disposal. And he did this day in and day out, including to members of his own family and his own community. And every single night, he would come back to his barracks and he would recite Kaddish for all the people that he had to burn that day in and day out. He was also something of a poet. And he decided to write down everything that he had seen in Auschwitz during those terrible years. And he literally, before the uprising on October 7th, he buried them in the ashes of the burned Jews. Because he said, surely archaeologists will come and they will dig up this place to find the truth of what happened here. And they will find my writings. And in fact, Tachava, they were found. And I'd like to read you one passage from an incident that happened in March. The Nazis had brought together a group of Czech Jewish women, and they wanted to launch a demonstration of the efficacy of Zyklon B, the poison that was used to gas them to death. And they had all these young women gathered in a single room, and they all stood there, the Nazis in their uniforms, looking at these women in their last moments before their lives. And Gradowski records, in the large bunker stand thousands of victims waiting for death. All at once, spontaneously, a song rings out. The clique of superior officers stand transfixed. They cannot understand, they cannot grasp. How is it possible that there in the bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, can raise their voices in song? And the women began to sing. The melody does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage is pouring out of their hearts. The mass now sings the national anthem. They sing the Hatikva. And this is something that the Nazis didn't understand. Hamas evidently does not understand as well. We are fundamentally a people of hope. We are a people of Tikva. We believe in the ultimate messianic redemption of the world. We believe there is a plan, and we are following that plan. And so while the Nazis are following the same path of Vespasian with the Judea Capta, I want to conclude with just one more medallion. In 1959, on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of Israel, the government elected to have a competition to find a design for a coin that would commemorate 10 years of statehood. And someone came up with this design to mimic the Judea Capta coin. And does a very good job. You can see there's like the Roman soldier there, and the balsam pine, and the despondent woman as if she is saying Takanon. But that's the obverse. On the front side, it says, Israel Liberata, Israel redeemed. And in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a young Jewish woman playing with her infant child. And in the place of the despondent woman, you have a kibbutznik planting a tree. And that's fundamentally at the heart of our response. It's fundamentally how we will move forward past October 7th. We will remember that we are a people with a future, and it's up to us to follow that trajectory. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's fun. We'll have a great time. It's hilarious.
Hello. This video is intended as a brief open letter to Jewish participants in anti-Israel protests. Perhaps you saw the video I composed a few months ago after October 7th. I certainly received a lot of feedback, positive and negative, and I received a lot of messages from many of you who were struggling with some of the issues that we discussed briefly in that video. And I'd like to revisit some of those issues with you right now, specifically in the context of the riots in Amsterdam, which have been most appropriately called a pogrom. I don't use that word very lightly. Basically, let's take a minute to talk about what happened, what we know so far. I'd like to place that within some historical significance, and then I'd like to talk a little bit about the contemporary significance and really what I think this means for you and what I would encourage you to think about. Specifically, last night after a soccer game, and 2 days before the anniversary of Kristallnacht, a major pogrom that occurred right on the eve of the Holocaust, there was a massive attack on Jewish and Israeli soccer fans after an Israeli team played in Amsterdam. European soccer fans are not known for their reticence to engage in profanity and chants against teams they don't like, and occasionally engage in violence. So in a certain way, this is within the culture of European soccer or football, perhaps not a very nice aspect of that culture, but it's one that they've been challenged to control for many, many years. But this specific incident of violence was clearly qualitatively and quantitatively quite different. Basically, after the game ended, gangs of thugs arranged to ambush Jewish and Israeli soccer supporters as they came out of, trams and at certain corners and at certain main streets and things like that. There is some evidence that there was some premeditation, some planning, and perhaps involving people riding around on scooters and identifying Jews who had been photographed at the stadium, perhaps involving taxi drivers. We'll see as the investigation goes out exactly how this came to pass. But in the end, roughly 10 Jews and Israelis were hospitalized. About 60 people were arrested. And Israel even took the extreme measure of sending rescue planes to Amsterdam to bring back the soccer fans that had gone there to watch a game. There's no question that the intended victims of these attacks were Jews and Israelis. The visuals are horrible, with, crowds of people, sometimes armed with bats and even knives, attacking small groups of Jews and Israelis. Jews and Israelis being run over by cars. And I think one of the most gripping videos in some ways was when a young man was cornered and he did not know how to speak Dutch or English, and so they challenged him because they thought he was Jewish or Israeli. But when he was able to produce his passport and identify himself as a Ukrainian, they left him alone. So this is clearly directed at Jews and Israelis. And you can follow the news and go in your favorite social media feeds, and you will see a lot of discussion about that. Now, why is this historically significant? On one level, it's not, because this type of violence against Jews is something which has a long and hoary past. It goes way, way back into the ancient period, where there have been these kinds of mob attacks, hence the use of the word pogrom, which was developed at the turn of the 20th century. Amsterdam is a little unusual because, historically speaking, Amsterdam is generally a very tolerant society, known for its liberalism, known for its kindness to its Jewish minority. Amsterdam developed as a very, very important center of Jewish scholarship in the 17th century in particular. And a lot of this has to do with the cultural orientation of the Netherlands, which is expressed in this Dutch word gedogen, which basically means kind of like, if it's not bothering anyone, just let them do what they're going to do. A kind of a tolerant, kind of mind your own business attitude that required social cohesion, literally in order to keep the canals and dikes working so that Netherlands could literally be above sea level. There are some remarkable moments of tremendous friendship with the Jews, such as, for example, the dock workers' strike of February 1941, when, in the only example of this from the entire Holocaust, you have an entire industry rising up and protesting specifically the Nazi treatment of Jews. It turned out to be unsuccessful, as the Nazis, acted with tremendous repression and shut it down within days, but nevertheless, it was symbolically very important. There have, of course, been very dark moments in the history of Amsterdam's treatment of its Jews, most significantly during the Holocaust, as was captured by Amsterdam's most famous Jewish resident, young Anne Frank, who lived in hiding with her family from the Nazis for several years until they were finally betrayed, and she was sent to her death at age 15 at Bergen-Belsen. So, on the one level, this is not historically significant because pogroms have happened for a very, very long time in Europe, in the Americas, and so on. But on another level, it is surprising, perhaps, to see Amsterdam, especially with its long tradition of tolerance. Now, let's take it, though, to the contemporary period and why I think it's so significant that I want to talk to you about it. Except for the fact that it occurs in 2024, it's not especially surprising. There may be some unusual aspects to this violence that we don't know about yet. It would not surprise me, for example, that as the investigations continue, they may find that there was some nefarious involvement of state actors, like even Iran, which has a very long history of sponsoring anti-Jewish and anti-Israel terror throughout the world. Hezbollah in particular has been involved in that. But why I see this as so important is because this incident is a very clear indication that we have formally moved into a new period of Jew hatred. You may have watched some of my other videos in which I walk through the history of Jew hatred as an ideology. It moves from xenophobia in the classic Greco-Roman period, then into Christian anti-Judaism during the period of the separation of Christianity from the mother religion of Judaism. Then it goes into medieval Jew hatred, where you have the development of pathological ideas like the blood libel and so on. And then in the 19th century, you have the shift to modern anti-Semitism, which held sway for a little over 100 years, in which Jews were primarily criticized as being involved in some kind of global conspiracy based on a racial concept of Judaism. And that's basically where we were, really up until October 7th. But now we are in distinctly a new period. It has been percolating for some time prior to October 7th, but now it is anti-Israelism. That Jews are attacked on the grounds that they are associated with Israel. Now, recognize that violence against Jews is never sort of marketed as, hey, let's just go hurt Jews. That would be something that very few people of goodwill could get behind. There has to be another reason for it. The Jews killed Christ, or the Jews killed Christian children for their blood, crazy things like that. The Jews are communists, the Jews are capitalists. Those are all the justifications that are used for simple anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. Now, however, the main excuse for anti-Jewish violence is Israel. And this is something that has shifted significantly. I happen to be just coming back from France, and I picked up this great book by Delphine Horvilleux, who's a very important liberal Jewish thinker in France. In this very brief book, which I really hope will find an English translator soon because it is very powerful. The title of the book is hard to capture well in English. Basically, it says, what's bothering you? Why aren't you okay? Conversations after the 7th of October. And she captures, really in very pithy prose, how Jews have been feeling since October 7th, how things have changed for Jews. It's written in a series of conversations with her deceased grandparents as she reaches back in history, trying to understand the contemporary time, conversations with many other people, again, fictionalized to try and express this sort of malaise. And in one of the most fascinating discussions, which I think is of especially relevance to you, she talks with some anti-racists. We would call them maybe Antifa today, I don't know. But she talks with people who are otherwise, very liberal and tolerant and wanting to, quash any kind of racial prejudice. And she asks them essentially, what's motivating you to be anti-Semitic, to be anti-Jewish? And the imaginary response is, you say, oh no, say the good souls, it's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-Zionism. We have nothing against Jewish children. We only have an animus towards Israeli children. And the response is, oh, well, of course, that's different. They are certainly to blame, right? They're certainly culpable, these Israeli children. I mean, do you hear how absurd this sounds? And when we contemplate what's going on in Israel, it is very difficult. It is complicated. There's a tremendous amount of suffering in Gaza, no question. And at the root of it is the kidnapping of people like the Bibas brothers, who were aged 9 months and 4 years old when they were kidnapped. Now it's 399 days into this war, and they're still being held hostage. So what does this have to do with you, and why am I talking to you about this? I want to express that I have phenomenal respect and regard and admiration for you. You are motivated by the same spirit that motivated the prophets Isaiah and Amos, that you want to see justice done. And in fact, you are the inheritors of that prophetic tradition on a genetic level, not only on an intellectual and spiritual level. But I want you to understand that the Jewish opposition to the abuse of authority is intrinsic to the Jewish heritage, and it is vigorously exercised in modern Israeli democracy. And there is a place, a very hallowed place, for your objections to Israeli policies, whatever they may be, and in your opposition you may proudly stand shoulder to shoulder with many, many other Jews and many, many other Israelis, both Arab and Jewish Israelis, because this is the nature of the Israeli democracy. It is certainly not uniform. But please, I would hope that you would take some time to think about where you are standing right now. Who are the people who are on your left and on your right? Are they the people who chant, globalize the Intifada? Because Amsterdam is an example of the globalization of the Intifada. Are they people who say resistance by any means? Because attacking soccer fans is resistance by any means. Amsterdam and the violence that occurred there is the next logical step to those kinds of slogans and statements. And I'm speaking to you as a fellow Jew. Please reconsider where you are registering your protest. I'm not asking you to shut down your protest. I'm not asking you to reconsider your positions. You can do that all on your own. But please think about who are your fellow travelers. Thank you very much for watching.
Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm right now in Jerusalem, and I'm standing on the balcony of my hotel, and you can see the new city behind me. It's so amazing to be back in this country that is, as Herzl put it, old and new at the same time. You can see there's a construction site going on right behind me. And this is just, it's such a resilient society, steeped in an ancient tradition, at the same time rejoicing in a modern future. I'm delighted to be here in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, speaking to many yeshivot about the tremendous value of studying at our institution, mostly Americans who are returning back to America after their yeshiva studies here. And, you know, what a privilege it is. I'm seeing so much strength in society here after a brutalizing year of horrific conflict, which is still ongoing. Everywhere you go, you see all kinds of posters and signs demanding the return of the hostages. On the buses, you see the slogan, "B'yachad ninatzeach," together we will win. And this is society determined to bring back all of the hostages and to return to a level of peace with their neighbors, especially given the tumult that's happened in the last few days. But I want to say that I'm so grateful to the many supporters that we've had around the world. I want to especially call out Larry Brent, who is at the Kingsley United Methodist Church in Springfield, Missouri, and his grandson Ian, who have been supporters for decades of Israel and of the study of Jewish history. And, you know, we're really grateful that we are not completely alone in these very difficult struggles. But as you can see from the cityscape of the New Jerusalem behind me, this is a country that has a long and storied future ahead of us. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing visit to the state of Israel. I was there in my capacity as Dean of Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, speaking at largely English-speaking yeshivot to students, mainly from America, but also from Canada, the UK, and other places who are interested in returning to the United States and taking a degree here at our college. And while I was there, I had the phenomenal, wonderful experience of seeing my sons who now live in the land of Israel. And while we were traveling on one particular highway, and I was commenting on the incredible prevalence of the yellow ribbon everywhere, sometimes in monumental forms like this example here, where they have all over the state of Israel these yellow ribbons. And while I was speaking with my sons in the car, it came up that they really didn't know the backstory of the yellow ribbon. So I thought I'd take a minute to talk to all of you about it in case there are those of you who were born, let's say, after 1970 who may not be familiar with the famous song associated with it and the unusual Jewish element to that backstory. So
looking at the state of Israel, this yellow ribbon symbolizes a national solidarity with the Chatufim, the kidnapped ones, the 100-odd people who still remain trapped in Gaza by Hamas after their attack on October 7th. These people, many of whom are children, there are children under the age of 5 who were kidnapped, who are still not returned. So as a symbol of solidarity, you see the yellow ribbon everywhere. I myself picked up some of these yellow ribbon lapel pins, and the color yellow is especially important. Quite often you'll see it like with the yellow chairs, the empty seats that are placed in installations all over the land of Israel to remember the people who are not at the table. Really very, very moving and powerful kind of demonstration. So what is the story behind that color yellow, and specifically the yellow ribbon? So it is a very old tradition. It's been traced back to European colonists in pre-revolutionary America, and it seems to revolve around certain themes. One of the most important is the idea of women wearing yellow ribbons as a reminder of their loved ones who are far away, often taking off into war. It has a military context. The American military has adopted it as a symbol as well. And it was popularized in 1917 in particular by a song composed by George Norton. Here you can see the sheet music. Round her neck she wears a yellow ribbon for her lover who is fur away. And there are many different variations on the theme. In 1949, a film was made of this. She wore a yellow ribbon starring John Wayne. Really quite a fascinating kind of example of this notion expanding into popular culture, but again, very specifically with this military context. In 1973, the group Tony, Orlando, and Dawn came out with a song called Tie a Yellow Ribbon Round the Old Oak Tree. Once again, I apologize for people who are my age, because this is such a massive cultural icon that everyone who was, older than, let's say, 40 probably remembers this song very well. It became the top song of 1973. It sold 3 million records in just 3 weeks and really cemented the idea of the yellow ribbon symbolism within the American mindset, at least. The storyline for that song, and I'm going to look at the lyrics shortly, appeared first in a 1961 Reader's Digest story, and later in a 1971 New York Post article, again with certain elements overlapping one over the other. It was, however, the lyrics of 2 Jewish songwriters from New Jersey, Erwin Levine, born 1938, and L. Russell Brown, who was born in 1948, that really captured a particular version of this story, and something that I think everyone my age has basically memorized. Let's have a look at the lyrics, and you'll get a sense of why this song was so popular. So he writes, "I'm coming home, I've done my time. Now I've got to know what is and isn't mine. If you received my letter telling you I'd soon be free," it's hard for me to stop from actually singing, but you don't want me to sing, "then you'll know just what to do if you still want me." He's speaking, as it were, to his girlfriend, wife, we don't know for sure, saying that, listen, I'm coming back home from prison, and I don't know what our relationship is going to be like. I don't know if you're still hoping for me. I don't know if you've cut me out of your life, but I want you to leave a symbol for me. Then the chorus famously goes, "Tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree," the old oak tree. "It's been 3 long years. Do you still want me? If I don't see a ribbon round the old oak tree, I'll stay on the bus. Forget about us. Put the blame on me if I don't see a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree." Right? That's the whole setting for it. Then, beautifully, the lyrics go, he speaks now to the bus driver, and he says, "Bus driver, please look for me, because I couldn't bear to see what I might see. I'm really still in prison, and my love, she holds the key. A simple yellow ribbon's what I need to set me free." Wow. So basically, he can't bear it. He's waited so long. He hasn't heard from his wife, apparently, or his girlfriend. And he's saying, I don't know what I'm going to see when we get up to the old oak tree. So he asked the bus driver to please tell him what he sees. Is there a sign that he's welcome after coming back from prison? And then the last verse goes, "Now the whole damn bus is cheering, and I can't believe I see 100 yellow ribbons round the old oak tree." Meaning he finally is emerging from his prison, which is not a physical prison anymore, but still very much a mental and emotional prison. And he sees that his wife is still with him, his wife is still supporting him, and his wife still wants him home. The song has occasionally been criticized as overly sentimental and even kind of schmaltzy. I don't think that's a fair criticism. What I think in the context of the permanence of this symbol of the yellow ribbon, it speaks to a very, very deep need of those of us who are yearning for the return of the Chatufim to express how much we care about them, how deeply we are still connected to them, and that this current conflict cannot end until all of them are safe at home. I hope that this brief discussion of the Jewish backstory of the yellow ribbon contributes to a global sense of how urgent it is that those captives be returned immediately. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take a few minutes to go through a quick review of Gaza in Jewish history, just get a very basic sense of the long stretch of interaction between the people of Gaza and the Jews in various periods from antiquity to the present. First of all, where exactly is Gaza? You can see it here. I'm sure you've seen it on newscasts and on the internet. It's a little strip of land just on the Mediterranean coast in Israel's southwest. It's about 28 miles long, or 45 kilometers, and it's only about 3 to 4.5 miles wide, 5 to 7 kilometers. It has a very, very long history. It goes all the way back to the Bronze Age, where it was primarily an Egyptian base and an administrative center in the land of Canaan. That is well before the Jews appeared on the scene, the Israelites appeared on the scene. It was, under Joshua, as described in the Bible, assigned to the tribe of Judah, although it really remained under the control of the Canaanites, and then later under specifically the Philistines in the 12th century before the Common Era. The Philistines, in Hebrew the Pelishtim, are of course the etymological origins of the Palestinians today. That term Philistine in English, or Pelishtim in Hebrew, was later adopted by the Romans in their attempt to erase Jewish memory from the region, and they named the entire land Palestina. That's where the Arabs get the word Philistine from the Roman borrowing of this 12th century people living there. Of course, we have lots and lots of biblical stories about the conflict between the Pelishtim and the Jews. If you have a look, for example, in the book of Samuel, it's constantly going back and forth. I think one of the most dramatic elements of Gaza specifically is the scene in which the judge Samson is taken captive and brought back to the temple of Dagon in Gaza, what would be, I guess, Gaza City today. And he is publicly humiliated. They didn't have social media back then, but they blinded him and they strapped him to the pillars of this temple. And he had this great prayer to God that he should have strength one more time. And he pulled down the pillars of the temple and destroyed all the people in it. Useful required reading for Hamas right now. The region, although it was basically independent from areas under Israelite control, it was briefly conquered by King David, King Hezekiah, King Alexander Yanai in the Maccabean period, the Hashmonaim, and even under King Herod. But the Talmud considers it as not technically part of the borders of the land of Israel. It's always been somewhat separate and recognized for its distinctiveness. That doesn't mean, however, that Jews did not live in Gaza. In fact, we have a very, very long history of Jews being in Gaza. We have some great archaeological discoveries, such as a synagogue there dating from the early 6th century of the Common Era. You can see that they have actually a representation of King David here, labeled in Hebrew. And it's clear that Jews lived in Gaza after the Muslim conquest in the 7th century. It tended to drop, the Jewish population dropped after the Crusaders entered in the 12th century, but basically began to grow again in the 14th through the 17th centuries. It was only in the 20th century when the Jewish population there finally disappeared, and that was primarily because of the uprisings in 1929, a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews in the Yishuv movement, that is before Israel became a state, and Jews decided to leave Gaza at that time. So when you get up to 1948, which is of course a crucial period in the history of the region, you have about 20,000 people living in Gaza. The vast majority of them are Muslims. There are only about 720 Christians. It was under the British mandate, and they had handed it over to the United Nations for a solution, and they came up with this kind of bizarre plan to divide what would become the State of Israel into 7 pieces. 3 of them would be Arab, 3 of them would be Jewish, and Jerusalem would be a international zone. As is well known, the Arab nations surrounding the future State of Israel refused to accept this UN plan, and they attacked. And this resulted in the very bloody War of Independence. Amazingly, the State of Israel was not only able to maintain itself, to not have all the Jews pushed into the sea, but they actually even consolidated their territory somewhat. Gaza, however, was left under Egyptian control. The Arab population of the Gaza Strip expanded tremendously as tens of thousands of Arabs fled the conflict and made their way into Gaza. So it expanded to about 88,000. And then after the armistice, it actually ballooned to 360,000, which is characteristic of the Gaza Strip. It is a phenomenally overpopulated piece of land. There were 8 refugees camps set up in Gaza for these 1948-49 refugees, and they largely remain there to this day. The area is plagued by huge unemployment. Gazans were not allowed to work even in Egypt until 1952, and the unemployment rate was hovering around 50% at that time. Terrorist attacks from Gaza into Israel prompt Israel to briefly conquer the period in November of 1956 and then to retreat in 1957 once diplomatic arrangements were made. Unquestionably, however, the most significant date in the history of Gaza and its relations to the land of Israel is June of 1967. When the remarkable Six-Day War occurred. In 1967, Israel was preparing for a massive attack by the Arab armies that surrounded it, particularly from Egypt and from Syria. So they launched a preemptive strike, and largely using superior air power, they were able to expand the borders of the State of Israel dramatically, encompassing the entire Sinai Peninsula, the region that had been controlled by Jordan, called the West Bank, and the Golan Heights to the north. The Gaza Strip, of course, was also now part of the region that the State of Israel was responsible for. However, and this is really crucial, the State of Israel had to determine what it was going to do with these territories. Some territories were annexed, meaning they were made part of Israel permanently. That includes East Jerusalem, for obvious reasons, because that is the historical capital of the Jewish people, and the Golan Heights in the north, which had a significant military advantage because it overlooks Damascus and it also overlooks the Galilee from the other side. So controlling that was considered very significant. But the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip were not annexed, and they were rather occupied. And there was a lot of mixed thoughts in Israel about what to do about these territories. A large body of public opinion felt that now that Israel had really demonstrated that it was here to stay, then the Arabs would then come to the negotiating table and they would be able to exchange land for peace. Surprisingly, that did not happen until 1978, when President Anwar Sadat of Egypt made a very heroic gesture and essentially traveled to Israel, met with Menachem Begin, the prime minister, and together with the work of President Jimmy Carter, they hammered out the Camp David Accords in 1978. As part of the Camp David Accords, this is very important for our purposes, the entire Sinai Peninsula was given back to Egypt. So Israel controlled it from 67 till 78 and then gave it back in exchange for a peace with Egypt, which has basically held. There have been some moments of tension, including in our own times, but nevertheless, it's basically a peace that is held. But the thing is, Egypt did not want to take the Gaza Strip. By this point, in the late 1970s, Palestinian national sensibilities had grown significantly. They were associated with a lot of terrorist activities around the world, in airports and at the Munich Olympics and so on. And the Egyptians simply didn't want to have anything to deal with it. And so Israel was kind of left holding the bag, forced to maintain this piece of territory with a very hostile population, with very poor employment, and with very poor economic prospects. Things looked a little better for the possibility of a two-state solution with the Oslo Accords in 1994 and 95, when the Palestinian Authority was established, which theoretically gave Palestinians a degree of self-rule within both the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. However, that has failed to take sufficient hold for reasons which are beyond the scope of this narrow video. Ultimately, however, by 2005, the Israelis had realized that maintaining the Gaza Strip was militarily simply too costly, and that with the demographic imbalance, because the Gazans have very large families and there's an inverted age pyramid with a very, very young population there, and with continued unemployment, it would simply be untenable. And although there had been some very successful Jewish enterprises and settlements established within Gaza, in a period of tremendous national turmoil, Ariel Sharon ordered a disengagement, or simply a retreat from Gaza, and all of those Israeli settlements were removed. And what that meant was, from 2005, Gaza was technically independent. It was not part of Israel, and they could run their internal affairs however they liked. We will get to the blockade shortly. But the Gazans turned around, and between September and January, they had their elections, and they pushed out Fatah, which is the somewhat more mainstream Palestinian movement that is associated more now with the West Bank. And they elected Hamas, a organization recognized as a terrorist organization by most Western nations, including the United States, and Hamas has been in power ever since. So now Israel had a very, very difficult kind of situation. They had literally a terrorist state on their borders, a state that was dedicated to the destruction of Israel's very existence. And Israel had to figure out how they were going to have these very, very hostile neighbors. The blockade was intended to make sure that the Gazans under Hamas could not import weapons. And then later, so they could not import secondary materials that could be made into weapons. That has proved to be not very successful, because Hamas has taken much of the foreign aid that is poured into Gaza, humanitarian aid in many cases, and has diverted it to building more and more rockets. And in fact, rockets are the primary way in which Gaza interacted with Israel. That and the use of work permits. After 1967, there was actually a period of some prosperity for Gaza, as in an attempt to develop some kind of normalcy, some kind of relationship with this population, Israel allowed Gazans to work in the country, and they issued thousands upon thousands of work permits. In 1971, 32.7% of Gazans worked in Israel, and the unemployment rate was almost zero. By 1979, the number of Gazans working in Israel had risen to 42.4%. By 1996, it was at 46.1%. It was a steady increase of economic interrelationship between Israel and Gaza. The Gazans were largely working in menial labor and construction and things like that, but nevertheless, there was at least funds flowing into the region. In 1987, however, things exploded with the first Intifada, which was kind of a Palestinian expression of disgust at the lack of progress that they had made towards statehood. And Israel, responding to many of these violent demonstrations, began cutting down on the work permits. By 1993, the percentage of Gazans working in Israel had been reduced to 26.5%, basically half of what it was in 1986. But suicide attacks increased, and in 1994 and 1995, horrific bus bombings and things like that, orchestrated from Gaza, meant that the number of Gazans who were allowed to work in Israel reduced to 3.3%. Now, this is the part that I think is especially significant for what we're enduring today. According to what I think is some quite insightful reporting by Reuters, Israel is apparently caught off guard because they were kind of lulled into a sense of security, thinking that, hey, things were getting better. It looked like the Gazans were beginning to realize that, working for a living and building your home is much better than trying to destroy it with barbarism and with war. And in fact, the number of work permits that were given to Gazans was going to be increasing. And so Israel seems to have let its guard down, thinking that maybe we're slowly, like we are with many countries in the region, maybe we're finally getting to a normal kind of relationship, but that in fact was not the case because Hamas was still in control. Hamas, throughout this period, has been launching rockets, particularly at cities in the south like Sderot, and with newer technologies beginning to reach further north like Tel Aviv and even Jerusalem. And although the Israelis countered with the development of a remarkable device, the Iron Dome, which is the equivalent of hitting a moving bullet with another bullet, that essentially blunted the impact of much of the rocket fire. But then the Gazans under Hamas began to use the strategy of kidnapping. In particular, Gilad Shalit was kidnapped in 2006, was held for 5 years, and because of the Israelis' vaunted opinion that no soldier should ever be left behind, they actually negotiated a controversial deal of releasing 1,027 Palestinian prisoners, some of whom had been jailed for violent terrorist crimes, in order to get back Gilad Shalit. And that's basically where we are today going into this particular conflict. Hamas has clearly learned that the Israelis are sensitive to kidnapping, that Israelis value their population, and that they want to get their people back. And all I can see from a historical perspective is that Hamas worships death and wants to increase the suffering of their population. Rather than pursuing the route of working towards prosperity, it seems that all of their energy is going to more and more bombs, more and more violence. I hope you found this video useful. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let me begin this video with a few disclaimers. First of all, in accordance with YouTube community guidelines, I want to make sure that you understand this is a video of educational content. I'm just trying to discuss a historical phenomenon. It happens that it relates to the present day in many ways, and it has some graphic and disturbing images and discussion. Secondly, I want to give you a spoiler alert. If you look at the title, I am going to say that anti-Zionism is basically a form of anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. If that disturbs you and you prefer not to listen, then just leave a nasty comment and then go watch something else. I would recommend something relaxing like kitten or puppy video, something like that. What I intend to do in this short video is, first of all, to discuss what it is we mean by the term Zionism. What exactly is that as a historical phenomenon? I will discuss some of the legitimate objections to Zionism that were especially prominent at the turn of the 20th century. And then I'm going to focus on the illegitimate objections that hide under the term anti-Zionism, but are basically just a veneer for old-time Jew hatred. I have discussed this in other videos and much more detail on the history of anti-Semitism in other videos, and I'll try to remember to put some links in the information box as to where you can find out more of that. The reason I'm returning to this topic now and discussing a little more detail is because, unfortunately, as we had feared, many of the most unpleasant and unfortunately violent aspects of the harmful rhetoric that is surrounding this debate has seeped out into the public space, and now we've had the horrific and sad murders of 2 young people in Washington, D.C. by a person who was reputed to have said afterwards, "Free Palestine." And we've also had a horrific attack on peaceful protesters in Boulder by a person who apparently tried to get a gun. Thank God his questionable immigration status prevented him from getting one, but he used homemade flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails instead and injured 22 people. And since the rhetoric is getting out of hand and is starting to cross over into violence, God willing, that was the end of it, but I think that would be optimistic. It's important for us to understand what exactly are we talking about when we refer to anti-Zionism. So let us begin by saying, what exactly is Zionism? Well, first of all, it's not a settler colonial movement. On the contrary, it is historically the most pro-indigenous movement ever in human history, which is why, ironically, so many First Nations in Canada and the Maori in New Zealand and elsewhere support Zionism. You see that occasionally in the social media spaces. The Zionism refers to the age-old desire for Jews to return to their ancient homeland in the land of Israel. It is, without doubt, the oldest movement of its nature in history. Now, as I will explain in a minute, the term Zionism, with a capital Z, was really coined in the context of the 20th century when it acquired a distinctly political overtone, and I'll come back to that. But historically speaking, this is something that goes all the way back to, at the very least, the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Jews were first exiled from the land of Yehuda, the southern part, or central and southern part of what will be today the land of Israel, to Babylonia under King Nebuchadnezzar. And we see it recorded, for example, in the Bible all over the place, but Psalm 137 is perhaps the most powerfully statement of that yearning to return to the land of Israel. Just quoting here in English, by the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion, right? What is Zion, or Zion? Zion is one of the hills of Jerusalem, and so it's come in the 20th century to represent this general desire to go back. Very powerful song. Now, in the 20th century, as I mentioned now twice, that's when Jews, particularly in Europe, and especially in Eastern Europe, began to be affected by the nationalist movements that were growing at that time, and many peoples began to seek their opportunities to express themselves as national unit. There are lots of nationalities that were submerged within empires. For example, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German Empire, the Russian Empire had all kinds of non-Austrians or Hungarians, non-Germans, and non-Russians within them. And a lot of those peoples, the Czechs, the Ukrainians, the Slovaks, the Poles, and so many, wanted to form their own state. And so Zionism represented this movement that took hold of this age-old yearning to return to the land of Israel. And by the way, I should point out that the vast majority of Jews were living in diaspora at that time. In fact, had been for the last 15, 18 centuries. You had the bulk of the Jewish population living outside of Israel, but there was always a small population in the land of Israel itself throughout this entire period. So one can also make the argument the Jews actually never totally left the land of Israel. They always regarded Jerusalem as their eternal capital and were waiting to actually come back to it. It began to acquire this modern nationalist political tone, particularly under the leadership of Theodor Herzl, shown here, very famous leader of the World Zionist Organization that was established in 1897 and had significant success at motivating Jews around the world to contribute in a financial way to purchasing land in the land of Israel in order to eventually come back there. Herzl's particular strategy involved, negotiating with great powers to try and have some kind of diplomatic, dedication of the land to the Jewish people. This eventually was expressed after Herzl's death in the Balfour Declaration, when the British government said that they believe in the idea of the establishment of the Jewish homeland. We've talked about this in many other videos. Now, while Zionism was arguably the most popular of the various political expressions that were happening at this time, when Jews all over the world began, like many other peoples, to explore their political expression, it was certainly not universally approved by all Jews. There are many, many objections to Zionism, and there are three main groups of Jews who legitimately objected to Zionism at the time. The first were the ultra-Orthodox. This is based on a reading of the Talmud that essentially argues that the Jews, having been exiled from the land of Israel, and having lost their sovereignty specifically way back in the ancient period, they were not allowed to go back to the land of Israel and establish a sovereign nation with a flag, with an army, with passports, with currency, all those things, until the arrival of the Messiah. And so there was a good core of ultra-Orthodox Jews in particular who felt that returning to the land of Israel and establishing a state there was inappropriate. Returning to the land of Israel, to live there, to pray there, to study there, very, very beautiful. But to establish a state, these ultra-Orthodox Jews said, no, that has to wait for the Messiah. Ultimately, this group was always a minority of the Jews overall. And again, various election results to indicate how Jews felt about this position. But nevertheless, it was a theologically principled argument. Today, we have a situation where half of the world's Jews have already demonstrated their commitment to Zionism by actually living in the land of Israel, and so only a tiny fringe of that ultra-Orthodox objection still remains. You will see them showing up at pro-Palestinian rallies, and they have been doing it consistently for many, many years, not just since October 7th. They're associated with groups like Neturei Karta, who are pretty much universally disliked by the rest of world Jewry. And you can see them here. This is in a German protest, and they have a few non-rabbis or non-Jews apparently standing beside them, carrying signs that say, authentic rabbis are opposed to Zionism. Here's a pro tip, by the way. If you believe you are authentic, you are certainly not going to convince anyone by putting it on a sign and saying that you are in fact authentic. And it's especially difficult for most Jews to deal with this kind of thing because, as you can see, the other flags that are being represented here include, for example, Hezbollah, which is one of the most murderous terrorist organizations that is dedicated to the idea. As you can see on their flag, they've got like a gun on the flag. They want to destroy Israel and the Jews who live there. I mean, it's just very offensive to most Jews to even think of Jews participating in these kinds of rallies. Enough that they're wearing this kind of keffiyeh, talesim, and things like that. But anyways, that is, nevertheless, the modern vestigial remnant of a theological objection to Zionism, which was more prevalent at the turn of the 20th century, but dramatically dropped off after Israel became a state in 1948. There was also a socialist objection to it, and you see this most dramatically in a political party called the Jewish General Socialist Workers' Party, known in Yiddish as the Bund. And this was a group that said, no. Zionism is a bad thing because it's going back in time to a kind of bourgeois form of government, whereas we want to move forward with a social democratic government, specifically a kind of a communist government. And so they oppose Zionism on political grounds. The Bund basically also disappeared with the 20th century. Stalin got rid of the most leftist section of the Bund. It survived to a certain degree in America as a Jewish workers'